In the Great Zhou dynasty, within the Lingyan prefecture, lies the city of Qing. In a garden-like residence, within the main hall, Su Chen's countenance was far from pleasant as he regarded the several individuals standing before him. Among them were aged elders and robust middle-aged men, all exuding an aura of formidable power. "Young master, the previous lord has passed away. We implore you to take up the mantle of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower's leadership," spoke an elder with a few strands of white in his beard. Clad in a gray robe, though aged in appearance, his vitality was robust, marking him as the strongest among the assembly. He was Ling Tianhe, the vice lord of the tower, possessing strength in the midstage of the innate realm. Su Chen, the sole heir of the former lord Su Mingbai, found himself reluctant to accept this burden. The Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower was one of the 5 major powers in the remote Qing city of Lingyan Prefecture. His father, Su Mingbai, a peak innate master, had died unexpectedly just days prior. The circumstances surrounding his death were shrouded in mystery, hinting at deeper intrigues. Accepting the role of lord would inevitably embroil Su Chen in peril, particularly given his own frailty. Presently, Su Chen was both himself and not himself. His consciousness had been overtaken by the Su Chen who traveled from Earth. While he had seized some fragmented memories, they revealed that he had previously offended a disciple of a mountain elder within the Mountain River sect, promising a sum of money for his release. However, with his father's demise and the tower under Ling Tian's control, obtaining that money was now impossible. Assuming leadership would likely lead to his swift demise. The assembly of individuals before him was hardly likely to respect him as their lord. Ling Tianhe himself would certainly harbor resentment. With Su Chen not yet having entered the innate realm, while Ling Tianhe stood on the verge of advancing to the late stage, the disparity in their powers was pronounced. "You are the lord's son, only you can inherit the position. Today, we request you to take your rightful place," Ling Tianhe asserted as he stepped forward, seizing Su Chen and placing him upon the lord's seat. He then knelt, proclaiming, "I pay homage to the lord." Instantly, the others followed suit, kneeling in unison. Su Chen was taken aback, unable to comprehend such brazen behavior. At that moment, a circular wheel appeared in his consciousness. Become the lord of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. Gain the character Invincible Blade Master Bai Tianyu, Ice Qilin Arm, and 3 white lottery cards. Is this real? Su Chen gasped, astonished that his so-called golden finger had finally activated, granting him rewards. The character Invincible Blade Master Bai Tianyu and the Ice Qilin Arm manifested within his Mindo wheel divided into 5 segments, colored white, blue, orange, purple, and gold, appeared before him. The white segment displayed 3 cards, corresponding to the 3 white lottery cards he had just acquired. His mind then wandered to the blue segment, where he learned that 10 white cards could be fused into 1 blue card. The orange segment bore no information, indicating it was yet to be unlocked. Subsequently, he examined the character Bai Tianyu, discovering. Bai Tianyu hails from the Wanderer of the Border City, a master of the Divine Blade Hall, with strength at the initial stage of soul refinement. This revelation left Su Chen astonished. The leader of the Mountain River sect, one of the top forces in Lingyan, had only reached the soul refinement stage, and he was uncertain of the extent of their prowess. Thus, Bai Tianyu was indeed a formidable protector, capable of granting him the strength to dominate in Qing City. With a sense of exhilaration, Su Chen contemplated summoning Bai Tianyu to discreetly guard him. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, they would meet their end swiftly. Ling Tianhe, noticing Su Chen's astonished expression, revealed a hint of coldness. Though Su Chen appeared bewildered, he was acutely aware of Ling Tian's demeanor. The reason he refrained from assuming the role of lord was due to his knowledge of Su Mingbei's demise. He harbored no desire to meet the same fate as his father, especially given his current weakness compared to Su Mingbai. After the kneeling, Ling Tianhe rose and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed guests, it is a joyous occasion that the young master has inherited the lordship. We must spread this news far and wide. The lord requires time to acclimate. Let us allow him some solitude," he continued. Without awaiting Su Chen's command, the group departed, leaving him alone in the hall. "How audacious," Su Chen mused, watching Ling Tianhe and the others retreat. "They truly perceive me as a puppet and a shield, without any attempt at concealment. Is this announcement meant to ensure that everyone is aware? Perhaps they wish to test whether the one who struck against Su Mingbai will target me as well. Should they refrain from action, these individuals will undoubtedly move against me." A chill coursed through Su Chen's heart. Previously, he had felt powerless against them, but now he possessed the character Bai Tianyu and the Ice Qilin Arm. Mission triggered: investigate the cause of the former lord's death and assist the previous owner in seeking vengeance, with a reward of 3 white lottery cards. 3 white lottery cards, Su Chen mused, narrowing his eyes at the mission scroll. With 3 cards already in hand, Acquiring 3 more to total 6 should pose no challenge. If he were to trigger additional tasks, gathering 10 cards seemed feasible. Regardless of whether a mission emerged, Su Chen was determined to uncover the truth behind the former lord's death. The one who had slain the lord could very well target him next. Moreover, with his enemies lurking in the shadows, he refused to share the same tragic fate as a father he had never truly known. With resolve, Su Chen descended from his seat and made his way toward the back courtyard of the hall. He intended to inquire of his stepmother, the second madam, regarding the circumstances surrounding his father's death. Su Chen's biological mother had passed away long ago, and his father's current wife was not his true mother. He had always referred to her as second madam. In the rear courtyard, within a quaint 2-story building, sat a strikingly beautiful woman, her countenance tinged with worry, evoking a sense of sympathy in those who beheld her. This was Su Chen's second mother, Shangguan Ziyun. Has Su Chen become the lord of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower? Shangguan Ziyun inquired of a nearby maid, clearly attentive to the events unfolding in the front hall. News just arrived from the front hall that young Master Su has been appointed as the lord by Vice Lord Ling. The maid responded. Beside her, a young maid spoke up. That Deputy Master Ling is truly cunning, plotting to make Su Chen a scapegoat. Have you uncovered the cause of Su Mingbei's death? The enigmatic Shangguan Ziyun continued to inquire. It was rather peculiar that she referred to Su Mingbai by name, without the titles of master or husband. Chapter 2. The Ice Qilin Arm. Stepping into the innate realm as Su Chen traversed the corridor of the estate's backyard. His mind was occupied with contemplation regarding his current situation. The Qilin Arm had the potential to augment his strength. Although he was uncertain of the extent of this enhancement, he believed it would significantly bolster his capabilities. Moreover, even if his personal prowess was lacking, with a master like Bai Tianyu safeguarding him, he felt secure within the confines of this modest Qing city. Setting aside his hidden cards, Su Chen began to delve into his memories to glean information about the Jinfeng Shiyu building. This establishment was one of the 5 major factions in Qing City. The other 4 factions included the Thunder Hall, governed by the Lei family, the Gathering of Talents Hall, founded by the 5 brothers of the Shiman family, the Dining Hall, under the control of the long-standing Wang family, and the largest monastery in Qing City, the Vajra Temple. Despite Qing City being a remote area of Lingnan Prefecture, it served as a vital conduit for trade with the outer regions, rendering it a relatively economically vibrant city. Among the 5 factions, aside from the Vajra Temple, the remaining 4 shared dominion over the 4 major districts of Qing City. The Jinfeng Shiyu building occupied a position in the western part of the city, ranking 3rd in terms of financial strength among the 5 factions. Logically, even if someone harbored intentions against it, they should refrain from direct action against the Jinfeng Shiyu building, as the strengths of the other factions were comparable. As one of the 5 main factions, the Su residence boasted an expansive backyard, complete with pavilions and terraces. In a short while, Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the 2-story building where Shangguan Ziyun resided. Upon approaching the gate of the courtyard, he stepped inside. Within the courtyard stood a slender woman clad in a blue long dress. As she noticed Su Chen's arrival, she stepped forward and bowed respectfully, greeting him, "Young master." "Xiaolan, I have matters to discuss with my second mother. Please inform her," Su Chen requested. Xiaolan was the personal maid of his second mother, Shangguan Ziyun, and he deemed it necessary to announce his presence. The mistress has been deeply troubled and has just fallen asleep. It would be best not to disturb her. Xiaolan replied, refraining from delivering his message. Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, Su Chen's expression tightened slightly. "Very well, let her rest. I shall take my leave for now." He cast a glance at the nearby guest room before exiting the courtyard. Xiaolan watched Su Chen's departing figure, her brow furrowing slightly as she sensed something unusual about his demeanor today, though she could not pinpoint what it was. She then turned and entered the building. On the 2nd floor of the building, Shangguan Ziyun sat gracefully before her dressing table, tending to her long, dark hair. Upon seeing Xiaolan enter, she paused momentarily. "Madam." "Young Master Su has left," Xiaolan whispered. "Something is amiss. Have someone keep an eye on him. I wish to know his every move. Also, I need to monitor Ling Tianhe and his associates closely. Tonight, I intend to open Su Mingbai's coffin to ascertain the truth behind his death and discover who was responsible," Shangguan Ziyun declared, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Had Su Chen been present, he would have been utterly astonished to learn that Shangguan Ziyun intended to unearth the coffin so soon after Su Mingbai's burial, which had occurred merely a day prior. Such a woman was indeed formidable. "Miss, we are unaware of who killed Su Mingbai. He was our chosen one, and we had been planning for a year to approach him. Now, With this unforeseen turn of events, all our efforts seem wasted, Xiaolon expressed. Her voice tinged with indignation, exuding an aura of menace. This matter is more complex than you perceive. We must investigate thoroughly before proceeding. You may leave now and make the necessary arrangements, Shangguan Ziyun commanded with a wave of her hand. Understood, Xiaolon replied, bowing as she exited the chamber. Within the room, Shangguan Ziyun slowly approached the window, gazing out at Su Qin's receding figure. She could hardly believe that their chosen Su Meibai had perished so swiftly, leaving her feeling somewhat disillusioned. If you manage to survive this turmoil, I will engage with you, she mused, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she watched Su Qin depart. Meanwhile, news of Su Qin's succession to the position of the Jinfeng Shiyu Building's leader seemed to spread like wildfire throughout Qing City, as if deliberately orchestrated. The protagonist himself sat within a room, his expression darkening. Though he had inherited the original owner's memories, the information at his disposal was scant. Most notably, he found himself without allies. Bai Tianyu was currently safeguarding him, making it inappropriate to venture out for reconnaissance. I cannot afford to wait passively. Ling Tianhe may prove to be a valuable ally, Su Qin thought, a glimmer of resolve igniting in his eyes. Ling Tianhe's eagerness to elevate him to the leader of the Jinfeng Shiyu Building suggested he possessed certain insights, which could not be overlooked. Regardless, I should first merge with the Ice Qilin Arm to enhance my strength, Su Qin concluded, rising to make his way to the secluded cultivation chamber within the Su estate, a space once used by Su Meibai for his training. The chamber was situated beneath a decorative hill, spacious yet sparse, containing only a mat for meditation. Su Qin activated the mechanism and sealed the stone door behind him. He sat cross-legged upon the mat and summoned the Qilin Arm he had acquired. Unlike the fire Qilin Arm he was previously acquainted with, this one was imbued with the essence of ice. He affixed it to his left arm, mindful that his right arm was typically employed for combat, where the risk of inadvertently unleashing the Qilin Arm's power could lead to premature exposure of his strength. As the icy aura enveloped his left arm, his garments were swiftly torn asunder. A spectral ice Qilin manifested above his arm, and as it materialized, a chilling atmosphere pervaded the chamber. Within mere seconds, frost began to coat the interior, and Su Qin felt the icy tendrils creep across his brow, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Yet, soon he experienced a surge of pure cold energy coursing through his arm and into his body, cleansing his meridians and instilling a sense of buoyancy throughout his being. Su Qin was now aware of the realms of martial cultivation, the Qi-gathering realm, the post-heaven realm, the innate realm, the spirit refinement realm, and the soul refinement realm. Each realm was further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. However, he had yet to encounter the intricacies beyond the soul refinement realm, as his current strength was only at the mid-stage of the post-heaven realm. As the pure, icy energy awakened within him, he felt the emergence of internal energy, a hallmark of the innate stage. His prior status as merely mid-stage post-heaven seemed trivial now, as the cold energy bestowed by the Ice Qilin Arm had propelled him into the innate realm in a single, astounding leap. Chapter 3. In this life, the reward of the indestructible primal energy, sensing the transformation of power within him, a smile of delight graced Su Qin's face. At the early stage of innate mastery, his strength was commendable, providing him with a modicum of self-defense. He restrained his aura, for he could not allow the old-timers to detect anything just yet. Since you wish to play, I shall oblige and see who truly murdered Su Meibai, Su Qin declared coldly, descending into contemplation. Although he now possessed strength, he had no leads to pursue. Thus, he could only wait for his adversaries to make their move. For now, he intended to delve into the depths of this body's memories and organize his recollections. What I must do now is relax and observe your moves. It is said that the pleasure quarters in Qingqing are quite delightful. Perhaps I shall pay a visit. In my previous life, such pursuits were illegal, but in this world, they are permissible. Naturally, Su Qin was also eager to witness the beauty of this realm. Despite the recent death of Su Meibai, he had never even laid eyes upon her, rendering mourning unnecessary. After tidying himself, Su Qin departed from the residence, heading towards the renowned pleasure quarters of Qingqing. There, he intended to listen to some music before engaging in other activities, a strategy to lower others' vigilance, making them perceive him as a mere wastrel. Even if they did not regard him as such, they would likely observe him, allowing him time. With this thought, Su Qin felt his vitality surge. The youth was still filled with fervor. Before long, Su Qin arrived at the most famous pleasure house in Qingqing, Yuchen Garden. Even from outside the entrance, he could catch a whiff of an enticing fragrance that stirred something within him, accompanied by the dulcet sounds of music. Su Chen stepped inside. Contrary to his expectation of being greeted by the old man Gue, he was approached by a youthful maiden, no older than 17 or 18, who inquired, "Are you here alone, young master? Prepare for me a private room of the highest standard and inform Aunt Gue that I wish to reserve your newly appointed head courtesan, Qin Lan, for the evening," Su Chen commanded. "Who dares to make such a bold claim, intending to reserve the lady Qin Lan for the night?" A voice interjected. Belonging to a young man clad in splendid attire, of a similar age to Su Chen. It was Rong Yun of the Rong family. Upon recognizing Su Chen, Rong Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. "I did not expect it to be you, Su Chen. Your father has just passed, and you, having recently inherited the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, have come here. Do you know that your time is limited?" The news of Su Chen assuming control of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had already spread throughout Qiqing. The two were acquainted due to their similar ages. "Rong Yun, do you presume to meddle in my affairs? I have come here for leisure, and it is the purchasing power that counts. Is the meager sum your father bequeathed to you sufficient?" Su Chen retorted coldly. "Lead me to the private room." He dismissed Rong Yun, who was far inferior in both talent and strength, without a second thought. The maiden, sensing the tension, quickly escorted Su Chen to the private room. As Su Chen entered, a glint of malice flickered in Rong Yun's eyes. The news regarding the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had long been the talk of Qiqing. They understood the circumstances surrounding Su Chen's ascension. Shortly after, sumptuous food and fine wine were presented before Su Chen, and a flamboyantly dressed matron approached his chamber. "Master Su, it is an honor to have you at Yechen Garden. I apologize for any prior negligence." The matron, still possessing her allure despite being in her 30s, spoke courteously. "Do not be so formal, Aunt Gue. I have heard that your courtesan Qin Lan is the newly appointed head. I wish for her service tonight." "Name your price, Aunt Gue," Su Chen replied, exuding an air of affluence. Indeed, he was wealthy, as the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion was a significant force in Qiqing. "Given that Master Su has requested, I shall quote a price. The lady Qin Lan, being newly appointed and in her prime, is priced at 2,000 taels," Aunt Gue announced. "Here are 2 notes of 1,000 taels each. Please make the arrangements." Su Chen promptly produced the cash, having just arrived. He was unaware of the local economic standards, yet he possessed over 10,000 taels in notes. "Master Su, your generosity is commendable. I shall arrange for Miss Qin to arrive shortly." In a corner of Yechen Garden, a young woman donned in a red embroidered gown sat gracefully. Her bright eyes sparkled, her lips a vivid crimson, and her skin was flawless. Her figure was voluptuous, and her beauty striking. She appeared to be around 21 or 22 years old, exuding both youthful charm and a hint of mature allure. This was none other than Qin Lan, the head courtesan of Yechen Garden. "Miss, there are rumors that someone wishes to reserve you for the evening," a young maid, clad in green, informed her. "Reserve me? Does that mean I am to leave my current life tonight?" Qin Lan responded, a flicker of concern crossing her face, though she remained composed. This was the fate that awaited many in her line of work. "Aunt Gue is personally attending to him. I have heard he is the new master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion," the maid continued. "The new master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? That news just broke today," Qin Lan mused, her eyes brightening at the thought. Just then, a servant entered the room. "Miss Lan, please prepare yourself to attend Master Su in the private room." After Aunt Gue departed, Su Chen sampled some delicacies and enjoyed a tune. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and an enchanting woman entered. "I am Qin Lan, here to serve you, Master Su." She bowed gracefully upon entering. After indulging in some wine, with the vigor surging within him, Su Chen wasted no time. He closed the door and embraced Qin Lan, leading her to the bed without hesitation. She offered no resistance, for they had been trained for such encounters long ago. The room soon became a realm of indulgence. Post rewards: indestructible primal energy, innate strength for 3 years. 2 bottles of indestructible pill have been stored in the item space. Please check. Indestructible PR Chapter 4, Impatience Mounts. Su Chen prepares to act in the tranquil rear courtyard of Jade Spring Garden. The procuress Gue gently approached a secluded chamber, standing respectfully outside. "Enter." A melodious voice beckoned from within. "Has something transpired at the front?" The chamber door creaked open, revealing the source of the voice. "Esteemed madam," Gue began, stepping inside. "The new chief of the Glistening Breeze Drizzle Pavilion, Su Chen, has arrived and requested the company of the newly ascended courtesan, Qin Lan. I could not refuse. I feared this might disrupt your plans, hence my report." The chamber was hushed, perfumed with the subtle aroma of sandalwood. Gue stood deferentially, her head bowed. "Su Chen, The voice mused, the very man and his ilk elevated as a scapegoat. I find it perplexing that he would grace Jade Spring Garden at this juncture. Is he aware of his impending doom? Or does he seek to project an image of a debauched wastrel, feigning indifference to his position, in the hope of eliciting leniency? The voice emanated from behind a beaded curtain, veiled further by a delicate, ornate screen. Upon the screen, the silhouette of a woman with a flawless figure was projected. She stood with her back to the screen, her actions concealed. I cannot discern his true intentions, Gue confessed. Continue your observation. Perhaps this presents an opportunity. The glistening breeze drizzle pavilion holds considerable assets. Furthermore, their association with the violet sandalwood palace of the northern desert may prove advantageous. We might leverage this connection to forge ties with the palace. Understood, madam, Gue acknowledged. Moreover, select a promising candidate from our reserves and present her to Chang Yang, the city lord of Qing. It would be prudent to appease the old codger and forestall any potential troubles he might stir. Yes, madam. I shall take my leave. Gue bowed and retreated from the chamber. Once Gue had departed, the woman behind the screen gracefully turned and emerged. She appeared to be in her early 30s. Her figure alluring, radiating the unique allure of a mature woman. Her face was one that could ignite 1,000 fantasies with a single glance. I wonder who assassinated Su Mengbai, she murmured. He had certain ties to a dignitary within the violet sandalwood palace. It was this connection that enabled the glistening breeze drizzle pavilion to become one of Qing City's 5 preeminent powers. Was his demise a targeted attack, or a veiled assault on the violet sandalwood palace? Regardless, this presents an opportunity for us. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, such machinations were unfolding in the rear courtyard. Within the rose-tinted confines of his chamber, Su Chen opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the jade-like figure reclining beside him. He glanced at the night sky, where a full moon held dominion. Esteemed guest, it is now night. Shall we continue? Qin Lan murmured, breaking the silence. Despite her inexperience, her skills were remarkable, a testament to the training provided by Jade Spring Garden. Su Chen embraced Qin Lan, chuckling softly. Let us bide our time and observe if anyone makes their move, revealing their hand. Days turned into nights, and Su Chen remained ensconced within Jade Spring Garden, as if he had taken root there. An unspoken agreement seemed to have formed between him and the establishment, with Qin Lan attending solely to his needs. Meanwhile, within the imposing walls of the mansion, convened with 3 individuals, 2 elderly men and a middle-aged man, all key figures within the glistening breeze drizzle pavilion. Vice Chief. One of the elders exclaimed indignantly, Su Chen's conduct is utterly reprehensible. He has remained sequestered in Jade Spring Garden for days, bringing shame upon the glistening breeze drizzle pavilion. Vice Chief, the middle-aged man added gravely, since no one has acted against him, should we seize the opportunity to eliminate Su Chen ourselves? Shook his head. Patience. It has only been a few days. However, Su Chen has demonstrated a modicum of shrewdness by seeking refuge within Jade Spring Garden. He is signaling that he is detached from the affairs of the glistening breeze drizzle pavilion. I underestimated him. As he spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The original plan was to install Su Chen as the chief of the glistening breeze drizzle pavilion to gauge the reactions of those lurking in the shadows. However, Su Chen's retreat into Jade Spring Garden had disrupted their scheme. He tapped his fingers on the nearby table. We must deny him any opportunity to shirk his responsibilities. If he fails to address the affairs of the glistening breeze drizzle pavilion, and our adversaries remain dormant, then it will be time to dispose of him. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Understood. The elder who had spoken earlier affirmed. Vice Chief, should we deal with certain individuals within the pavilion? There are still those who remain loyal to Su Mengbai, and I fear they may attempt to aid Su Chen. That is unnecessary. In due course, I shall contact the Joyous Paradise Pavilion. They will handle the matter. Those individuals will not survive the night. The Joyous Paradise Pavilion, the most formidable assassin organization in, was rumored to have eliminated even martial artists at the late stage of divine refinement. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of the 3 men lit up with anticipation. The Joyous Paradise Pavilion's reputation was unparalleled. Eliminating those individuals would be a simple task. The Joyous Paradise Pavilion is not merely the largest assassin organization in. It is also the second-ranked organization in the northern 9 provinces, surpassed only by the Ghost Fiend Manor. Understood. The 3 men bowed to and swiftly departed. After they had left, muttered under his breath, Su Chen, do not blame me, your uncle. I am merely ignorant of who your father may have offended. Therefore, I must use your life as a means of probing. Meanwhile, at the Su estate, within a small building in the rear courtyard, a young maid named Xiao Lan stood beside Shangguan Ziyun, her face filled with indignation. Miss, ever since inheriting the position of chief, Su Chen has remained in Jade Spring Garden, never venturing out. He has utterly disgraced the glistening breeze-drizzled pavilion. However, Shangguan Ziyun's expression remained unchanged, her demeanor calm. You underestimate Su Chen. Had he not sought refuge there, he would likely have already met with misfortune. But Su Chen's actions are merely a diversion. There are those who do not wish for you to remain in that place indefinitely. I am curious to see if you possess the ability to break free from this predicament. In the depths of Jade Spring Garden, within a private chamber, Su Chen sat upright on a long chair, lost in contemplation. Days had passed, and the time had come for both his adversaries and himself to make their moves. During his seclusion within Jade Spring Garden, he had meticulously analyzed the intricate web of relationships, focusing on those closely aligned with. He intended to eliminate certain individuals, thereby gauging his reaction. As for why he would take matters into his own hands, he believed that in this era of martial prowess, he needed to experience the baptism of blood. Moreover, with skilled protectors at his side, his safety was assured. Chapter 5. Rumors of the Black Market. 5th grade Lotus platform. Su Chen was preparing to take action, partly to observe Ling Tian's reaction and partly to test the identity of the person who had secretly harmed Su Mengbai. To be candid, Su Chen held Ling Tianhe in little regard. His primary concern lay with the mysterious figure lurking in the shadows. Lacking any leads on this individual made it challenging to devise a plan, so he resolved to draw them out. If this person harbored intentions toward the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion or himself, they were likely to make a move, revealing a hint of their true nature. This would provide Su Chen with an opportunity. As Su Chen pondered these matters, the door creaked open. Qin Lan, adorned in a flowing white palace gown, entered with a radiant smile. As she spoke, she produced the indenture contract and placed it upon the table before Su Chen. The sight of the contract stirred something within him. He had not intended to pay for Qin Lan's freedom. Amidst the current crisis, he had no inclination to assist her. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged. If she believed he would redeem her, then so be it. He was also curious about who had facilitated her release. Clearly, someone was growing impatient. Manager Jiang inquired when we would depart from the Yuchen Garden. Qin Lan continued, moving behind Su Chen to gently knead his shoulders. With this, the name Jiang Chendong surfaced, Ling Tian's trusted confidant. Su Chen understood Ling Tian's intentions, to compel him to leave the Yuchen Garden so that those waiting in the wings might act against him. If they refrained from action, Ling Tianhe himself would likely intervene. A subtle smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he thought, perfect. I too shall make my move and see who will feel the pressure first. Turning to Qin Lan, he remarked, since you have obtained your indenture, I shall arrange for a residence where you may reside. He held many secrets, and having Qin Lan by his side was not an ideal choice. Furthermore, Yuchen Garden, being the premier brothel in Qiqing, was not to be taken lightly. Thus, he had no intention of bringing her to the Su residence just yet. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Yuchen Garden, the matron Guai approached the room of the earlier woman. Madam, Ling Tianhe has helped Qin Lan secure her freedom. It seems he does not wish for Su Chen to remain here, Guai reported. What have you observed about Su Chen in recent days? The madam inquired. I haven't sensed anything unusual. He has remained in Qin Lan's room, never stepping outside. Each day consists of drinking wine and listening to music. He seems entirely unconcerned with the world beyond, Guai replied. Despite her observations, she had uncovered nothing remarkable about Su Chen. Guai, it appears you have misjudged. This Su Chen is far from ordinary, the madam stated softly. Have you discerned something, madam? Guai asked, intrigued. Su Chen must be aware of his precarious situation. Yet he has shown no signs of panic these past few days. His calm demeanor in the face of danger suggests he possesses some hidden cards. I am curious to know what they are. Keep a close watch on him, as I find him quite intriguing. By the way, has there been any stir among the other factions following Su Mengbai's demise? Everyone is waiting, biding their time for someone to act first. After all, no one knows who killed Su Mengbai. The one who could eliminate her could easily target them as well. From our inquiries, we have gathered that her death is connected to a 5th grade Lotus platform, Guai revealed. A 5th grade Lotus platform? How could Su Mengbai be linked to such a treasure? Where did this information originate? The madam inquired, her expression tightening. The 5th grade Lotus platform is a rare artifact, cultivated only by the most profound Buddhist sects in the Western regions. It can aid powerful practitioners in advancing to the next realm. There are also rumors of a 9th grade Lotus platform, a legendary treasure said to have the power to bring the dead back to life. However, no one has ever witnessed one. This information emerged from the black market earlier today, Guai explained. From the black market? It seems highly probable then. Keep a close eye on any information from the Zetan Palace. If it pertains to the 5th grade Lotus platform, there should be some connection. And they are likely to send someone to investigate, the madam instructed. Understood. I shall investigate immediately. Gi bowed before exiting the room. Once Gi departed, the woman who had been seated rose slowly and walked to the window. Outside, the sky was growing dim, hinting at impending rain. Come in, she called out. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness of the room, a woman clad in black, her face obscured by a mask. Go to the black market and uncover the source of this information. Ensure you identify who disseminated it, the madam commanded. Yes, the masked woman replied, then vanished into the shadows. Outside Yechen Garden, Su Chen gazed up at the darkening sky. It seems it shall rain tonight, he murmured before heading towards the Su residence. Shortly after his departure, a figure emerged from Yechen Garden, Jiang Chendong, sent by Ling Tianhe to assist Qin Lan in securing her freedom. He spoke briefly before departing in another direction. Before long, Su Chen arrived at the Su residence. He nodded and made his way directly to his courtyard. Unless it's something urgent, do not disturb me, he instructed the approaching steward, who had served the Su family loyally for 4 decades. Very well. What is destined to come will come, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. The steward, known as Uncle Fu, paused momentarily before saying, shall I arrange for additional personnel on my end? Young master? That will not be necessary. Focus on your own arrangements, Su Chen affirmed with a nod. Without further ado, he entered his small courtyard, intent on conserving his energy for the significant endeavor that awaited him later that evening. Chapter 6. A murderous night in the rain, a direct confrontation within the chamber. Su Chen sat cross-legged upon the bed, his thoughts focused on the Vajra primal force technique he had recently acquired. During his time at Jade Spring Garden, Su Chen was a true playboy, devoid of any cultivation. The Vajra primal force is a body-refining technique consisting of 13 levels, utilizing internal energy to temper oneself. The first 3 levels refine the skin, hardening it like steel. Levels 4 through 6 temper the flesh, 7 through 9 the bone marrow, and 9 through 12 the internal organs. The 13th level achieves complete integration. The first 3 levels of the Vajra primal force involve using the generated Vajra primal internal force to continuously compress the skin, making it as hard as iron. This is easily achievable, and I can accomplish it today, Su Chen mused. He then ceased such thoughts, realizing their futility. Grasping the fundamentals and enhancing his strength was paramount. He circulated the Vajra primal force, converting it into internal energy to refine his skin. Lost in meditative cultivation, time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed outside, followed by the pitter-patter of rain. Su Chen emerged from his cultivation, opened his eyes, and approached the window, gazing at the darkened night. The rain cast an obscuring gloom, leaving Su Chen unsure of how long he had been cultivating. This rain is opportune. A rainy night is perfect for murder. The question is, will I be the killer or the killed? Su Chen pondered somberly. Creak. The courtyard gate creaked open, and Butler Fu entered. Tap, tap. A knock sounded on the chamber door. Su Chen, already aware of Fu's arrival, opened the door. Young master, I noticed your light was still on, so I brought you a meal prepared by the servants, Butler Fu said, placing the food basket he carried onto the table. He gently opened the basket, preparing to arrange the contents. Also today, Steward Han and Steward Lu came to inform you that they are ready to assist you in any way possible. Young master, they were the most trusted by the master during his lifetime. You can rely on them. Fu continued, unpacking the meal. The Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion controlled 1/3 of Qing City's commerce, managed by 18 stewards. Han and Lu were among them. Hearing Fu's words, Su Chen nodded. Butler Fu, please thank the 2 uncles for me. If I need assistance, I will seek their aid. There's no need to unpack the meal. I have no appetite tonight, Su Chen stated. At this juncture, he trusted no one, not even Fu. Perhaps the former Su Chen would have, but the current Su Chen was wary of everyone. What time is it? Su Chen inquired. Young master, it's almost the hour of high, 9 to 11 p.m. The hour of high, is it? Has there been any news circulating recently? Su Chen asked. At Jade Spring Garden, Su Chen had been preoccupied with sorting through his memories, neglecting external affairs. Even if he had wanted to, he wouldn't have been able to learn anything. This evening, I received a black market rumor that the master acquired a 5th grade Lotus platform during his lifetime, Fu revealed. A 5th grade Lotus platform? How could my father possess such a treasure? They are targeting our Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, intent on destroying it? Su Chen exclaimed, his face paling. He knew the value of a 5th grade Lotus platform. His father was somewhat renowned in Qing City, but he certainly couldn't obtain such a treasure. Fu bowed to Su Chen before departing the courtyard with an umbrella. Watching him leave, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Is he warning me? Or is there something else at play? Now is not the time to dwell on this. I'll stir up this pool and see if any fish emerge. He extinguished the light and fell asleep fully clothed, contemplating who to target. Based on his memories, Ling Tianhe had 3 trusted aides, Jiang Qindong, Song Yuan, and Lu Kong. Jiang Qindong was temporarily untouchable, having just helped him redeem Qin Lan from Jade Spring Garden. That left Song Yuan and Lu Kong. Song Yuan resided near Su Chen's residence. Don't blame me, blame your proximity, Su Chen muttered. Elsewhere, in the rear courtyard of the Su residence, lights still illuminated the pavilion of the second Madam, Shangguan Ziyun. Madam. News from the black market suggests that Su Mingbai previously obtained a 5th-grade Lotus platform, Xiaolan, Shangguan Ziyun's attendant, reported. A 5th-grade Lotus platform. Shangguan Ziyun's face darkened. Has he made any moves? Shangguan Ziyun asked coldly. Xiaolan replied. Su Chen, are you waiting for an opportunity? But you lack the strength. Even if you wait, it's futile. However, I'm curious to see how you overcome this predicament. If you succeed, I'll offer you a chance to join the sacred sect, Shangguan Ziyun said gravely. Time elapsed. Lying on the bed, Su Chen continued to practice the Vajra primal force. He needed to reach the 3rd level as quickly as possible. Soon. It was the hour of Z, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Su Chen, who had been waiting, hadn't encountered anyone. After waiting another hour without any activity, he rose from the bed. Outside, the drizzle persisted. Su Chen gently pushed open the window, his figure flashing as he leaped out of the courtyard. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the residence of Song Yuan, a steward of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. Dressed in black, Su Chen surveyed the house. Song Yuan was one of the 18 stewards of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. Before Su Chen's departure to the mountain and river sect, he had visited this place several times. The west chamber is Song Yuan's bedroom. I'll start there. Su Chen vaulted into Song Yuan's residence. The mansion was quiet, save for the sound of the rain. Su Chen, guided by his memory, approached the west chamber, landing silently outside. He listened intently. The sound of deep, slumbering breaths emanated from within. He's here. Excellent. A murderous intent flickered across Su Chen's face. Boom. He shattered the chamber door with a single punch, bursting inside. Inside, Song Yuan, roused from his sleep, shot up from the bed, grabbing a long saber from beside him. Who's there? He roared, brandishing the saber. The one who will claim your life. Su Chen replied in a low, chilling voice. His left arm clenched into a fist, and a surge of icy energy erupted from his palm. He thrust his palm forward. As the palm collided with the saber, frost rapidly formed on the blade. So cold. Song Yuan managed to utter before the chill spread to his body. He felt his heart cease beating. Thump. He collapsed stiffly onto the floor. Chapter 7. The Blade Technique of 2 Decades. Analysis. Astonishment. Is his strength truly this feeble? Su Chen understood that Song Yuan's power was at the peak of the acquired stage, yet he had not yet stepped into the innate realm. Although he was aware that his opponent was no match for him, the ease with which he dispatched him left him somewhat bewildered. Why had he not attempted to assassinate him earlier? Surely he would have been discovered. Engaging in a direct confrontation was preferable. Thus, when they clashed, Su Chen unleashed his full strength, utilizing the Ice Qilin Arm he had acquired. However, he soon realized that the force unleashed by the Ice Qilin Arm under his internal energy was excessively formidable. The opponent merely uttered, so cold, before meeting his demise. Host's first kill in this life. Reward, one-time skill card for the Blade Technique of 2 Decades, 3 white lottery cards. A one-time skill card for the Blade Technique of 2 Decades. Su Chen had anticipated some other form of reward, but was taken aback to find it was merely this. A one-time skill card. No doubt it could only be used once. Nevertheless, 3 white lottery cards were rather advantageous. Combined with the previous 3, he now possessed 6. If he were to complete the revenge mission for this body, he would have 9 white lottery cards. Perhaps I should draw 2 white lottery cards first, he mused. At that moment, within the Song residence, the commotion had prompted the entire courtyard to gradually illuminate. Several individuals hastened towards the scene. Sensing their approach, Su Chen swiftly darted from the room and made his escape. Although he could easily deal with these newcomers, there was no necessity for confrontation. He returned swiftly, changed into another set of black attire, and concealed himself, lying on the bed. Is this truly the world of martial arts? Having killed for the first time, and with a single punch having felled a martial artist, a surge of fervor coursed through Su Chen's veins. The world of martial arts thrives on swift justice and vengeance. It is precisely so. The prior oppression he had endured was released in that moment. Su Chen succumbed to slumber. However, it was not long before he abruptly opened his eyes. A dark figure appeared outside the window, standing there without entering the courtyard. Lying on the bed, Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and his senses heightened. He wondered what the figure was doing there. Time passed slowly. The figure remained motionless, and Su Chen continued to feign sleep. After the figure departed, Su Chen opened his eyes. Who was that person, and what were their intentions? Why did they stand there without moving? For a moment, Su Chen found it difficult to grasp the figure's thoughts. Yet now that they had left, Su Chen's previously taut nerves began to relax. However, sleep eluded him. With no desire for slumber, Su Chen recalled the white lottery cards and resolved to draw 2. He activated the cards, acquired 2 bottles of vitality pills, obtained a ring with 3 cubic spaces. The rewards from the 2 white lottery cards manifested as 2 vials of elixirs and a ring. Donning the ring, he promptly placed the 2 vials within it. Rising, he gathered the night garments and footwear he had worn during his outing and stowed them in the ring. Concealing items anywhere else would not be as effective as the spatial ring. Although the ring's capacity was somewhat limited, it provided a temporary solution to some of his troubles. Su Chen thought to himself. Now that he was not living alone, the multitude of people around him posed a risk of exposure. This item was exceedingly convenient. Meanwhile, the shadow that had departed from Su Chen's vicinity now appeared in the rear courtyard's pavilion. The figure that had ventured to Su Chen's quarters was none other than Shangguan Ziyun. She removed her dark attire and frowned slightly. Was her vigilance truly so lacking? I stood outside the window for so long and went unnoticed? Such a revelation indicated that he could not be allowed to perish. The 5th grade Lotus platform would be quite useful to me. Shangguan Ziyun spoke in a low voice, in stark contrast to the tranquility within Su Chen's residence. An assembly had gathered outside the Song Manor. The news of Song Yuan's death swiftly reached Ling Tianhe, who, accompanied by 2 trusted aides, rushed to Song Yuan's estate. Upon witnessing Song Yuan's condition, a middle-aged man beside Ling Tianhe hastily investigated the cause of death. When his hand made contact with Song Yuan's corpse, an overwhelming chill surged from the body into his hand, prompting him to withdraw it immediately. Yet, frost began to form upon his palm where he had touched Song Yuan's body. What a formidable chill! The middle-aged man, named Lu Wensong, summoned his internal energy to disperse the icy aura. Lu Wensong had recently entered the early stage of the innate realm and was the strongest among Ling Tianhe's 3 trusted aides. Observing this scene, both Ling Tianhe and Jiang Chendong were taken aback. Deputy Master, Song Yuan was frozen to death, his heart meridian shattered. Judging by his expression before death and the circumstances within the room, the assailant struck with incredible swiftness, leaving Song Yuan no chance to retaliate. Furthermore, the chill left within Song Yuan's body is exceedingly tyrannical. From this, it is evident that the assailant possesses terrifying strength. Lu Wensong inhaled sharply. Upon hearing Lu Wensong's words, Jiang Chendong's complexion shifted in shock, his heart filled with trepidation. Song Yuan's strength was not vastly different from his own. If the assailant were to target him, he would likely meet the same fate as Song Yuan. Ling Tian's countenance darkened as he approached Song Yuan, extending his palm. A violet internal energy manifested in his hand, gradually imprinted upon Song Yuan's body, as he sought to personally assess the chill. After a brief moment, a chill emanated from the violet internal energy within his palm, and his expression turned one of extreme alarm. Although a considerable amount of time had passed since Song Yuan's death, the chill remained undiminished, capable of even eroding his internal energy. The assailant's strength was beyond comprehension. Rising to his feet, Ling Tianhe spoke solemnly. When I examined the master's body, the traces indicated that he was pierced through the heart by a sword. He had no opportunity. Chapter 8. Gathering Hall, missed, suspicion upon hearing Jiang Chendong's words. Both Ling Tianhe and Lu Wensong's expressions grew increasingly grim. If it were indeed the case, their adversary might be issuing a veiled warning. First, ensure the well-being of Song Yuan's family. Tomorrow, I shall meet with Su Chen to gauge his intentions, Ling Tianhe instructed. The following morning dawned with a persistent drizzle, veiling Qing City in a misty shroud. However, the news of Song Yuan, one of the 18 stewards of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, being murdered within his courtyard, swiftly spread throughout the city. Within the city stood a towering pagoda-like structure, its 9 stories making it the tallest edifice in Qing City. Its very presence signified the exceptional status it held within the city. This was the Gathering Hall, the second ranked of Qing City's 5 major powers. Atop the pagoda, an elderly man clad in a yellow robe gazed out at the misty rain, deeply inhaling the dampness it brought. Beside him stood a man in a cyan robe. Qin Yuan, one of the 5 hall masters of the Gathering Hall, known as the Thunderbolt Primordial Hand, and also the elderly man's most esteemed disciple, Jin Yuan. It is rare for Qing City to experience such a fine rain. Truly a sight to behold, the yellow-robed elder remarked, seemingly savoring the moisture-laden air. Indeed, it is a rarity. Our frontier lands are typically arid, seldom graced by such weather. However, esteemed master, while the rain is delightful, Qing City is currently embroiled in turmoil. Song Yuan, the steward of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, was reportedly slain by a master skilled in cold attribute techniques. It seems our hopes of seizing the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion and surpassing the Lei family's Thunder Hall by exploiting Su Mingbai's demise have been dashed. Qin Jinyuan lamented. In all endeavors, one must eschew impatience. Opportunities arise through patient waiting. What are your thoughts on the rumors circulating in the black market concerning the Grade 5 Lotus platform? Shimin Muyue inquired. Initially, I suspected the rumors to be false. However, with the news of Song Yuan's murder, I now believe that Su Mingbai's death may indeed be connected to the Grade 5 Lotus platform, Qin Jinyuan replied. Then, enlighten me as to who within the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion might possess knowledge of this Grade 5 Lotus platform. Shimin Muyue turned and entered the pagoda's interior. Within the room, a woman of graceful figure meticulously prepared tea, its fragrant aroma permeating the air. Upon Shimin Muyue's entrance, she presented him with a freshly brewed cup. Jinyuan. This is a rare tea, Golden Wind Jade Dew, which I recently acquired from Jiangnan. It is not to be found within Qing City. Prepare a cup for Jinyuan as well. Shimin Muyue instructed. Esteemed master, I have no interest in tea. I would prefer wine. You inquired about who might know the whereabouts of the Grade 5 Lotus platform. I believe Su Chen may possess such knowledge, Qin Jinyuan stated. Elaborate. Why him, and not Su Mingbai's wife? Shimin Muyue inquired, settling into a sandalwood chair. Su Chen's talent is unremarkable. Within the mountain and river sect, he was merely an ordinary disciple. It is possible that the Grade 5 Lotus platform was intended for him by Su Mingbai's. Furthermore, I have been observing Su Chen closely in recent days. His demeanor betrays no trepidation or unease, which is highly incongruous. If he possessed strength, such composure would be understandable. However, lacking strength, his tranquility suggests that he possesses some hidden asset, leading him to believe that he is untouchable. Qin Jinyuan asserted. Your analysis possesses some merit. But you have overlooked a crucial point. Given Su Chen's lack of strength, any trump card he may possess is irrelevant. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Eliminating Su Mingbai and seizing Su Chen would be a simple task, Shimin Muyue pointed out softly. Qin Jinyuan's brow furrowed upon hearing Shimin Muyue's words. He had overlooked this vital piece of information. If Su Chen was as insignificant as an ant in his eyes, he would be similarly viewed by others. An ant could be crushed with ease, yet no one had acted. This was illogical. Esteemed master, are you suggesting that someone is orchestrating a scheme? Qin Jinyuan asked, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. It is plausible. For now, merely investigate and refrain from direct involvement, lest we draw the fire to our gathering hall. Shimin Muyue instructed. Understood, esteemed master. We must seize the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion when the opportunity arises. Shimin Muyue affirmed. Then, I shall take my leave, esteemed master. Qin Jinyuan bowed and departed the room. Who could be behind this scheme? However, the rumors of the Grade 5 Lotus platform are likely true. Otherwise, they would not have attracted experts. But what was the purpose of killing Song Yuan? Was it a warning or coercion? Shimin Muyue pondered, taking a sip of tea. Meanwhile, Su Chen awoke early. Butler Fu was already waiting outside his room. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, Fu stepped forward and reported, Young master, Steward Song Yuan has been murdered. Deputy Master Ling and the others are awaiting you in the main hall. What? Steward Song has been murdered? Su Chen exclaimed, feigning surprise. Indeed. His body was examined last night. He was killed by a master skilled in cold attribute techniques. The assailant's methods were ruthless, freezing Steward Song's heart, Fu informed Su Chen. Freezing his heart. Such power. Su Chen exclaimed, his expression shifting. Indeed, the assailant is formidable, likely surpassing even Deputy Master Ling. Young master. We should meet with Deputy Master Ling first. He possesses more information, Fu suggested. Shortly thereafter, Su Chen arrived at the main hall. Within, Ling Tianhe and the other 17 stewards were gathered, having rushed to the Su residence upon hearing of Song Yuan's murder. They were engaged in worried discussions. As Su Chen entered the hall, their discussions ceased, and they bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. No need for formalities. I have been informed of Song Yuan's demise. This matter is of grave importance. Deputy Master Ling, as Song Yuan was under your direct supervision, I entrust this investigation entirely to you. I expect to see some progress within 3 days. Su Chen preemptively placed Ling Tianhe in a difficult position. Song Yuan had been promoted to steward by Ling Tianhe and was considered one of his men. His death naturally fell under Ling Tianhe's responsibility, leaving him no room to evade the task. Ling Tianhe was taken aback by Su Chen's words. Before he could speak, Su Chen had already issued the order, granting him only 3 days to investigate. Rest assured, Master, I shall strive to produce results as soon as possible, Ling Tianhe responded, his heart sinking. Su Chen's demeanor today made him wary and suspicious. Chapter 9. The confrontation today, Su Chen's demeanor was markedly different from the days prior. Previously, he wore a look of astonishment and was predominantly consumed by trepidation. However, now a new aura seemed to emanate from him. Su Chen had taken a life last night. Before the act, he felt constrained, beset by an overwhelming sense of dread about the world around him. Yet, after committing the deed, clarity dawned upon him, and a newfound confidence surged within, bestowing him an instinctive air of authority. Ling Tianhe felt a weight settle in his heart but managed to conceal it. Do the rest of you have any matters to discuss? Su Chen inquired, seated regally on the long bench in the hall, embodying the very essence of a master of the floor. The 17 managers present exchanged glances. Having traversed the underworld for many years, they sensed something extraordinary in Su Chen, leading them to refrain from further discourse. Although turmoil has arisen within the Jinfeng Shiyu building, the businesses you oversee must remain stable, Su Chen continued, his gaze settling on a man in a blue robe, whose slender frame marked him as Yin Mushing, the least influential among the 18 managers. Upon hearing Su Chen's command, Yin Mushing bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master. You may all leave now. I need to discuss other matters with Vice Master Ling, Su Chen gestured dismissively, affording Ling Tianhe no opportunity to interject. Ling Tianhe's expression was one of disbelief. He had initially disagreed with Su Chen's decision to assign Yin Mushing to manage the affairs of Song Wanshi, but before he could voice his dissent, Su Chen had already motioned for others to depart. Ling Tianhe cast a glance at Jiang Chendong, who interjected, Master, Yin Mushing is far from Song Wanshi's jurisdiction. Allow me to temporarily oversee those affairs instead. Uncle Jiang, I haven't yet thanked you for redeeming Qinlan. In the coming days, please assist me in selecting a residence for her, Su Chen ordered directly, rising to his feet. Uncle Ling, we shall converse later, he added, turning to stride toward the rear of the hall. Ling Tianhe's expression darkened, but he followed Su Chen into the back. The remaining individuals exchanged furtive glances. Sensing a complexity that eluded their understanding, they resolved to safeguard their own interests, unwilling to share the fate of Song Yuan, who had been ruthlessly slain. As Su Chen led Chapter 10, Violent Suppression, Ling Tianhe could not help but gaze into Su Chen's eyes, seeking to discern some hidden truth within. As their eyes met, he found no discernible change in Su Chen's expression, evoking a genuine sense of ignorance. I have not heard anything from your father. Ling Tianhe spoke in a low voice. Then, Uncle Ling, do you know how my father met his demise? Su Chen pressed on. He was pierced through the heart by a swift blade, struck by a master swordsman, Ling Tianhe replied. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He was already aware of this information. Uncle Ling, did you not uncover any additional leads? Surely you must have discovered something, or else you would not have recommended me to become the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu Lu. Su Chen regarded Ling Tianhe with determination. At present, Su Chen was poised to clarify matters. He believed Ling Tianhe possessed crucial information, and he needed to acquire at least a fragment of it to avoid being at a disadvantage. Ling Tianhe was momentarily taken aback, his pupils narrowing in surprise. He had not anticipated such a query from Su Chen. This revelation suggested he had underestimated him. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Ling Tianhe. Clearly, Su Chen was no ordinary individual, which could threaten his position as the master of Jinfeng Shiyu Lu. With the rising tide of his lethal intent, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Su Chen, I did not foresee your cleverness, but you must understand that the clever do not live long. Ling Tianhe's tone turned chilling, filling the secret chamber with an ominous chill. Su Chen stared at Ling Tianhe in astonishment. He had not expected that a single statement would incite such murderous thoughts in him, especially when he addressed him by name. It further affirmed to Su Chen that Ling Tianhe must possess some knowledge. Uncle Ling, you harbor thoughts of killing me, but if you eliminate me, who will serve as your shield and scapegoat? Su Chen replied calmly. Although his strength had just reached the early stages of the innate realm, he believed he could suppress Ling Tianhe, who had not yet attained the later stages. Do you think I am afraid to kill you? You are mistaken. The fact that they targeted Song Yuan last night instead of you suggests they're trying to pressure you into revealing what you know. If you were to disappear, and I were to become the master of Jin Fengshiyu Lu, they would have no way of locating you, and I would be the last person they spoke to. Do you think they would turn against me? They would seek me out, and if they do, I could collaborate with them. Moreover, Jin Fengshiyu Lu has ties with the Zetan Palace beyond the borders. I have already informed them of your father's death. Experts from Zetan Palace should arrive in a few days. Ling Tianhe spoke coldly. Su Chen's demeanor was far more unexpected than Ling Tianhe had anticipated, prompting him to consider eliminating Su Chen. It appears you intend to strike at me. Coincidentally, I also wish to subdue you and learn some truths. Su Chen remarked with an air of composure. Observing Su Chen's reaction and the implications of his words, Ling Tianhe sensed something amiss and swiftly retreated, scanning the surroundings warily. He feared that Su Chen had set a trap. Do not be anxious. There is no one else here. Only you and I. If I were to strike, it would be solely me. Su Chen spoke as his aura began to shift, releasing a surge of innate energy. You have entered the innate realm. I cannot believe you concealed it so profoundly. Ling Tianhe gazed at Su Chen, astonished and incredulous. Yet, the innate energy was unmistakable. But to challenge me at your early stage is a bold move. I wonder where your confidence stems from. Despite such thoughts, Ling Tianhe initiated the attack first, his foot striking the ground as he lunged at Su Chen. His hand emanated a purple energy, forming into an eagle's claw aimed directly at Su Chen's head, moving with a speed that produced a piercing sound as it cut through the air. However, in the next instant, Su Chen raised his hand and countered with a punch that matched Ling Tianhe's speed, infused with a powerful force. The collision of their strikes produced a thunderous explosion. Both men taken aback, retreating a few steps. Is this all you have? How disappointing. Ling Tianhe thought in surprise as Su Chen, undeterred, surged forward, channeling the recently cultivated King Kong mixed Yuan energy throughout his body, initiating a fierce assault on Ling Tianhe. As he attacked, the silhouette of mountains and rivers manifested upon his fist. Su Chen, being a disciple of the Mountain River sect, had indeed trained in its techniques. With a monumental force, his punch, augmented by the domineering energy of the King Kong mixed Yuan, instilled a sense of dread in the astonished Ling Tianhe. He hastily attempted to defend himself, channeling all his strength into his arms, the energy swirling through his fingertips, creating ripples as it clashed with the air, forming claws that glimmered with a faint purple light as they advanced towards Su Chen in an attempt to tear through his punch. Yet, rather than shatter Su Chen's strike, Ling Tianhe's attack faltered momentarily. In that instant of hesitation, Su Chen unleashed a fierce shout, propelling himself off the ground with explosive force. The floor of the secret chamber shattered underfoot, debris swirling. Chapter 11, Cultivation and Excursions. Lei Ao of the Thunder Hall is the adopted son of Lei Mu, the patriarch of the Lei family, and one of the 4 guardians of the Thunder Hall. The Thunder Hall is undoubtedly the premier power in Qiqing, controlled by the Lei family. The assassins who targeted his nominal father, Su Mingbai, were found in Lei Ao's manor, suggesting Lei Ao's involvement. It seems prudent to investigate the manor when time permits, as something may be uncovered. The question remains, who disseminated the information about the Grade 5 Lotus platform in the black market? Su Chen pondered this, casually tossing Ling Tianhe aside. Thump. Ling Tianhe landed heavily on the ground, gasping for air and staring at Su Chen in terror. As a mid-stage Xiantian cultivator, he was virtually helpless against Su Chen. This was both unbelievable and unacceptable to him. However, recalling Su Chen's violent demeanor and frigid killing intent, he trembled uncontrollably, a cold sweat drenching his back. He hastily suppressed his resentment and struggled to his feet, standing silently to the side. I thought you were unwilling to concede and would continue to attack me, Su Chen remarked, glancing at Ling Tianhe. However, Uncle Ling, you should value your life. If you attack again, you will be of no further use to me. There are many people in this world. One more or less makes little difference. Lord, your subordinate wouldn't dare. Ling Tianhe replied, bowing deeply. Dare not? I hope so, Su Chen said calmly. If Ling Tianhe harbored any further intentions, Su Chen would eliminate him without hesitation. The 2 previous attacks had awakened a certain fervor in Su Chen, a fondness for the sensation of violence. This only deepened his appreciation for the martial world. Instruct the spies of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion to thoroughly investigate the information about the Grade 5 Lotus platform in the black market. I want to know who released it and the truth behind the matter. Su Chen commanded. Your subordinate will attend to it immediately. Ling Tianhe replied hastily, preparing to leave the secret chamber. Compose yourself. Don't let anyone notice anything amiss. Su Chen added, glancing at Ling Tianhe. Understood. Ling Tianhe immediately began to tidy himself, modulating his breathing to conceal his injuries as much as possible. Where is Lei Ao's manor located? Now that he knew of its existence, he naturally intended to investigate. Outside the city, in the western suburbs, near Bailey Slope. Begone. Having obtained the address, Su Chen waved for Ling Tianhe to leave. Ling Tianhe acknowledged the command, opened the door to the secret chamber, and departed swiftly from the Su residence. Su Chen, however, did not immediately leave the secret chamber. Instead, he remained inside to cultivate. Although he had the formidable Bai Tianyu, the peerless saber, at his disposal, his own strength was still essential. He couldn't rely solely on Bai Tianyu, regulating his internal energy. He suppressed the violent impulse that had surged within him earlier. Finding an undisturbed spot, he sat cross-legged, exhaled a breath of stale air, and cleared his mind. Beginning his cultivation. Judging from the day's events, the Vajra primordial force, a technique of unyielding strength, was well suited to someone like him who lacked martial experience. The force behind his strikes was violent and courageous, capable of overwhelming opponents through sheer momentum. Ling Tianhe cultivated a technique called purple blood skill at the mid-stage of Xiantian. Yet the explosive force of his qi was inferior to Su Chen's. Therefore, Su Chen resolved to continue cultivating the Vajra primordial force. Soon, the Vajra primordial force began to circulate within Su Chen's body. With the aid of his innate qi from the previous night, he had already completed the first 3 levels. Now, he was cultivating the 4th level. As it circulated, the qi within his body was far more substantial than in the previous 3 levels. Moreover, a surge of blood energy coiled within the qi, rushing towards his flesh and blood, rapidly merging with them. As time passed, the rate of fusion accelerated. Su Chen could feel his flesh and blood growing noticeably stronger. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a pang of hunger. Although the Vajra primordial force involved internal energy, it was also a body-refining technique, so it consumed a great deal of energy. He withdrew the qi and blood pills he had obtained from the lottery, ordinary ones. 50 pills in a bottle, and swallowed them to replenish his qi and blood. Having recovered some of his qi and blood, Su Chen rose, tidied his clothes, and left the secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, Ling Tianhe had emerged, but Su Chen had not made an appearance. He had attempted to enter the secret chamber, but the door was locked from the inside. Thus, he had no choice but to wait there. Seeing Su Chen emerge from the secret chamber, Butler Fu immediately stepped forward. "Young master, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Prepare some food for me, preferably meat." "Cultivation is quite taxing," Su Chen replied. Hearing Su Chen's words, Butler Fu was taken aback. He had assumed that Su Chen was pondering matters in the secret chamber or hiding there for safety. He had not expected Su Chen to be cultivating. "Is there a problem?" Su Chen asked, noticing Butler Fu's astonishment. "No, I'll prepare it for you immediately." Butler Fu hastened to make the arrangements. Su Chen glanced at the sky outside. It was probably around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had only handled a few matters in the morning before commencing his cultivation. He hadn't realized so much time had passed. "After I finish eating, I'll go to the market to buy some qi and blood pills," Su Chen thought to himself. He would be consuming a great many qi and blood pills while cultivating the Vajra primordial force. The 2 bottles he had obtained from the lottery wouldn't last long, so he intended to purchase some more. He could have asked Butler Fu to prepare some qi and blood-related pills for his cultivation. However, he didn't yet trust Butler Fu. He feared that the butler might tamper with the pills. Given his current abilities, he couldn't discern whether the pills had been altered, so he decided to purchase them himself. Of course, he would also take the opportunity to explore the streets of Qingqing. As for how to leave without anyone knowing of his departure, Su Chen planned to exit through the secret passage within the secret chamber. Soon, Su Chen finished his meal, set down his chopsticks, and rose, saying to Butler Fu, "Butler Fu, I'll continue cultivating this afternoon. Please don't disturb me while I'm cultivating." Hearing that Su Chen intended to continue cultivating, Butler Fu was somewhat surprised. He remarked, "Young master, martial arts cultivation cannot be accomplished in a short time. In fact, young master, you could visit the madam in the rear courtyard more often." Hearing Butler Fu's words, Su Chen paused slightly. The meaning behind Butler Fu's words was clear. He was advising him to seek assistance from the second madam in the rear courtyard. "I will in due time." "Thank you for the reminder, Butler Fu." Su Chen nodded. Based on his current behavior, this Butler Fu seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered such a reminder. After entering the secret chamber, Su Chen retrieved a set of plain linen clothes he had prepared earlier from his spatial ring, put them on, and slightly altered his appearance, donned a cloak, and left. The exit of the secret passage was located in an abandoned, dilapidated house. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings, found no one, and emerged from the passage. This was a slum in Qingqing, filled with dilapidated houses and the cacophony of voices in the alleys. Su Chen didn't linger there. He headed towards the most bustling streets of Qingqing. Along the way, he also purchased a large, black cloak. This would conceal his figure more effectively than his simple black clothes. After all, he had many things to do recently that required him to conceal his identity, lest someone recognize him based on his physique. Chapter 12. The Purple Sandalwood Palace, Mu Qingxue. Another location. The residence of Ling Tianhe. He consumed some elixirs to recuperate from his injuries. Since Su Chen intended to keep him alive for his purposes, he had not dealt a severe blow. At the very least, outsiders would not discern his injuries unless they paid close attention to his breathing. In the hall, Jiang Chendong and Lu Wensong awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Ling Tianhe emerge from the rear courtyard, Jiang Chendong spoke, "Ling Vice Master, Su Chen is rather peculiar. You should apprehend him today." Hearing Jiang Chendong's words, Ling Tianhe nearly spat blood in exasperation. Today, he had indeed aimed to subdue Su Chen. Yet he was instead soundly beaten by him. Su Chen, unhurried, chose to let Ling Tianhe revel in his momentary triumph. What of the investigation into the 5th-grade Lotus platform in the black market? Ling Tianhe shifted the topic. There are many inquiries underway, besides us. At least 3 factions are also investigating, all seemingly interested in the 5th-grade Lotus platform. Jiang Chendong replied, "Investigate with all your might. We must identify this person." And Wensong, "When is the envoy from the Purple Sandalwood Palace expected to arrive?" Ling Tianhe then inquired of Lu Wensong, "Can we ascertain who the dispatched envoy is?" Ling Tianhe asked, "It is Mu Qingxue from the Mu family of the Purple Sandalwood Palace," Lu Wensong responded. Mu? Upon hearing this news, Ling Tianhe's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of disappointment. "Master, it appears we must resolve the situation with Su Chen within 5 days. Once Mu Qingxue arrives, she will undoubtedly support Su Chen, thus securing his position as the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. After all, Su Chen was previously a follower of that esteemed member of the Mu family." Lu Wensong spoke solemnly. The reason Su Mengbai's Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion received assistance from the Purple Sandalwood Palace was that Su Mengbai had once been a follower of a prominent figure from the palace, who bore the surname Mu. Now that the envoy from the Purple Sandalwood Palace also bears the same surname, it signifies the significance they attach to this matter. Moreover, as Su Chen is Su Mengbai's son, it is certain that the Mu family will support him. This realization accounted for Ling Tianhe's crestfallen demeanor. Although he was intimidated by Su Chen and harbored a sense of dread, if the envoy from the Purple Sandalwood Palace appointed him as the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Su Chen would have no power to oppose it. It now seemed that his ambitions were dashed. As for Lu Wensong's claim to capture Su Chen within 5 days, it was utterly unattainable. He felt that even if he advanced to the late innate stage, he might still be soundly beaten by Su Chen. For now, he could only obediently follow Su Chen's orders. On Su Chen's side, there was no need for immediate action. The priority was to investigate the black market and the circumstances surrounding the Master's demise. This was to ensure that when the envoy from the Purple Sandalwood Palace arrived, they would not be caught unawares, making explanations exceedingly difficult. Ling Tianhe redirected the conversation. Upon hearing Ling Tianhe's words, both Lu Wensong and Jiang Chendong felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from commenting. "Let us proceed with our tasks, especially Jiang Chendong, who needed to assist Su Chen in arranging matters for Qinlan. At Su Mansion, in the rear courtyard, in the pavilion of Shangguan Ziyun, Xiaolan softly spoke before her. "Miss, the envoy from the Purple Sandalwood Palace is Mu Qingxue of the Mu family." One did not expect the Mu family to take this matter so seriously, sending Mu Qingxue in person. "Do you suppose there is a chance that the 5th-grade Lotus platform is a gift destined for the Mu family from Su Meibai?" Shangguan Ziyun pondered. "Miss, the information regarding the 5th-grade Lotus platform is yet to be confirmed. However, I have uncovered a lead indicating that the person responsible for Su Mengbai's demise may have ties to the Lei family," Xiaolan relayed. "The Lei family? Who from the Lei family is involved in this matter?" Shangguan Ziyun's eyes glimmered with a cold light as she inquired. "It is Lei Ao from the Lei family." "Lei Ao? His involvement in this affair warrants an investigation. See if we can uncover any further revelations from him." "What of Ling Tianhe? Any movements on his part?" Shangwan Ziyun thought of Ling Tianhe. Since departing from the secret chamber, he has been rather quiet, focusing entirely on investigating the black market and the killer of Su Mengbai. His behavior seems somewhat peculiar, Xiaolon observed, furrowing her brow. It is indeed unusual. Let us keep a watchful eye on him. As long as he does not engage in any mischief, we need not concern ourselves with him for the time being. What of Su Chen? Shangwan Ziyun subsequently inquired. He is likely contemplating a last-minute effort. What use is cultivation at this juncture? Xiaolon remarked coldly. What changes in demeanor or mindset have you observed? Shangwan Ziyun pressed. Disregarding Xiaolon's comment. Miss, according to Fu Bo, Su Chen's demeanor and mindset remain quite serene. Nothing appears amiss, Xiaolon replied. Serene demeanor and mindset? Su Chen, you have piqued my curiosity. A glint of intrigue flickered in Shangwan Ziyun's beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Su Chen found himself amidst the bustling streets of Qing City. He approached a medicinal shop and walked directly inside. Medicinal elixirs are of utmost necessity for martial artists, as they greatly enhance the speed of cultivation. Within the apothecary, many martial artists were present, including several dressed similarly to him. Su Chen approached a counter and lowered his voice slightly, making it sound husky and deep, akin to that of a middle-aged man. I would like 300 superior qi blood pills, he stated, producing a banknote of 900 taels of silver and placing it on the counter. Upon seeing the banknote, the attendant's face lit up with astonishment. Qi blood pills are the most common elixirs on the market for replenishing vitality. A standard qi blood pill costs 1 tael of silver, while a superior one costs 3 taels. Thus, 300 pills would amount to 900 taels of silver, a commendable order indeed. Though Su Chen had previously spent lavishly at Yuchen Garden, that was due to the establishment's status as a premium brothel, hence the high prices. In Qing City, 3 taels of silver could sustain a family of 5 for 2 months, at least for the impoverished. For the wealthy, such expenditures were merely trifles. After a brief moment of surprise, the attendant swiftly retreated to the back room. In a short while, she returned with 6 vials of elixirs and placed them before Su Chen. Each vial contains 50 pills, totaling 300 pills. Please accept them. The attendant handed the qi blood pills to Su Chen and added, if you seek even superior elixirs, you might consider visiting the second floor, where not only elixirs but other items are also available. However, entry to the second floor requires a fee of 1,000 taels. Perhaps having noticed Su Chen casually produced the 900 taels, she felt inclined to offer this suggestion, knowing that if a sale were made, she would earn a small commission. Chapter 13. Enslavement Talisman, Cloak of Obscurity, Vidra Demon Cleaver. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart stirred. From fragmented memories, Su Chen discerned that the second floor of this pill dispensary, apart from specialized qi and blood pills, also contained pills for the innate realm. Having already stepped into the initial stage of the innate realm, he needed to procure some innate pills to fortify his cultivation. Register me, please. Su Chen produced a 1,000 tael silver note from his bosom. The attendant who received Su Chen's gaze brightened, and she promptly registered an identity plaque for Su Chen, without inquiring about any other details. Su Chen's hooded appearance clearly indicated a desire to conceal his origins, a fact she readily grasped. Moreover, the pill dispensary often catered to individuals like Su Chen. As a business, they were concerned with transactions, not with probing customers' backgrounds. Shortly thereafter, the attendant presented Su Chen with a black plaque, announcing, Sir, you may now proceed to the second floor. This is for your trouble. Su Chen extracted a silver ingot from his robes and offered it to her before heading towards the second floor. Observing the silver ingot, the attendant's eyes gleamed. With the token in hand, Su Chen smoothly entered the second floor. Upon entering, a neatly dressed attendant with pleasant features greeted him. Unfazed by Su Chen's hood and coarse linen attire, she surmised that Su Chen might be a martial ascetic. Unlike the lavishly dressed young masters, martial ascetics could sometimes be high spenders. Sir, how may I assist you? I wish to purchase some innate pills, Su Chen stated. Upon hearing Su Chen's request for innate pills, the fair attendant's face lit up with delight. Although innate realm martial artists were not scarce in Qing City, they were not abundant either. Her elation stemmed from the potential commission she would earn from Su Chen's purchase of innate pills. Each innate pill cost 100 taels of silver, affording her a substantial commission. May I inquire how many you require, sir? Provide me with 20 for now. He already possessed some qi and blood pills, sufficient for the time being. As for cultivating innate qi, he was not in a rush and would purchase some to solidify his current cultivation. Cultivating innate qi was more challenging than enhancing the physical body. The attendant was overjoyed to hear that Su Chen intended to purchase 20 pills at once, an expenditure of 2,000 taels, no small sum. She swiftly packaged 20 innate pills for Su Chen. Is there anything else you require, sir? The fair attendant inquired. Not for the moment. Su Chen replied and promptly departed from the pill dispensary. Observing the bustling crowd, Su Chen was filled with emotion. Despite being a frontier region, the flow of people remained substantial. Without sensing any surveillance, Su Chen's mind felt at ease. Furthermore, the previous day's light drizzle had rendered the air in Qing City exceptionally crisp. Seated in a meditative posture, he did not immediately commence cultivation but instead examined himself. Besides the Vajra primordial force, he possessed 4 other martial arts techniques: the Mountain River Sex internal energy technique, Mountain River skill, the Fist technique, Mountain River Fist, and the Dusk Rain Saber technique, along with the Golden Wind Gentle Rain Force, taught by Su Meibai. The latter 2 techniques were somewhat yin and gentle. The former Su Chen had not practiced much. As for the Mountain River Sex 2 techniques, Su Chen's proficiency was mediocre, barely sufficient to scrape by in the Mountain River sect. Judging by this, the reason my predecessor was able to cultivate to the acquired realm was entirely due to having a good father. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have reached the acquired realm. He mentally berated the former before commencing the cultivation of the Vajra primordial force. Based on the current situation, he lacked sufficient martial arts experience. Therefore, he could only prioritize enhancing his physical body to an extreme level for the time being, overwhelming opponents with brute force, extracting qi and blood pills. He directly consumed 5 pills. A surge of qi and blood rapidly coursed through his body, and the Vajra primordial force involuntarily activated. Under the influence of the vigorous qi and blood, the Vajra primordial force rapidly tempered his physical body. During this process, Su Chen felt his physical strength constantly increasing. The first 3 layers of the Vajra primordial force merely hardened the skin to the toughness of iron. The 4th layer not only tempered physical strength, but also augmented his power. With the qi and blood pills and the operation of the Vajra primordial force, Su Chen resembled a furnace, radiating violent power throughout his body. Within the secret chamber, a gust of wind stirred, causing a layer of dust to fall from the nearby stone walls. Su Chen began to gather the Vajra primordial force, calming the fluctuations of power within his body. The Vajra primordial force differed from pure physical body techniques. Under such intense qi and blood energy, normal physical body techniques would inevitably cause the bones to grow, resulting in a burly physique. However, the Vajra primordial force was not like that. It was a technique for tempering the physical body, extracting the essence and discarding the dross, allowing the body to become stronger without deforming. The former self was truly useless, having cultivated too few techniques. For the time being, the only fist technique suitable for display is this Mountain River Fist, Su Chen muttered. As for the Dusk Rain Saber technique, Su Chen merely knew it. He felt that improvement would only come after he performed the 20-year saber nurturing technique. After a moment of adjustment, Su Chen began to ponder. His current predicament was that he knew too little. Although he possessed trump cards, having trump cards did not guarantee success. He did not even know who his opponents were, leaving him with no way to exert his strength. Perhaps I can meet Ling Tianhe tonight to see what he has investigated, Su Chen thought to himself. He currently had no one he could trust. Although Ling Tianhe was useful, he harbored many thoughts. If given the opportunity, he would definitely retaliate. I'll go with Bai Tianyu tonight to completely suppress him, preventing him from having any thoughts, Su Chen thought to himself, intending to borrow Bai Tianyu's influence. Subsequently, his mind involuntarily focused on the 4 white lottery tickets in his mind. Su Chen had initially planned to collect 10 tickets to exchange for 1 blue lottery ticket. But his current body was too weak. Therefore, he decided to use the 4 white lottery tickets to see if he could obtain anything else. With a thought, he directly used the 4 white lottery tickets, obtained 3 elementary enslavement talismans, the physical body technique Vajra Demon Cleaver, 1 elementary weapon enhancement card, and a set of Cloak of Obscurity. Upon seeing this information, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Among them, the elementary enslavement talismans were the most important to him. He immediately investigated them. The elementary enslavement talisman had a 100% success rate in enslaving those below the innate realm. However, it had some difficulty with the innate realm and no chance of success above the innate realm. I got excited too early. But 3 enslavement talismans should be enough to handle 1 innate realm cultivator, Su Chen thought to himself. Then, he couldn't help but think of Ling Tianhe. Today, he had struck Ling Tianhe with fear. If he used the enslavement talisman on Ling Tianhe, the success rate should be higher. Once Ling Tianhe was under his control, he would have a source of intelligence. When Bai Tianyu appeared, he felt that he could openly cause trouble for Lei Ao of the Thunder Hall. The physical body technique. Vajra Demon Cleaver was an extreme physical body technique with 5 layers. Upon completing all 5 layers, one could condense the Vajra Demon Cleaver body. The technique was accompanied by 5 moves: Vajra Form Shatter, Vajra Mountain Tremor, Demon Cleaver Heaven Burn, Demon Cleaver Sun Flare, and finally, the Vajra Demon Cleaver body. From the introduction of this technique, it was evident that it was a domineering physical body technique. It would undoubtedly consume a lot of chi and blood. Su Chen decided to set this technique aside for now and wait until he had completed the 4th layer of the Vajra Primordial Force before considering whether to cultivate it. As for the weapon enhancement card, its meaning was clear. It could enhance a weapon once, improving its quality. In addition, the obtained Cloak of Obscurity had a simple effect. Wearing it could conceal one's aura. Chapter 14. The appearance of Lei Ao and the enslavement of Ling Tianhe at times. Su Chen contemplated retrieving the rainy knife left behind by his inexpensive father to enhance it and ascertain the extent of its potential. With 2 decades of mastery in the blade technique, combined with a treasured sword, he was confident that its power would be extraordinary. He could effortlessly vanquish opponents at the pinnacle of the innate stage or those in the early stages of spirit refining with a single strike. The rewards from this endeavor had proven satisfactory. Calming his mind, he subsequently took out the innate pill and consumed it. Boom! As the pill entered his mouth, it dissolved instantly, unleashing a wave of pure innate energy within his body. Su Chen swiftly activated the Shanhua technique of the Shanhua sect to channel this innate power into his dantian. The Shanhua technique was among the foremost practices of the sect. Yet Su Chen had only mastered the first 4 levels. The 5th level required contributions or monetary expenditure. Nevertheless, the initial 4 levels sufficed for his current needs. As he practiced the Shanhua technique, the effects of the innate pill were rapidly absorbed. After consuming 5 such pills, Su Chen felt a slight increase in his innate energy. Regardless of whether cultivating internal or external skills, the consumption was substantial. Indeed, it illustrated the adage of wealth and martial prowess. As night deepened and the bright moon hung in the sky, Ling Tianhe sat alone in his study, his eyes slightly squinted, revealing signs of fatigue. The clues from Song Yuan were scarce, leaving him without a clear direction. In Qiqing, practitioners of cold attribute techniques had not reached this level, leading him to suspect that the assailant might be an outsider. Investigating the involvement of outsiders posed significant challenges. Who could have slain Song Yuan? He was merely an ordinary steward, oblivious to the events surrounding him. Ling Tianhe pondered this with narrowed eyes, filled with uncertainty regarding Song Yuan's death and unable to uncover any leads. If the perpetrator sought to issue a warning, why would it occur yesterday? Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he sprang from his seat, swiftly exiting the study. At that moment, a figure darted past him. Ling Tianhe quickly pursued. In the back courtyard, upon a cool terrace, the figure halted and turned to face Ling Tianhe. The newcomer appeared to be in his 30s, slender yet possessing unusually large hands, with eyes sharp like those of a hawk. Upon recognizing the visitor, Ling Tianhe's expression shifted, his pupils constricting as he spoke. Lei Ao, what brings you to my residence at this late hour? As he spoke, Ling Tianhe remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. He was acutely aware that the one who had slain Su Mingbai resided within Lei Ao's estate. Thus, Lei Ao's presence here was hardly a social call, indicating that he bore ill intentions. Vice Master Ling, do not be alarmed. I come alone, primarily to discuss a matter with you. I wish for you to transfer the iron mine belonging to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower in Huitzuan to my Lei Hall, Lei Ao declared, gazing intently at Ling Tianhe. Upon hearing this, Ling Tianhe's eyes turned icy. Lei Ao, you are audacious to demand our mine. He had not anticipated that Lei Ao would openly request a mine belonging to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, an act tantamount to outright theft. Vice Master Ling, it is merely a mine. Consider this. Trading one mine for your life is quite a bargain, Lei Ao replied in a tone devoid of emotion, yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. Are you threatening me? Ling Tianhe's gaze hardened, a surge of energy erupting within him. Having just been humiliated by Su Chen, the threat from Lei Ao only fueled his anger, prompting him to act swiftly, appearing before Lei Ao like a bolt of lightning. However, Lei Ao transformed into a blur, evading Ling Tianhe's strike with ease. Without hesitation, Ling Tianhe clawed with his hand, unleashing 5 sharp gusts of energy. Bang! The clash of energy met a fist emanating with a flash of lightning. Both forces recoiled, stepping back several paces. You are injured? Lei Ao observed. his eyes narrowing as he assessed Ling Tianhe. Although Ling Tianhe was at the mid-stage of the innate realm, on the verge of a breakthrough to the later stage, his power slightly surpassed that of Lei Ao. Yet, after the recent encounter, it was evident that Ling Tianhe was compromised. Despite the injury, Ling Tianhe retorted coldly, "I can still contend with you." Earlier in the secret chamber, he had been wounded by Su Chen's overwhelming force, leaving him unable to retaliate. Part of this was due to Su Chen's formidable strength and Ling Tianhe's own carelessness. Otherwise, he believed he would not have fallen to Su Chen. "I did not come to engage you in combat, merely to urge Vice Master Ling to consider my request. I shall return tomorrow for your response," Lei Ao stated before vanishing like a specter. Ling Tianhe watched Lei Ao's retreating figure, his brow furrowed in confusion. He did not comprehend why Lei Ao had chosen to withdraw so suddenly. Ordinarily, knowing he was injured, Lei Ao would have likely pressed the attack rather than leaving so abruptly. Nevertheless, Lei Ao's visit suggested that Lei Hall had set its sights on the assets of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, a notion that troubled Ling Tianhe. "Vice Master Ling, do you think Lei Ao's sudden visit was merely to claim our mine?" Su Chen questioned, observing Ling Tianhe's reaction. Startled by Su Chen's presence, Ling Tianhe realized he had been unaware of Su Chen's proximity during the encounter with Lei Ao. "Do not be surprised. There is something else I must reveal. I was the one who killed Song Yuan with a single strike." As he spoke, Su Chen raised his left hand, a chilling aura enveloping the study in an instant. He then appeared before Ling Tianhe, delivering a palm strike toward his chest. Ling Tianhe instinctively raised his hand to block the attack. Bang! Their palms collided, and he felt an intense cold surge into his arm, rendering it momentarily unresponsive. An icy energy swept toward his heart, compelling him to draw upon his inner strength to counteract the chilling force. Just then, a symbol materialized in the palm of Su Chen's right hand, swiftly imprinting itself upon Ling Tianhe's forehead. For reasons unknown, the appearance of the symbol instilled a profound sense of dread within Ling Tianhe, prompting him to muster all his strength to move. Yet, in the next moment, a terrifying pressure descended upon him, immobilizing his body. He could only watch helplessly as the symbol integrated itself into his mind. Chapter 15. The Void Stone. Initial clue perhaps at this moment. Fear had consumed Ling Tianhe's heart. Su Chen had unexpectedly enslaved him in one fell swoop. Instantly, Su Chen felt he could control Ling Tianhe's life and death at will. With a mere thought, he could obliterate the very essence of Ling Tianhe's consciousness, leading to his demise. At this juncture, Ling Tianhe also realized that his life was entirely at the mercy of Su Chen. His gaze dimmed. He had aspired to become the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower and had plotted against Su Chen, only to find himself ultimately ensnared by Su Chen's grasp. Facing such a dismal fate, it was a poignant realization. "My father's death should not concern you. That is why you are still alive," Su Chen stated. "I never anticipated that by killing Song Yuan, I would draw out Lei Ao. Do you truly believe Lei Ao's purpose for coming here is solely for the mine?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe was taken aback. To be honest, when Su Chen had previously claimed to have killed Song Yuan, Ling Tianhe had only been surprised without giving it much thought. Now, however, he was astounded. The chill emanating from Su Chen's hand was utterly terrifying, far beyond his imagination and comprehension. The current Su Chen was a stark contrast to the one he remembered, a formidable presence indeed. He adjusted his mindset and spoke. "I initially believed Lei Ao was here for the mine, but upon learning of my injury, he abruptly departed. There must be something amiss. He likely has ulterior motives. However, I cannot ascertain what those motives are." "Then you shall engage Lei Ao further and discern his true intentions," Su Chen instructed. "Moreover, was there not a single warning before my father was assassinated?" Su Chen inquired. If the rumors circulating in the black market were accurate, then Su Mingbai must have exhibited some peculiar behaviors prior. Ling Tianhe, having followed his rather unremarkable father for many years, should have noticed such signs. "Your subordinate truly overlooked this," Ling Tianhe admitted. "Tomorrow, I shall go to the main hall of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower to formally assume leadership. You are to compile all recent movements of my father and the individuals he interacted with, meticulously analyze them, and see if we can uncover any clues." Su Chen commanded. He required Ling Tianhe to extract leads from the documents. Additionally, identify and eliminate any of the 17 managers who harbor treacherous thoughts. "I wish for no dissenting voices within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower but my own. Ensure that your 2 trusted aides are managed properly, should they falter. They too shall be purged." Su Chen's voice held a frigid tone. "Understood, my lord." Ling Tianhe replied hastily, though a chill ran through him. The master was clearly intent on a thorough cleansing of the golden wind in Drizzle Tower. At that moment, he felt a surge of relief. Grateful to have been subdued by Su Chen, as it afforded him some value. Otherwise, he might have been purged outright. My lord, with your formal ascension to leadership, it is likely that those lurking in the shadows will take notice of you. Ling Tianhe expressed his concern. Are you suggesting that they might take action against me? I welcome such a confrontation. It would save me the trouble of seeking them out. Su Chen replied coldly, rising and making his way outside. Keep a close watch on the assassin at Lei Ao's residence. Should he vanish, you need not return to see me. Su Chen's voice resonated in Ling Tianhe's mind. And then it faded. After Su Chen departed, Ling Tianhe let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The pressure imposed by Su Chen was immense. He slumped back into his chair, feeling a chill along his spine. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and a look of wild joy spread across his face. Just moments ago, when Su Chen had confronted him, he had intended to resist with all his might, but an overwhelming pressure had rendered him immobile. There had to be a powerful ally aiding Su Chen. With such an expert by his side, coupled with Su Chen's displayed strength and intellect, the Golden Wind in Drizzle Tower would merely be the starting point for him. Following such an individual guaranteed that he would ascend to great heights. His future would undoubtedly extend beyond merely being the deputy master of the Golden Wind in Drizzle Tower. Furthermore, he had previously served under Su Chen's father. And now following Su Chen, he felt less burdened by his thoughts. At that moment, in a mansion within the city, the premises were brightly lit, filled with music and dance. An elderly man clad in opulent robes was entertaining two guests. One was an elderly man in a black robe, his face withered, his hands resembling gnarled wood, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence. The other was a young man in a white robe, exuding an air of authority. As the three indulged in wine and conversation, Lei Ao, who had previously visited Ling Tianhe, emerged from behind. He approached the elderly man in fine attire and whispered something in his ear. The elderly man's expression turned serious, and he waved his hand, instructing, "You all may leave now." The dancers and musicians promptly excused themselves, leaving the hall enveloped in silence. Young Master Chen, old Mo, there has been an incident. Lei Ao just met with Ling Tianhe and discovered that he has been injured. Someone has attacked him. The elderly man conveyed respectfully to the others. This elderly man was Lei Mo, the second master of the Lei family and one of the two deputy masters of the Lei Hall, possessing strength in the later stages of the innate realm. His respectful tone indicated the significance of the two individuals present. Someone attacked Ling Tianhe? Young Master Chen, the youth, furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the elderly man in black. I did not strike. It must have been someone else, he replied. However, we should expedite our efforts to seize that mine and extract the void stones from its depths. Only then can we accelerate the maturation of the 5th grade Lotus platform. The elderly man spoke. Indeed, the 5th grade Lotus platform existed, and their aim in taking over the Golden Wind in Drizzle Tower's mine was primarily to access the void stones within, which could catalyze the Lotus platform's growth. As for why they targeted Ling Tianhe, it was because they believed he was currently managing the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, viewing Su Chen as nothing more than a puppet. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Young Master Chen, with our strength, coupled with the Lei Hall, a mere Golden Wind in Drizzle Tower should pose no challenge. Surely they will acquiesce and allow us access to the mine, the elderly man continued. Meanwhile, Lei Mo remained silent, his eyes flickering with concern. The overt coercion of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower posed a risk. The tower was backed by the Zetan Palace, one of the 5 major demonic sects beyond the borders. Should the Lei Hall exert pressure on the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, suspicions would arise that they were responsible for Su Mingbai's demise. If the Zetan Palace's people were to arrive, trouble would surely follow for the Lei Hall, which they could not afford. Chapter 16, Blood Demon Flower, Drizzle Blade. Indeed, the individuals before him were not to be trifled with. He had no choice but to heed their commands. Hadn't Lei Ao already made an appearance? Thus, it was decided that Lei Ao would confront Ling Tianhe tomorrow, compelling him to relinquish the mine. The young man spoke. Lei Ao, escort young Master Chen to rest. Lei Mo instructed Lei Ao to see the young man off. The youth nodded and followed Lei Ao towards the manor's rear courtyard. In the hall, only Lei Mo and Elder Mo remained. Elder Mo, I have a foreboding feeling. How could news of the 5th grade Lotus platform have leaked? Lei Mo approached the elder, holding his wine cup, and spoke in a solemn tone. Who can say? If young Master Chen received the news, others certainly could as well. Our priority now is to seize that mine, extract the Void Spirit Stone, and expedite the maturation of the 5th-grade Lotus platform. Yet, this Lotus platform is indeed elusive. It is said that such treasures require the nurturing of eminent monks to grow. And now we have discovered one thriving naturally, truly astonishing, the elder replied. Hearing the elder's words, Lei Mo nodded in agreement. He said little more and shared a drink with the elder. At that moment, Lei Ao, tasked with attending to young Master Chen, entered the latter's chamber and bowed respectfully. I pay my respects, Master. Speak, what of Ling Tian's injuries? Young Master Chen inquired. He suffered internal injuries. While not severe, they do impair his strength. The individual he faced likely possesses slightly greater power, possibly at the late stage of the innate realm. Lei Ao responded gravely. Have you identified who leaked this information in the black market? Young Master Chen asked, his tone serious. We are currently investigating, but the personnel in the black market are intricate and convoluted. Our Lei Hall does not specialize in intelligence. It is somewhat challenging to pinpoint this individual in a short time, Lei Ao replied. I suspect it was Elder Imo who disseminated this information. He is pressuring me to hasten the maturation of the 5th-grade Lotus platform, since he desires urgency, and Mu Qingxue has already arrived from the Zetan Palace. The plan is halfway to success. We shall now exert all efforts to hasten the growth of the Blood Demon Flower. You may directly coerce Ling Tianhe into surrendering that mine, aiming to mature it by the time Mu Qingxue arrives. At that juncture, I will absorb the cold energy of the 9 nether within her, combined with the Blood Demon Flower, and my aptitude and power will undoubtedly surge. Propelling me beyond the refinement realm, young Master Chen declared, his face alight with excitement. From young Master Chen's words, one could discern he was likely the architect of this scheme, intending to acquire the 9 nether cold energy within Mu Qingxue. On the other side, he lay back comfortably, his mind at ease, quickly drifting into slumber, confident that no one in Qing City could pose a threat to him with Bai Tianyu safeguarding him from the shadows. The following day, Su Chen had a modest meal before heading to the headquarters of the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower. The headquarters was a 5-story mansion situated in the bustling streets of Qing City. Upon Su Chen's arrival, Ling Tianhe was already awaiting him. Upon seeing Su Chen, he immediately bowed in greeting and led him to the 5th floor of the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower, a level reserved solely for the tower's master. Standing on the balcony of the pavilion, Su Chen gazed at the streets of Qing City, feeling a gentle breeze that compelled him to inhale the refreshing air. Master, I have been compiling information on the former Master's dealings and discovered that 3 months prior, he seemed to have interacted with someone. This individual has no business ties with our Golden Wind Drizzle Tower, and the Master had not previously engaged with him, Ling Tianhe reported, bowing. Who is it? Su Chen merely inquired. The 3rd son of the Qin family, one of the 8 prominent families in Lingnan Prefecture, Qin Hao. He is currently a guest at Lei Hall, hosted by Lei Mo of the Lei family. While the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower may not boast exceptional martial prowess, its reputation for intelligence and commerce was indeed formidable. Qin Hao Lei Mo Lei Ao. It appears my father's death is intertwined with them. Continue the investigation. I wish to uncover their motives for murdering my father. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. The Qin family, one of the 8 notable families in Lingnan Prefecture, though merely a family, possessed power that rivaled the mountain and river sect. What could possibly prompt such a person to meet with his father? For intelligence, it seemed unlikely. The information network of the 8 families eclipsed that of the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower significantly. Have any potential traitors been identified? If so, eliminate them. Su Chen instructed Ling Tianhe. By allowing Ling Tianhe to take action, it would give the impression that he was handling dissenters, subtly diminishing his own presence. Here is the list of those with ulterior motives. Out of 17, 8 have been found in contact with the other 4 major factions. Ling Tianhe handed the list to Su Chen. Do not hand it to me. Handle it yourself, Su Chen replied, declining the list. He had no emotional ties to those within the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower. What he sought was control. Regardless of Ling Tianhe's scheming, it held no bearing on him. The fates of others lay at his discretion. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ling Tianhe's face brightened. He had not entertained any thoughts of betrayal regarding this list. Where is the drizzle blade of the former master? Bring it to me. And also procure a copy of the martial arts manuals from within the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower. Su Chen commanded. He still possessed a basic enhancement card and intended to enhance Su Mingbai's drizzle blade, curious to see what quality it could achieve. The master's drizzle blade is in the inner chamber. I shall retrieve the manual list from the 3rd floor for you, Ling Tianhe responded, leading Su Chen into the adjacent inner room. The drizzle blade lay upon a display rack. All right, retrieve the manual information, then attend to your matters. I grant you 1 day to complete this task. Once it is done, I believe Lei Ao will seek you out again, Su Chen instructed. Understood. Ling Tianhe bowed and exited the room. Su Chen approached the display rack and took down the drizzle blade. With a swift motion, he unsheathed it. The blade was as delicate as a cicada's wing, emanating a fierce aura. With a flick of his wrist, the blade's light flashed, carving a visible path through the air. His eyes brightened as energy surged into the drizzle blade, causing it to hum and vibrate, a visible blade aura blossoming along its edge. Witnessing this spectacle, a smile broke across Su Chen's face, and instinctively, he struck with the blade. The blade sliced effortlessly through the long table before him. After the blade passed, the table remained unscathed, showing no signs of alteration. Su Chen approached the table, placing his hand gently upon it, and it immediately split in two. What a sharp drizzle blade. It could likely kill without shedding blood. I wonder what level of sharpness it will attain after enhancement, Su Chen mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 17. Insights into the blade, blood offering instantly, he activated the primary enhancement card. Buzz. In an instant, a silver radiance bloomed upon his fine rain blade, briefly bathing the entire room in a silvery light. Fortunately, Su Chen was alone, or such a sight would have elicited gasps of astonishment. The blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, seemed imbued with newfound vitality, emitting a subtle tremor. Moreover, patterns resembling falling raindrops materialized upon its surface. As Su Chen gently stroked the blade, a surge of sword intent emanated from it, sending a jolt through him. His mind instinctively conjured the Twilight Fine Rain Blade technique. Though he hadn't practiced it extensively, it was Su Mingbai's signature art, ingrained in his memory since childhood. Unconsciously, Su Chen began to execute the movements. Simultaneously, the golden wind fine rain force within his body stirred, harmonizing with the Twilight Fine Rain Blade. The silver blade, as it moved, conjured an ethereal twilight glow, within which droplets of fine rain materialized, transitioning from a gentle drizzle to a relentless downpour. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Blades of light crisscrossed the room. Moments later, Su Chen ceased his movements, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He hadn't anticipated that a mere primary enhancement card could grant him access to the sword insights left upon the blade by its previous wielder. Of course, it wasn't just the refinement of the Twilight Fine Rain Blade technique. Even his Golden Wind Fine Rain Force had experienced a significant surge in power. I need to acquire some innate inner force pills. Combined with the 3 years of innate inner force I already possess, I might reach the mid-stage of the innate realm. Su Chen mused inwardly. This cultivation speed is truly remarkable. He couldn't help but think of Ling Tianhe, who had toiled for so long to reach the same stage. Cultivation is indeed a slow process. Just then, thump, thump. The desk and cabinets, previously grazed by Su Chen's blade, collapsed onto the floor, creating a series of thuds. Witnessing this, Su Chen silently rejoiced that he hadn't directed his blade towards the ceiling. Otherwise, the room would have been in complete disarray. Hearing the commotion from above, a Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion disciple hurried upstairs. Lord Pavilion Master, what has occurred? The disciple inquired respectfully from outside the door. Nothing. Stay below. Do not come up without my summons, Su Chen replied. The disciple glanced into the room, observing the scattered furniture. He surmised that the Pavilion Master had likely suffered a setback with Vice Pavilion Master Ling and was venting his frustration on the furniture. It's best to keep my distance, he thought. Su Chen's current situation was known to outsiders, and even the Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion disciples understood that he was merely a puppet installed by Vice Pavilion Master Ling. With that thought, the disciple bowed and retreated. Su Chen, observing the severed furniture, promptly stored it within his spatial ring. The blade marks and residual sword energy on the furniture made it difficult to dispose of discreetly. Maintaining a low profile was paramount for Su Chen at the moment. Su Mingbai's affair involved Qin Hao, the third young master of the Qin family. Even with Bai Tianyu at his side, he stood little chance against the Qin family. Thus, he needed to remain hidden in the shadows. When the time came to eliminate Qin Hao, no one would suspect him. However, he also sought to uncover Qin Hao's true motives for being here. Lei Ao's pursuit of the mines was likely at Qin Hao's behest. Qin Hao's interest couldn't be solely focused on the mines outside Hua Village. There had to be another objective. Such a keen blade deserves to taste blood. I'll use that assassin from the Lei residence as a sacrificial offering, avenging the original owner in the process. Lei Ao's objective was the Hua Village mines. Mines contained only ore. By monitoring whether the Lei family was currently acquiring ore, One could discern if there was something else of value within the Hua village mines. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen calmed his mind. I still lack manpower. Su Chen sighed again. To avoid exposing himself, he couldn't personally handle certain matters for the time being. He had initially considered showcasing his abilities, but the involvement of the Qin family forced him to remain in the shadows. Perhaps Fu Bo is genuinely loyal to Su Chen, but that loyalty was directed towards the previous Su Chen, not me. I must eliminate all potential threats. Moreover, he intended to glean more information from Fu Bo regarding his second mother. Fu Bo's earlier remark lingered in his mind. It seems my second mother's identity is not so simple. With his thoughts organized, Su Chen turned his attention to the secret manuals and martial arts techniques that Ling Tianhe had prepared for him. They were primarily postnatal techniques and physical conditioning exercises, such as Iron Blood Fist, 18 styles of grappling, Iron Shirt, and Golden Bell Shield. Among the 3 innate techniques, One Chi Primordial Force, Profound Ice Frost Force, and Grand Ether Formless Palm, Su Chen chose the Profound Ice Frost Force. With his Ice Qilin Arm, the Profound Ice Frost Force would undoubtedly amplify his power. Meanwhile, at the residence of Linji, one of the 18 stewards of the Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion, Ling Tianhe, accompanied by Jiang Qindong and Lu Wansong, arrived. Vice Pavilion Master Ling, what brings you here? Linji, a man in his 40s who had entered the innate realm a year prior, managed the Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion's pawnshop business in the northern district of Qing City. He also served as the intelligence chief for the northern district. The Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion originally had 18 stewards, but only 8 were stationed in Qing City and its surrounding areas. The other 10 were assigned to the 10 counties under Qing City's jurisdiction, being entrusted with both the overt and covert affairs of the Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion within Qing City demonstrated Su Mengbai's trust in Linji. Linji had been deeply loyal to Su Mengbei. However, after Su Mengbai's death, representatives from the Wang family approached him. The Wang family, one of the 5 major forces in Qing City, controlled the culinary hall, which dominated 70% of the city's restaurant business. Seeing Su Mengbai's demise, they coveted some of the Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion's business and contacted Linji. Linji believed that Ling Tianhe and Su Chen were incapable of sustaining the Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion after Su Mengbai's death, primarily due to their lack of strength. In the world of martial arts, strength was the ultimate determining factor. Su Chen's power was too weak, while Ling Tianhe's strength, though approaching the late stage of the innate realm, was insufficient for a force like the Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion, which required a peak innate realm expert to maintain its position. Consequently, the Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion was likely to be ousted from the ranks of the 5 major forces. He was also aware that the Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion had the support of the Zetan Palace beyond the Great Wall. However, once the Zetan Palace intervened, a power shift would likely occur, and his position as a steward would be jeopardized. Thus, he agreed to collaborate with the Wang family. He suspected that he wasn't the only one within the Golden Wind Fine Rain Pavilion who was cooperating with other forces. Let's discuss this inside, Ling Tianhe said. Heading towards the main hall, Linji narrowed his eyes and followed Ling Tianhe into the hall. I've come here primarily to secure the position of Lord Pavilion Master. I need Brother Lin's support to remove Su Chen from his post, Ling Tianhe stated directly upon entering the hall. He then gestured for Jiang Qindong and Lu Wansong to leave. The 2 men exited, closing the door behind them. Inside the hall, Linji frowned. Vice Pavilion Master, you were the one who promoted Su Chen to the position of Lord Pavilion Master. The matter isn't even settled yet, so why? He secretly wondered if Ling Tianhe had gained some form of support to embolden him. I have secured some support that can resolve this matter. So we no longer need Su Chen, Ling Tianhe said, approaching Linji. May I inquire as to whose support Vice Pavilion Master Ling has obtained? Linji asked, startled. I have the support of the young lord, Ling Tianhe replied. As Ling Tianhe spoke, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and a violet radiance danced between his fingers. In the blink of an eye, he seized Linji's throat with astonishing speed. Before Linji could react, his fingers erupted, crushing Linji's throat with merciless force. Chapter 18. The Frost Moon Sect. Zihanhua Linji's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated Ling Tianhe's sudden attack, nor did he comprehend the meaning behind his words. The master stated that those harboring dissent should not remain in the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, so I am eliminating you on the master's behalf. Furthermore, I have already pledged allegiance to the master. As Ling Tianhe spoke, he released his grip. Thump. Linji's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes still wide open. filled with astonishment and bewilderment. Observing the corpse on the floor, Ling Tianhe approached and closed his eyes. He then strode out of the hall, instructing Lu Wensong and Jiang Qindong, exterminate them root and branch, leave no one alive. Ling Tianhe had now completely submitted to Su Chen. Lu Wensong and Jiang Qindong exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. However, they did not hesitate, especially Jiang Qindong, who sent out a signal. The men stationed outside the residence swiftly stormed in. Before long, a bloody aura permeated Lin Ji's mansion. In a single day, Ling Tianhe had disposed of all 8 stewards of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. Dusk fell upon the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. Master, all individuals have been eliminated. A total of 800,000 taels of silver were seized from their residences and have been deposited into the main treasury. Ling Tianhe reported. Take 100,000 taels to reward those who participated and retrieve the glacial frost force for me, ensuring no one else discovers it. Also, locate a secluded residence for me within the city. I require it. Su Chen instructed. Yes. Ling Tianhe bowed and withdrew. Soon, he returned with the glacial frost force manual and presented it to Su Chen. I will take the manual. See to the matter of the house as quickly as possible. Su Chen took the glacial frost force, exited the building, and boarded a carriage that had been prepared in advance, heading towards the Su residence. The journey was uneventful, eliminating dissidents, orchestrating a massacre, and wiping out the 8 stewards of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion in a single day. The reasons for Ling Tianhe's sudden actions remained unknown. Butler Fu was waiting for Su Chen at the entrance. Upon seeing Su Chen descend from the carriage, he immediately approached. Young master, are you all right? His tone was laced with concern. I'm fine. I merely spent a day at the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. Nothing happened. Su Chen followed Butler Fu into the residence. Ensuring no one was within earshot, Butler Fu began. Young master, Vice Master Ling annihilated the 8 stewards and their families today. It was a bloodbath. Upon hearing Butler Fu's words, Su Chen feigned surprise. Vice Master Ling took action and killed 8 stewards? What is he trying to achieve? Su Chen frowned as he spoke. Then sighed. Although I am the master of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, I do not have the final say. Su Chen was eager to begin practicing the glacial frost force to assess its compatibility with his Ice Qilin Arm. Hearing Su Chen's words, Fu's expression dimmed. He had only informed Su Chen of these events so that he would be aware of the situation. Shortly after, the two arrived at the dining hall. The dining hall was sparsely furnished with a simple dining table and some wooden chairs. However, a figure was already seated at the table. A maidservant stood beside her. It was Su Chen's stepmother, Shangwan Ziyun, and her maid, Xiaolan. Why are they dining here today? Su Chen wondered. His gaze shifted towards Shangwan Ziyun. He had little memory of the stepmother. She had only entered the Su residence after he had joined the mountain and river sect. He had previously met Shangwan Ziyun at Su Mingbai's funeral. Greetings, stepmother. Su Chen offered a slight bow. Su Chen still adhered to certain formalities. Be seated. Shangwan Ziyun gestured to the chair opposite her. Su Chen sat down, and one of the other maids in the hall immediately brought him food. Shangwan Ziyun remained silent. Picking up her chopsticks. I have been holding on to this. Now, I will give it to you on his behalf. She set down her chopsticks and retrieved a jade bottle from her bosom, handing it to Su Chen. Her slender fingers were as delicate as jade. Thank you, stepmother. Su Chen quickly rose and accepted the jade bottle, a look of excitement on his face. This pill was not acquired by Su Minbai, but rather, Shangwan Ziyun is providing it herself. He mused. Is she assisting me in breaking through to the innate realm so that I can confront Ling Tianhe? Ling Tianhe's actions today, eliminating the 8 stewards, had made Shangwan Ziyun feel threatened. The dust origin pill was the best elixir for breaking through the bottleneck from acquired to innate realm. And it was exceedingly rare. This was primarily because the pill was specifically designed for the innate bottleneck, making it difficult to refine, and thus more valuable than elixirs that increased innate qi. Shangwan Ziyun had produced an entire bottle at once, indicating her extraordinary status. How could someone like her become Su Mingbai's stepmother? This needs to be investigated thoroughly. Su Chen feigned excitement and placed the item into his pocket. He then addressed Shangwan Ziyun. Stepmother, I have eaten enough. I will go to the secret chamber to cultivate. If anything arises, have Butler Fu wait for me outside the chamber. Su Chen rose to his feet as he spoke. Shangwan Ziyun nodded. Go. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges and setbacks. One must advance or retreat. I hope you break through to the innate realm soon. Su Chen nodded. He was a blessed individual with advantages. He had already broken through to the innate realm. After a slight bow, he exited the dining hall and headed towards the cultivation chamber. Butler Fu followed Su Chen. Before the secret chamber, Su Chen said to Butler Fu. Butler Fu, some items need to be added to the chamber. Please come in with me. Without hesitation, Butler Fu followed Su Chen into the chamber. The instant he entered, Butler Fu felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him. His mind was overwhelmed, as if crushed by a mountain, leaving him disoriented. At that moment, Su Chen's enslavement rune reappeared and was directly implanted into Fu's mind. The effect was excellent. He had successfully enslaved Fu in one attempt. This was mainly because Fu's strength was at the peak of the acquired realm, not yet reaching the innate realm. After a while, Fu's expression returned, and he looked at Su Chen with a look of astonishment. Master, Fu said. He felt no fear or unease about being enslaved by Su Chen. He was loyal to Su Mingbai and, by extension, to Su Chen. Tell me about my stepmother, Shangwan Ziyun. I want to know who she is, Su Chen asked. Young master, I only learned of the second madam's identity after the master's death. She is one of the Frost Moon sect's holy maidens, named Zihanwei. She had no real relationship with the master. Her entry into the Su residence was likely due to some collaboration with the master. I am not privy to the specifics. Fu said. Frost Moon sect, Zihanwei. Su Chen frowned slightly. The Frost Moon sect was different from other forces. It was one of the sects and forces wanted by the Great Zhou government. Legend had it that it was founded by a surviving imperial princess of the previous Great Zhou dynasty, the Great Chu. Chapter 19. Seeking one's own demise. No one can save you. It is no wonder that previously, Master Fu encouraged him to meet with Lady Shangwan Ziyun more often. It turns out he sought her protection for his safety. Now that I understand this matter, here is the dust origin pill, Master Fu. Take it, and see if it can help you break through to the innate realm. Su Chen spoke. Young master, you are currently at the peak of the postnatal realm. Consuming this dust origin pill will surely allow you to step into the innate realm. As for me, being of advanced age, entering the innate realm holds little significance. Master Fu hastily replied. I have already entered the innate realm. This pill is of no use to me, Su Chen said. Handing the vial to Master Fu and gesturing for him to leave the secret chamber, he still needed time to cultivate and had plans to venture out at night to eliminate the assassin. Using the assassin's blood to honor Su Mingbai and fulfill a wish of the original owner. Upon hearing that Su Chen had already entered the innate realm, surprise flickered across Master Fu's face. Thank you, young master. He expressed his gratitude hurriedly. Su Chen secured the secret chamber and began to sit cross-legged, first extracting the 3 years of innate internal energy he had acquired. Instantly, a surge of innate internal energy emerged within him, merging with his own, flowing through his body and continuously cleansing his meridians. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chen also consumed several innate pills to accelerate the circulation of this internal energy and enhance his strength. When Su Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashed within them. He gathered all the internal energy within his body, then consumed vitality pills to refine his physical body, causing his blood and energy to surge, manifesting in a radiant red glow. It was as if a new power was stirring within his flesh and blood. At that moment, elsewhere, at Ling Tin's residence, Lei Ao arrived in a carriage outside. He announced his name directly. The gatekeeper quickly entered the courtyard to report. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man resembling a steward led Lei Ao to the back courtyard. The sky had begun to darken. Guardian Lei, you came last night and again today. What are your intentions? Do you believe that this will compel me to hand over the mine? Ling Tianhe said coldly, gazing at his visitor. Vice Master Ling, allow me to congratulate you on eliminating your opponents within the Jinfeng Shiyu building and taking control of it. However, while you may control the Jinfeng Shiyu building, our city is small, and there are many powerful figures outside that we cannot afford to offend. Do you know who has set their sights on that mine? It is none other than young Master Qin Hao of the Qin family in the county, Lei Ao replied. Humph, Lei Ao, that is merely an ordinary mine. Why would young Master Qin be interested in it? I suspect it is your Lei Hall that covets it. Ling Tianhe remarked, primarily to probe Lei Ao. Are you not aware that deep within that mine lies a substantial quantity of void stones? It seems that despite your position as deputy master, you are ignorant of many matters, Lei Ao retorted upon hearing Ling Tianhe's words. Void stones? Your Lei family has been collecting them recently. Is it true that because the master refuses to relinquish the mine, your Lei family has sent assassins to eliminate him? Ling Tianhe asked coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Lei Ao. He was eager to uncover who had orchestrated Su Mingbai's assassination. He suspected it was not young Master Qin, but rather someone from Lei Hall. Young Master Qin's entourage possessed skilled fighters. There would be no need for assassins. Hence, it was plausible that the Lei family had paid someone to eliminate the former master. Indeed, the void stones are vital for Zeton Palace. Your loyalty in holding on to that mine is commendable. I doubt young Master Chen would be able to handle him, leading him to seek a solution through hired hands. Lei Ao continued, veiling his threats with an insidious allure. Deputy Master Ling, I trust you will not meet the same fate as Su Mingbai. Hand over the deed to the mine, and it will be for the best for all parties involved. Should you succeed in this matter, I will personally introduce you to young Master Chen. Ling Tian's expression shifted between contemplation and uncertainty, weighing the pros and cons, observing his demeanor. Lei Ao smirked inwardly and said, Deputy Master Ling, you are a wise man. You should know what to do. Lei Ao, I failed to comprehend. Even if the master refuses to give you the deed, you could simply seize the mine. Why resort to murder? Ling Tianhe inquired solemnly. Your master has the backing of Xitan Palace. If we were to seize that mine, Su Mingbai would undoubtedly alert Xitan Palace. When that happens, they would dispatch powerful figures to intervene, preventing us from obtaining the mine and possibly causing trouble for my late family. With him dead, Xitan Palace would not send any experts, as the Jin Feng Shiyu building is merely a small enterprise. You have learned what you sought, and I will return tomorrow night for the deed. You have only one day to deliberate, Lei Ao stated, casting a glance at Ling Tianhe before turning to leave. As Lei Ao's figure vanished, the earlier gloom on Ling Tianhe's face dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of delight. Lei Ao, I never anticipated your visit would allow me to achieve a significant accomplishment. I must extend my gratitude to you. Seeking your own demise, who can save you? Ling Tian resolved to inform Su Chen of this matter at dawn. By then, Lei Ao would not survive until morning. As night deepened, Ling Tianhe sat in his study, sifting through numerous bamboo slips containing confidential messages arriving from various directions. Although he was already aware of Su Mingbai's cause of death, he suspected that Qin Hao's motivations extended beyond mere interest in the Voidstones. Therefore, he needed to delve deeper to uncover Qin Hao's true intentions. As the deputy master of Jin Feng Shiyu building, Ling Tianhe possessed exceptional intelligence-gathering abilities. Otherwise, he would not have discovered the assassin's presence at Lei Ao's residence so early. Suddenly, a figure entered the courtyard and approached Ling Tianhe. Greetings, master. The assassin has not moved from his position, correct? Su Chen inquired. The assassin remains within our sights, came the reply. Good. I shall go eliminate him first. Taking down one will ease my mind. Master, I have already learned the reason behind the master's death. Ling Tianhe promptly conveyed to Su Chen what Lei Ao had said earlier that day regarding Qin Hao and the Voidstones. Why do they need so many Voidstones? Su Chen pondered, perplexed. Task triggered. The host has learned of Su Mingbai's cause of death and must uncover Qin Hao's intentions for the Voidstones. Reward: 5 white lottery cards. Su Chen felt a subtle shift within him. At that moment, Ling Tianhe bowed, stating, I have arranged for spies to investigate and will report back to you shortly. Excellent. You shall handle this matter. Furthermore, where is Lei Ao currently? I intend to deal with him as well, Su Chen said coldly. He had a mission to discover Su Mingbai's cause of death and seek vengeance. With the cause now known, he planned to eliminate Lei Ao and the assassin to see if he could complete the task. Then let us first take care of Lei Ao before heading outside the city to deal with the assassin, Su Chen instructed. Lei Ao's strength was at the mid-innate stage, comparable to Ling Tianhe's, making him manageable. However, Lei Ao needed to be lured out of Lei Hall. Of course, if that proved difficult, Bai Tianyu could intervene. Yet, if possible, it was best to avoid direct confrontation. After uncovering Qin Hao's intentions, it might be the right moment for Bai Tianyu to act against him. Chapter 20. A decapitation. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard of Yuchen Garden, the atmosphere was notably serene compared to the bustling front courtyard. The madam respectfully stood before a woman clad in a red embroidered dress adorned with phoenix motifs. Madam. Qin Lan was unable to enter the Su residence and has instead been stationed outside. For the past few days, Su Chen has not visited her, the madam reported. How intriguing. I shall seek an opportunity to engage with Su Chen, the woman in the long dress replied, a charming smile gracing her lips. Madam, today, Ling Tianhe of Jin Feng Shiyu Tower eliminated 8 managers who opposed him and has now gained complete control over the establishment. Su Chen has become nothing more than a puppet. Engaging with him may not serve our purpose. I suspect Ling Tianhe may soon turn his attention to Su Chen, the madam spoke gravely. Ling Tianhe will not act against him. Su Chen is the son of Su Mingbai. Until those from Xitan Palace arrive, Ling Tianhe will refrain from taking action. The woman in the long dress countered. What progress has been made regarding the Lei family's rampant acquisition of Kongming stones? This matter may be related to the third young master of the Qin family, Qin Hao, but we have yet to ascertain the specifics. My subordinates wish to approach Ling Tianhe to see if we can procure any leads from him, the madam explained. As an intelligence agency in Qiqing, Jinfeng Shiyu Tower should be well aware of the Lei family's intentions behind their acquisition of Kongming stones. These stones are one of the foundational materials for crafting demonic weapons. Despite their rarity, such aggressive procurement suggests ulterior motives. You may visit Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and request their investigation into this matter, the woman in the red dress instructed. Nodding in agreement, she then continued, "Are there any recent developments regarding the 5th-grade Lotus platform in the black market? This situation appears suspicious. The information seems designed solely to divert attention towards Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. While we have been informed that Su Chun might know the whereabouts of the 5th-grade Lotus platform. If that were indeed the case, it is unlikely they would leak that information," the madam replied, her brow furrowing as she pondered the implications. "Proceed for now. I shall find a moment to meet Su Chun personally. Perhaps we can discuss an introduction to those from Zeton Palace." The woman in the red dress concluded with a wave of her hand. At Lei Hall, the night was dimly lit, with only a few flickering lights illuminating the surroundings. Some guards were patrolling while Lei Ao sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing. Exposing a muscular torso, streaks of lightning flickered upon his skin. He practiced the Lei family's renowned Lei Python technique, a powerful innate skill of lightning attribute, known for its ferocity and the ability to refine the inner self. Ranking among the finest innate martial arts in Qiqing. Divided into 5 tiers, Lei Ao had only reached the 3rd tier, unable to advance further for years due to his innate talent. His allegiance to Qinhao was motivated by a desire to acquire resources that would enable him to cultivate the Lei Python technique to the 4th tier and ascend to the late innate stage. Moments later, Lei Ao opened his eyes. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a figure by the window, which seemed to sense his presence and hurriedly turned to flee. Startled, Lei Ao dashed out of the courtyard, observing the figure escape rapidly. Its aura was weak, devoid of innate energy, yet its agility was remarkable. Without hesitation, Lei Ao vaulted over the wall of Lei Hall in pursuit. The figure, sensing the chase, darted into a nearby alley. Lei Ao followed suit, entering the narrow passageway, where he found another individual standing still, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon seeing this person, Lei Ao's pupils constricted, an ominous feeling washed over him, prompting him to turn and flee. However, on the opposite end of the alley stood a man wielding a long blade, exuding an overwhelming presence that made Lei Ao's heart race painfully slow. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him, compelling Lei Ao to glance back, his eyes widening in horror. "You are Su Chun. What are you doing here?" he stammered, though the oppressive aura from the man with the blade had dissipated. "Why am I here?" "To kill you." "Of course," Su Chun declared, launching himself toward Lei Ao with a swift motion. The rainfall blade appearing in his hand and slicing through the air like a flash of light. Instinctively, Lei Ao raised a hand, conjuring a surge of lightning energy to counter the attack. Yet, as the blade met his defenses, it cleaved right through, severing his hand. "Ah!" he screamed, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Su Chun, realizing that the blade, known as the rainfall blade belonging to Su Mengbai, had easily bypassed his defenses without the use of innate energy. "I never anticipated that it would sever your hand without the need for internal energy," Su Chun remarked with a smile, astonished by the blade's sharpness. "Originally, I intended for you to perish under the rainfall dust blade technique. But I prefer that my identity as your killer remains concealed for now. Thus, I will resort to other means to eliminate you before using the rainfall blade to sever your head." With that, Su Chun sheathed the rainfall blade and raised his left hand, summoning an icy aura that enveloped his palm. The temperature in the alley plummeted instantly, causing Lei Ao to shiver uncontrollably. Yet, the cold also sharpened his focus. The man with the blade was terrifying, but Su Chun, at that moment, seemed less of an immediate threat. Determined to escape, Lei Ao clenched his remaining fist, channeling the energy of 2 bolts of lightning into his punch, and hurled it at Su Chun without hesitation. The fist cut through the air, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. "Is that the Lei Python technique? You haven't even mastered the Python itself. Rather disappointing." Su Chun's gaze turned frigid as he contracted his icy arm and retaliated with a punch that collided with Lei Ao's. The impact shattered the electric force, and the chilling energy surged into Lei Ao's arm, encasing it in frost. Panic-stricken, Lei Ao summoned his internal energy and blood to break free from the icy grip. But suddenly a flash of silver light cut through the following morning. 2 severed heads were suspended before the gates of the Thunder Hall, the dried bloodstains on the ground starkly visible. "Ah!" A terrified shriek erupted from the Thunder Hall attendant as he discovered the gruesome display. His cry roused others within the hall, who emerged to behold the horrifying sight, their voices rising in shocked exclamations. "That's Protector Lao," someone exclaimed in disbelief. Swiftly, one of them rushed inside to alert others. Moments later, a man in tight-fitting attire appeared at the entrance. This was Lei Yao, one of the 4 protectors of the Thunder Hall and a cousin of Lei Mu, the head of the Lei family. He was of a senior generation to Lei Ao. Lei Yao's face darkened as he gazed upon Lei Ao's head hanging before the hall. With a swift chop of his hand, a burst of energy severed the ropes, and he seized the 2 heads. "Search the entire city. Find Protector Lei's body," Lei Yao commanded, his voice laced with cold fury. The members of the Thunder Hall sprang into action, while Lei Yao carried the heads inside, urgently summoning Lei Mu, the head of the Lei family in the Thunder Hall, and Lei Mo, the second master of the Lei family. While Lei Mo typically managed the affairs of the Thunder Hall, Lei Ao was Lei Mu's adopted son and one of the 4 protectors. The act of killing Lei Ao and displaying his head at the Thunder Hall was a grave insult, an affront of immense proportions. Soon, Lei Ao's body was discovered in a nearby alley. News of the incident spread rapidly throughout Qing City. The Thunder Hall, the city's foremost power, and Lei Ao, a respected protector, had been violated. His severed head displayed publicly. The incident became the subject of widespread discussion, though the identity of the other victim garnered little attention. In the Su family's rear courtyard, Shangguan Ziyun listened with surprise to Xiao Lan's report. "You're saying the assassin was killed along with Lei Ao and their heads were hung at the Thunder Hall?" she asked. "Do we know who killed them?" The assassin had only just been identified when they were found murdered alongside Lei Ao. Had their heads not been displayed at the Thunder Hall, she might have suspected a silencing. However, the public display suggested a motive of revenge, unlikely for those seeking to cover their tracks. "Our people were watching outside and heard no sounds of fighting," Xiaolan added. "Who could have done this? Bring the person who was watching to me." The lack of struggle suggested 2 possibilities. Either the victim was incapacitated by drugs or the assailant struck with overwhelming speed. However, the assassin's high level of alertness made drugging them improbable. A swift, decisive strike indicated extraordinary skill. "Let's go examine the body," Shangguan Ziyun said, her eyes gleaming with interest. As she rose to her feet, they descended to a room on the 1st floor, where Xiaolan activated a mechanism, revealing a hidden underground passage. Luminous pearls illuminated the passage as they made their way to a large stone chamber. A woman dressed in black, with unremarkable features and an average build, stood inside, a long sword in her hand. Her expression was guarded, reflecting a life spent in constant danger. Upon recognizing the visitors, she immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, holy maiden." "Is that the body?" Shangguan Ziyun inquired, glancing at the headless corpse beside the woman. "Yes, upon hearing the news this morning, I immediately retrieved the body from the assassin's room," the woman replied. Shangguan Ziyun nodded and approached the body. The assassin was a yellow-ranked killer from the Joy Pavilion. There are no visible wounds, and no traces of poison or energy remain. The assailant struck with lethal precision. My investigation at the Thunder Hall revealed that witnesses were horrified. Their pupils dilated, suggesting they were caught completely off guard. The wounds on both victims are identical, inflicted by an exceptionally sharp, possibly weapon-grade, blade. The woman in black shared her findings. Shangguan Ziyun knelt, examining the wound closely. She then rose and stated, "The blade is likely not weapon-grade yet, but close. The assailant's swordsmanship and skill are remarkable, capable of silencing a yellow-ranked killer from the Joy Pavilion without a sound." "What about Lei Ao's body? Any clues there?" Shangguan Ziyun inquired. "The Thunder Hall is heavily guarding the body, making investigation impossible," the woman in black replied. "Investigate Lei Ao's recent associations," Shangguan Ziyun instructed. With the assassin and Lei Ao dead, their only recourse was to examine Lei Ao's connections. Meanwhile, Su Chen awoke leisurely in his bed. The previous night's events, the slaying of Lei Ao and the assassin, had brought a sense of clarity. The lingering regrets of the original owner had dissipated, leaving his mind sharper than before. He stretched and rose from the bed, noting the 3 white lottery tickets displayed. He smiled, the rewards for completing Su Mingbai's mission after eliminating Lei Ao and the assassin. "Next, I must uncover the reason for Qin Hao's arrival in Qing City," he mused. "Hopefully, Ling Tianhe will have answers soon." He then drew the 3 white lottery tickets. Obtained 100,000 silver taels, 100 chi and blood enhancement pills, and 1 elementary beast taming card. The first 2 items were unremarkable, but the beast taming card was a valuable asset, capable of controlling a ferocious beast, albeit with a degree of uncertainty. Su Chen retrieved the items and placed them in his spatial ring. Pushing open the door, he stepped out into the bright morning. After a breakfast arranged by Butler Fu, which he ate alone, he set off for the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. News of Lei Ao's murder had already spread, and Su Chen could hear people discussing the severed head displayed at the Thunder Hall as his carriage traveled through the streets. The situation is developing nicely, Su Chen murmured to himself in the carriage. Those behind Lei Ao and the Thunder Hall, what will you do? Chapter 22, Technique Analysis. A plot to kill Ling Tianhe as Su Chen made his way to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, within the confines of the Lei Hall. The lifeless body of Lei Ao lay draped on a white cloth on the ground, while a mortician was diligently sewing his head back onto his body. 5 individuals occupied the courtyard. Leading the group was Lei Mu, the imposing and fierce master of the Lei Hall, exuding an aura reminiscent of an enraged deity. The remaining 4 were the deputy master Lei Mu, along with the 3 chief guardians, Lei Yao, Lei Gu, and Lei Mu Yen. These 5 constituted the core figures of the Lei Hall. Let us proceed to the conference hall. Lei Gu, please enlighten us on Lei Ao's situation. Lei Mu commanded as he headed towards the assembly room. Upon entering, Lei Mo waved his hand, prompting everyone within to exit hastily. Master. Lei Ao was slain by a single strike. Prior to his demise, he engaged in a brief confrontation with his assailant. Based on the time of death, it appears to have occurred in the early hours of the morning. Initially, he suffered the loss of a hand, followed by the severance of his head. The evidence suggests that the weapon used was a blade, nearly reaching the level of a divine artifact. Furthermore, the attacker seems to be a practitioner of ice attribute techniques, possessing formidable strength, Lei Gu explained. His name mirrored his slender physique, which appeared almost emaciated, yet his eyes shimmered with a foreboding glint. What of the assassin from the Bliss Tower? Lei Yao inquired, having remained silent until now. That individual also met a similar fate, his head severed by a single blow. However, unlike Lei Ao, while his body was taken by another, the scene bore no signs of struggle. The wounds are consistent with Lei Ao's. Yet I find it perplexing that the Bliss Tower assassin did not ret Ali despite engaging with Lei Ao earlier, Lei Gu replied gravely. Are you suggesting that the Bliss Tower assassin was not taken by the assailant, but rather by someone else? Lei Mu, noticing the implications in Lei Gu's words, questioned. Indeed. Lei Gu nodded confidently. This implies that the individuals targeting the Bliss Tower assassin are not merely one faction, Lei Mu surmised, his expression darkening. Brother. Why was the assassin present in Lei Ao's residence? Wasn't he advised to leave promptly? He pressed, his voice tinged with irritation. I am uncertain, Lei Mo replied hastily, internally cursing Lei Ao for his recklessness. Who could be behind this? What is their objective? Lei Mu pondered, shifting focus to uncover the identity of the perpetrator and their motives. Master, do you believe this could be linked to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? A middle-aged man, one of the 4 chief guardians, interjected. The assassin may have been summoned by Lei Ao from the Bliss Tower without our knowledge. Now, with both Lei Ao and the Bliss Tower assassin killed, displayed at our doorstep, it appears to be an act of vengeance, likely orchestrated by the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Lei Mu Yin continued. However, with Ling Tianhe at the helm of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and Su Chen merely a puppet, Ling Tianhe is astute enough not to drag the pavilion down with Su Mingbai, Lei Mu countered, shaking his head. Master, Lei Ao had recently pressured Ling Tianhe to surrender the Hua village mine, which contains the coveted Void Spirit Stone, essential for the Zetan Palace. In seeking assistance from the Zetan Palace, he aimed to leverage the Void Spirit Mine. Lei Ao's aggressive tactics may have pushed Ling Tianhe into a corner, prompting him to eliminate both Lei Ao and the assassin to intimidate us, Lei Mu Yen asserted. Ling Tianhe, an elder not even at the late stage of innate mastery, dares to threaten our Lei Hall? I shall snap his neck, Lei Yao exclaimed. To kill him now would be unwise, Lei Mu Yen cautioned. Why not eliminate just Ling Tianhe? Lei Mu's brow furrowed, his tone serious. I believe this deputy master possesses insights worth considering, Lei Mu Yen remarked. Turning his gaze upon Lei Mo, Lei Mo expressed surprise, failing to grasp the implications of Lei Mu Yan's statement. Lei Ao was serving Qin San Shao, yet took it upon himself to enlist the Bliss Tower assassin to eliminate Su Mingbai. Ling Tianhe must be aware of this, otherwise, he would not have audaciously killed both Lei Ao and the Bliss Tower assassin. Chapter 23, The Longing Palace, an invitation Mo Baiming had been active beyond the frontier, rarely venturing into the interior. His visit to Qingqing this time must have a purpose. Could it be related to the 5th grade Lotus platform? With this thought, Ling Tianhu's gaze sharpened. Perhaps investigating Mo Biming would yield significant rewards. His fingers brushed against a slender cord beneath the table, and soon, a figure clad in black appeared before him. Ling Tianhu commanded, "Proceed." The cloaked figure swiftly departed. After the black-clad individual left, Ling Tianhu glanced at the hourglass before him, then rose to a particular spot and pressed his palm against the wall. A hidden staircase emerged. The intelligence location of the Gold Wind and Drizzle Tower lay beneath it. At that moment, Su Chen's carriage had arrived at the entrance of the Gold Wind and Drizzle Tower. Stepping out, he noticed the sky was somewhat overcast, with a gentle drizzle falling from above. "I never expected the weather to be so dreary these past few days. It seems to be looking out for me," Su Chen remarked softly while gazing up at the sky. Qiqing, being a frontier land, rarely experienced such weather. It was perplexing that it had been so frequent lately. He stepped into the tower, greeted by the disciples who bowed in respect, acknowledging Su Chen as the master of the tower, despite knowing he was merely a puppet of Deputy Master Ling. Soon, Su Chen ascended to the 5th floor, which remained tranquil. Not long after he seated himself, Ling Tianhu appeared, bowing respectfully before quietly awaiting Su Chen's inquiries. "What movements have the Lei family made?" Su Chen inquired, recalling how he had hung the heads of Lei Ao and the assassin before the Lei Hall the previous night. The Lei Hall should be unable to tolerate such affront and would undoubtedly respond. Early this morning, Lei Mu and others gathered at the Lei Hall, but then Mo Biming, the rogue from the demonic path, showed up. After a brief conversation, he departed, leaving Lei Mu and the others temporarily still present in the Lei Hall. Ling Tianhu reported. "Who is this Mo Biming?" Su Chen asked. "His appearance at the Lei family indicates a collusion with them and Qin Hao. I suspect they seek the 5th grade Lotus platform," Ling Tianhu explained. "The 5th grade Lotus platform?" Su Chen's eyes narrowed at the mention. "Immediately investigate this matter. I must ascertain its veracity." He had a mission concerning Qin Hao's arrival. If it were indeed connected to the Lotus platform, he could swiftly complete his task. "My subordinate has already dispatched individuals to investigate. Furthermore, the assassin's body, killed by you last night, was taken away by someone, but my subordinates could not uncover their identity," Ling Tianhu added. "I know who took it. There's no need for further inquiry." Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. "The assassin's corpse was taken by Shangguan Ziyun's subordinate. Bai Tianyu informed me of this during the day." Realizing Su Chen was already aware of the identity of the one who had taken the body, Ling Tianhu refrained from further questioning and bowed, retreating while instructing others not to enter the 5th floor. Not long after Ling Tianhu departed, a young attendant dressed in the attire of the Gold Wind and Drizzle Tower ascended from below. Su Chen's eyes subtly flickered, yet he feigned ignorance. Reclining on a long bench to rest, the attendant entered the pavilion, directly pushing open Su Chen's door, seemingly without a care for stealth. Su Chen opened his eyes from his brief repose and addressed the newcomer. "You are not one of my Gold Wind and Drizzle Tower's people, are you?" "Su Master, I come on behalf of our mistress, wishing to arrange a meeting with you." An elderly woman's voice emerged from the attendant's lips, incongruous with their appearance, indicating the use of disguise. The attendant regarded Su Chen, their eyes betraying a hint of confusion at his calm demeanor. "Your mistress?" Su Chen's gaze sharpened. "Our mistress hails from the Longing Palace. If Su Master wishes to seize control of the Gold Wind and Drizzle Tower, collaborating with her is the wisest choice. Here are the details of the time and place. I trust Su Master will attend." The attendant produced a note that fluttered onto the table before him. Su Chen glanced at the note. At that moment, the young attendant leaped gracefully from the window, landing lightly on a nearby rooftop and swiftly disappearing from view. Su Chen's gaze fixed on the note with a slight frown as he unfolded it. The message was simple. Within the city, at Ziyun Lake, boat number 15. At 8 o'clock in the evening. Longing Palace? Mistress? Could it be the one behind Yechen Garden? Su Chen pondered. The Longing Palace, a branch of the Ling'an County, ranked among the 10 major sects in the region, controlling a fifth of the flower shops there, with substantial financial and intelligence resources. Su Chen had gathered some information over the past few days and learned that Yechen Garden belonged to the Longing Palace. What could they want with him? The Gold Wind and Drizzle Tower and Yechen Garden had an underlying competitive relationship. Did they intend to leverage him to absorb his intelligence network in Qiqing? He resolved to meet this mistress of the Longing Palace to discern her intentions, with Bai Tianyu, a formidable figure at the refining soul stage by his side. Coupled with his own considerable abilities, he felt confident in his safety. Thus, Su Chen was curious to see what tricks the other party had up their sleeves. Meanwhile, on the streets, Mo Biming, clad in black robes, approached the Gold Wind and Drizzle Tower. As a figure of such strength, he saw no need to conceal his presence. His intent was to confront and eliminate Ling Tianhe directly. By doing so, he hoped to instill a sense of crisis in the Gold Wind and Drizzle Tower, compelling them to surrender the Void Mine. News of Mo Baiming's approach reached Ling Tianhe immediately, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and alarm. Could it be that the Lei family has summoned Mo Baiming to deal with my Gold Wind and Drizzle Tower? Ling Tianhe mused. He then traversed the secret passage to Su Chen's chamber. Mo Baiming is coming. Who does he intend to target? Su Chen inquired. Based on my analysis, he likely seeks to kill me. The Lei family suspects that I hired someone to eliminate Lei Ao. Ling Tianhe replied, his tension palpable. Having encountered Lei Ao twice, it was only after that he met his demise. The Lei family had to suspect him. At this point, Ling Tianhe's anxiety grew. His strength had yet to reach the late innate stage, while Mo Baiming stood at the mid-refining spirit stage. He feared he would not withstand 3 moves against Mo Baiming. Do not fret. Assistance will arrive when the time comes. Su Chen reassured him, observing Ling Tianhe's anxious demeanor. He decided to have Bai Tianyu reveal himself. In another location, within an underground chamber of a courtyard in Qiqing, Qin Hao was partially submerged in a pool of blood. The liquid seeped into his skin, merging with his blood and bones, causing an agonizing expression to contort his features. As time passed, a crimson glow emanated from Qin Hao's body, creating a wave of heat that enveloped him. Opening his eyes, he sighed. I am so close to breaking through to the Refi Chapter 24, the blood-devouring dragon painting. Bai Tianyu appeared in the light of day, raising his hand to grasp the garments that flew to him by the poolside, donning them as he emerged from the blood pool. Observing the pool, which had been significantly depleted, Qin Hao sighed, the efficacy of ordinary blood in enhancing my strength has waned considerably. To transcend into the realm of divine refinement, I shall require the blood of some innate warriors. As he spoke, he approached the stone door of the secret chamber. At that moment, an elder stood outside. And upon seeing Qin Hao, he stepped forward and said, Young master, last night, Lei Ao and the assassin from the blissful pavilion were killed. The assailant displayed formidable prowess, severing their heads with a single stroke. The weapon must be near the artifact grade. Moreover, remnants of ice attribute inner energy were found on Lei Ao's arm, indicating that the attacker is a practitioner of ice attribute techniques, at least at the divine refinement level. Lei Ao has been of great assistance to me. It is indeed a pity he has met his demise. Do you know who was responsible for their deaths? Qin Hao inquired. The people from the Lei Hall suspect that Ling Tianhe sent someone to do the deed. Mo Baiming, when he visited Lei Hall, promised to eliminate Ling Tianhe. He is currently on his way to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, the elder responded. Mo Baiming, wasn't he supposed to be monitoring the 5th grade Lotus platform? How could he possibly intervene on behalf of the Lei family? Qin Hao asked, somewhat perplexed. It appears to be a matter of the Kongming Stone. Resources are scarce in Qiqing, and Mo Baiming is likely anxious. If he assists the Lei family in eliminating Ling Tianhe, he could swiftly seize the Kongming mine. Furthermore, news has emerged from the Lei family that the formation concealing the 5th grade Lotus platform's aura is on the verge of dissipating and requires our attention, the elder explained. Then have Elder Shui conceal it once more. We must conclude our plans. How is my blood-devouring dragon painting progressing? Qin Hao subsequently inquired. It is nearly complete, and should be finished before Mu Qingshui arrives. At that time, young master, with the blood-devouring dragon painting and the blood of innate warriors, you should be able to enter the realm of divine refinement, the elder replied. Very well, we shall proceed to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. I wish to ascertain the depths of Ling Tianhe's audacity in killing Lei Ao and what trump cards he possesses, Qin Hao stated solemnly. Lei Ao was someone who had served him diligently, and now Ling Tianhe had sent someone to kill him. This was a direct provocation, and he wished to gauge the opponent's confidence. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Heroes, Shimin Mai's expression grew grave upon hearing Qin Jinyuan's report. His right hand instinctively drummed against the armrest. Master, is Ling Tianhe courting death? How dare he send someone to kill Lei Ao at this time? Qin Jinyuan replied coldly. What of the individual accompanying Lei Ao? Have you discerned their identity? Shimin Mai asked in a low voice, more interested in the identity of the person associated with Lei Ao than in Lei Ao's death. Only a head remains. We could not ascertain their identity, Qin Jinyuan responded. Is that so? Shimin Mai furrowed his brow. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed into the hall. Hall Master, the wanderer from the outer lands, Mo Baiming, is heading towards the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. He just emerged from the Lei family, and it seems they have offered him a price to deal with the pavilion. The middle-aged man said eagerly. Mo Biming is going to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Let us depart at once, Shimanmai declared, rising to his feet and addressing the two men. The three of them exited the Hall of Heroes and made their way towards the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Mo Biming's pace was neither too fast nor too slow, perhaps deliberately controlled to allow the news to spread, inciting panic within the pavilion. Such slaughter would indeed be more entertaining. Outside the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, at a two-story tea house, an elderly man dressed in refined attire stood alongside a burly man clad in sturdy garments, both positioned by the window of a private room. The elder was the second master of the dining hall, Shan Jifeng, whose prowess was in the late stage of innate. Beside him stood the burly man. At the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, though his cultivation was not high, his physical strength was immense, likely capable of overpowering typical innate early-stage cultivators. Master, it appears Ling Tianhe is destined to perish today. Let him eliminate our people. It serves him right, the burly man remarked. Ling Tianhe is cunning and experienced. His audacity to act suggests he possesses hidden cards. We are merely here to observe. Should Ling Tianhe perish today, we will contact Su Chen to acquire some of the properties held by the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. I believe Su Chen will oblige, Shan Jifeng stated. Not only this elder, but many others, various factions, both established and newly risen, as well as external forces, awaited the outcome. Should Ling Tianhe fall today, they would swiftly reach out to Su Chen. Ling Tianhe's demise would undoubtedly strike a blow to Su Chen, compelling him to vacate Qingqing and sell off the assets of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. In such a case, even if the Zetan Palace arrived, they would have no grounds for objection, as they would not have forcibly acquired anything, especially since the Zetan Palace had little interest in those assets. Master, Mo Biming will arrive at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in about 15 minutes, Ling Tianhe reported to Su Chen. I have arranged for the expert I promised you to await in your room. Su Chen replied, his tone calm and dismissive, showing no regard for Mo Biming. However, he was not overly concerned about Mo Biming. Before his demise, he intended to extract the purpose of his visit. Such a rogue would never assist the Lei family without ulterior motives. Understood. Ling Tianhe bowed and then retreated to his room. Within Ling Tianhe's chamber, the unmatched divine blade Bai Tianyu stood by the window, his imposing stature cradling a long knife, his gaze fixed outside. Upon Ling Tianhe's arrival, Bai Tianyu's demeanor remained unchanged. However, as Ling Tianhe entered, his pupils suddenly locked in place. He could perceive no trace of energy from the other, although he was merely at the mid-stage of innate. The inability to sense even a whisper of energy indicated terrifying strength. I am Ling Tianhe. Honored to meet you, senior. Despite appearing older than Bai Tianyu, he respectfully referred to him as senior. I am Bai Tianyu, he stated simply. Though his disposition was forthright, he remained unfamiliar with this world, feeling an overwhelming solitude within it. Senior Bai, the master has instructed me to seek your assistance in dealing with Mo Biming, Ling Tianhe said respectfully. Let us go. Bai Tianyu nodded. The two exited Ling Tianhe's room and proceeded towards the hall of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. At this moment, disciples of the pavilion, upon witnessing Bai Tianyu descend from the upper floors, gazed in astonishment. They had not seen this individual enter the building, but inferred he was a formidable expert summoned by Deputy Master Ling. They pondered whether he could contend with Mo Biming. Chapter 25. A sudden storm. A blade split in two. Senior Bai, shall we wait here, or? Ling Tianhe inquired after descending the stairs. Let us go directly to eliminate him. Bai Tianyu replied decisively. To him, Mo Biming was merely a minor character, not worth wasting much time on. Understood. Ling Tianhe followed Bai Tianyu out of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Su Chen stood by the window, gazing outside. The sky was draped in a gentle drizzle, and the air felt somewhat chilly. Outside the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, patrons of nearby tea houses and taverns turned their attention towards Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu as they exited. Who was that person wielding the long blade? The second hall master of the dining hall asked, his eyes narrowing. I have never seen him before. Are they intending to confront Mo Biming? The burly man in combat attire stared in astonishment at Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu as they emerged. Is there any need to ask? That must be Ling Tianhe's trump card. No wonder he dares to take action against the Thunder Hall. The second hall master, Shan Jifeng, held a look of foreboding. He had initially hoped the dining hall could secure some establishments from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion today, but given the current situation, that seemed increasingly unlikely. Although Ling Tianhe possessed somewhat lesser strength, he was astute and well-informed about the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. He was aware of Mo Baiming's prowess and still had the audacity to appear with company, indicating that even if he could not defeat Mo Baiming, he could certainly contend with him. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, pedestrians on the street swiftly dispersed, leaving an unexpected silence. On one side of the street, Mo Baiming, clad in black, had made his appearance. At that moment, he also noticed Bai Tianyu, who was holding the long blade and walking ahead of Ling Tianhe. His pupils constricted sharply as a fierce glint lit up his gaze. He halted to scrutinize Bai Tianyu, attempting to recall if such a master of the blade existed in his memory. Are you the one aiding Ling Tianhe in his killings? I have come to eliminate him today. If you wish to protect him, then I shall have to kill you. Mo Baiming stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu remained unfazed, steadily advancing towards him as if he had not heard Mo Baiming's words. Master, it seems this person does not regard Mo Baiming at all. One of the members of the Thunder Hall remarked, peering out of a private room. Lei Mo furrowed his brow in concern. The others shared his serious demeanor. They had suspected Ling Tianhe had someone by his side, which was why they had requested Mo Baiming's intervention. Mo Baiming, at the mid-stage of the spirit refinement realm, was an absolute master within Qingqing. They believed that even if Ling Tianhe sought assistance, he would not be able to find someone of Mo Baiming's caliber. Let us observe for now. This person shows such disdain for Mo Baiming. How could he possibly tolerate it? Lei Mu's eyes shimmered with sharpness, though surprised by Bai Tianyu's emergence. He had faith in Mo Baiming's strength. On the street, Mo Baiming's eyes were shrouded in darkness, realizing the blade-wielding individual had disregarded him entirely. Let me see what you are capable of, he declared, clenching his fist. As he summoned his true energy, the falling raindrops coalesced in his palm, and he unleashed a powerful strike. The gathered raindrops surged forth like a volley of arrows aimed at Bai Tianyu, unfazed by the oncoming barrage. Bai Tianyu emanated a blade aura, forming a protective barrier around him. The arrows merely created ripples upon impact, failing to shatter the shield. Mo Baiming's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated his attack would be so easily thwarted. Yet, as Bai Tianyu exuded his blade energy, he sensed no immediate threat. With a thunderous leap, Mo Baiming transformed into a shadow, appearing before Bai Tianyu in the blink of an eye. A crimson light flickered in his palm, imbued with a domineering intent. As he struck towards Bai Tianyu without hesitation, the palm print howled through the air, tearing through the falling rain, carrying with it a distinct smell of blood. Bai Tianyu deftly sidestepped the strike with an ethereal grace. As Mo Baiming's attack fell short, he swiftly adapted, his hand morphing into a claw aimed at Bai Tianyu's abdomen, the blood-colored energy swirling menacingly at his fingertips. Bai Tianyu evaded once more, becoming a mere illusion, moving with a speed that was almost imperceptible, slipping beyond Mo Baiming's reach. Having failed twice, Mo Baiming felt a chill in his heart. He halted, eyeing Bai Tianyu warily. The opponent's agility and lightness in movement were undoubtedly superior to his own. Moreover, the long blade he wielded hinted at extraordinary power. Who are you truly? He demanded, his voice low. I am Bai Tianyu. I have witnessed your capabilities. And now it is time to send you on your way, Bai Tianyu declared, transforming into a fleeting shadow that appeared before Mo Baiming. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light erupted from his hand, filling Mo Baiming with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. He attempted to flee, but Bai Tianyu had already unsheathed his blade. Onlookers outside beheld a swift flash of the blade, accompanied by a piercing cry as the razor-sharp energy surged forth. The gentle drizzle that had previously grazed the sky vanished, replaced by a singular, striking blade of light that sliced through the air before Mo Baiming, only to disappear in an instant. The earlier rain resumed its descent, but Mo Baiming remained frozen in place, his eyes wide in shock. In his gaze lingered remnants of the blade's shadow, and as the illusion dissipated, his body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and mingling with the rainwater on the ground. The spectators stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief. With a single stroke, the self-proclaimed swordsman Bai Tianyu had slain Mo Baiming, a master of the mid-stage spirit refinement realm. After what felt like an eternity, the crowd finally broke into a chorus of breathless gasps as they turned to gaze at Bai Tianyu once more. He had already turned to re-enter the golden wind and drizzle pavilion. Behind him, Ling Tianhe stood in astonishment. With a single strike, Bai Tianyu had felled Mo Baiming. He pondered the true extent of Senior Bai's strength. The formidable presence he had felt that night must have belonged to Bai Tianyu. With such a powerful ally beside the pavilion's owner, the challenges in Qingqing appeared surmountable, and he felt reassured that he would not face danger anytime soon. Furthermore, he could engage in discussions with Qin Hao from the Qin family, thereby aiding the pavilion owner in discerning Qin Hao's intentions. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward a certain direction, the very room where the members of the Thunder Hall were gathered. Chapter 26. The appointment. Lu Wumei's eyes glimmered with a hint of cold amusement. Hall Master, Ling Tianhe is provoking us, Lei Mo remarked. His gaze fixed on Ling Tianhe. He indeed possesses the qualifications to provoke us. If you are dissatisfied, you may engage in dialogue with him. Lei Mu replied in a chilling tone. At that moment, his heart still trembled. He had just witnessed the flash of a blade, and in an instant, Mo Baiming was cleaved in two. Mo Baiming was a formidable expert at the mid-stage of spirit refinement. The strongest among them in the Lei Hall barely reached the peak of innate talent, and against such a foe, it would likely be a matter of a single strike. Hall Master, we need not worry excessively. The cost of hiring such a master as Ling Tianhe must be considerable. If he could easily summon such individuals, there would have been no need to endure Lei Ao's provocation earlier. Lei Gu interjected. Upon hearing Lei Gu's words, the individuals within the private room began to breathe more steadily, their hearts still shaken from the earlier encounter with Bai Tianyu's blade. Such a fierce and domineering blade aura. However, judging from this wound, it is evident that the one who killed Lei Ao last night is not the same person, he observed. His skeletal hand tinged with iron color, blocking the blade aura as he swiftly merged the two halves of the corpse before departing. Although Mo Baiming now lay as two halves, they could extract considerable information from him. As his body was taken away, the blood on the ground gradually washed away by the rain. In no time, people began to reappear on the streets, restoring the earlier scene. Meanwhile, atop a tea house, Qin Hao and Elder Shui stood observing as Bai Tianyu and Ling Tianhe entered the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Elder Shui, what do you think of this person's strength? Qin Hao inquired. With a single strike, he dispatched Mo Baiming. His prowess is formidable, yet he did not fully reveal his capabilities. Making it difficult for my subordinates to ascertain his realm, Elder Shui responded solemnly. Could Elder Shui evade such a strike? Qin Hao asked. I might not evade it, but his strike cannot breach my defenses. As long as I can withstand it, I will have the opportunity to retaliate. As for the outcome, that remains to be seen after the clash, Elder Shui articulated. However, young master, it is indeed troubling that Ling Tianhe has managed to find such a master. The task of seizing the calming mind now appears exceedingly challenging, especially with the arrival of the Zetan Palace members imminent, Elder Shui continued. Investigate this individual for me. I need to know who he is. Also, arrange for me to meet Su Chen. I wish to see him. With such a master aiding Ling Tianhe, Su Chen must be feeling quite anxious and in need of collaboration. I would not mind offering him some assistance. Mo Baiming was the final nourishment I had prepared for the blood demon flower, and now that he is deceased, let Bai Tianyu take his place. Qin Hao's eyes flashed with cold light, his murderous intent palpable. In the Jin Feng Shiyu building, on the 5th floor, their expressions remained composed. After a brief interval, Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu emerged from the dark chamber into his quarters. Upon entering, Bai Tianyu swiftly retreated into an adjacent room. Hall Master, with Mo Baiming's death, the Lei Hall should refrain from pursuing me for the time being. I will expedite arrangements to uncover the circumstances behind them, Ling Tianhe announced. Handle this matter as you see fit, and provide me with information regarding the lady from Yechen Garden, Su Chen commanded. As he intended to meet the lady that evening and needed to familiarize himself with her background, Ling Tianhe accepted the order and promptly delivered the lady's information to Su Chen. Su Chen examined the intelligence regarding the lady of Yechen Garden. The content was sparse. Her name was Lu Wumei, the third disciple of the left protector of the Changhan Palace, Nan Yin. She had arrived in Qicheng 3 years prior. Her purpose and true strength shrouded in mystery, with martial skills suspected to include the Tianyi Divine Water Formula, Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, and Xinming Yin Sha Palm. As he contemplated the information, Su Chen sensed that Lu Wumei might be even more formidable than the recently deceased Mo Baiming, a figure of considerable complexity seeking an audience with him. Her identity as the third disciple of the left protector of Changhan Palace is certainly not trivial. Having been here for 3 years, there are two possibilities. Either she has a specific purpose for being here, or she has been exiled to this desolate region. Setting aside that matter, Su Chen perused various historical texts regarding the Great Zhou, as his memory of this world was fragmented, necessitating the need for literature to grasp the current situation. As dusk fell, Su Chen departed Jin Feng Shiyu building and boarded a carriage, heading towards the appointed rendezvous at Ziyun Lake with Lu Wumei. Ziyun Lake, a vast expanse of water, was adorned with numerous boats at anchor. By nightfall, each boat glowed with bright lights. On the 15th boat, Lu Wumei sat within her cabin, accompanied by 2 others, the matron of Yechen Garden and a young woman clad in black. What news have you gathered regarding the swordsman engaged by Ling Tianha? Lu Wumei inquired. There is no information on this individual. It is as if he emerged from thin air. The matron replied solemnly. Such a master, without any information? Lu Wumei's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing the matron's words. Then let us cease the investigation. It would be a waste of unnecessary effort. Instead, we should delve into Mo Baiming's background. He was last seen in the Lei Hall, which has recently been closely aligned with Qin Hao. They must be plotting something. I wish to know their intentions, Lu Wumei commanded. Madam, do you think they are after the 5th grade Lotus platform? The young woman in black interjected. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of light flashed in Lu Wumei's eyes. Little Purple, your mind works swiftly. Mo Baiming, the 3rd young master of the Qin family, and the newly emerged Bai Tianyu are all formidable figures. They would not be interested in ordinary items if it pertains to the 5th grade Lotus platform. It would undoubtedly pique their interest, Lu Wumei responded softly. Launch a full investigation into Mo Baiming's previous movements, as well as those of the Lei family and Qin Hao. If we can acquire a treasure such as the 5th grade Lotus platform, I shall be free from this wretched place called Qiqing. A smile graced Lu Wumei's face. At that moment, a maid outside the cabin announced, Madam, the master of Jinfeng Shiyu, Su Chen, has arrived. Upon hearing the maid's voice, Lu Wumei's smile faded. Please invite Master Su aboard, she ordered, not rising to personally welcome Su Chen, as his current status did not warrant such a gesture. Chapter 27. Encounter and display of strength in a brief moment. Su Chen followed a maid into the luxurious boat. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, clearing his mind and revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. This was the calm spirit incense, a rare fragrance known for its ability to maintain clarity of thought. To find it lit within such opulent surroundings was rather extravagant. His gaze fell upon Lu Wumei, a woman whose allure was unforgettable, embodying both seduction and charm. Please, you may leave. I wish to speak privately with Master Su. Lu Wumei gestured, and the old matron Gui, along with the young woman in black, bowed and exited. Su Chen's strength paled in comparison to Lu Wumei's, rendering them entirely unafraid of any threat he might pose. Once they departed, Su Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, addressed Lu Wumei. I wonder what matters you wish to discuss. Madam Lu. As she observed him seated before her, Lu Wumei felt a flicker of intrigue. Su Chen's gaze remained steady, devoid of any tremor, which was unexpected. Initially, she had anticipated that he would become a guest of her inner circle, someone she could manipulate to gain control over the Jinfeng Shiyu Pavilion and expand her influence in Qing City. However, the current situation suggested that Su Chen's composure was exceptional, making her ambitions more challenging. Your state of mind surpasses my expectations. Let us enjoy a cup of tea. Lu Wumei remarked as she poured tea for him. The aroma wafted from the cup, delightful and fragrant. The tea is exquisite. But I prefer you to be forthright about your intentions for summoning me, Su Chen replied, refraining from partaking of the tea. Though he had accepted this new identity, he remained cautious in this unfamiliar world, approaching everything with wariness. The allure of Lu Wumei was undeniable, yet he restrained his impulses, presenting an air of tranquility. Once you ally with me, I will ensure your position as the head of the Jinfeng Shiyu Pavilion is secure, Lu Wumei declared, revealing her purpose. Initially, she sought merely to collaborate with Su Chen, facilitating his introduction to Mu Qingshui. However, the emergence of Bai Tianyu, a figure behind Ling Tianha, prompted her to revise her strategy, desiring Su Chen's allegiance instead. Realizing the potential peril, Su Chen perceived Lu Wumei as a lifeline. To ally with you and secure my position? Do you not harbor ulterior motives? He inquired, neither refuting nor consenting. Once you pledge your allegiance to me, fulfilling other obligations would be your duty, Lu Wumei replied with a smile. It seems you do have other designs. Perhaps it would be prudent to share them first. So I may consider them, Su Chen suggested. After Mu Qingshui from the Zitan Palace arrives in Qing City, I would like you to facilitate our collaboration, Lu Wumei stated. Her gaze fixed on Su Chen, seeking to discern his emotional response. Yet, his demeanor remained unflinching, further impressing her with his composure. Such serenity is uncommon for one so young, she mused inwardly, raising her opinion of him. Allying with you is not an option, for now. I do not require the support of anyone, Su Chen asserted. Madame Lu resides in the Chahen Palace of Jiangnan's watertown Su City. While the Zitan Palace is a sect from the Outer Lands, there seems to be little connection between you two. If I surmise correctly, your interest in collaborating with Mu Qingshui is motivated by your own ambitions. Lu Wumei responded, acknowledging his insight. Indeed. I seek certain items to facilitate my departure from Qing City, and the Zetan Palace can assist me. As she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Su Chen, scrutinizing for any sign of knowledge regarding the whereabouts of the coveted 5th-grade Lotus platform, rumored to have been known by Su Meibai, who was now deceased. As Su Chen was his son, he would likely possess some information. Madam, it seems you have also caught wind of the black market rumors. However, the 5th-grade Lotus platform may be connected to Qin Hao, Su Chen remarked. Connected to Qin Hao? Lu Wumei's brow furrowed slightly. The Qin family, of the Ling'an prefecture, was not merely a noble family. Their influence was bolstered by a concubine who bore a prince. What have you uncovered, Master Su? She inquired, attempting to glean insight from his expression. If he had indeed confirmed such ties, it would not be unusual to contend with Qin Hao for the Lotus platform. As long as he did not face death at the hands of Qin Hao. Unbeknownst to Lu Wumei, her perception of Su Chen had shifted, viewing him as an equal. It is merely speculation, Su Chen replied succinctly, causing Lu Wumei's expression to darken, feeling as though she had been toyed with. Su Chen, I am here to assist you, yet you play games with me. You have seen the forces behind Ling Tianhe. Should you decline my offer, I fear you will meet the same fate as Lei Ao, she warned, her tone grave. I cannot speak for others. But Lei Ao and that assassin lost their heads at my hands, Su Chen stated, his voice calm, yet striking a chord of surprise in Lu Wumei. You claim to have beheaded both Lei Ao and that assassin? She asked, astonished. They fell beneath my dusk rain blade, and not only them. Even one of Ling Tianhe's confidants, Song Yuan, met the same fate at my hands, he continued, an aura of innate energy emanating from him. Radiating a chapter 28, the kidnapping of Su Chen and Qin Hao's plans. Are you not afraid that I might disclose your strength? Lu Wumei inquired, gazing at Su Chen. Not at all. When I arrived, the 3rd young master of the Qin family, Qin Hao, summoned me. If you were to reveal the news of my strength reaching the innate realm, I believe Qin Hao would offer me a substantial deal, Su Chen replied. On his journey, he had received a letter, a simple note instructing him to meet Qin Hao in 2 days, without even an address. The absence of an address implied that the sender was confident Su Chen knew where Qin Hao resided. It appears I have completely misjudged the situation. To be concise, if you, Master Su, agree to assist me in contacting Mu Qingxue, I can dispatch an initial stage refiner to temporarily aid you, Lu Wumei stated. Relinquishing her control over Su Chen, he was calm and adept at concealment, and his decisive actions indicated that he would make a commendable ally. Conversely, as an adversary, he would require vigilance, as the costs could outweigh the benefits. There was no need to act against Su Chen, for they had no conflicting interests. Furthermore, allowing someone else to benefit from her actions was not Lu Wumei's style. An initial stage refiner. Very well, may our collaboration be fruitful, Su Chen responded. He revealed his strength with the intent of cooperating with Lu Wumei. Although the intelligence from the Jifeng Xiaoyu Tower in Qing City was commendable, it had yet to uncover Qin Hao's true intentions. With the addition of intelligence from Yechen Garden, he was confident they would soon discern the purpose of Qin Hao's presence here. Meanwhile, within the Thunder Hall, Qin Hao and Elder Shui entered the Grand Hall, where Lei Mu and others had gathered. Not far away, the body of Mo Biming lay covered with a white cloth. What can we deduce from the knife marks? Qin Hao asked upon entering the hall. 3rd young master, from the traces, it appears that Bai Tianyu did not kill Lei Ao. The knife marks differ. The assailant and Bai Tianyu wield different blades. Bai Tianyu seems to be a master swordsman who would never switch weapons, Lei Gu replied. So, the person who killed Lei Ao was not arranged by Ling Tianhe? Qin Hao inquired further. That cannot be confirmed. It is possible that Ling Tianhe has another swordsman at his disposal, while we can ascertain that Bai Tianyu is not responsible for Lei Ao's death. We cannot guarantee that no other sword-wielding expert exists within Ling Tianhe's ranks. However, we must focus on acquiring a substantial amount of Void Spirit Stones, Qin Hao stated solemnly. 3rd young master, given the current circumstances, Ling Tianhe is unlikely to agree to provide us with the Void Spirit Mine. Securing it will be challenging, Lei Mu replied gravely. If Ling Tianhe is uncooperative, why not consider seizing Su Chen? He is ostensibly the master of the Jifeng Xiaoyu Tower. Qin Hao proposed, seizing Su Chen. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Lei Mu's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting we establish contact with Su Chen and procure the Void Spirit Mine from him? However, the Jifeng Xiaoyu Tower is currently under Ling Tianhe's control. Even if we manage to engage with Su Chen, it may prove futile. Lei Mu frowned. I am not suggesting mere contact with Su Chen. If he hesitates, it would impede our plans. You could apprehend Su Chun and coerce Ling Tianhe into surrendering the mine's deed in exchange for his release, Qin Hao articulated. Third young master. While kidnapping Su Chen might be straightforward, I fear that Ling Tianhe might use our actions to eliminate him, Lei Mu cautioned. While capturing Su Chen, disseminate the news within Qing City that the people of Zitan Palace are en route. Ling Tianhe would not dare to turn a blind eye, Qin Hao commanded. At his words, the members of the Lei family appeared invigorated. Based on Ling Tianhe's recent behavior, he was evidently aware of numerous matters. The relationship between the Thunder Hall and the Jifeng Xiaoyu Tower had turned adversarial. Lei Yao, you three shall abduct Su Chun tonight and bring him to the secluded residence outside the city. Tomorrow, I will send a message to Ling Tianhe, and I will ensure that it spreads throughout Qing City. Let us see if you will provide the Void Spirit Mine in exchange, Lei Mu ordered. After issuing these commands, Lei Mu approached Qin Hao. Third young master, we are no match for Bai Tianyu's strength. If he intervenes, capturing Su Chun to threaten Ling Tianhe may prove ineffective. Do not worry. I will arrange for assistance to counter Bai Tianyu when the time comes, Qin Hao assured. Thank you, third young master. The Lei family stands firmly behind you. Lei Mu quickly expressed loyalty. The reason behind Qin Hao's suggestion to target Su Chun was to gauge the Lei family's allegiance. Qin Hao remarked, the name of the Tongshan pill carries great weight. However, its efficacy is limited to aiding peak innate warriors in ascending to the refiner realm. Yet, both Lei Mu and Lei Mo have been at the peak of the innate realm for an extended period without advancing to the refiner realm. Hence, they seek to utilize the pill to make that leap. Unfortunately, the Tongshan pill is scarcely circulated in the outside world, tightly held by the noble families and sects of the county, making it difficult for smaller factions to procure it. Now, I have promised them 5 pills. Once the other 3 reach the peak of the innate realm, they could potentially yield 5 early-stage refiners for the Thunder Hall. Of course, this is not guaranteed, as there is a likelihood of failure in the breakthrough process. However, after consuming the Tongshan pill, there remains a drawback. It becomes exceedingly challenging to advance to the refining soul realm. You will manage this matter. Given the uncertainty surrounding Mo Baiming's fate, you will need to arrange for someone to oversee the situation. Lei Mo, you will take a batch of Void Spirit Stones there shortly, Qin Hao instructed. Understood. Third young master. Lei Mo promptly replied. Once Qin Hao concluded his instructions, he departed with Elder Shui, hoping to leverage this opportunity to advance to the refiner realm. Lei Mu and the others respectfully saw Qin Hao off. After Qin Hao's departure, Lei Mu turned to speak. Leader, if we proceed with the kidnapping of Su Chen, what will happen when the Zitan Palace arrives? When Qin Hao was present, they had readily agreed, but it was not out of genuine intent. We will take one step at a time. As long as we assist third young master in guarding that 5th grade Lotus platform, we will secure the Tongshan pill and then depart Qing City without offering the Zitan Palace the chance to retaliate, Lei Mu declared, revealing his intention to flee with the Tongshan pill once acquired. Outside the Thunder Hall, Qin Hao and Elder Shui climbed into a carriage. Young master, are you not supposed to engage with Su Chen? Why then have you sent the Lei family after him? Elder Shui asked. I am applying pressure on Su Chen, making him aware that the weak have no options but to submit willingly. Only then will he be inclined to serve me and become a pawn in my plans against Mu Qingxue. Qin Hao responded coldly. Mu Qingxue's strength is unlikely to be inferior to his. She surely has formidable allies. If he tames Su Chen, he will not only be able to monitor Mu Qingxue's daily activities, but also strike at her when the opportunity arises, aiding in her capture. Chapter 29. A night visit to the Qin residence. The blood pool from Qin Hao's words, it was evident that he sought to completely enslave Su Chen. Beside him, Shui Lao had long grown accustomed to his young master's methods. Lei Ao from the Lei family was one such victim of servitude. With merely a few subtle hints, the young master had arranged for an assassin from the Extreme Pleasure House to eliminate Su Mingbai. As for why the assassin remained in Lei Ao's mansion, it was a part of the young master's plan to use the assassin and Lei Ao as pawns when the individuals from Zitan Palace arrived, thus allowing him to draw closer to Mu Qingxue. However, with the assassin now dead, the young master's leverage had diminished, prompting him to shift his focus onto Su Chen. How is the preparation of the innate blood? Qin Hao inquired, as he intended to ascend to the divine refinement realm within the next couple of days. The blood is ready, but the slaying of several innate warriors may have attracted the attention of those in Qiqing, Shui Lao replied. Let them pay heed. This batch of innate blood should suffice for my breakthrough into the divine refinement realm, Qin Hao responded nonchalantly. Qingcheng is but a small city. At that moment, a small bird flitted through the window and landed on Shui Lao's hand, its tiny feet tethered to a slender bamboo tube. After Shui Lao retrieved the bamboo tube, the bird swiftly took flight. He extracted a delicate note, and upon reading it, his expression darkened slightly. Young master, Mu Qingxue should arrive in Qingcheng by tomorrow night. Sooner than we anticipated. Additionally, Su Chen is currently meeting with Madame Lu from Yechen Garden. Upon hearing Shui Lao's words, Qin Hao ordered, "Send someone to intercept Mu Qingxue and ensure they arrive the day after tomorrow." Understood, Shui Lao nodded. Meanwhile, Su Chen had exited the luxurious ship, surveying the brightly lit vessels and the throngs of people surrounding him. "Young master, we have received word from Ling Tianhe that a formidable expert named Shui Lao, who is associated with Qin Hao, has slain numerous innate warriors, seemingly to absorb their blood. Moreover, Qin Hao is inciting the Lei family to abduct you, threatening them to relinquish the Kongming mine," reported Fu Bo, who had entered the secret chamber alongside Su Chen. "Collecting the blood of innate warriors? It seems Qin Hao must be practicing some dark technique. Is he attempting a breakthrough at this juncture?" Su Chen pondered, but what is Qin Hao's intention? He had just planned to meet me in 2 days, yet now he instigates the Lei family to abduct me. When are they planning to strike? Ling Tianhe is monitoring the situation. As soon as they make a move, he will promptly inform you, Fu Bo assured him. Given this, I shall not remain at Su Manor tonight. Since Qin Hao has recently acquired the blood of innate warriors, I shall pay him a visit and create some trouble for him, Su Chen declared. Remaining passive was not in his nature. If they sought to act against him, he would not allow them to do so unchallenged. That is a feasible approach. I shall take my leave first, Fu Bo replied. He had previously contemplated how to deal with the Lei family, knowing that aside from the rear courtyard, no one in the manor could withstand them. With Su Chen absent, should the Lei family come, they would find nothing. After Fu Bo departed, Su Chen donned a black robe and cloak before leaving the secret chamber. He already had knowledge of Qin Hao's residence. Cloaked and weaving through the night market, he made his way to Qin Hao's abode. In a short while, he beheld the compound of Qin Hao. Though the courtyard was not small, according to the intelligence provided by Ling Tianhe, it was inhabited by over a dozen servants. Su Chen did not immediately enter, but began to observe the surroundings. After a thorough inspection, he found no guards outside. Moving into the shadows, he produced a map, one that detailed the layout of the residence. The Jinfeng Shiyu building had been established in Qingxing for many years, and they possessed maps of various courtyards within the city. Glancing at the map, Su Chen scaled the wall and entered the courtyard. Inside, the light was dim, casting an air of solitude. Su Chen concealed his presence and made his way toward the illuminated hall, suspecting that Qin Hao and his associates might be within. Upon reaching the hall's exterior, he overheard a conversation between two figures. It was indeed Qin Hao and Shui Lao. "Young master, the blood-devouring dragon diagram has been completed and delivered. The innate blood within the secret chamber is also prepared. You shall surely break through to the divine refinement realm today," Shui Lao stated, presenting a brocade box to Qin Hao. Though their voices were soft, Su Chen strained to hear clearly from his concealment. The blood-devouring dragon diagram and the innate blood. Qin Hao intended to use these to elevate himself to the divine refinement realm, Su Chen mused, continuing to listen to their dialogue. Has the Kongming or been transported from the Lei family? Qin Hao did not immediately begin his cultivation, but instead inquired. "Given the multitude of people during the day, we shall prepare to go at night. Young master, the blood demon flower requires about 3 more batches of equivalent quality Kongming or to mature," Shui Lao replied quietly. "The blood demon flower? The Kongming is intended for that, not for the 5th grade Lotus platform." It dawned on Su Chen that they had initially believed Qin Hao sought the 5th grade Lotus platform, only to discover it was for the blood demon flower. As Su Chen contemplated, Qin Hao and the elder had already retreated to the back hall, making it impossible for him to approach. Thus, he had to withdraw, yet acquiring the information about the blood demon flower was an unexpected boon. At that moment, a maid approached from a distance. Su Chen's eyes flickered. If Qin Hao was indeed cultivating, he would likely remain there for some time, and some maids might know of his cultivation location. He swiftly approached the maid. As she walked, the maid suddenly felt something obstruct her path, akin to a grip around her throat. Darkness enveloped her vision as she lost consciousness. Su Chen seized her and brought her to a decorative rock in the courtyard. A drop of water fell upon her face, rousing her, but as she opened her eyes to scream, a firm hand clasped her neck. A cold voice whispered in her ear, "If you scream, I will snap your throat. Tell me, Which part of the yard does the master frequent at night? Do not claim ignorance. I wish not to waste time. If you do not speak, others will. You have but one chance. The maid, struggling for breath as her face paled and her body trembled in fear, desperately nodded. Master, he often visits the rockery in the back courtyard. There is a secret chamber there, she hurriedly replied. They were merely ordinary people, and when faced with danger, their instinct was to protect themselves first. Chapter 30. Confrontation and Breakthrough. Su Chen subsequently rendered the maid unconscious and proceeded toward the direction of the rockery. There were no guards in this area, indicating that Chen Hao possessed considerable confidence in himself. After a brief search around the rockery, Su Chen finally discovered the mechanism to open the secret chamber. Inside the chamber, a thick, bloody stench pervaded the air. As he stepped inside, a pool of blood materialized before him, its viscous liquid swirling ominously. How many lives had been extinguished here? Su Chen gazed at the blood pool, momentarily stunned, his expression reflecting shock. Though he had taken lives himself upon arriving here, it was merely a handful compared to the vast quantity contained within this pool. How could he obliterate it with a single strike? Su Chen pondered as he stared at the blood pool. At that moment, a message infiltrated Su Chen's mind. Discovered a small blood pool, capable of condensing blood god pills. Reward: method to refine blood god pills. Successfully refining a blood god pill grants 3 white lottery tickets. This information detailed a method for refining blood god pills. However, the process required time. Given the current circumstances, Chen Hao would arrive at the secret chamber shortly. Su Chen had no time to refine the blood within the pool into blood god pills. Scanning the surroundings, the chamber appeared rather spacious, providing no place to conceal himself. He glanced at the stone door. Exiting through it, he concealed himself in a nearby area, preparing to await Chen Hao's arrival. Chen Hao was at the pinnacle of the innate realm, while Su Chen, though nearing the mid-stage of the innate realm, possessed physical strength akin to that of a late innate warrior. He contemplated engaging Chen Hao directly. As for danger, Su Chen felt unperturbed. He was not alone, for Bai Tianyu had been trailing behind him. As long as he found himself in dire peril, Bai Tianyu would intervene. With this thought, Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. Chen Hao, being at the peak of the innate realm, presented a challenge spanning 3 minor levels beneath him. Engaging in combat should provide him with ample opportunity to improve, especially since his previous encounters had not posed significant difficulty. This time, he anticipated a thrilling experience. Su Chen relished such fervent battles. Before long, a figure approached from a distance. Chen Hao, holding a brocade box, and notably unaccompanied. This alleviated the need for Bai Tianyu's intervention. Upon reaching the rockery, Chen Hao directly opened the passage to the secret chamber. Once inside, he unveiled the brocade box, and a wave of bloodthirsting energy surged forth, revealing a blood-colored scroll within. The scroll depicted a blood dragon, emanating a menacing aura. With the bloodthirsty dragon scroll in conjunction with innate blood, he was certain he would ascend to the realm of divine refinement today. A smile graced Chen Hao's face. He had not anticipated obtaining such a treasure during this visit. Suddenly, a voice disrupted the silence, causing Chen Hao's expression to shift. He turned toward the source of the sound. At the entrance of the chamber stood Su Chen, clad in a black cloak, advancing silently with nimble steps. "Who are you?" Chen Hao steadied himself, coldly addressing Su Chen. "You have taken lives in pursuit of power, naturally." "I have come for vengeance," Su Chen replied. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Hao's expression twisted into a snarl. "Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Remove your mask, and I shall know your identity." With no hesitation, Chen Hao launched the first attack, his figure transforming into a streak of blood light, appearing before Su Chen. He raised his hand, manifesting a blood blade, slicing downward with remarkable speed. Su Chen's expression tightened. Chen Hao was stronger than he had anticipated, and his strikes were vicious. He swiftly retreated to evade the incoming blood blade. "Step back." Chen Hao sneered upon seeing Su Chen's retreat. This strike was intended to gauge his opponent's strength. With Su Chen unwilling to engage him directly, it signified a disparity in their abilities. A surge of energy erupted from his feet, propelling him into the air. He then launched a punch towards Su Chen, the wind from his fist carrying a violent, blood-infused force that enveloped Su Chen. In response to Chen Hao's assault, Su Chen did not falter. Instead, he raised his left hand, invoking the Ice Qilin Arm, and a chilling current manifested within his palm. This icy flow subdued the rampant blood energy momentarily. When their fists collided, a shockwave erupted within the chamber, causing them both to stagger back several steps. Such formidable coldness. "You must be the one who killed Lei Ao. Today, I shall uncover your identity, Qin Hao declared, and as he spoke, his internal energy surged, allowing him to flicker like a ghost behind Su Chen. His hand grasped, blood-red light coalescing between his fingers, transforming them into a crimson hue that radiated a lethal aura. Aiming for Su Chen's back. In that instant, Su Chen abruptly turned, delivering a powerful punch to intercept the attack. Then, with his right hand, he lunged toward Qin Hao's throat in a rapid motion. Startled, Qin Hao hastily retreated. Yet, as he did so, Su Chen's foot pressed against the ground, shattering the rocky surface beneath him, unleashing a torrent of violent power that coursed through him. With the diamond mixed elemental force fully activated, his palms shimmered faintly with golden light before he unleashed a ferocious punch. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, causing the chamber to tremble. At that moment, sensing the overwhelming force, Qin Hao's heart raced. His energy erupted, and blood-red energy exploded from his fists. The two forces collided, propelling them both backward until they crashed against the chamber walls, halting their movements. Your physical strength may be formidable, but it pales in comparison to mine, Qin Hao stated, calming his turbulent energy. Let us settle this through combat. After their exchange, Su Chen felt the energy within him circulating rapidly. The residual innate elixirs he had consumed earlier surged forth, igniting a sense of impending breakthrough. In this moment, how could he refrain from fighting? Observing Qin Hao's cold gaze, he charged towards Su Chen. Blood python technique. The blood energy within Qin Hao coiled, forming a spectral blood python around his fist. Recognizing the threat, Su Chen sensed danger. Qilin Arm, Su Chen shouted, and a phantom of the Qilin materialized around his arm. However, as the phantom emerged, his innate energy rapidly diminished. Utilizing the Qilin Arm drained his innate vigor. With a ferocious clash, they collided once more, staggering back several steps. Their sleeves tore apart, and the veins beneath their skin appeared on the verge of rupturing. You are merely at the initial stage of the innate realm, not yet at the mid-stage, Qin Hao remarked, perceiving Su Chen's strength with a darkened gaze, astonished. He had not anticipated that the one he had engaged with so frequently was merely at the initial stage of the innate realm. I am not at the initial stage. I am at the mid-stage of the innate realm. With the last exchange, the innate energy within Su Chen had been expended. However, a fresh surge of innate energy flowed forth, even more potent than before. Drawing upon the momentum of his previous strike, Su Chen ascended to the mid-stage of the innate realm. Chapter 31. Fierce Confrontation. Invincible Divine Blade. Upon witnessing Su Chen's breakthrough, Qin Hao's expression turned exceedingly grim. This individual had consistently exploited opportunities to facilitate his own advancement. His demeanor transformed into a ferocious snarl. Even if you have broken through, I can still slay you. With a sudden surge, he leaped into the air, a spectral blood python appearing on his arm, emanating a bloodthirsty glow. Bloodthirsty, blood python hand. At that moment, all the power within Qin Hao surged forth, and his previously normal-colored hand transformed, glimmering with crimson radiance and adorned with serpent-like scales. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a devastating blow, the kinetic energy erupting forth, as his scaled arm tore through the air with a furious force directed towards Su Chen. Feeling the energy within him, Su Chen's expression shifted. He promptly planted his feet firmly on the ground, channeling his innate energy into his Ice Qilin Arm, which similarly swelled with a layer of scales, radiating a faint golden light. The diamond mixed origin technique refined his exterior as the Qilin Arm underwent further tempering. Clenching his fist, a terrifying wave of power manifested around his knuckles, creating an oppressive sensation in the air. Qilin Arm, diamond fist, Su Chen exclaimed, launching a powerful punch. At the very moment his fist struck, not only did a chilling aura rise, but it also bore an overwhelming force. Boom! The two formidable attacks collided, sending a shockwave emanating from their fists. The surrounding air crackled with a piercing sound. After the initial clash, Qin Hao advanced rather than retreating. His black eyes filled with ferocity, as the blood energy within him surged violently, his entire being akin to a blazing inferno. He launched another fist, significantly more powerful and swift than before, unleashing true energy that crashed towards Su Chen like a tidal wave. As a peak innate master, Qin Hao possessed a robust foundation of innate energy. His crimson fist ascended with tremendous force. Su Chen sensed the pressure, swiftly circulating the diamond mixed origin technique. Dark golden hues appeared all over his body as he retaliated with a punch, shattering the oppressive force and striking back against the blood-red fist. Bang! The two forces collided. Su Chen was jolted backward, while Qin Hao remained steadfast, barely shifting his stance. Your physical body may be stronger, but even with your breakthrough, your energy is merely at the mid-innate stage. Qin Hao's expression grew increasingly sinister. He raised his hand and continued to unleash punches, the terrifying wind creating a deafening roar. At this moment, Su Chen contemplated employing the rain blade technique. He possessed the blade skill, which could undoubtedly claim his opponent's life with a single stroke. However, as he considered this, he realized that with each blow from Qin Hao's energy, his own diamond mixed origin technique was inadvertently circulating rapidly, subtly pushing him toward a fifth-level breakthrough. Feeling elated, Su Chen extinguished the thought of using the blade technique, opting instead to endure with his physical prowess. Although the energy from his opponent invaded his body, causing his flesh to tremble, the operation of the diamond mixed origin technique continuously tempered his flesh. Gradually, his flesh transformed, revealing dark golden specks, and his energy increased. At that moment, Qin Hao sensed something amiss. He had failed to subdue his opponent for such an extended period, and his expression darkened further. Though he was dominating the confrontation, not dispatching Su Chen was a stain on his pride. Boom! In a fleeting moment of distraction, Su Chen's fist propelled Qin Hao backward. Leveraging the ground, he launched himself into the air, channeling all his punching power into his arms. Both fists surged towards his opponent like artillery shells. Bang! 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 The intense strikes collided with the air, creating explosive sounds as they rained down upon Qin Hao. He attempted to defend himself, but after blocking one punch, Su Chen's subsequent blows fell upon him like a torrential storm, leaving his arms tingling. He rapidly circulated his true energy to restore his arms. Yet the relentless punches descended like spears, forcing him to retreat under the onslaught. Su Chen remained vigilant, monitoring the flow of energy within Qin Hao. Suddenly, he intensified his strike, causing Qin Hao's energy to stall abruptly. In that instant, he let out a thunderous roar, one that reverberated throughout the chamber, shaking the very walls. Qin Hao's eardrums throbbed, and his vision blurred under the force of the roar. Crack! Qin Hao's attempt to block Su Chen's blow was shattered, resulting in a heart-wrenching scream. At this moment, in the courtyard, Elder Shui, who had just concluded his affairs and was heading to the secret chamber to protect Qin Hao, heard the sound. His expression shifted dramatically, and he darted toward the chamber like a specter. Yet, just as he neared the artificial hill, a dark figure materialized before him. Upon spotting Elder Shui, the figure drew a blade and swiftly slashed. The blade shimmered with an aura, slicing through the darkness like blood-red lightning. Elder Shui's countenance paled. The speed of the attack left him feeling as though nothing could obstruct it. His gaze fixated solely on the gleaming light. Everything else faded from view. Swoosh! When he opened his eyes again, he saw the ominous figure. Elder Shui attempted to retaliate, but as he moved, darkness enveloped him, and his body was cleaved in two. Blood gushed forth from the severed half, mirroring the fate of Mo Baiming, who had also been slain by Bai Tianyu's blade. The divine blade Invincible Bai Tianyu indeed lived up to its reputation. One strike was all it took, offering no opportunity for the opponent to respond. Elder Shui had previously boasted that Bai Tianyu's blade could not breach his defenses, yet the reality was that it had all come down to a single stroke. How tragic to die without closure. Observing Elder Shui's lifeless form, Bai Tianyu's gaze sharpened. Having slain Mo Baiming, his blade techniques would undoubtedly be scrutinized. Now, with Elder Shui's death, he knew someone would trace the evidence back to him. Resolute, he seized the two halves of the corpse, preparing to dispose of them to eliminate any Chapter 32, Blood God Pill, overt coercion. He's trying to kill me. Damn it. As a violent fist descended, Qin Hao's pupils contracted sharply, an immense sense of danger welling up within him. He immediately mobilized the meager power within him, shifting his body and rolling to the side to evade the blow. However, another fist followed relentlessly, sealing off all avenues of escape. The intense force caused his face to contort in agony. Ignoring the pain from his fractured arm, he raised his twisted wrist, a surge of energy erupting from it as he met Su Chen's incoming fist. Bang! The already broken arm exploded from the impact. But Qin Hao seized the opportunity to retreat several steps. Blood ignition art, flee. At that moment, his inner blood essence began to burn rapidly, and his entire being transformed into a bloody shadow, fleeing outwards. His speed was so great that by the time Su Chen noticed, he had already escaped the secret chamber. Outside, many torches were approaching, the earlier commotion having alerted the Qin Hao residents. Bai Tianyu, who was holding his long saber in one hand and the two halves of the pieced-together corpse in the other, was momentarily caught off guard, allowing the bloody shadow to escape into the approaching crowd. A scream suddenly pierced the air. The guards who were struck by the bloody shadow had their blood essence instantly drained, replenishing Qin Hao, who didn't pause, continuing his escape. Others who witnessed this scene fled in terror, not daring to linger. Bai Tianyu was about to give chase, but Su Chen emerged, stating, "His arm is shattered, making recovery difficult. It's not wise for us to expose ourselves now. Don't pursue him. Guard this place for me. I have matters to attend to." Now that the situation had escalated, he needed to refine the blood god pill to obtain the reward. Qin Hao's defeat would ensure his strength would grow, making him easy to kill next time. Su Chen conjured a technique within his palm, accelerating the flow of energy according to the method he had obtained. The blood in the blood pool rapidly converged, gradually solidifying into dozens of pills radiating a potent bloody aura, each about the size of a longan fruit. He immediately stored these pills in his spatial ring. Host has completed the refinement of the blood god pill, rewarded with 3 white lottery tickets. 3 white lottery tickets in hand. Without further delay, he exited the secret chamber and saw Bai Tianyu holding the corpse. "I cleaved him in two with a single strike, and there are traces of my blade on the body. I acted today, and if they examine the corpse, they'll know it was me." Upon hearing this, Su Chen seized the corpse of old Shui and placed it directly into his spatial ring. "Let's go," Su Chen said. They swiftly departed, leaving the courtyard silent. Su Chen and Bai Tianyu didn't go to the Su residence but to another courtyard, a small residence that Ling Tianhe had secretly purchased for him. Back at the courtyard, Su Chen was still somewhat excited. Today's battle had been exhilarating. From being passively attacked to seizing an opportunity and suppressing his opponent, the fight was satisfying and his strength had increased. Although I can contend with a peak Xiantian, it was largely due to Qin Hao's carelessness. Otherwise, defeating him would have been very difficult. Su Chen analyzed, calming his mind. I need to consolidate my cultivation first, and also practice the Vajra demon splitting technique. Today, I didn't utilize the martial arts I already knew, limiting my options. Moreover, with the blood god pill, I can increase my blood essence and fully commit to cultivating the Vajra demon splitting technique. Once this matter is resolved, I'll need to find some Xiantian cultivation manuals. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning his cultivation. Elsewhere, at the Su residence, Lei Mayan, one of the 4 protectors of the Lei Hall, personally arrived at the Su residence to take Su Chen away. They were aware of Su Chen's recent habits. After bombarding the secret chamber's stone door and expending considerable effort to open it, they discovered that it was empty. This infuriated him. However, with no other choice, he conducted a quick search and concluded that Su Chen had left long ago. A clever one, using the secret chamber as a decoy, Lei Mayan said grimly before leading his men away. Inside the Lei family's main hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Several corpses lay on the ground, devoid of any color. Their blood essence had been entirely absorbed by Qin Hao, who sat on a chair, his face pale. After escaping the residence, he had come directly to the Lei family. I will find out who attacked me. Despite his pallid complexion, Qin Hao's face was contorted in fury. His fractured left arm could move slightly, but his right arm, shattered by Su Chen, had no hope of recovery. The attacker had ruined most of his martial arts future. Although there were a few one-armed experts in the martial world, they were few and far between, highlighting the difficulty of cultivating with only one arm. As Lei Mayan entered the hall, Qin Hao looked at him and asked, "How did it go?" "That Su Chen is cunning. He wasn't in the secret chamber at all. We found nothing. He entered the secret chamber merely to deceive us." Lei Mayan replied resentfully. "In that case, directly coerce Ling Tianhe. If he refuses, your Lei Hall will attack the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion," Qin Hao said in a low voice. With his arm crippled, he needed to hasten the maturation of the blood demon flower. With events spiraling out of his control, he couldn't afford to hesitate. He needed to consume the blood demon flower to enhance his aptitude and regain some strength, then find a way to capture Mu Qingxue. Hearing Qin Hao's words, Lei Mu of the Lei Hall was taken aback. However, seeing Qin Hao's current state, he knew that defying him would likely result in his death. "Young master, what about old Shui?" Although he suspected the worst, he still needed confirmation. They were no match for Bai Tianyu's strength. If the Lei Hall pressured Ling Tianhe, they might be killed. If they stormed the Lei Hall, there would be no experts to resist, and the Lei Hall and the Lei family would be annihilated. "He's likely dead," Qin Hao said grimly. When he used the blood escape to flee, he sensed Bai Tianyu holding someone, their body covered in blood, indicating they had been killed. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the last shred of hope in Lei Mu's heart vanished. "This is my Qin family's token. I want to see if that Bai Tianyu dares to act against you," Qin Hao said, noticing their apprehension. He retrieved a token engraved with the character Qin from his robes and handed it to Lei Mu. Seeing the token, a smile appeared on Lei Mu's face. The token represented the Qin family. Their actions would be on behalf of the Qin family, and obstructing them would be tantamount to opposing the Qin family. I've already sent a carrier pigeon to the family. Experts from the family will be arriving soon. His arm had been crippled, ruining most of his cultivation. And he would have his revenge. That's why he had notified the Qin family in Ling and Prefecture before coming here. Chapter 33, Detoxification Pill, Water Avoidance Pill. Blood penetration nail with Qin Hao's words and the emblem representing the Qin family. Lei Mu felt a temporary sense of calm. In the realm of martial arts, one often finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances. Now that they were aboard Qin Hao's ship, disembarking was not a trivial matter. The moment they contemplated leaving, Qin Hao would take the initiative to deal with them, rendering any external assistance unnecessary. Third young master. I shall personally visit the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower tomorrow morning to discuss matters with Ling Tianhe. At this moment, Lei Mu reiterated his stance. Very well. Please prepare a private chamber for me. I need to recuperate. Although Qin Hao had consumed some blood, it merely stabilized his condition slightly. Third young master, please follow me. Lei Mo interjected, stepping forward to assist Qin Hao toward the rear courtyard. Once Qin Hao departed, Lei Mu's expression grew grave. Master, who do you believe has severely injured third young master Qin? Are you aware of Elder Shue's capabilities? That Elder Shue is on par with Mo Baiming. If he can defeat Qin Hao, we are no match for him. It would be wise for us not to get involved, Lei Gu replied solemnly. We must also prepare for contingencies. For some reason, I sense an ominous premonition. Lei Mu spoke in a hushed tone. Qin Hao has lost an arm and is gravely injured, indicating that his assailant possesses extraordinary power. Our Lei Hall cannot withstand such an opponent. I shall go to the third young master's residence to investigate, Lei Gu declared. Lei Yao, Mu Yan, accompany Lei Gu to ensure safety, Lei Mu instructed. Understood. The three swiftly departed from the Lei residence. In no time, they arrived at Qin Hao's mansion, which was eerily silent. Since Qin Hao was merely sojourning in Qiqing, his guards were temporary, with only Elder Shui as his trusted aide. In such a situation, anyone who did not flee was a fool. Upon entering the courtyard, Lei Gu, Lei Yao, and Lei Mu Yan proceeded directly to the secret chamber before the artificial hill. The corridor outside the chamber bore remnants of dried blood. Judging by the bloodstains, it was evident that the slain individual had bled profusely. However, the specific nature of the injuries could not be discerned solely from the blood. Inside the secret chamber, the floor was uneven, littered with shattered stones, rendering any distinct details indiscernible. The stone walls bore numerous impact marks, a testament to the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. From the evidence present, it was clear that their adversary possessed formidable physical strength. And given that Qin Hao mentioned the assailant practiced ice-based techniques, it was plausible that they were linked to the one who killed Lei Ao. As Lei Gu surveyed the surroundings and recalled Qin Hao's previous descriptions, he drew conclusions. The one who killed Lei Ao possesses exceptional swordsmanship, their blade radiating lethal energy. Logically, such individuals would not have strong physical cultivation. However, if they wield ice-based techniques, they might originate from the same place. I have discovered that Zheng Yuan, a subordinate of Ling Tianhe, was killed by an individual practicing ice techniques, having had their heart meridian frozen. This suggests that the one who killed Lei Ao is not affiliated with Ling Tianhe. Who could it be then? Lei Mu Yan interjected. It should be related to Su Mingbai or perhaps connected to the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. We may be unaware of the full story, but Ling Tianhe likely possesses some insight. We could collaborate with him on this matter, Lei Gu proposed, sensing an undercurrent of intrigue surrounding the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. After further investigation, the trio found nothing of additional value and subsequently departed. The following day at the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Ling Tianhe contemplated the clues in his possession, surmising that the previous night had likely seen their master take action. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why their master had spared Qin Hao. Perhaps it was to facilitate Qin Hao's purpose for being there. The location had been identified, and those infiltrating it would soon uncover its secrets. On Ling Tianhe's desk lay a map, marked with a pin at a specific location, 15 miles outside Qincheng, in a gorge at Qin Suishan. Meanwhile, Su Chen rose from his bed. After a night of cultivation, his golden body mixed element technique had solidified at the 5th level. He had yet to complete the first layer of the golden body split demon technique, but anticipated achieving that within 2 days. A feat expedited by the foundation laid by the golden body mixed element technique. The combat prowess of the golden body split demon technique was exceptional, its explosive power surpassing that of the golden body mixed element technique. However, both techniques complemented each other, enhancing his overall strength. Su Chen mused that his cultivation of innate energy had progressed significantly, and the cultivation of the mountain river technique from the mountain river sect required acceleration. He then examined the 3 white lottery cards acquired the previous night. Having previously drawn commendable items from white lottery cards, he decided to use all 3. Congratulations! You have obtained 3 detoxification pills, 3 water avoidance pills, and 30 blood penetration nails. Su Chen briefly assessed the items. The detoxification pill could shield against various toxins, while the water avoidance pill enabled concealment underwater for 30 minutes, allowing for normal breathing. When combined with one's internal energy, the concealment time could be extended, making it a valuable elixir. The blood penetration nail, however, was particularly sinister. Once deployed, it could pierce through an ordinary innate energy defense, infiltrating the body and rapidly consuming blood before exploding within, posing a grave threat. Naturally, those with robust physical prowess could prevent the blood penetration nail from breaching their defenses. Excellent items. They shall serve as my trump cards. Su Chen stored the items in his spatial ring. He then retrieved the blood-devouring flood dragon map obtained from Chen Hao the previous night. Upon unfolding the map, a dense aura of blood emanated forth. What a rich essence of blood! Su Chen fixated on the blood-devouring flood dragon map, and suddenly, a blood-red flood dragon materialized before him, its body adorned with countless luminescent points. As these points emerged, Su Chen's innate energy surged, synchronizing with the dragon's movements, igniting an overwhelming thirst for blood within his mind. At that moment, a refreshing sensation coursed through his arm, suppressing the bloodthirsty impulse. Remarkable. It seems this dragon map operates in conjunction with the techniques practiced by Chen Hao. Su Chen contemplated. He subsequently stored the dragon map away, calming the turbulent energy within him before stepping out of his room. In the courtyard, Bai Tianyu was present, enjoying the daylight. This was not Su's residence, allowing Bai Tianyu to reveal himself without the need for concealment. Greetings, master. Bai Tianyu bowed respectfully to Su Chen. After a night of investigation, he believed Ling Tianhe should have gathered some clues. Last night, he had heard it was the blood demon flower, not a 5th-grade lotus platform, prompting him to further investigate the nature of the blood demon flower. Chapter 34, Clarity and Escalation on the Bustling Streets. Su Chen made his way toward the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, where the lively atmosphere was accentuated by the brilliant sunshine. Upon his arrival, he spotted Lei Mu from the Lei family, accompanied by Lei Gu and Lei Mu Yin, 2 of his formidable guardians. Meanwhile, Lei Mo remained at their family estate, providing protection for Chen Hao, having mobilized several elite members of the Lei Hall for stringent safeguarding to prevent any unforeseen incidents. As the 3rd young master of the Chen family, Chen Hao's safety was paramount. Any mishap would spell disaster for the Lei family. Additionally, Lei Yao was tasked with escorting the empty void stone to the 5-petal lotus platform. Casting a glance at the approaching figures, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly before turning to enter the pavilion. The presence of Lei Mu and his entourage left him perplexed regarding their intentions. Ascending directly to the upper levels, he presumed that their visit was not intended for him, but rather for Ling Tianhe. Upon entering the pavilion, a servant promptly approached them. Bowing respectfully, Master Lei, Deputy Master Ling, is currently occupied but will arrive shortly. Please follow me, the servant announced. Lei Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Though their purpose was to exert pressure on Ling Tianhe, they understood the importance of maintaining decorum in the interim, especially given the formidable backing of Bai Tianyu behind Ling Tianhe. Any aggressive move could prove disastrous for them. At that moment, Ling Tianhe was in Su Chen's chamber. Master, I have pinpointed the location. It lies within the Qin Shui Mountain, he declared, placing a marked map before Su Chen. Setting the map aside, Su Chen inquired in a solemn tone, Do you have any recollection of the blood demon flower? Blood demon flower? Ling Tianhe's brow knitted in contemplation. I have a vague memory, but will need to investigate further. Please gather information on the blood demon flower and inform me, Su Chen instructed. Understood. I shall first handle Lei Mu and then delve into the investigation, Ling Tianhe affirmed. Would you like me to eavesdrop discreetly? The adjacent room allows for listening in on their discussions. Is that so? I would indeed like to discern the true purpose of Lei Mu's visit, Su Chen replied, nodding in agreement. Following Ling Tianhe, he proceeded to the room next door, leaving to confront Lei Mu and his companions. Inside the room, Lei Mu and his associates appeared composed, lacking any signs of urgency. Master Ling, I apologize for the delay. I am curious as to why you sought me out. Ling Tianhe began, entering with a respectful gesture. Brother Ling, let us speak plainly. You must have received news regarding young Master Chen Hao, Lei Mu stated directly. We have come on behalf of young Master Qin. How concerning the empty void mine? Name your price, and the Lei Hall shall compensate you. Without addressing the collaboration, Ling Tianhe shifted the conversation to Lei Ao. Master Lei, your Lei Ao has orchestrated the assassination of our pavilion's master. Shouldn't the Lei Hall provide an explanation for this? Brother Ling, Lei Ao has already met his demise, slain by the same individual who took down your subordinate, Song Yuan. We now share a common enemy, and it would be prudent for us to unite, Lei Mu countered, frustration simmering beneath his calm exterior. The reckless actions of Lei Ao had placed the Lei family in a precarious position, forcing them to rely on Qin Hao. I am fully capable of dealing with the loss of my men. There is no need for collaboration on that front. As for the empty void mine, it holds immense significance for the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, being the foundation of our relationship with the Zedon Palace. Do you truly think I would relinquish it? Ling Tianhe asserted, his voice resolute. Are you unwilling to part with the empty void mine, then? You must realize that such a stance will alienate both the Lei Hall and young Master Qin Hao. With your limited prowess, you would be easily dispatched by countless foes in Qing City. Are you prepared to meet the same fate as Master Su? Lei Gu interjected ominously, delivering a direct threat to Ling Tianhe. It seems you have no intention of leaving the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Ling Tianhe retorted coldly, unperturbed by the threat. Bai Tianyu's presence within the pavilion acted as a deterrent to any overt hostility. Brother Ling, Lei Gu's words were misplaced. Please do not take offense, Lei Mu interjected. Our only desire is for the five-petal lotus to mature. The empty void mine is of little use to us at other times. Do you think I would believe such claims? Ling Tianhe responded icily. Once something is secured, who would willingly relinquish it? To be candid, the empty void mine is sought by young Master Qin for the cultivation of a certain item, which is nearing maturity. As we approach depletion of the empty void stones we acquired, we require your mine, Lei Mu explained. Meanwhile, Su Chen, discreetly eavesdropping, felt a rush of understanding. He realized the Lei family's true motive for acquiring the empty void mine was to cultivate the blood demon flower, a treasure of significant value. At that moment, within the ranks of the five major powers of Qing City, the leader of the gathering of talents, Shi Min Mu Yi, stood respectfully before a young man clad in a brown long robe. The young man exuded a chilling aura and inquired, "What have you discovered regarding Qin Hao's purpose for being here?" "Young Master Yang, my information is scant. But Ling Tianhe of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion likely possesses substantial knowledge. I intend to focus my efforts there," Shi Min Mu Yi replied. "This young man is from the Yang family, one of the 8 great families behind our gathering of talents. It appears Ling Tianhe has formidable support. He must be competing with Qin Hao for something valuable. We merely need to remain in the shadows and wait for our opportunity to reap the benefits," the brown-robed youth remarked. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Shi Min Mu Ye's disciple, Qin Jinyuan, entered and whispered urgently in his ear. Shi Min Mu Ye's expression shifted, and he waved the disciple away, turning back to the young man. "Young Master Yang, I have just received word that Qin Hao sustained severe injuries and fled to the Lei family after losing an arm. Moreover, Lei Mu visited the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion early this morning." Upon hearing this, the brown-robed youth's face registered surprise, quickly followed by elation. The items they sought were undoubtedly extraordinary, and it was imperative to uncover their secrets. Chapter 35. Yin Shu of Lingnan Town Protectorate. At this moment, within a secluded manor outside Qingqing, 2 individuals were seated across from one another in the hall. One was a young man clad in blue robes, while the other was an elderly gentleman adorned in a brocade robe. The elder exuded an air of official authority, while the youth bore a fierce and ruthless demeanor. Should the people of Qingqing behold the elder, they would undoubtedly recognize him as Cheng Yang, the lord of Qingqing. "Commander Yin, I have come to inquire whether Qin Hao of the Qin family is under your influence," Cheng Yang spoke in a solemn tone. "Qin Hao is merely bait I cast. Why would I harm him? Without him, how would the blood demon flower mature and lure out the holy maiden of the Cold Moon sect, Zihanyue?" The young man in blue firmly denied. Then who could have harmed him? His arm was severed, the injury clearly aimed at his life. Cheng Yang furrowed his brow slightly. "I am also investigating this matter discreetly, but it may be related to the Jin Feng Shiyu building. I have yet to uncover the true identity of Bai Tianyu, who remains quite enigmatic," the blue-clad youth responded. "Could Bai Tianyu be affiliated with the Cold Moon sect?" Lord Qing inquired. "There are no such knife-wielding masters within the Cold Moon sect. It is unlikely. More probable is that Ling Tianhe has secretly sought assistance from outside. For the martial world is vast, and there are always hidden experts." The youth shook his head. "Commander Yin, The Yang family from the prefectural city has also sent someone. And Mu Qingxue from the Zitan Palace is on her way. Coupled with the Long Hen Palace and the Cold Moon sect, Qiqing may soon descend into chaos. Lord Cheng observed the blue-clad youth intently. Though the latter appeared youthful, the current situation in Qingcheng was entirely orchestrated by him. The youth was Yin Shu, the fourth son of Yin Yu, the supreme commander of the northern protectorate of the great Zhou dynasty, which governed Lingnan Prefecture. His purpose in coming here was to capture the holy maiden Zihanwei of the Cold Moon sect, having devised this elaborate scheme to draw her out. As long as he could seize Zihanwei, a little chaos would matter not. Would Lord Cheng not be willing to cooperate with me? How could that be? As the Lord of Qingcheng, assisting your northern protectorate in apprehending remnants of the previous dynasty is my duty, Qing Yang hastily assured. That is splendid. I was beginning to think you might hesitate, the blue-clad youth remarked, observing Qing Yang. How could I possibly? I shall certainly aid Commander Yin in accomplishing your objectives. However, I find myself puzzled. Qin Hao has publicly claimed to possess a 5th-grade lotus platform. Yet the treasure is the blood demon flower, not a 5th-grade lotus platform. Would this not expose our scheme? Qing Yang quickly queried. Do not fret. The blood demon flower bears a resemblance to the 5th-grade lotus platform, but the nurturing conditions differ. The 5th-grade lotus platform requires a specific growth environment and the illumination of Buddhist light, whereas the blood demon flower merely demands a plethora of corpses and empty dark stones. In its immature state, those who have never encountered a 5th-grade lotus platform would be incapable of discerning the difference, the blue-clad youth explained. Now that Qin Hao is in trouble, many matters will likely come to light. His claims about the 5th-grade lotus platform will inevitably spread. Once that happens, others will take action. Keep a close watch for any news regarding Zihanwei and notify me immediately, the youth commanded. I have already arranged for personnel. However, Commander Yin, given that the Jin Feng Shiyu building has formidable experts and their intelligence network is sharper than my own spies, should we consider collaborating with Ling Tianhe? Cheng Yang suggested. Although Ling Tianhe has sought assistance, he likely pays a hefty price. If you could assist him, perhaps you could share in the profits from the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Their intelligence network might also aid you, Cheng Yang proposed. There are certain matters that must remain untouched. The Jin Feng Shiyu building is associated with a significant figure in the Zitan Palace. Meddling in their affairs would jeopardize our lives. However, we may offer monetary compensation for Ling Tianhe's assistance, the blue-clad youth replied. From the youth's words, it was evident that Yin Shu discerned the intricacies of the situation. He then rose and respectfully bowed to the blue-clad youth before departing. Outside the courtyard, a common carriage stood still. Inside, there was a scholar dressed as a steward. My lord, what is Yin Shu's perspective on the Jin Feng Shiyu building? The steward inquired. He did not come here for Qin Hao. That is merely a pretext. His true intent is to leverage Yin Shu to seize the Jin Feng Shiyu building, but Yin Shu is too cautious to engage with it, Cheng Yang replied. What progress has been made in investigating the whereabouts of Zihanwei? Cheng Yang subsequently asked. No clues have surfaced. According to the information provided by Yin Shu, Zihanwei has been here for 2 years. This is no ordinary matter, as the holy maiden of the Cold Moon sect. She would not come here merely to reside. There must be a purpose behind her presence. This is why I advise you to capture the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Only then might we uncover the reason for her arrival, the steward elucidated. Let us pause this matter for now. Yin Shu is correct. We cannot afford to offend that significant figure from the Zitan Palace. Cheng Yang waved his hand dismissively. After their departure, the blue-clad youth exited the hall, hands clasped behind his back. Beside him was an elderly man clad in a brown robe, who appeared somewhat gaunt. Yet his hands were noticeably larger than those of an ordinary person, hinting at formidable martial prowess. Old Yin, why do you suppose Qing Yang has suddenly taken an interest in the Jin Feng Shiyu building? The blue-clad youth pondered while gazing at the courtyard. The Jin Feng Shiyu building possesses considerable financial resources behind the scenes. Qing Yang has always been greedy. It is natural for him to covet the Jin Feng Shiyu building, the elderly man replied. If that were his only intention, it would be satisfactory. My concern lies in whether he harbors ulterior motives, the blue-clad youth spoke solemnly. Let our people enter the city. I wish to be informed of any occurrences within the city at the earliest opportunity, the youth commanded. Understood, the elderly man acknowledged before turning to depart. Zihanwei, once I capture you, perhaps I shall discern the purpose of your presence here. I wonder if it aligns with my conjectures, the blue-clad youth murmured to himself. Meanwhile, within the Jin Feng Shiyu building, Ling Tianhe ultimately did not relinquish the realm of empty dark stones but prepared to covertly sell some to Lei Ao and his associates. Su Chen, aware of his desires, did not linger any longer. After handling Lei Ao's affairs, Ling Tianhe swiftly procured the information regarding the blood demon flower and presented it to Su Chen. It turned out that the blood demon flower bore a resemblance to the 5th grade lotus platform, explaining the earlier rumors of the latter. Setting the documents aside, Su Chen now confirmed that the 5th grade lotus platform previously mentioned was indeed the blood demon flower. This flower could similarly enhance one's aptitude. Such a precious herb was one he could not afford to overlook. He resolved to investigate further and ascertain the current progress. Chapter 36, Outsiders from the North. Ambush. The blood demon flower possesses the ability to enhance one's innate qualities, and with its emergence, Su Chen naturally felt compelled to acquire it. However, the growth environment of the blood demon flower is rather peculiar, necessitating countless corpses. Yet, the region of Qin Shui Mountain should not harbor any remains. How could the blood demon flower appear here? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Su Chen's mind. This place, Qin Shui Mountain, is not a battleground, nor has it witnessed any deaths, making it entirely unsuitable for the growth of the blood demon flower. Could it be that Qin Hao was mistaken? Su Chen pondered. Nevertheless, the Lei Hall had indeed dispatched a considerable amount of void mine here. It couldn't possibly be an error. Su Chen furrowed his brow. He had never encountered either the blood demon flower or the 5th grade lotus platform, thus even if he were to see them, he would not be able to discern one from the other. Perhaps he could sell this information. Surely, someone must know what it truly is? Su Chen mused. And in doing so, he recalled Madame Lu from the Chonghen Palace and Shangguan Ziyun from the Su residence, or perhaps the Hanyu. After a brief contemplation, Su Chen resolved to meet Lu Wumei. Rising, he departed from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, making his way to Yechen Garden. Upon entering Yechen Garden, Su Chen encountered Aunt Gui. I have come to see Madame Lu. There are matters to discuss, he stated. Please, Master Su. Madame has said you may visit her at any time, Aunt Gui replied, leading Su Chen to the back courtyard of Yechen Garden. In the exquisite chamber, Lu Madame, dressed in white with an alluring appearance, greeted Su Chen with a teasing tone. Master Su, we have only been apart for one evening, and yet you come to see me already. Madame Lu, I have come to sell you a piece of information that I have just acquired regarding the 5th grade lotus platform. Su Chen replied, gazing at her. A rose is beautiful, but it is also a thorny bloom. One must maintain a distance. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Madame's expression grew serious as she gestured for Aunt Gui and the others to leave. You possess news about the 5th grade lotus platform? She inquired. Indeed. I can sell this information to you for 10,000 taels of silver, Su Chen stated. However, I require this information immediately. Should it prove to be unfounded, do not expect to take your coin from this room. Lu Madame regarded Su Chen with a calculating gaze. As she spoke, she produced 10 1,000 tael silver notes. Placing them upon the table, her delicate hand rested on the notes, locking eyes with Su Chen. Rest assured, the information I sell you is indisputable. Su Chen gently moved Lu Wumei's hand aside, the coolness of her touch lingering on his skin. He gathered the silver notes and tucked them into his robe. I have 2 pieces of information regarding the 5th grade lotus platform. One claims it is the lotus platform, while the other speaks of the blood demon flower. The location is here. Su Chen retrieved a map marked with the designated area from his robe and laid it on the table. You mentioned the blood demon flower, not the 5th grade lotus platform? Lu Wumei inquired, not grabbing the map but rather questioning him. It is for you to discern, madam. I am not well versed in either the blood demon flower or the 5th grade lotus platform. My research has yielded little clarity. Su Chen replied solemnly. Then let us investigate, Lu Wumei declared, glancing at the map. Come with me, we must leave now. Lu Wumei sought to ascertain the truth of the information. As she spoke, she rose and retreated into her chamber. Shortly thereafter, she emerged, her appearance drastically transformed into that of a middle-aged woman clad in simple, unadorned fabric. A stark contrast to her previous self. She handed Su Chen a plain garment and a cloak. Change into these. We are departing. Observing the decisive Lu Wumei, Su Chen stepped into the adjacent chamber. The room exuded a fragrant aroma and bore modest decorations. As Su Chen assessed his surroundings, he heard Lu Wumei's voice chiding him. Do not dawdle or gawk about. Shaking his head, Su Chen shed his outer robe, donned the new attire, and put on the hat before exiting the room. A creaking sound announced the appearance of a concealed passage before him, dark and foreboding. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Once he entered the passage, Bai Tianyu might lose all awareness of his presence. If that were the case, he could find himself in peril. And it was uncertain whether Bai Tianyu could come to his aid. Doubts began to cloud his mind. Are you truly afraid of me? If I were to act against you, I could do so here. That you have stepped into the innate realm, you remain a fledgling in my hands. Lu Wumei observed Su Chen. With that, she stepped confidently into the passage. At that moment, Su Chen dispelled his hesitations. Indeed, as Lu Wumei had said, he was perceived as a weaker being in her eyes. The two traversed the passage for quite some time. The sound of dripping water echoed off the walls, and they lost track of how long they had walked. Eventually, they emerged from a dilapidated courtyard. Your secret passage is rather extensive, Su Chen remarked to Lu Wumei. Indeed. Little one, Qin Shui Mountain is quite a distance from here. At our current pace, we may not arrive until dusk, Lu Wumei replied. As she spoke, Su Chen fell silent, following closely behind her. Upon exiting the small courtyard, they found a carriage waiting outside. The driver, an elderly man puffing on a pipe, appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet Su Chen sensed an underlying danger. This old man possessed formidable strength. He followed Lu Wumei into the carriage as the driver cracked the whip, steering the horses toward Qin Shui Mountain. Meanwhile, Bai Tianyu had also left the city, hastening toward Qin Shui Mountain. Upon exiting the secret passage, he could not keep pace, but he knew the location and planned to await Su Chen there. At this moment, on the official road leading from the outskirts to Qingqing, a lady clad in a purple gown rode alongside a burly man, both spurring their steeds toward the city. They halted before an open-air tea house beside the road, tying their reins to a post before taking a seat at a table. Boss, bring us 2 bowls of cold tea and fill a kettle with water, the burly man ordered. Certainly. The tea house owner promptly served 2 large bowls of cold tea, then proceeded to fetch water. Just then, 2 figures appeared on the official road not far away. Clad in black, their faces masked, they wielded long knives. In the blink of an eye, they stood before the tea house, their gazes fixed on the purple-clad lady and the burly man. The moment the purple-clad lady and the burly man were about to sip their tea, their expressions changed drastically. Miss, it seems trouble has found us, the burly man remarked. At this juncture, the other patrons in the tea house hastily fled, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. The burly man rose, approaching the 2 figures. His eyes cold as he spoke. I did not expect that even before entering Qingqing, we would encounter those seeking death. Allow me to send you on your way. However, as he spoke, the 2 black-clad figures struck first. Their long knives flashed with an astonishing swiftness, slicing through the air toward the burly man in a blur that was difficult to perceive. Chapter 37. Bloodshed and malevolent aura though the blade glimmered with swiftness. The imposing figure of the brawny man moved even faster. In the fleeting moment the blade descended, he surged forth like a specter, delivering a punch that unleashed a ferocious energy from his fist. The power behind his strike was unparalleled. The 2 assailants, having struck the afterimage with their blades, swiftly turned their forms to cleave towards the man's fist. A tempest of blade energy erupted from their long knives, colliding violently with the brawny man's fist, producing a deafening sound as the force reverberated through the air. The 3 figures abruptly separated, locked in a standoff. The twin-blade assassins of the northern desert. We bear no enmity, the muscular man intoned solemnly. Having engaged in their initial clash, he had discerned their identities. We accept remuneration for our services, naturally. We must fulfill our obligations. Zitan Palace, the indomitable Du Feiwu, we are eager to witness the might of your iron fists. As he spoke, the 2 assailants launched themselves once more at the brawny figure, their blades surging forth, tearing through the air, transforming into a fierce arc aimed at him. Indomitable iron arms! The brawny man shouted, golden light swirling around his arms, which soon appeared as though forged from gold. Clang! Clang! In the next instant, the sound of metal clashing echoed. Amidst the torrential onslaught of blades, a streak of golden brilliance surged forth, intercepting the violent blade energy. While the 3 engaged in combat, the woman in the purple dress furrowed her brow. She had ventured to Qingqing's Golden Breeze Pavilion to investigate the cause of Su Mengbai's demise. The Golden Breeze Pavilion, though insignificant to Zitan Palace, held great importance for the Mu family. It not only assisted them in gathering intelligence within the region, but also provided financial support. The elder's intent was clear. The Golden Breeze Pavilion must remain under the control of the Mu family. However, she had not anticipated an attack before even reaching Qingqing. Were they foes from Qingqing or adversaries from within Zitan Palace? Mu Qingxue pondered. Zitan Palace was vast, with many factions often embroiled in conflict. Her gaze remained fixed on the 3 battling figures. From the unfolding skirmish, it was evident that the twin-blade assassins of the northern desert could momentarily withstand Du Feiwu. But given time, they would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. SSS. SSS. Just then, the sound of 2 horses whinnying pierced the air. She turned her gaze towards her horses. Both had collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, evidently poisoned and beyond salvation. Seeking death. Mu Qingshue's eyes darkened as she scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, she emitted a sharp cry, darting toward a figure attempting to flee a short distance away. In that instant, her waist shifted, and a thunderous sword aura, akin to lightning, surged forth towards the fleeing individual. The speed was astonishing. Mu Qingxue was no ordinary combatant. The fleeing figure, upon sensing the threat, reached out to grasp the thunderous sword light. Clang, clang, clang. The individual caught her strike with their palm, revealing a layer of dark radiance emanating from a pair of gloves forged from black iron, utterly indestructible. At that moment, their gaze bore a chilling intensity directed at Mu Qingxue. Undeterred, Mu Qingxue continued her assault, while the figure formed a fist with their palm. The long sword collided with their arm, producing a tremendous shockwave that reverberated through the air, creating a swirling cloud of yellow dust around them. You possess commendable strength, young girl, achieving the pinnacle of innate talent at such a tender age. However, you still fall short in combat against me. Yet our mission is accomplished. There is no need for further conflict. With that, the figure swiftly retreated into the distance. The two engaged in fierce combat with Du Feiwu were also forced to disengage. Their speed remarkable. It seemed their objective was not to kill, but rather to eliminate the horses. Witnessing the fleeing trio, Mu Qingshue's brow furrowed. Are they attempting to delay our arrival in Chen? Du Feiwu spoke gravely. It would appear so. We must depart at once. Mu Qingxue replied tersely. With their horses dead, they were left with no choice but to proceed on foot. Chapter 38, Dusk's Drizzling Blade. The blade leaves its mark. This place should not possess such a dense aura of malevolence. It appears there may indeed be truth to your words regarding the blood demon flower, Lu Wumei remarked as she surveyed her surroundings, a smile gracing her features. For such a long journey should not be in vain. The source of this sinister energy lies ahead. Let us investigate. Lu Wumei gestured towards the direction ahead. Such keen perception. Lu Wumei must be at least at the spirit refinement stage. Su Chen mused inwardly. What does spirit refinement entail? It is the cultivation of spiritual awareness, which enhances a warrior's acute insight in their perception of surrounding energies. Lu Wumei could distinctly sense the origin of the malevolent aura, affirming her mastery in the spirit refinement stage. Although those at the spirit refinement stage fell easily to Bai Yu's blade, they still posed a significant threat to Su Chen. Unperturbed by Su Chen's thoughts, Lu Wumei concealed herself and advanced towards the source of the malevolent energy. The blood cloud malevolence flag, suddenly halting mid-stride. Lu Wumei's gaze was fixed on a spot not far ahead. Su Chen followed her line of sight. 9 flags were planted in various positions, drawing the sinister energy inward while some residual malevolence seeped outward. Inside lies the blood demon flower. In that moment, Lu Wumei confirmed Su Chen's assertion. Shall we not take a closer look? Su Chen expressed his desire to see the blood demon flower and assess its ripeness. Someone approaches. Lu Wumei swiftly pulled Su Chen behind a nearby rock. 2 figures entered from the outside. One was Lei Yao from the Thunder Hall, while the other donned a black hood, rendering their features indistinguishable. Messenger, if the void mine is sufficiently rich, the treasure should mature within 2 days, Lei Yao said respectfully. You have done well in this matter. I shall see for myself what it is. If it truly is a treasure, I will recommend you for the sect. The black-clad figure responded, their voice deep and ageless. Thank you, messenger. Lei Yao accompanied the figure into the blood cloud malevolence flag. It seems Qin Hao is indeed serving as a pawn for others, Su Chen remarked, intrigued by the newly emerged figure in black. Indeed. The small celebration city harbors hidden talents, many of whom lurk in the shadows. That individual possesses considerable strength. We must tread carefully, Lu Wumei cautioned in a hushed tone. Shall we not venture further? Su Chen suggested. Regardless of whether it is the blood demon flower, the treasures within must be extraordinary. And we can return in 2 days when they have matured. Lu Wumei concluded. Let us depart. Just as they intended to leave, a voice interrupted. You think you can escape after witnessing what you shouldn't have? The speaker was a man similarly cloaked in a hood. Upon entering the malevolence flag, a gentle breeze stirred within the valley, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. Having spent years in the Jade Spring Garden, Lu Wumei had unwittingly absorbed its scent, perhaps leading her to lower her guard in recent years. Behind them, Lei Yao emerged, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen and Lu Wumei. I will deal with the black-clad man. You handle Lei Mu, and we shall break through, Lu Wumei conveyed telepathically. Deal with what? We should run. At that moment, Su Chen turned and dashed toward the valley's entrance. This action left Lu Wumei and the black-clad figure momentarily stunned. Lu Wumei quickly followed suit. Run? Do you think you can escape? The black-clad man sneered. In an instant, he surged forward with unmatched speed, pursuing them as if they were prey. Lei Mu swiftly followed, letting out a low growl to block their path. At that moment, Su Chen found himself ahead, and a few guards wielding blades lunged at him. However, he raised his hand, twisting it to seize one guard's arm. With a crack, he shattered the guard's wrist and seized the descending blade. In a fluid motion, the blade glinted as it turned, slicing through the throat of a charging Thunderhall guard. Thud. The lifeless body of the guard collapsed to the ground. Although these were elite guards from the Thunderhall, they were no match for Su Chen. Lu Wumei, following closely behind, witnessed Su Chen's lethal technique. Her eyes sparkling with intrigue. With a swift motion, she drew a soft sword, propelling her yet. A fleeting dusk glow flickered within his gaze, momentarily blinding him. Hiss. As the radiance faded, a crimson mark appeared upon his throat. Who are you? How is this possible? Lei Yao clutched his own throat, staring at Su Chen, attempting to utter something. Chapter 39. Ferocity and enticement. Regardless of your intentions, I shall not permit you to utter a word. Su Chen materialized before Lei Yao, his hand ascending to seize the latter's cranium. Thwack. With a brutal exertion, he severed the head from its moorings. The Lei family's disavowal of Lei Ao's transgressions was merely their claim, one that Su Chen found incredulous. Despite any emotional void towards Su Meibai, he was, after all, inhabiting the original owner's form. The dispatch of his adversaries was only just. The act of decapitation appeared almost incidental. Bang! As Su Chen concluded his grim task, the black-robed figure and Lu Wumei disengaged from their clash, their gazes drawn to Su Chen clutching the severed head. Crimson rivulets cascaded from the dismembered head, an unsettling spectacle. The black-robed individual's eyes, veiled by the cowl, narrowed. With a swift pivot, they vanished. Why the sudden departure? Su Chen mused, perplexed by the retreating form. Casting a glance at the receding figure, he casually discarded Lei Yao's head. Were you attempting to intimidate our adversary with Lei Yao's head? Lu Wumei inquired, approaching Su Chen as he cast aside the bloody trophy. A mere whim. The Lei clan was complicit in my father's demise. Decapitation is only fitting, Su Chen responded. Did you discern anything of their fighting style during your engagement? The opponent deliberately masked their aura, but I am certain they are female, Lu Wumei asserted. Female? Su Chen echoed, taken aback. The assailant strikes were ruthless and fierce. How could they be feminine? My fragrance is subtle, yet they detected it. Only women possess such olfactory acuity. Furthermore, despite the black qi enveloping their palms, I could discern the hands of a woman. Let us depart. In 2 days, this place shall become a focal point. Even if we remain silent, word will spread. Everyone seeks to reap the spoils, Lu Wumei stated, before turning her gaze upon Su Chen. Su Chen, what do you think of me? She inquired. Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, a mature beauty. Su Chen regarded her intently. A precise summation. Should you join my everlasting regret palace, I shall be yours. Though I am known as the madam, I remain untouched, a maiden still. This is an opportunity for you. Lu Wumei intended to recruit Su Chen into their ranks. The innate late-stage Lei Yu had fallen to his blade. She had also sensed a lingering, fine drizzle of blade intent, the dusk rain blade technique. Su Chen was no less formidable than the deceased Su Meibai, a talent without question. She sought to induct him into the everlasting regret palace. Your motives seem impure. I am the master of the Golden Wind Drizzle Tower. To absorb me is to seize control of my organization. Moreover, I am backed by the Mountain and River Gate and the Purple Sandalwood Palace. Joining your everlasting regret palace? The exchange is hardly equitable, Su Chen retorted, eyeing Lu Wumei. The Mountain and River Gate holds only minor renown in the Lingnan Prefecture. The Purple Sandalwood Palace is powerful beyond the borders, but do you know why they cannot penetrate the pass? They face opposition within the Great Buddha Temple. One of the 5 great Buddhist temples of the Great Zhou dynasty, she concluded, leading Su Chen away. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Not long after their departure, a figure emerged from the shadows, the cloaked individual who had retreated earlier. Su Chen, I underestimated the depth of your concealment. Had I not ventured here, I would not have discovered your prowess. Your dusk rain blade technique is no less impressive than your father's, and your strength surpasses expectations. No wonder you act with such abandon. You simply do not care for Ling Tianhe. The figure spoke softly, a voice distinctly feminine, unlike the earlier, deeper tone. Had Su Chen heard it, he would have recognized it as Shangguan Ziyun, the holy maiden of the Frost Moon sect, Zihanwei. She too had sensed the intent of Su Chen's blade technique, prompting her retreat. Furthermore, the precious herb had yet to mature. A confrontation was unnecessary at this juncture. A luminous moon hung high in the inky, silent night. The carriage rattled along the uneven path, its journey jarring. Inside, Lu Wumei remarked, "Very well." Su Chen nodded in agreement. While bribing the guards at the city gate with silver would grant them entry, the carriage's bumpy ride at night was less appealing than spending the night in the open. The carriage pressed onward. Before long, a thunderclap reverberated through the sky, heralding a nocturnal downpour. The carriage continued its trek. The elderly coachman, puffing on his pipe, halted the carriage before a dilapidated temple. He retrieved some dry provisions from within and entered the temple. Rumble. Thunder echoed as large raindrops began to fall from the heavens. What is the matter with the weather in Qing City? Su Chen wondered aloud, observing the torrential rain. Erratic weather can portend significant changes. Lu Wumei responded gravely, gazing out at the deluge. Weather anomalies herald disasters, and disasters breed turmoil. Su Chen shook his head and turned to enter the temple. The elderly coachman had already kindled a fire. Elsewhere, in the Su residence, a dark figure slipped through an open window, their form damp with rain. Xiaolon, who was inside, immediately lit a lamp and closed the window. The figure shed the wet black attire, donned a white robe, and emerged Shangguan Ziyun. Dispose of this nightwear. Shangguan Ziyun instructed. Within the room, Shangguan Ziyun's brow furrowed, as if lost in thought. "Miss, was it not the 5th grade Lotus platform?" Xiaolon inquired. She knew why her mistress had ventured out and assumed the object of her search was not the Lotus platform. It was not the 5th grade Lotus platform, but rather the blood demon flower, which serves a similar purpose. If I were to consume the blood demon flower, it would enhance my aptitude and ease my path to the soul refinement realm. By the way, where is Su Chen today? Shangguan Ziyun suddenly asked. Though she had gleaned from their conversation that it was Su Chen, she had not seen his face. Su Chen. He is said to be at the Jade Spring Garden. The Jade Spring Garden. Lu Wumei. It seems it truly is them, Shangguan Ziyun murmured. Miss, did you encounter them? Xiaolon asked from the side. Indeed. I met them in Qin Shui Mountain and even exchanged blows. Su Chen used the Dusk Rain Blade technique to slay Lei Yao with a single strike, Shangguan Ziyun recounted. Chapter 40. The Plan in the Daylight. Bai Tianyu's demeanor was serene as he faced the townsfolk of Qiqing. Upon hearing the words of the young lady, Xiaolan's face betrayed her disbelief. Miss, are you certain? Isn't Su Chen currently at Yechen Garden? How could he possibly be at Qin Suishan? Furthermore, his strength is such that even I cannot contend with him. How could he so easily slay Lei Yao? The little girl posed her questions in rapid succession. You underestimate him. This fellow is quite the enigma. Even during my earlier tests, I sensed nothing amiss. Had it not been for his confrontation with Lei Yao, wherein he employed the Dusk Drizzle Blade technique, I would never have recognized him. He is likely collaborating with Lu Wumei to uncover the location of the Blood Demon Flower, Shangguan Ziyun replied solemnly. Lu Wumei possesses formidable strength, nearing the pinnacle of the spirit refinement stage. Should she acquire the Blood Demon Flower, she could ascend to the peak in a short time. It appears she is a formidable rival in my quest for the flower. However, it seems there are others orchestrating this scheme. I must ascertain whether it is Qin Hao or someone else behind it. Spread this information throughout the black market overnight. I want everyone in Qingqing, or at least those outside it, to be aware of the Blood Demon Flower by dawn, Shangguan Ziyun commanded. Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Only Shangguan Ziyun remained in the room, gazing out into the torrential rain. She murmured, Su Chen, perhaps our previous collaboration with Su Mingbai could be extended to you. Outside Qiqing, within a dilapidated temple, Su Chen lay half reclined upon a bed of hay, lost in thought. Bai Tianyu, in his past life, was the master of the Divine Blade sect, a figure of great renown. His inherent talent promised a swift rise in strength in this realm, and having him as a bodyguard would be a hindrance to his potential. Now, however, Su Chen had acquired some means of self-protection. He contemplated the idea of elevating Bai Tianyu's status in this world, envisioning him at the helm of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, with Ling Tianhe as his ally. This arrangement would ensure that the pavilion remained under his control. If Bai Tianyu were to lead the pavilion, he could systematically take down the three major factions, Lei Hall, Meal Hall, and Gathering of Heroes Hall. Excitement stirred within Su Chen at the thought. Yet, the challenge lay in how to publicly present Bai Tianyu. A narrative needed to be crafted and discreetly disseminated. The unparalleled blade master, a recluse honing his skills in the mountains, who emerged to aid Ling Tianhe in gratitude for past favors. Simultaneously, Bai Tianyu's public persona would grant him a formal presence within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Yet, a sharpening stone was necessary. Who could serve as the finest sharpening stone? That would be Lei Hall. They had devised a plot to eliminate the pavilion's master. With irrefutable evidence at hand, Su Chen could offer the pavilion to Bai Tianyu as a means of avenging him. These thoughts raced through Su Chen's mind, gradually taking shape. Tomorrow, he would orchestrate the disappearance of Lei Hall, paving the way for Bai Tianyu to establish himself as the ruler of Qiqing. With the plan set, Su Chen prepared to retire for the night, despite the presence of an elderly man smoking a pipe, which promised no delightful occurrences. Thus, he succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Bai Tianyu, concealed in the shadows, observed Su Chen's repose. The elderly man with the pipe remarked, "This lad is remarkably carefree, falling asleep in such a manner. Miss. Individuals lacking vigilance find it difficult to survive in this martial world. He is not as simple as you perceive." Lu Wumei shook her head, recalling the events in the valley that lingered vividly in her memory. Su Chen was decidedly more complex than she had imagined, outwardly weak. Yet any who underestimated him would likely meet the same fate as Lei Yao. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the dilapidated temple, not a single horse, but a multitude. Lu Wumei and the elderly man exchanged wary glances. In the dead of night, a group of riders emerged, foreboding signs indeed. As they locked eyes, a contingent of tin-clad in raincoats and wide-brimmed hats entered. At the forefront of this group was a burly man in his 30s. He cast a glance at the elderly man and the elegantly dressed Lu Wumei before finally resting his gaze upon Su Chen, whose face was obscured by the brim of his hat, preventing a clear view of his features. The man's brow furrowed slightly, yet he remained silent, instructing his companions. "Rest for the night. We shall depart at dawn when the rain subsides." Upon hearing these words, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, removing his hat to regard the newcomers. In truth, he had awakened the moment the hoofs sounded. He simply had not felt inclined to reveal himself. The men behind the burly leader promptly shed their raincoats, revealing ornate official garb adorned with long blades, their presence exuding an unusual authority. "Are they from the Northern Town Guard of Ling'an Prefecture?" Lu Wumei's voice reached Su Chen's ear. "The Northern Town Guard? What brings them here?" Su Chen pondered, a sense of unease washing over him. The Town Guard held significant status within the Great Zhou dynasty, serving as one of the martial forces tasked with suppressing the martial world. As the group settled in, one of them borrowed a flame from the elderly man and lit a fire. Others produced roasted duck and wine from their belongings. "What is our purpose for heading to Qin Suishan, boss?" inquired a younger man among them. "Simply follow orders. Do not question what should remain unasked," the burly leader replied coldly. Their conversation startled both Lu Wumei and Su Chen, as they had only recently visited Qin Suishan. What could compel these individuals to journey there? Surely, it must pertain to the blood demon flower. "Miss, did you come from the direction of Qin Suishan?" Just then, a man beside the burly leader directed his question toward Lu Wumei. The elderly man, looking like a mere carriage driver, and Su Chen, half reclined and youthful in appearance, made Lu Wumei's presence all the more striking despite her plain attire. Thus, the man directly inquired about her. Attention has been drawn, Lu Wumei thought. Yet she nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we have just come from Qin Suishan. The route ahead diverges into 3 paths, one leading directly to Qin Suishan." Her words were also a means to extract information from them. "Given the hour, it seems you descended from Qin Suishan quite late. I have heard that the scenery there is unremarkable, and few venture that way," the man continued. Su Chen, still reclining, felt a flicker of curiosity. "What are they plotting?" "Master, there is poison in the smoke from that pile of firewood." Bai Tianyu's voice resonated in Su Chen's ear. Realizing the danger, Su Chen cursed inwardly. In the dead of night, within a dilapidated temple, there are indeed no good tidings. He swiftly donned his hat to obscure his face and discreetly consumed an antidote pill. Chapter 41. The Thousand Household of the Town Suppression Office. Counterattack thoughts raced through his mind. Why would the personnel from the Northern Town Suppression Office directly confront them? They had just mentioned Qin Suishan. Could it be that they had come for the blood demon flower? Su Chen pondered. The smoke was laced with poison. He held his breath. At that moment, Lu Wumei transmitted a message to Su Chen, distancing herself from the group of Northern Town Suppression officers. "Are you poisoning us in this smoke?" The leader of the opposing group spoke coldly. "Since you have resorted to poison, there is no need for pretense. Just tell me what you intend to do. Inform me of your purpose at Qin Suishan, and perhaps we could spare your lives. We are headed to Qin Suishan for the blood demon flower." "Are you not as well?" Lu Wumei boldly declared. Given that the adversaries had already taken action, it was impossible for them to hold back. Who would believe they would spare a life? As she uttered the words blood demon flower, Lu Wumei's gaze fixed intently on the leader, eager to observe his reaction. Upon hearing blood demon flower, the leader's pupils constricted sharply. It seems we cannot leave you alive, he declared, bloodlust radiating from him as he charged toward Lu Wumei. In an instant, a fierce blade aura erupted from his hand, aimed directly at Lu Wumei's head. From his observations, she was the one in charge, thus, eliminating her was paramount. They could not allow the knowledge of their presence to leak, which was precisely why they had traveled under the cover of night. Entering this dilapidated temple signified death for those inside, especially since the opponents were aware of the blood demon flower. The town suppression office was one of the imperial forces tasked with quelling the martial factions, comprising individuals meticulously selected and supported by the office's resources. Their lethal techniques were practiced to perfection, striking swiftly and leaving no room for the enemy to breathe. The blade light surged like a tempest. Lu Wumei's eyes narrowed, her form splitting into multiple shadows as she evaded the man's strike. You will surround and kill that old man and that boy, leaving no survivors, the leader coldly commanded, bringing his long knife down upon Lu Wumei once more. The blade light crackled with a thunderous presence, encompassing a vast area. Thunderblade, Du Yuan. One of the 5,000 house after Su Chen vanquished those three individuals. One of the assailants previously encircling the elderly man with the pipe abruptly disengaged from the fray and charged towards Su Chen with astonishing speed. Before Su Chen could react, the attacker's blade was already descending upon him, the air rent by its passage, an oppressive aura bearing down. A late-stage Xiantian cultivator. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, his own blade flashing out in response. Clang. Their energies collided, sending Su Chen staggering backward, while his opponent remained unmoved. Impressive strength, the displaced man sneered, eyeing Su Chen. No wonder you were able to dispatch my three comrades. He stamped a foot, raising his blade. Ghastly wail. The attacker's eyes gleamed with malice as he unleashed a strike accompanied by a cacophony of spectral cries. Su Chen felt a chilling wind buffet him. He parried frantically. Thump. Su Chen was hurled back several paces by the force of the blow. Seizing the advantage, the man pressed his assault relentlessly, leaving Su Chen with no recourse but to defend. Gradually, Su Chen was driven back towards the area where Lu Wumei was locked in combat. Boom. At that moment, Lu Wumei clashed with Du Yuan, the impact forcing her back, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. The disparity in their power was evident. She had done well to withstand so many attacks. This strike will send you to your grave, Du Yuan declared, his eyes fixed on Lu Wumei. With this woman out of the way, the others will pose no threat. Suddenly, Su Chen was sent hurtling in their direction by a blow, crashing to the ground. Du Yuan glanced at him. In that instant, a faint smirk played on Su Chen's lips. Three bone-piercing darts materialized in his hand, aimed at Du Yuan's chest. Humph. Du Yuan scoffed, erecting an energy shield to deflect Su Chen's ambush. Tear. 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 But the darts pierced through his protective aura, striking him squarely in the chest. Bang. 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 Three crimson blossoms erupted on his chest. Kill. Su Chen, still prone, clenched his fist and struck the point of impact. Damn it. The searing pain contorted Du Yuan's features. He sensed an impending danger and retreated rapidly, attempting to evade Su Chen's blow. Meanwhile, Lu Wumei, seizing the opportunity, launched her sword towards his throat. Its speed was remarkable. Du Yuan perceived the threat of Lu Wumei's blade as more immediate than Su Chen's fist. Enduring the agony, he raised his blade to deflect the sword. His energy surged once more, attempting to repel Su Chen's incoming strike. But in the next instant, he felt as though his chest had been struck by a massive hammer, and he was sent flying backward. Splurt. A mouthful of blood spewed forth. On the other side, the man who had been battling Su Chen had brought his blade down upon Su Chen's back. But Su Chen pivoted, his own blade arcing towards his attacker. Clang. This time, Su Chen only retreated a single step. You. The man was taken aback. You see, I must thank you. Were it not for you, ambushing your commander would have been quite difficult. A refinement realm expert's perception is extraordinary. Without closing in and catching them off guard, his blood-piercing darts might not have found their mark. And without finding their mark, the darts would have been useless. The situation within the dilapidated temple had shifted. The rain outside intensified, plunging the interior into a brief silence. Cough, cough. Du Yuan's cough shattered the stillness. I'll kill you first. Su Chen roared towards the man who had attacked him, his left fist radiating a chilling aura. The man hastily raised his blade to defend. So cold. As his blade met Su Chen's fist, an icy chill coursed through his wrist. He immediately channeled his energy to dispel the cold, but Su Chen continued his assault. the frigid energy seeping into the blade and up his arm. After several blows, the man felt a growing stiffness in his wrist. Now, Su Chen's blade descended. The man felt a drizzle of rain, attempting to parry, but his arm was numb, and he couldn't raise his blade in time. Slice. As the rain of blades subsided, a cut appeared on the man's throat. Blood welled from the wound. The man, incredulous, clutched his throat and collapsed. For had fallen, all at Su Chen's hand. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Suddenly, the 7 men who had been surrounding the elderly man with the pipe turned on Su Chen. But as they turned, 7 blood-piercing darts shot from Su Chen's hand. If he was going to strike, he would do so swiftly. No survivors. Tear. 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 The 7 darts flew, piercing their protective energy and detonating within their bodies. Some were struck in the heart and died instantly, while others, stronger, avoided a fatal blow, but still suffered grievous chest wounds. Strike while the iron is hot. Su Chen showed no mercy, stepping forward and appearing before one of the wounded, his blade flowing like water, severing his throat. In a matter of seconds, all 7 lay dead at Su Chen's feet. Only the gravely wounded Du Yuan remained. Surround him. Su Chen ordered the elderly man with the pipe, launching an attack on Du Yuan. Having been struck by 3 of Su Chen's darts and blasted backward by a punch, Du Yuan was in dire straits. Though he was stronger than Lu Wumei, he was no match for them now. The elderly man with the pipe, a refinement realm cultivator, joined Lu Wumei in encircling the wounded Du Yuan. Su Chen stood aside, a palpable sense of danger radiating from him, like a viper waiting to strike. Clang! The 3 figures separated. But in that moment, Su Chen surged forward, his blade a flash of light as it struck Du Yuan. As the blade passed, a blood-piercing dart shot from his wrist, disappearing into the void. Su Chen stepped back, his eyes on Du Yuan. Du Yuan knelt, using his blade to support himself, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. I never imagined Du Yuan, would fall here. I must know, who are you? I have never seen such a decisive and ruthless youth, Du Yuan asked. Earlier, Su Chen had been reclining on the hay, unguarded when they entered. He had dismissed Su Chen, but now he realized that Su Chen was the primary reason for their downfall. The dead have no need to know. Su Chen had no intention of being remembered fondly. Bang! The blood-piercing dart in Du Yuan's throat detonated. Gouts of crimson blood erupted from his throat. With a resounding thud, his hand relinquished its grip on the saber, and he collapsed onto the ground, the crimson tide rapidly inundating the earth. The wizened old man and Lu Wumei exchanged astonished glances, their eyes fixed upon Su Chen. Su Chen, however, remained impassive. He approached Du Yuan's lifeless form and meticulously searched his person, discovering only a collection of silver notes. The other individuals yielded similar findings. Securing the currency within his own pockets, he turned to the wizened elder and Lu Wumei, remarking, "Is not the act of looting corpses commonplace?" He continued, "We must now dispose of these remains to avert detection by the northern garrison. Do you possess a method for obliterating corpses?" Lu Wumei, regaining her composure, nodded towards the elder. The old man produced a jade vial, from which he poured a powdery substance over the corpses outside. Instantly, the bodies dissolved into a viscous fluid. The ensuing rain cleansed the area, leaving behind only the northern garrison insignia and their steel blades. Uncle Lu, conceal these remaining items in a secluded location, Lu Wumei instructed. The wizened elder gathered the blades and insignia before departing the dilapidated temple. Esteemed Lord Su, we are indebted to you. Without your intervention, we might have perished here. Lu Wumei expressed. Merely self-preservation, Su Chen replied. Du Yuan was one of the 5 commanders of the northern garrison in Lingnan Prefecture. His presence here suggests a purpose beyond the blood demon flower. Furthermore, their swift aggression upon entering the temple indicates a desire to conceal their movements. Lu Wumei concurred with Su Chen's analysis. What, then, do you surmise their objective to be? She inquired. I cannot ascertain their precise aim, Su Chen responded. But Du Yuan's reaction to the mention of the blood demon flower suggests prior knowledge. Given the flower's value to the Lingnan garrison, its existence should not have been widely known. Moreover, the cultivation of the blood demon flower by the Qin family is peculiar. While the Qin family is formidable, it pales in comparison to the garrison. Therefore, the blood demon flower may be a stratagem orchestrated by the northern garrison, the purpose of which remains elusive. Su Chen, my admiration for you grows, Lu Wumei declared. Should you join the Eternal Regret Palace, I would gladly recommend you to my master. Our palace is more than it appears. Where does wealth dissipate most readily? Brothels and gambling dens. Do you believe the great Zhou dynasty would allow such institutions to be controlled by outsiders? Su Chen's gaze intensified upon hearing Lu Wumei's words. He had not fully considered this aspect. However, Lu Wumei's revelation suggested that the Eternal Regret Palace possessed ties to the Great Zhou dynasty. Joining such an organization could prove advantageous. He intended to entrust the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion to Bai Tianyu, maintaining covert control, the Mountain River Gate, the Purple Sandalwood Palace, and the Eternal Regret Palace represented potential sources of support. Among them, the Mountain River Gate appeared to be the weakest. While the Purple Sandalwood Palace was located in the distant frontier, the Eternal Regret Palace seemed the most suitable. Madam Lu, I shall give this matter due consideration. Su Chen replied. There is no urgency. Lu Wumei responded, our immediate objective is to acquire the Blood Demon Flower. Your assistance in obtaining it will enhance my standing within the Eternal Regret Palace, which would also benefit you. Having pledged to assist you in acquiring the Blood Demon Flower, I shall certainly do so. You have my assurance, Su Chen stated. The two then fell silent. The following morning, Ling Tianhe appeared before Su Chen, greeting him with, Greetings. Lord, the location of the Blood Demon Flower in the valley has been confirmed. Disseminate this information through the black market, Su Chen instructed. Yes, Ling Tianhe acknowledged, accepting the information from Su Chen. Furthermore, lead Bai Tianyu and others to eliminate the Thunder Hall and the Lei family. State that you were commissioned by me. With the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion as payment, from this day forth, Bai Tianyu shall be the master of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. Integrate all of their assets into my Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, Su Chen commanded. Attack the Lei family? Ling Tianhe questioned. The Blood Demon Flower has not yet matured. Is now the time to confront the Lei family? Su Chen's earlier instructions were anticipated by Ling Tianhe, but he was perplexed by the timing of the attack on the Thunder Hall. Fear not. Is not Qin Hao the Qin family still present? Su Chen countered. Qin Hao will ensure the maturation of the Blood Demon Flower. Moreover, the Northern Garrison is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. They will undoubtedly ensure the flower's fruition. Your subordinate shall immediately arrange for the dissemination of the information through the black market, Ling Tianhe replied, bowing as he exited the room. Su Chen remained alone in the room, drumming his fingers on the table. What matter or individual warrants such an elaborate scheme by the garrison? He mused. The Ling'an garrison is among the most formidable martial forces in Ling'an Prefecture, capable of countering the power of the pugilistic world. Their scheme must target individuals or forces within that realm. The Blood Demon Flower is beneficial only to individuals, suggesting that their target is either a person or a faction. A flash of insight illuminated Su Chen's mind. He considered the Cold Moon sect, founded by a descendant of the Great Chu dynasty and a perpetually hunted entity. Zihanyu. The sect's sacred maiden possessed strength only marginally greater than that of Lu Wumei, as discovered by Bai Tianyu's covert investigations. Zihanyue's presence in Qiqing was already suspicious. The Northern Garrison's scheme might be directed at Zihanyu, or it might be related to her purpose here. With this realization, Su Chen's thoughts became clearer. I merely wonder who is orchestrating this scheme. If I knew, I would gladly strike them down, he declared. Su Mingbai's demise was orchestrated by Lei Ao. But the architect of this scheme was ultimately responsible. Without their machinations, Su Mingbai would not have perished, and Su Chen would not have been transported to this world. He would express his gratitude by ending their life. Subsequently, after spreading the news, he and Bai Tianyu appeared at the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. He then mobilized his forces to secretly advance towards the Thunder Hall, while he and Bai Tianyu set out in the same direction. Chapter 44. Bai Tianyu enters the Thunder Hall, annihilating it with one stroke in the Grand Hall of the Thunder Hall. Lei Mu, Lei Mo, and the remaining two guardians convened, their expressions grim. They were all aware of the news regarding Lei Yao's demise. However, prior to his death, he had brought along a figure cloaked in a hat to witness the fifth-grade Lotus platform. Lei Mu addressed the three others in a somber tone. Upon hearing his words, they were momentarily taken aback, as this information had eluded them. Master, are you suggesting that Lei Yao brought someone to observe the fifth-grade Lotus platform and has betrayed the Thunder Hall? Lei Gu inquired, skepticism lacing his voice. Given the current circumstances, it appears so, Lei Mu affirmed. Does this mean the information regarding the fifth-grade Lotus platform in the Qin Shui Valley is now known by someone and may potentially be disseminated? What shall we do? Lei Mian spoke up, concern evident in his tone. The knowledge of the fifth-grade Lotus platform is secondary. Our primary concern should be how to explain to young Master Qin about Lei Yao's actions in the mountains. Lei Mu responded gravely. I shall venture to Qin Shui Mountain and eliminate all remaining members of the Thunder Hall, leaving no survivors. In this way, no one will be privy to Lei Yao's visit to the fifth-grade Lotus platform. As for how Lei Yao met his end, We shall assert that he fell in battle protecting the Lotus platform. Lei Gu proposed. The other three fell into silence upon hearing Lei Gu's suggestion, but ultimately, Lei Mu nodded in agreement. At that moment, a man entered the hall. What has transpired? Lei Mu inquired in a low voice. Reporting to the master. News from the black market indicates that our Lei family is cultivating blood demonic flowers on Qinshui Mountain, and they are nearing maturity. Moreover, Jingfeng Shiyu's Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu are approaching our Thunder Hall, the man relayed. Lei Mu's pupils constricted sharply. Blood demonic flowers? I had previously investigated their efficacy, and it is comparable to that of the 5th grade Lotus platform, albeit through different cultivation methods. Based on our earlier cultivation efforts, the valley is likely home to the blood demonic flowers, the man explained. Hearing this, Lei Mu furrowed his brow slightly, directing his gaze towards Lei Mo. Qin, how was introduced to us by you? I am uncertain. I merely heard young Master Qin mention it, claiming it was the 5th grade Lotus platform. Additionally, I compared it with other models of the 5th grade Lotus platform, and they indeed bear a striking resemblance. Lei Mo quickly interjected. This matter can be addressed later. Lei Gu, you may proceed with your task, Lei Mu instructed. He then pondered the second issue. You mentioned Ling Tianhe and Bai Tianyu are en route to our Thunder Hall. What is their intention? Could the events surrounding Qinshui Mountain be connected to them? Keep a close watch on the movements of Jingfeng Shiyu, Lei Mu commanded. The man bowed and exited the hall, leaving the atmosphere inside thick with tension. The commotion outside suggests it is the blood demonic flower, not the 5th grade Lotus platform. Young Master Qin has evidently deceived us. No wonder the cultivation methods differ, Lei Mind spoke solemnly. Whether it is the 5th grade Lotus platform or the blood demonic flower is of little consequence. What truly matters is how we, the Thunder Hall, survive this calamity. Lei Mu declared. Should we consult young Master Qin? Lei Mo suggested. The Qin family has yet to arrive. Meeting with young Master Qin would be futile. Furthermore, he has likely been exploiting us. Once he has made use of us, he may discard us. Otherwise, he would not have withheld the truth. I am perplexed as to why young Master Qin referred to it as the 5th grade Lotus platform instead of the blood demonic flower. Mine. Investigate the true nature of the blood demonic flower, Lei Mu instructed. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air outside. Lei Mu swiftly exited the hall and stepped outside the Thunder Hall. At that moment, Lei Gu lay severed in two, his corpse sprawled on the ground. Bai Tianyu. Ling Tianhe, why are you here to commit murder in my Thunder Hall? Lei Mu glared at Ling Tianhe. You sought assassins to eliminate our hall master. Our new hall master has sacrificed Jingfeng Shiyu to exact revenge on your Thunder Hall. Ling Tianhe Decal, Chapter 45, The Unresolved Death. The change of ownership at the Jingfeng Shiyu building by Tianyu, with a single stroke of his blade, obliterated the Lei Hall, demonstrating absolute prowess. From this day forth, he would assume the role of the master of Jingfeng Shiyu building, and his identity would gradually be unveiled. He needed sufficient strength to instill awe and all within Qing City, subsequently taking control of Jingfeng Shiyu building to aid Su Chen in unifying the city. Naturally, placing a formidable figure like Bai Tianyu, a master of the refining soul realm, into Qing City was akin to introducing a shark into a river, sure to create a tempest. As the dust settled, the Lei Hall lay cleaved in two, littered with debris and remnants. The bodies of Lei Mu and others sprawled before the collapsed structure, having been pierced through the heart by Bai Tianyu's blade aura. Their faces were etched with shock, mingled with confusion. How could such a powerful figure deign to act against them, mere mortals of the innate realm? Take all the treasures from Lei Hall, Bai Tianyu commanded in a low voice. Those previously dispatched by Ling Tianhe quickly surged into the hall. Any remnants of life within were swiftly executed. Soon, boxes filled with gold, silver, and jewels were transported out, accumulating outside the Lei Hall. Within a brief span of time, a crowd had gathered. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and fear as they beheld the ruins of the hall. They turned their gazes toward Bai Tianyu, who stood at the entrance wielding a long knife, a master of the refining soul realm. How could such a powerhouse emerge from Jingfeng Shiyu building? Was he perhaps sent by the Zetan Palace? A young man clad in a brown robe, who had accompanied Mu Yi from the gathering of Talon's Hall, spoke gravely. He did not linger, addressing Mu Yi instead. Mu Yi, wary of speaking too freely, cast a glance at the dining hall before hastily departing. As for the others, who were not affiliated with the 5 major powers of Qing City, they felt no need to concern themselves. Third uncle. He just claimed to be from Jingfeng Shiyu building. How could they harbor such a master? Mu Qingxue remarked, observing Bai Tianyu's retreating figure. This is something you must investigate. However, this individual possesses exceptional strength, while he may fall slightly short of my level. I might not stand a chance in combat against him. It is surprising that such prowess exists in this small town. It seems Qing City is becoming increasingly tumultuous. The elder mused softly, his gaze lingering on Bai Tianyu. Perhaps sensing the elder's scrutiny, Bai Tianyu turned his gaze in their direction, his eyes sharp and imbued with an aura of invincibility. He sensed the elder's strength. This was someone capable of engaging him in battle, renowned as the invincible divine blade. He exuded an overwhelming presence. Such ferocious blade aura, this individual cannot be an insignificant figure, the elder thought to himself, feeling the weight of Bai Tianyu's imposing glare. Let us depart, he urged, avoiding Bai Tianyu's gaze as he led Mu Qingxue and the burly man away. They needed to ascertain the current state of Qing City. They had initially believed their presence was unnecessary, yet upon arrival, they encountered such a formidable blade aura and a dominant master of the sword. The members of Jin Feng, Shiyu Building swiftly transported their spoils. Bai Tianyu turned to leave, heading toward the Lei family. While the matter at Lei Hall was resolved, there remained the Lei family to address. Shortly after their departure, from amidst the rubble, a figure emerged, bloodied and with a terrifyingly fierce countenance. It was none other than the once proud Qin Hao. Coughing violently, he spat blood, staring blankly at the debris surrounding him. Moments earlier, he had been recuperating in a secret chamber when a terrifying blade aura had manifested, causing the chamber to collapse. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind to hide in a corner, narrowly escaping disaster, though he sustained injuries in the process. Unbeknownst to him, his survival was due to Bai Tianyu's mercy. Had it not been for that, he would have been pierced by the blade aura or slain by the incoming members of Jin Feng Shiyu Building. His life was deemed essential for the maturation of the blood demon flower. The agents of the Northern Town Pacification Office remained hidden in the shadows, rendering their emergence unlikely. Thus, Qin Hao was still a valuable pawn in their game. Without lingering, he swiftly departed, neglecting his injuries. Who is that? Is it the third young master of the prefecture? It is rumored that the Lei Hall has allied with him. Some whispered among themselves. Let us go? With Bai Tianyu's formal emergence, the tides of Qing City are destined to change. Others remarked before hastily leaving, no longer paying heed to the ruins of the Lei Hall. On this day, both the Lei Hall and the Lei family vanished, their wealth transferred entirely to Jin Feng Shiyu Building, with a portion ultimately reaching Su Chen. Within Jin Feng Shiyu Building, Bai Tianyu and Ling Tianha entered Su Chen's chamber. Where's Qin Hao now? Although I let him go, I must keep track of his every move. He is likely staying in an inn, awaiting someone, Su Chen inquired. What is the response from other factions? Aside from the Diamond Monastery, both the Gathering of Talents Hall and the Dining Hall have increased their vigilance. Moreover, the Gathering of Talents Hall has established connections with the Yang family of the prefecture. A junior from the Yang family, Yang Jia, has been accompanying the direct descendant, Yang Mukin. He is expected to arrive in Qing City soon. Indeed, the Yang family is bustling with activity, but the allure of the blood demon flower cannot be understated. We must closely monitor all factions entering Qing City. We must investigate every entity. The agents of the Northern Town Pacification Office are lurking in the shadows. Regardless of their concealment, we will uncover something. Furthermore, with Bai Tianyu's emergence, the waters of Qing City have been stirred. The Northern Town Pacification Office can no longer remain passive, and someone will inevitably reveal themselves. This presents an opportunity to discover their whereabouts. I must eliminate the mastermind behind this scheme, and I shall publicly announce my resignation as the master of Jin Feng Shiyu Building, passing the mantle to Bai Tianyu. Su Chen declared to Ling Tianha. Understood, I shall attend to it at once. Ling Tianha bowed and exited the room. Once Ling Tianha departed, Bai Tianyu spoke, My lord. During the obliteration of the Lei Hall today, I encountered a master of the refining soul realm, whose cultivation appears slightly superior to mine. However, in a life-and-death struggle, I am confident I can slay him. Bai Tianyu expressed this conviction with assurance. The opponent, though aged and possessing a robust aura, lacked the vitality to withstand the relentless onslaught of his blade. A master of the refining soul realm? Su Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had not anticipated such a formidable presence to emerge at this juncture. Let us observe the situation for now, Su Chen advised. After issuing these instructions, he departed Jin Feng Shiyu Building, appearing somewhat disheveled. This was also a statement to the outside world that he was no longer the master of Jin Feng Shiyu Building. Following Su Chen's departure, news of the change in leadership at Jin Feng Shiyu Building spread rapidly. Bai Tianyu was now the master of Jin Feng Shiyu Building. Chapter 46, Meeting, Confrontation. In scheming at the Su residence young master, A peculiar item has suddenly appeared in the Master's study. You should take a look, Fubo said with a bow. A peculiar item? Su Chen's face displayed a look of confusion. Nonetheless, he followed Fubo to Su Mingbai's study. Although Su Chen rarely visited the study, Fubo often kept it tidy. Today, he discovered a wooden box atop the desk. Upon entering the study, Su Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to the box. Crafted from ordinary wood. Young master, allow me to assist you in opening it. Fubo, now in service to Su Chen, feared the box might contain poison or other dangers. There's no need for concern. It was clearly meant for my eyes, Su Chen replied, having concealed his strength outside. If someone intended to kill him, they wouldn't go to such lengths. He approached the wooden box and opened it. Inside lay a gold leaf as thin as paper, engraved with intricate patterns, suggesting it might be part of a map. His gaze fell upon the bottom of the box, where a letter awaited. Su Chen unfolded the envelope. Finding its contents succinct, at the hour of the rat, meet me in the bamboo grove behind the mountain. A surge of true energy emanated from his palm, shattering the envelope, and he subsequently tucked away the gold leaf. His eyes turned towards the residence of the beautiful Shangguan Ziyun. The elegant handwriting was unmistakable. He recognized it as hers. This was clearly a message directed at him. My nominal second mother has given me this item and summoned me for a meeting. It appears a confrontation is imminent. Su Chen mused inwardly. Earlier, Lu Wumei mentioned that the person who battled her in Qinsui Mountain was a woman. Could that individual be Shangguan Ziyun? A glimmer of insight flickered in Su Chen's eyes. The technique he employed, the Dusk Rain Blade, may have revealed his identity, prompting Shangguan Ziyun to seek him out. He quickly pieced together the events leading to this moment. Let us see how you choose to confront me tonight, he murmured softly. Prepare a secret chamber for me. I wish to continue my cultivation, Su Chen instructed Fubo. The practice of martial arts must not cease. Both internal energy cultivation and physical training required attention. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard, within a pavilion, a conversation unfolded. Miss, I just witnessed Fubo escorting Su Chen to the study. He should be looking at that wooden box now. Do you think he will keep the appointment tonight? Asked Xiaolan. He will indeed keep the appointment, replied Shangguan Ziyun. But miss, the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower has changed hands. Is there any value in meeting with Su Chen? It may expose your presence. Xiaolan expressed her concern. Investigate the relationship between Bai Tianyu and Ling Tianhe. As for why Su Chen relinquished the position of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower's master, I shall inquire tonight, Shangguan Ziyun stated, her brows furrowed. She had estimated Bai Tianyu's strength before, but never anticipated him to be a formidable soul-refining realm expert. The emergence of such a power as the new master of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower rendered the situation increasingly enigmatic. In a courtyard not far from the Su residence, Mu Qingxue and her companions were gathered. Third uncle, why do we need to rent a small courtyard? Can't we go directly to the Su family? Su Chen is truly something. How could he relinquish the position of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower's master, which rightfully belongs to our Zitan Palace? Mu Qingxue complained. Her purpose here being to officially incorporate the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower into the Zitan Palace. However, with the change in leadership, such a move now seemed impossible. Su Chen's unintentional action had defused this crisis, as he could not publicly sever ties with the Zitan Palace. It was a wise decision, lest he jeopardize his life. An elder beside Mu Qingxue spoke. Fei Wu, go investigate Bai Tianyu's situation and the events in Qingqing. Yes. The burly man bowed and exited the small courtyard. Every year, the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower provided our Mu family with considerable resources, but now that it has changed hands, it is unlikely to continue our provisions. This will adversely affect our family's income and resources. Mu Qingxue's innocent demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold resolve. This matter must be reported to the family immediately. Once Fei Wu uncovers some news, we shall pay a visit to Su Chen. If we can bring him into our Mu family, it would establish a foundation for cooperation with the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. After all, Su Mingbai is the founder of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, and it is only natural for Su Chen to have a stake in its benefits. With their recent conquest of the Thunder Hall, their influence has more than doubled. Collaborating with them could yield even greater profits than before, the elder remarked. Upon hearing his words, Mu Qingxue's eyes lit up. This was indeed a strategy she had not considered. Elsewhere, in the inn where Qin Hao resided, a young man clad in a black robe entered his room, accompanied by two others. The young man bore a stern countenance, exuding a cold and heavy aura, reminiscent of an ice mountain. Yet there was an air of authority about him. The two individuals behind him included an ordinary-looking man clutching a flag adorned with a spear tip, which glinted with a sharp radiance, and an elderly man with a pale complexion, whose eyes were as dark as an unfathomable abyss. captivating and intimidating. Qin Hao, recovering from his injuries on the bed, was initially ready to scold the newcomers, but became visibly excited upon seeing them. "Second brother, you must avenge me. I have been severed of my arm," Qin Hao exclaimed, excitement causing him to cough up blood once more. The elderly man beside the young man immediately stepped forward, channeling energy to aid Qin Hao in healing his internal wounds, while the ordinary-looking man closed the door behind him. After a moment, Qin Hao's complexion improved slightly. "Third brother, I have come personally this time to ensure your vengeance. I am curious to know who dares to lay hands on a member of the Qin family," the young man, Qin Tianhan, stated coldly, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. "Tell me what transpired and why you find yourself in such a dire state," he inquired solemnly. Qin Hao promptly recounted the events he had encountered, though he had yet to investigate the matters concerning the Thunder Hall due to his ongoing recovery. "Old Liu, please look into this," Qin Tianhan instructed the ominous elder. "Understood." The elder swiftly departed the room. "Stabilize your injuries for now. I will hasten the ripening of the blood demon flower. Once you consume it, your strength will undoubtedly increase," Qin Tianhan assured him. Qin Hao's eyes burned with a fierce intensity. Chapter 47, Esoteric Manual of the Demonic Sect. Celestial Demon Chen imprint within the confines of the Su residence's secret chamber. Su Chen was engrossed in consuming elixirs designed to amplify his qi and refine his essence. Beneath his ample robes, his muscles contorted and collided in a continuous flux before settling into quiescence. The adamantine primal qi art fortified his physical form without altering its fundamental structure, while the adamantine demon cleaving art, predicated on the collision of qi and blood, induced a muscular distension, facilitating the manipulation of bones and the transformation of his physique. This accounted for the contortions visible beneath his garments. As for the adamantine demon cleaving art, he was still mastering its initial stage, though he had already mastered the technique known as adamantine fragmentation. Currently, even without employing qi or internal force, the sheer power of his hands sufficed to pulverize solid rock into dust. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. His form remained unchanged, yet his strength had increased considerably. Without relying on martial techniques, his raw power alone would allow him to obliterate an opponent in the initial stage of the innate realm with a single punch, provided they did not evade. He rose to his feet, mindful of his impending rendezvous with Shangguan Ziyun. The swift passage of time during internal energy cultivation precluded further practice. Upon opening the stone door, he found a youth dozing off outside. Startled by the sound, the boy awoke. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing here?" Su Chen inquired, perplexed. "Butler Fu instructed me to stand guard here and notify him immediately upon your emergence, young master," the youth responded promptly. "Very well. Inform Butler Fu to await me in the study. I shall meet him there." Su Chen proceeded towards the study. The presence of a guard suggested an event of some consequence. Shortly thereafter, Butler Fu arrived at the study. "Young master, emissaries from the Purple Sandalwood Palace have arrived in Qincheng. 3 in total," Butler Fu announced upon entering. "The Mu family from the Purple Sandalwood Palace are in Qincheng? Have they come to our residence?" Su Chen inquired. Traditionally, emissaries from the Purple Sandalwood Palace had lodged at the Su residence. "They have not taken up residence here, young master. Instead, they have leased a small courtyard near our estate. While you were in seclusion, they dispatched a messenger to announce their intention to visit the Su residence tomorrow morning," Butler Fu explained. "Who are these individuals?" Though Su Mingbai had ties to the Purple Sandalwood Palace, Su Chen's memories of its members were hazy. Mu Chifeng, the third master of the Mu family, rumored to possess the strength of a soul refinement intermediate stage cultivator. Accompanying him are the legitimate daughter, Mu Qingxue, and the adamantine iron fist, Du Feiwu, Butler Fu divulged. A soul refinement intermediate stage cultivator, could that be the individual Bai Tianyu encountered today? Su Chen mused. Bai Tianyu had sensed the presence of a soul refinement expert earlier that day at the Thunder Hall. However, their stated intention to visit tomorrow raises questions. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He was no longer the master of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. Therefore, he should hold no value to the Purple Sandalwood Palace, rendering their visit unnecessary. "Very well, I understand. Butler Fu, oversee the arrangements, maintaining the customary standards of hospitality," Su Chen nodded. If engagement with the Purple Sandalwood Palace proved feasible, he would welcome it. Meanwhile, Qin Hao and his entourage departed from their inn and returned to the courtyard they had previously occupied. Qin Hao and Qin Tianhan, whose injuries had somewhat abated, sat in the main hall. Second young master, Bai Tianyu, was enlisted by Ling Tianhe. His assault on the Lei family was instigated by Su Chen. who offered his position as master of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion as recompense for Bai Tianyu and Ling Tian's assistance in eradicating the Lei family in Thunder Hall. Information regarding Bai Tianyu is currently scarce. I have been unable to ascertain much. However, news of the Blood Fiend flower has spread, and members of the Yang family have been sighted at the Gathering Hall, the sinister old man reported obsequiously. The Yang family's presence at the Gathering Hall necessitates a visit to the Dietary Hall, Qin Tianhan declared. Aside from the official authorities, Qiqing was dominated by 5 major factions, among which the Buddhist Adamantine Temple was an anomaly. Of the remaining 4, the Thunder Hall had been annihilated by the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, and the Gathering Hall had made overtures to the Yang family. To glean further intelligence about Qiqing, he would have to engage with the Dietary Hall. Elder brother, the Blood Fiend flower requires a substantial quantity of nullstone or to reach maturity. The Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion currently controls the nullstone mines in Qiqing. You should approach them, Qin Hao suggested. The Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, I shall visit them after my sojourn to the Dietary Hall, Qin Tianhan affirmed. Lu, remain here to safeguard my third brother. I shall depart for the Dietary Hall now. Qin Tianhan rose, seized a banner from the hands of a man behind him, and vanished into the night. Third young master, escort me to the secret chamber. I shall investigate for any clues left behind by the assailant, the sinister old man requested deferentially. Follow me, Qin Hao assented. His countenance still pallid, but his demeanor somewhat restored. Late into the night, beneath a sky adorned with sparse stars, in the bamboo grove behind the rockery in the rear courtyard, Shangguan Ziyun, or rather, Zihanwei, awaited him clad in purple, beneath the dappled starlight. A gentle breeze stirred her purple robes. Her slender form was arresting, yet her physique differed from that of the Shangguan Ziyun he had previously encountered. Could Shangguan Ziyun not be Zihanwei? Su Chen pondered, dismissing the notion. She must possess a method of altering her appearance, otherwise she would not ostensibly be Su Mengbai's second consort. Her visage must also be different. Recomposing himself, Su Chen advanced, halting a short distance from the figure and addressing her back. Shall I address you as second mistress or as Zihanwei, the sacred maiden of the Frost Moon sect? It seems you and Lu Wumei were indeed together in Qinshui Mountain. You have underestimated everyone. Zihanwei turned, her face partially concealed by a purple veil. Her facial structure did not resemble Shangguan Ziyun's. As for whether it was Zihanwei's true face, Su Chen could not ascertain. However, her words confirmed his earlier conjecture. The northern garrison's machinations were indeed aimed at this Zihanwei. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons, esteemed Z? Su Chen inquired directly. Their acquaintance was tenuous, precluding the need for pleasantries. Su Chen, are you cognizant of the reason for the Great Zhou's relentless pursuit of my Frost Moon sect? Su Chen had sought to cut to the chase, but Zihanwei digressed, broaching this topic instead. The Frost Moon sect was founded by a princess of the Great Zhou. Is it not natural for the Great Zhou to suppress you? Su Chen responded. The Great Zhou fell 3 centuries ago. My Frost Moon sect poses no threat to the current Great Zhou. Their pursuit is not to exterminate us, but to seize the 5 secret repositories of the former Great Zhou Empire that our sect safeguards. These repositories contain the wealth and treasures accumulated during the Great Zhou Empire's millennium of rule, martial arts, elixirs, currency, and more. The acquisition of even one would enable one to ascend to unparalleled heights. Zihanwei intoned softly, her voice imbued with a bewitching quality designed to disrupt Su Chen's spirit. Unbeknownst to him, the Zihanwei before Su Chen began to transform, her figure becoming more voluptuous, her purple attire turning black, as though she were about to dance. Host has gained knowledge of the secret repositories of the Great Zhou Empire. Reward, Esoteric Manual of the Demonic Sect, Celestial Demon Shan imprint, 5 white lottery tickets. As his spirit began to waver, the notification of a reward jolted him. Su Chen's face registered shock. Chapter 48. The 5 great secret locations in the 9 nether cold veins. This revelation startled Zihanwei, who was currently performing the enchanting dance of the celestial demon, causing her to momentarily halt her technique and gaze at Su Chen in astonishment. Do not be surprised, Miss C. You may continue, Su Chen encouraged her. Had it not been for the rewards, he would have preferred to witness more of the illusions unfolding before him. After all, the dance had yet to reach its crescendo, and he would relish the opportunity to enjoy it further. However, the glimmer of uncertainty in Zihanwei's eyes betrayed her confusion. She understood that Su Chen had not succumbed to her allure, opting not to make another attempt. She spoke directly. The map to the 5 secret locations was taken away by the 5 elders of the Great Zhou Empire. Yet, the most critical point of these secret locations is known solely to the princess. This means that even with the map, one cannot retrieve anything from within the secrets. They were besieged by the Great Zhou's pacification agency, the Tianhu Villa, and the Privy Council, among others, during which 3 copies of the map fell into Great Zhou's hands, while 2 remain unaccounted for. The 2 missing copies are in the possession of the Liu and Jiang families. It is rumored that the Liu family, upon acquiring the map, replicated it into 5 gold-foiled versions, distributed among their 5 sons. The one you hold is one of them. I possess 2 others, making a total of 3. From these, I have roughly determined the area to be around Qingqing. My collaboration with your father involved him using the Jin Fengshiyu Tower to help me locate the secret's whereabouts. Once I unlock the secret, I intend to assist him in reaching the soul refinement realm with the elixirs found within. Now that your father is gone, we can continue our collaboration. Zihanyue gazed at Su Chen earnestly. How do you know there are elixirs for breaking through to the soul refinement realm inside? Su Chen inquired. Because within each secret location, there exist the techniques cultivated by Emperor Ziyue Tian, the founder of the Great Chu, along with the elixirs he crafted. Zihanyue asserted with confidence. Are there no other treasures besides the elixirs and techniques? Su Chen was intrigued by the martial arts and elixirs but felt no urgency for them at the moment. Indeed, there are other exquisite treasures, Zihanyue replied. Her gaze fixed on Su Chen, puzzled by his apparent lack of interest in the martial arts and elixirs. It seemed he was more captivated by the prospect of wealth. She scrutinized his expression, hoping to glean some insight, but Su Chen remained perfectly composed. To be frank, Miss Z, while what you say is indeed captivating, it does not truly move me. Moreover, I have already relinquished control of the Jin Fengshiyu Tower. Now, all alone. You expect me to help you uncover the secrets? That is pure folly, Su Chen stated. Internally, he mused. You may think you are concealed, but the agents of the pacification agency have long since laid their traps for you. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zihanyue's expression hardened slightly. You are capable of hiding so deeply, and you must have made arrangements within the Jin Fengshiyu Tower as well. I will not pry into that. But I wish to know if you are truly uninterested in the secret locations. I am indeed interested in treasures. But what use is it to me if I cannot obtain them? I prefer not to expend my efforts on this matter, especially considering the significant risks involved. Su Chen shook his head. Though he claimed disinterest, he knew that if he possessed the strength, he would claim all the treasures within the secret locations for himself. Why share with others when solitary enjoyment could be so delightful? Now that you are aware of this matter, are you not afraid I might kill you? Zihanyue's voice turned icy as she regarded Su Chen. If you were to kill me, news of Zihanyue would spread throughout Qingqing or Lingnan County by tomorrow. I imagine that any plans you harbor would be utterly ruined by then, Su Chen replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Zihanyue, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm, noted his composure. You seem unfazed, indicating you have a backup plan, although I am unaware of its nature. It must be significant to instill such confidence in you. I shall not take the risk. Moreover, as your second mother, if I were a member of the Cold Moon sect, outsiders would also perceive you as one of them, she remarked. I am not unperturbed. I am merely drenched in cold sweat, should you wish to verify, Su Chen replied, his tone laced with jest. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Zihanyue vanished in a flash, like a dragonfly alighting on a bamboo branch. That technique is quite impressive. I must practice my own when I have the chance, Su Chen thought, shaking his head as he turned to leave. He had gained much from today's encounter, valuable information, the magical arts, and 5 white lottery cards. It could be said that his visit had not been in vain. As he began to rest, he reflected on how Zihanyue's decision not to strike at him, whether out of caution or something else, meant that he was temporarily safe. With her presence at the Su residence, the place was assuredly secure. The matters surrounding the Jin Fengshiyu Tower and the Thunder Hall continued to be the topic of heated discussion, as they were the 2 major factions within Qingqing. The change in ownership of one and the destruction of the other could not help but become a source of gossip among the locals. Early the next morning, Su Chen awoke and made his way to the kitchen. To his surprise, Zihanyue accompanied him for breakfast, likely to observe him further. He paid little mind to her presence, and the 2 shared a brief, silent meal. Su Chen remained in the Su residence, awaiting the arrival of individuals from the Zitan Palace. Young master, we have just received word from Ling Tianhe that Qin Tianhan of the Qin family has arrived and has taken control of the kitchen, Fu Bo reported softly. Qin Tianhan was not only the second young master of the Qin family, but also the heir to the Blood Banner sect, one of the 10 major sects of Lingnan. Being the disciple of the sect master, Shang Guanshui, it was unexpected for him to come here, Clearly, the Qin family regarded this matter with great seriousness. With Qin Tianan's arrival, he would undoubtedly be accompanied by formidable experts, as he was not someone to be compared to Qin Hao. The allure of a single blood demon flower had drawn so many to this place. How intriguing. Perhaps this is the essence of the martial world. Yet, the agents of the pacification agency remained hidden, their presence shrouded in secrecy. I should pay a visit to Lu Wumei of Yechen Gardens sometime. Their intelligence network likely extends beyond Qincheng and may have already uncovered the whereabouts of the pacification agency, Su Chen contemplated. Young master, the appointed time is approaching. We should go outside to await the representatives from the Zitan Palace, Fu Bo reminded him. In the past, Su Mingbai would greet the visitors from the Zitan Palace at the entrance. Given that this time it was the third master of the Mu family, they should indeed wait outside. Su Chen initially considered waiting in the hall but ultimately decided to join Fu Bo outside. As they stood at the entrance, they soon spotted three figures approaching from a distance. Greetings, Third Master and Miss Mu. Please enter the residence, Su Chen stepped forward to say, foregoing any formal bow. His welcoming was the bare minimum. Bowing was out of the question. The elder regarded Su Chen with an ordinary appearance, lacking any striking handsomeness, and his aura was somewhat subdued, indicating he had yet to reach the innate stage. However, he exhibited some fluctuations in his vital energy, suggesting a robust physique. Not lingering on Su Chen, the elder strode into the Su residence, followed closely by Mu Qingxue, who merely cast a glance in Su Chen's direction before entering as well. Discovering the 9 nether cold veins allows for rapid comprehension and enhancement of cold attribute techniques. Should one engage in dual cultivation with the counterpart, they may attain the essence of the 9 nether cold qi. This revelation left Su Chen momentarily stunned as he turned his gaze toward Mu Qingxue. To his astonishment, she possessed the 9 nether cold veins. Chapter 49. Zihan Yue's true intention. Acquiring the 9 nether frost qi necessitates a dual cultivation with Mu Qingxue. Due to the limited memories inherited with this body, Su Chen remains somewhat uninformed about the 9 nether frost qi. However, judging by its nomenclature, it must be something extraordinary. The need for dual cultivation prompts Su Chen to glance at Mu Qingxue, sensing a chilling aura emanating from her. He wonders if he's expected to sleep with a block of ice, pondering if it might be a tad too frigid. With these thoughts, Su Chen guides the trio into the Su residence, leading them through the main gate and directly into the hall. Please, be seated, he says, instructing a maid to serve tea. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Elder Mu? Su Chen asks, foregoing any preliminary pleasantries. Su Chen, Elder Mu begins. Your father originated from our Mu family, establishing the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion here in Qingqing. Su Chen is taken aback, realizing their intention is for him to join the Mu family and become a disciple of the Zitan Palace. Elder Mu, I have already joined the Shana sect, and as a disciple, I cannot defect to another faction. The Shana sect, a reputable orthodox sect in the Lingyan region, enjoys considerable renown. The Zitan Palace, being an outer demonic sect, confines you to the borders. It would be more advantageous to remain and develop within the Shana sect. As a mere ordinary disciple of the Shana sect, I fear you will have no future association with the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, the very essence of your father's efforts. Do you intend to forfeit it all? Mu Qingxue's words reveal their interest in the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion's profits. However, Su Chen has already covertly taken control, reaping all the benefits himself, with no intention of sharing. I have relinquished any attachment to the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion, Su Chen declares. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu's countenance darkens, displeased by Su Chen's rejection. However, his composure quickly returns. Mu Qingxue, on the other hand, glares at Su Chen with disdain. Utterly ungrateful. Su Chen, refrain from making hasty decisions and consider the matter further, Elder Mu advises. The circumstances surrounding your father's demise are more intricate than you perceive. I shall investigate his death in the coming days, and we shall revisit this discussion afterward. For now, we shall take our leave. The time is not yet ripe to coerce Su Chen. When the moment arrives, their approach will be far less amicable. Are there other factors involved? Su Chen asks, feigning surprise and confusion. Mu Qingxue merely scoffs at Su Chen's bewildered act as they depart, followed by the Su family steward, Fu Bo, who respectfully sees them off. I trust you are aware of much. Elder Mu says to Fu Bo, inform your young master that while caution is prudent, filial piety demands a thorough reckoning for his father's death. Third Master, the young master's strength, Fu Bo murmurs. Joining the Mu family makes him our concern. And the Mu family is the Mu family of the Zitan Palace, Elder Mu asserts. Understood. Fu Bo replies, his face lighting up with joy. As the trio departs, Su Chen, who had been feigning disorientation, finally reverts to his true self, a cold smile playing on his lips. I will certainly exact my vengeance, but I am eager to see what you will do. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Xiaolin inquires, Miss, the people from the Zetan Palace have departed. They seek to have Su Chen join their Mu family, evidently coveting the profits generated by the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. Do you believe Su Chen will leave at this juncture? Simply monitor the situation, Zihanwei replies. What is the estimated completion time for the surrounding mountain terrain map? Progress is slow, requiring approximately another half-month to complete, Xiaolin reports. That is somewhat protracted, but discretion is paramount. Ensure no one detects our activities. Furthermore, have all those who were in contact with the group Su Minbai arranged been dealt with? Zihanwei inquires. Those who were willing have been sent away, while those who resisted remain here permanently. Unnecessary, Zihanwei retorts. Allow him to retain it. Should matters escalate, it may serve as a diversion. The item is of no use to him. Zihanwei speaks with unsettling composure. Their conversation reveals that Zihanue's earlier claims to Su Chen, aside from the mention of the Great Chu's 5 great secret agencies, were largely deceitful, particularly regarding the presence of secret agencies around Qiqing. Her transaction with Su Minbai involved a group of cartographers. It appears women's words are not always to be trusted. In Qingqing's eastern district, near the city lord's mansion, a gray-robed man cautiously surveys his surroundings before entering a secluded courtyard. He traverses the yard and enters a room where a blue-clad man stands with a somber expression. This man is none other than Yan Shu, the northern suppressing envoy of Lingnan Prefecture. Sir, Commander Du Yuan and his entire squad have vanished. Upon investigation, I discovered traces of a skirmish within a dilapidated temple. Judging by the remnants, the engagement was recent. I found no bodies in the vicinity, and the scene was thoroughly cleaned. It is difficult to ascertain the number of assailants, but it is likely that Commander Du and his men have perished. The gray-robed man reports. I suspected as much, Yan Shu replies. Du Yuan was expected to send a message upon reaching Emerald Peak Mountain. His silence prompted Yan Shu to abandon his previous estate and hasten to the city, dispatching men to investigate Du Yuan's whereabouts. Du Yuan possessed the strength of a late-stage refinement god, and his subordinates were all at the innate realm. To eliminate them without a trace suggests formidable opponents. If their strength was superior, a confrontation would have been unnecessary. It appears their movements were compromised, Yan Shu muses. The dilapidated temple lies on the path to Emerald Peak Mountain, implying that the ambushers were aware of their route. However, few are privy to my arrival in Qiqing. Could it be that old codger Cheng Yang? Investigate Cheng Yang's activities over the past few days. Detail everything he has seen and done. If I discover that you were responsible for the leak, I will ensure your entire family pays the price. Yan Shu's voice is calm, yet laden with unspeakable cruelty and bloodshed. The gray-robed man bows and promptly departs to carry out his orders. Yan Shu waves him off. Chapter 50. A friend in death is better than a poor Taoist. After the departure of the gray-robed man, an elder donned in a brocade robe emerged from the shadows. Young master, this matter should not be attributed to Cheng Yang. He lacks the audacity for such actions. However, since you are here, it is imperative to investigate. As he is the only one privy to this information, the elder spoke in a grave tone. Old you, the situation in Qiqing has taken an unexpected turn. What have you discerned about the circumstances within Qin Suishan? Yen Mu inquired. It is indeed surprising. Bai Tianyu has appeared from seemingly nowhere, and the information gathered is scant. According to some survivors from the Lei family, it appears 2 individuals, one male and one female, entered the valley to investigate. They were discovered by Lei Yao and his accomplices, who pursued them, only to be ultimately countered and killed. From the corpses, it is evident that one wielded a sword and the other a knife. However, the focus should not be on these 2. Rather, we must investigate the individual Lei Yao brought into the valley, as I suspect he is associated with the Hanwei sect. I am currently sending people to investigate Lei Yao's connections. Nonetheless, young master, I wish to visit the Jinfeng Shiyu building. They are the local power in Qiqing and may assist us in locating that individual. Furthermore, I would like to meet Bai Tianyu, the elder continued. Old you. Since you have already deduced that the person sent to observe the blood demon flower is affiliated with the Hanwei sect, it implies they have taken the bait. We need only wait for their appearance in the valley. Why must we investigate who they are? Such actions may expose us, Yan Shu interjected. Our intelligence suggests that the Zihanyu has been in Lingnan County for several years, yet her whereabouts remain elusive. This indicates her meticulous nature and extreme caution. While the blood demon flower is of great importance, the individual may not personally attend. If she does not go, our plans will be in vain, The brocade-clad elder remarked. I understand. I will notify my father to send another batch of men over. Yanmu nodded in agreement. With such a setup, how could we return empty-handed? Meanwhile, in the dining hall, Qin Tianhan sat at the main seat, meticulously cleaning the bloodstains from the tip of a flag spear. The deputy hall master, Du Gahao, stood respectfully before him, trembling with Chapter 51, a surge of malice. A murder in the dining hall. The location of the blood demon flower must have been known to the Northern Town Patrol for some time, thus, it should merely serve as bait, rather than their true objective. Su Chen sat before Lu Wumei, pouring himself a cup of tea as he spoke. According to the information, it should be related to the Holy Maiden of the Cold Moon sect, Zihanhua. This Holy Maiden has remained hidden in Lingnan County for several years, her whereabouts shrouded in secrecy. They likely believe that Zihanhua has connections to the Great Chu secret locations, which is why they devised this scheme. Lu Wumei remarked. The Great Chu secret locations? You mean the rumored 5 great secrets? Su Chen's face reflected surprise. Indeed, but they are overly naive. If Zihanhua has managed to remain concealed until now, it surely wouldn't be so simple to ensnare her. Yanyu must have sensed that someone was plotting against him. Hence his desire to achieve a feat to eliminate his current peril. Lu Wumei seemed to possess some insider knowledge, inadvertently revealing certain details. However, Su Chen was unconcerned about these matters. His focus lay on locating Yin Shu and eliminating him. As for Lai Xian, his strength posed a challenge, and he would need to devise a strategy to deal with him. Are you still vying for the blood demon flower? Su Chen inquired. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I? That item is invaluable to me, and I cannot afford to miss it. If my brother were to assist me in seizing the blood demon flower, it would be a tremendous aid to me. How I choose to repay you is entirely up to me, Lu Wumei replied, her eyes sparkling like peach blossoms. She had witnessed Su Chen's capabilities, and even with her own strength, she needed to exercise caution around him. I will certainly assist you, dear sister. But does the blood demon flower truly possess effects akin to the 5th grade lotus platform? Su Chen voiced his curiosity. The blood demon flower carries a hint of blood poison, yet it can be integrated. Such integrations are typically found within major sects, Lu Wumei explained. At that moment, a maid stood outside. Is there something you need? Lu Wumei asked. The maid approached and whispered something into Lu Wumei's ear before bowing and retreating. Lu Wumei then turned her gaze to Su Chen. What is it? Does it pertain to me? Su Chen inquired. The dining hall has been inquiring about you, though they are uncertain of their intentions. However, it likely involves Qin Tianhan, as many high-ranking members of the dining hall have been slain by him. Would you like me to investigate further? Lu Wumei suggested. No need. I have nothing pressing to attend to. I shall personally visit the dining hall. I am quite curious about what they seek from me, Su Chen replied, a fierce aura of killing intent emanating from him like a tidal wave. He had no desire to wait for trouble to find him. He intended to take the initiative and eliminate his adversaries. Qin Tianhan is no ordinary foe. Exercise caution. Will you exit through the back or the main entrance? Lu Wumei advised. I will go through the back, Su Chen stated. Lu Wumei nodded and opened a hidden passage for Su Chen to depart. Keep a close watch on the movements within the dining hall and inform me immediately if anything arises, she instructed someone concealed in the shadows. Emerging from the secret passage, Su Chen exited the courtyard and saw the old man with the horse-drawn carriage. He climbed aboard without a word, and the old man drove the carriage away in silence. In a secluded street, Su Chen dismounted and the old man departed. After leaving, Su Chen changed into a black outfit and donned a cloak before setting off for a stronghold at the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Tower. He needed to investigate the current state of the dining hall, armed with the token given to him by Ling Tianhe. Soon, he uncovered the situation within the dining hall. To his astonishment, only Du Guhao remained. The others had been slaughtered by Qin Tianhan. Such brutality was indeed alarming. He resolved to eliminate Du Guhao first, then lure out Qin Tianhan before dispatching the already incapacitated Qin Hao. As evening fell, within the dining hall's main hall, Du Guhao sat anxiously in a chair. The difficulty of rescuing anyone from Yechen Garden weighed heavily on his mind. Even if he were to attempt to rescue, success was uncertain. At that moment, a disciple rushed in, flustered. What is it? Why are you in such a hurry? Du Guhao, already agitated, noted the disciple's distressed demeanor. Hall Master. A cloaked individual has arrived, claiming to know who harmed young Master Qin Hao, the disciple hurriedly reported. What? Du Guhao's expression froze in disbelief. You mean this person knows who injured young Master Qin Hao? Yes, but they demand 1,000 taels of silver for the information, the disciple explained. As long as the information is useful, 1,000 taels is no issue. Bring him in immediately. Dugu Hao commanded. A moment later, the disciple returned with a figure cloaked in a hat. You know who harmed Qin San Xiao? Dugu Hao inquired, eyeing Su Chen. First, hand over the silver note. Then we shall discuss the matter, Su Chen replied in a hushed tone. Dugu Hao sensed no immediate danger from Su Chen's presence, despite feeling a slight shift in the atmosphere. Friend, here is a silver note for 1,000 taels. Dugu Hao placed the note on the table before him. I happened to witness the one who injured Qin Hao. He trailed off. As Dugu Hao listened attentively, Su Chen suddenly struck with a fist, akin to a thunderbolt aimed at his throat. Dugu Hao's heart raced, and he instinctively recoiled, attempting to block the blow. Bang! The impact sent Dugu Hao crashing against the wall. His outstretched hand fell limp, and in that instant, Su Chen's hand shot forward, grasping his throat and silencing him. He turned to the disciple who had accompanied him, delivering a swift blow to the young man's throat. The disciple, still in shock, crumpled to the ground with a sickening crack. Who are you? We have no enmity, Dugu Hao stammered, gasping for breath. Were you not searching for me? Su Chen revealed his face from beneath the cloak. Upon seeing Su Chen's features, Dugu Hao's expression shifted to one of horror. Su. Crack. Before he could utter another syllable, Su Chen crushed his throat. Chapter 52. A murder that cannot wait until morning, cleaved in two upon exiting the dining hall. Su Chen blended into the throngs of people on the street and vanished. Inside the hall, several disciples began to flee in disarray. Unfortunately, the dining hall had met its misfortune, as even the last deputy hall master had perished. Soon, news of this calamity spread rapidly, causing an uproar throughout the city of Qing. It was truly astonishing that such a grand establishment had come to ruin so swiftly. Before long, this distressing news reached Qin Tianhan, who was anxiously awaiting updates. His expression darkened as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. He had just secured the dining hall, enlisting their services, and now, before any task could be accomplished, his ally, Dugu Hao, had been slain. This was clearly a targeted attack against him. Old Lu, what is your perspective on this matter? Qin Tianhan inquired gravely. We must visit the scene to ascertain what transpired and the identity of the assailant, Old Lu replied. Then I must trouble you to make the trip. I wish to uncover who dares to trouble me, Qin Tianhan stated resolutely. Understood. Old Lu rose and departed for the dining hall. Outside the estate, Su Chen stood at the edge of the street, observing the situation within the Qin residence. A smile crept across his face as he noticed an elderly man leave, heading toward the dining hall. He approached a beggar nearby, handing him a letter. Deliver this to the courtyard across the way, and this silver tael is yours. Thank you, sir. The beggar promptly accepted the letter and silver, making his way to the designated estate. Within the courtyard, Qin Tianhan's fury had yet to dissipate. Frost emanated from his hands, significantly lowering the temperature around him. At that moment, a servant entered from outside. Second young master, there is someone outside delivering a letter, requesting your personal attention. The servant presented the letter. Requesting my personal attention? Qin Tianhan's brow furrowed, and the chill in his hands dissipated as he took the letter and opened it. If you seek me, I await you at the East City Liyuan Bridge, waiting only for a quarter of an hour. Dare you come? Humph. Qin Tianhan's true energy surged forth, turning the letter to dust. I shall see who you are. He rose to his feet, and the burly man holding a flag followed suit. Observing from the periphery, Su Chen saw the two depart, and, after a brief wait, approached the estate's outer wall. With a swift motion, he leapt over the wall. Upon landing, his keen gaze swept the courtyard, searching for Qin Hao's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in a certain chamber, Qin Hao lay on his bed, recuperating from his injuries. With the aid of medicinal pills, he had regained much of his innate energy. I wonder if my second brother has found the culprit, he pondered, an intense fury igniting within him at the thought of the murderer. A burning anger surged in his heart, compelling him to find an outlet. He pushed open the door and approached a newly arrived maidservant, forcibly pulling her into his room. Ah! The chamber echoed with her piercing screams, accompanied by hurried breaths. At that moment, Su Chen, who had been searching the courtyard, heard the cries and swiftly made his way toward the source. Moments later, the sounds from within ceased. Having vented his rage, Qin Hao's expression softened. He gazed coldly at the sobbing maid and commanded, Chapter 53, A-tier weapon, perfected movement, and A-tier weapon. It seems our adversaries are not to be underestimated, Qin Tianhan declared in a grave tone. A-tier weapons are not accessible to just anyone. Qin Tianhan possessed one solely because he was the young master of the Blood Banner sect, his mentor, the sect master, having dedicated years to forging the Blood Banner for him. Previously, we had pinpointed Su Chen as the culprit, but it appears we were deliberately misled. Even if he were capable, he certainly wouldn't possess an A-tier weapon. He had initially fixated on Su Chen. However, with the emergence of the A-tier weapon, Su Chen was no longer a suspect in his eyes. He simply couldn't fathom Su Chen wielding such a weapon. I shall commence my cultivation immediately. Notify me when the blood demon flower reaches maturity. At that juncture, the true perpetrator will undoubtedly reveal himself, and I shall personally dispatch him, draining every last drop of blood from his veins. Qin Tianhan proclaimed menacingly. Understood. Lu Lao acknowledged with a nod, proceeding to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Lu Wumei observed Su Chen as he entered his chambers, her gaze filled with astonishment. She had been closely monitoring the movements in both locations, fully aware of the events that had transpired at the refectory and with Qin Hao. I prefer to nip certain predicaments in the bud, Su Chen murmured softly. Du Guhao seeks me out because of Qin Tianhan, and Qin Tianhan seeks me out because of Qin Hao. Given Qin Tianhan's formidable strength, I must eliminate Du Guhao and Qin Hao first. Qin Tianhan instilled a degree of apprehension in him. If it were feasible, Su Chen would have liked to resolve all of them. Your actions have undoubtedly caused Yan Shu of the northern garrison to incur a great deal of trouble. The Qin family has inexplicably ceased inquiring about the progress of the blood demon flower, Lu Wumei remarked with a smile. Now, no one is even bothering to check on the blood demon flower. Yan Shu must be seething with resentment towards you. Upon hearing Lu Wumei's words, Su Chen stroked his chin, taken aback by this turn of events. If the Qin family were to relinquish their pursuit of the blood demon flower, Yan Shu would likely be compelled to reveal himself. He was rather eager to make the acquaintance of this individual. Do you think he will emerge? Su Chen inquired, his primary concern being this. If he reveals himself now, his carefully laid plans would be for naught. I suspect the city lords will step in to handle this matter. Lu Wumei speculated after a moment of contemplation. You are intrigued by Yan Shu, but you should devote more attention to Qin Tianhan. He poses a greater threat to you than Yan Shu, Lu Wumei added subsequently. You believe Qin Tianhan is a greater threat than Yan Shu. Is his strength truly that terrifying? Su Chen questioned. He had observed Qin Tianhan outside the Qin residence earlier that day. While Qin Tianhan did inspire some trepidation, he hadn't reached the point of instilling terror. He possesses a 7th-tier A-tier weapon, the blood banner that his attendant is carrying. Once he wields it, I wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few exchanges, Lu Wumei confessed with considerable apprehension. An A-tier weapon? Su Chen pondered inwardly upon hearing this. Lu Wumei could hold her own against Qianhu Du Yuan for a time, yet she claimed she could only withstand a few blows from Qin Tianhan wielding an A-tier weapon. He couldn't help but reflect on his own use of the drizzle blade today. Although Qin Hao was injured and his strength diminished, he had still dispatched his opponent with a single strike. He wondered about the grade of his own drizzle blade. How are A-tier weapons graded? Su Chen inquired. The grading of A-tier weapons is based on the unique abilities each weapon possesses. The power of these abilities determines the grade, ranging from 7th tier to 1st tier. The blood banner in Qin Tianhan's possession has the abilities of bloodlust and feedback. Lu Wumei explained. Before your sister was demoted to Qing City, she possessed a 6th-tier A-tier weapon. If she had that weapon with her at the time, she could have easily slain Du Yuan. Therefore, you must exercise caution around Qin Tianhan. Avoid engaging him in combat if possible. Lu Wumei offered no further words of retention, simply nodding in understanding. Some things required personal reflection. He needed to continue cultivating his inner energy and honing his blood and qi, so he immediately retreated into the secret chamber. First, he activated the 5 white lottery tickets. Acquired 2 bottles of congenital pills, 1 golden wind drizzle step perfection card, 1 bottle of bloodburst pill, 1 piece of extreme grade cold jade, 1 golden body demon split first layer comprehension card. Su Chen was elated by these rewards. The golden wind drizzle step, in particular, was a movement technique designed to complement the drizzle blade. He had only touched upon it previously. During their recent encounters, he had realized that his movement was somewhat lacking. However, mastering movement techniques wasn't something that could be accomplished in a few days, so he had temporarily set it aside. Now that he had acquired the Golden Wind Drizzle Step Perfection card, he could directly assimilate it. Upon using the Golden Wind Drizzle Step Perfection card, a series of figures executing the Golden Wind Drizzle Step appeared in Su Chen's mind. These figures gradually merged into his consciousness. As the technique was imparted, Su Chen's form began to shift. His internal energy, breathing, footwork, and posture synchronized, and he unconsciously began to execute the Golden Wind Drizzle Step. His movements were initially slow, but as time passed, A fine mist filled the secret chamber, blurring one's vision. Su Chen's figure seemed to vanish into this hazy rain. After a long while, Su Chen ceased his movements, his face beaming with joy. Had he attempted to master the golden wind drizzle step on his own, it would have likely taken him a decade to achieve perfection. This was because such mastery required comprehension, and he doubted he possessed such aptitude. After regulating his breathing, Su Chen focused his attention on cultivating the Twilight Drizzle blade technique. He possessed 20 years of blade nurturing, which enhanced his comprehension of blade techniques. But he still needed to practice. He had witnessed the sharpness of the drizzle blade firsthand today. If he combined it with the Twilight Drizzle blade technique, its power would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Casting aside all distractions, he drew the drizzle blade and wholeheartedly immersed himself in the practice of the blade technique. Every move and stance of the drizzle blade appeared in his mind, fully grasped. His feet unconsciously performed the golden wind drizzle step. As his movement shifted, dazzling blades of light erupted within the secret chamber. These blades of light resembled a gentle drizzle at times and a fierce gale at others, emitting countless chilling blade energies that assailed the surrounding walls. Under the erosion of these blade energies, the walls gradually crumbled into dust. Chapter 54, Heavenly Flame Hand, Lai Xian. Muqingxue, Ice silkworm goo insect in a secluded courtyard next to the city lord's mansion in the eastern part of the city. Yen Shu shattered a wooden chair with a single strike, releasing his pent-up fury. No one seemed to care about the blood demon flower anymore. Who was responsible for killing Qin Hao? I will flay you alive. Yen Shu spoke fiercely. At that moment, the previously mentioned elder in a brocade robe entered the room. Elder Yu, have you found out who killed Qin Hao? Yen Shu asked in a deep voice. It should be the one who attacked Qin Hao earlier. Some clues pointed towards Su Chen of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, but after investigating his background, I found he lacks the ability. It is unlikely to be him. Elder Yu replied, frowning. So there are no leads? Yen Shu's expression darkened upon hearing this. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard, causing both men to tense up. It's me. Don't be alarmed. A voice sounded near them. Lai Deputy Commander has arrived. They exchanged glances, and the elder spoke. As he did, he swiftly crossed the courtyard and opened the door. Outside, beneath the dark moonlight, an ordinary carriage was parked, and a tough-looking man clad in black stood at the entrance. He was the one who had knocked. I have met Elder Yu and Commander Yen, the man said, cupping his hands in greeting. As he spoke, a figure descended from the carriage. It was a man wearing a golden-trimmed martial robe. This man appeared to be in his 40s, rugged in appearance, exuding an aura of authority that was subtly oppressive. I have met Deputy Commander Lai and Uncle Lai. Both Elder Yu and Yen Shu saluted him. This man was Lai Xian, one of the 3 great experts from the Northern Pacification Office of Lingnan County. As mentioned by Lu Wumei, let us speak inside. Lai Xian nodded and stepped into the courtyard. Sure, it seems you are in trouble, Lai Xian remarked, observing the disarray of the room. Uncle Lai, our plans have encountered some setbacks. I feel someone is targeting us, Yen Shu replied. Elder Yu, did you not meet Bai Tianyu in secret? What is his level of strength? Lai Xian inquired about Bai Tianyu. I met him, and he exuded a very dangerous aura. His realm is comparable to mine, yet I felt no chance of victory against him. He possesses a formidable blade intent, Yen Shu explained. A master of the blade. How intriguing. You and Cheng Yang shall visit Bai Tianyu tomorrow and acquire the Void Spirit Stone from him. I need you to mature that Void Spirit Mine within a day, Lai Xian commanded. A day? Yen Shu was taken aback. Sure. Sometimes we cannot afford to take too long. Our adversaries have already disrupted our plans. We must employ unexpected tactics to secure victory. Moreover, the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. We cannot allow our opponents any opportunity to react. Lai Xian's voice was filled with authority and ruthlessness. Also, inform Cheng Yang to investigate all outsiders in Qing City over the past 2 years to identify any suspicious targets. Provide us with the list of individuals, and we shall apprehend them for rigorous interrogation. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover any clues, he added. Understood. Elder Yu acknowledged before swiftly exiting the courtyard. Uncle Lai, what about my father? After Elder Yu's departure, Yen Shu inquired. Do not worry about your father. Our immediate task is to locate the purple cold moon. Sparing no effort to find her, Lai Xian replied. Understood. Yen Shu nodded. Meanwhile, at a courtyard not far from the Su residence, where the 3 were residing in Zitan Palace, Muqingxue spoke. Third Master, we have thoroughly investigated the blood demon flower. It indeed exists within Qin Suishan. However, today, After Qin Hao's assassination, Qin Tianhan has withdrawn all personnel from the mountain. The blood demon flower is indeed a delightful surprise. If consumed, it may not hold much use for you, but it can assist you in stepping into the realm of spirit refinement. We must compete for this blood demon flower. Third master remarked. Now that we have clarity on the blood demon flower, what of Bai Tianyu? He then inquired. We have only gathered some information, indicating a connection to Ling Tianhe. He is a master in seclusion, Mu Qingshui replied. A master in seclusion? Third master furrowed his brow slightly at her words. Having met Bai Tianyu, he noted that his aura was extraordinary. He could not be an insignificant figure. Regardless, we must meet Bai Tianyu. The dining hall is now dispersed, leaving only the Gathering Heroes Hall, the Diamond Temple, and the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower in Qing City. After the incident at the dining hall today, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower has begun to take action, rapidly seizing control of the territory and business of the dining hall. Currently, only the Diamond Temple can rival them. Thus, our Mu family must secure some interest within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Third Master stated solemnly. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower is expanding rapidly, making their ambitions even more pronounced. Not only is he timid, but he is also a waste, Mu Qingshui remarked disdainfully. She viewed Su Chen with contempt, noting how he indulged in pleasure while his father was killed. Such a person was easier to control. Tomorrow, we shall visit Bai Tianyu and negotiate on behalf of Su Chen. Let us first gauge their reaction. Qingshui. You will meet Su Chen and apply the ice silkworm goo to directly control him, Third Master instructed. Upon hearing his words, Mu Qingshui nodded in agreement. The following day, Su Chen emerged from his secret chamber. A night of cultivation had significantly enhanced his strength, especially as he lacked for medicinal pills. Furthermore, the cold energy within him had been augmented, thanks to the supreme cold jade he acquired last night, which greatly aided in enhancing his cold attribute energy. After finishing breakfast, Fu Bo approached him. Young master, Mu Qingshui from Zeton Palace has requested to meet you at noon at the Clear Water Pavilion by Ziyun Lake in the city. Does she know why she wants to meet? Su Chen inquired. She did not specify, only that she wished to meet you, Fu Bo replied, shaking his head. Could she be employing a beauty trap to lure me into the Mu family? Su Chen pondered. Chapter 55. Ice Silkworm Goo Insect. Junior Slave Beast Talisman. Ziyun Lake. Clear Water Pavilion. In a serene, small pavilion, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any visitors at this hour. In the midst of this peace, Mu Qingshui, clad in white, stood within the pavilion, her gaze fixed upon the distant lakeside. A gentle breeze caressed the surface of the lake, creating a shimmering spectacle. As Su Chen entered the pavilion, he beheld the exquisite Mu Qingshui, and couldn't help but admire her unparalleled beauty. I wonder, Miss Mu, what is the purpose of your invitation? He inquired. How have you considered our previous discussion? If you acquiesce to our proposal, you could retain certain benefits from the Golden Wind Drizzle building, Mu Qingshui responded. Her eyes fixed on Su Chen. Miss Mu, it is not a matter of willingness. Rather, my current strength renders entering this vortex akin to courting death, Su Chen replied, his expression earnest. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingshui's heart stirred, and her gaze flickered. Join my Mu family, and we shall ensure your safety. As long as you remain within our ranks, how could you possibly face danger within the Zeton Palace? She asserted. This insinuated that Su Chen would be confined to the Zeton Palace, akin to a soft imprisonment. Moreover, should he truly be relegated there, he would likely suffer indignities, as the inept are seldom regarded with respect. To forsake the Golden Wind Drizzle building, is it not akin to shackling myself? Being trapped within Zeton Palace would be no different from being imprisoned, Su Chen countered. Miss Mu, I comprehend your intentions. You merely covet the advantages of the Golden Wind Drizzle building. If you desire it, negotiate directly with Bai Tianyu, and do not involve me. Of course, should you offer yourself to me, I might consider joining your family, he teased, a hint of defiance in his tone. How audacious to toy with me. You are courting death. Mu Qingshui's eyes turned frigid as she spoke icily. I initially sought to grant you a lifeline, but your lack of appreciation compels me to reveal the ruthlessness of my Mu family. Once I implant my ice silkworm goo insect within you, you shall serve my family obediently. In that instant, she lunged towards Su Chen with astonishing speed, her hand raised to seize his throat, aiming to incapacitate him and instill the ice silkworm goo insect. Yet, Su Chen was not idle. He swiftly propelled himself from the ground, his form darting like a gentle rain, evading Mu Qingshui's grasp. The Golden Wind Drizzle technique has reached an impressive level, Mu Qingshui noted, surprise flickering in her eyes. However, an innate energy surged around her, amplifying her speed to a blinding pace. With claws like an eagle's, she unleashed a chilling aura, directing it towards Su Chen's vital area. Realizing the intensity of her assault, Su Chen's expression hardened. He would not allow those who sought to harm him to survive. A fierce energy coalesced around his fist as he struck out with a powerful punch. The force of their collision echoed, sending ripples through the air as dust and leaves scattered around them. Although Su Chen was pushed back slightly, the innate energy that entered his body was swiftly dissipated by his physical prowess, leaving no harm in its wake. "You have reached the initial stage of the innate realm," Mu Qingxue exclaimed, astonished. She had suspected Su Chen was concealing his capabilities, but she hadn't anticipated him reaching the innate stage. "Your strength is not inferior to that of the mid-innate realm, yet your cowardice is disheartening. However, I can offer you a chance to become my follower," she proclaimed coldly. "Follower? Miss Mu, who do you think you are to demand such a thing from me?" Su Chen retorted, his tone frigid. "How ungrateful you are. If you refuse to cherish the opportunity one present, then I shall not hold back." Mu Qingxue's voice turned icy. With determination, she stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of icy energy that enveloped Su Chen. "Your agility is commendable, but have you not noticed the stiffness creeping into your limbs?" she remarked, observing Su Chen's retreat. As she pursued him into the woods, Su Chen, sensing the urgency, retaliated with a punch aimed at her heart. In that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. The ice silkworm goo insect can be controlled using the junior slave beast talisman. This revelation momentarily halted his movements, and he gazed at Mu Qingxue, whose cheeks bore a hint of color. Though his strike targeted her heart, the force had unsettled her. "Remarkable. You remain unaffected by my icy aura. I must uncover the secrets you harbor." Mu Qingxue seethed, her anger palpable as she charged at Su Chen once more, unleashing her full innate energy without restraint. Chapter 56. Control. Counter-control. With a thunderous strike, a palm wreathed in frigid air descended, leaving Su Chen with no avenue for retreat, compelling him to meet the assault head-on. An undercurrent of exhilaration surged within Su Chen. His acquisition of the rudimentary beast-taming talisman had remained untested until this juncture. The presence of the ice silkworm goo within Mu Qingxue presented an opportune moment. He had initially contemplated subduing her to implant the goo within himself, but now he could subject her to the very enslavement she intended for him. Witnessing the encroaching palm, he channeled the diamond primordial force throughout his body, advancing rather than retreating, and retaliating with a palm strike of his own. Mu Qingxue was taken aback by Su Chen's aggressive maneuver, yet her palm continued its trajectory without hesitation. Bang! Their palms collided, and a chilling glint flickered in Mu Qingxue's eyes as she unleashed a torrent of frigid energy towards Su Chen. However, an inexplicable vortex emanated from Su Chen's arm, greedily devouring the incoming cold, as if it were a nourishing elixir. Utter astonishment washed over Mu Qingxue as she witnessed this unforeseen development. Yet, Su Chen afforded her no time to dwell on her surprise. With a swift counter-grab, he seized her wrist, hauling her toward him. He ensnared her neck in the crook of his arm, then spirited her away into the shadows of the woods. The sheer force exerted upon Mu Qingxue suppressed her internal energy, while her other hand remained firmly restrained by Su Chen. She was rendered as helpless as a chick carried off by a predator. In the secluded depths, Su Chen sealed Mu Qingxue's energy flow, casting her unceremoniously onto the ground. "I merely wish to be left in peace, yet you presume I fear you?" Su Chen declared icily. "Release me at once, or my third grandfather will hunt us down and end your life." Mu Qingxue retorted, her voice laced with venomous threat. Her words barely escaped her lips before Su Chen's hand clamped around her throat. "I have dispatched many souls recently. If you desire to join them, I would not hesitate to crush your windpipe." A shudder ran through Mu Qingxue as she registered the murderous intent radiating from Su Chen. It was evident that he had claimed numerous lives. A chilling realization dawned upon her. Su Chen was nothing like the facade he presented. He had deceived not only her but also her esteemed third grandfather. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired, striving to regain her composure. "What do I intend? Rumor has it that you possess the 9 nether frost veins. Engaging in dual cultivation with you would grant access to the 9 heavens frost energy. Don't you think this secluded forest is the perfect backdrop for such an endeavor?" Su Chen remarked. The thought evoked memories of university days and clandestine rendezvous in secluded groves. How did you know about my 9 nether frost veins?" Mu Qingxue demanded, struggling to suppress her fury. "Do you know why your frigid energy had no effect on me?" Su Chen countered, picking up a piece of rubble from the ground with his left hand. An aura of terrifying cold emanated from his arm, encasing the stone in frost before shattering it into fragments. "Tell me, How does my frost compare to your undeveloped chill? You. Though her energy was sealed, she could sense the horrifying cold emanating from Su Chen's arm. Enough idle chatter. I have pressing matters to attend to. Su Chen produced a talisman. His gaze fixed upon Mu Qingshue's chest, the abode of the ice silkworm Gu. Imprinting the talisman upon that spot would be sufficient. What are you planning to do? Mu Qingxue stammered, her face paling as she followed Su Chen's gaze to her chest. She genuinely feared that he would carry out his earlier threat. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to focus on Su Chen's hand. But it was too late. His palm had already made contact with her chest. She felt a surge of energy coursing from Su Chen's palm into her very core. The dormant ice silkworm Gu within her seemed to sense imminent danger, stirring from its slumber and attempting to flee its sanctuary within her heart. However, the incoming energy coalesced into a cage, trapping the Gu. The ice silkworm Gu emitted a mournful wail, struggling in vain against its confinement. The energy gradually permeated its form before vanishing altogether. Taming an ice silkworm Gu. Reward: 2 supreme frost stones. 2 white lottery tickets. With newfound rewards in tow. Su Chen shifted his attention from the prizes to the ice silkworm Gu within Mu Qingxue. A connection had been forged with the Gu, and it now exuded an aura of affection, akin to a pet seeking attention. His gaze then turned to Mu Qingxue. The ice silkworm Gu was her natal Gu, intimately linked to her life force. By controlling the Gu, he essentially controlled Mu Qingxue herself. The Gu's affection for him resonated with Mu Qingxue, who desperately fought to suppress it. I underestimated you. It seems you knew everything about me, while I knew nothing about you. My defeat is not unwarranted, Mu Qingxue conceded. I have fallen and been enslaved by you. My life is now in your hands. You sought to enslave me, so it's only fitting that I enslave you. Even without this method, ending your life would be effortless, Su Chen retorted coldly. Do you know how Qin Hao met his end? You killed Qin Hao, Mu Qingxue exclaimed. Startled, news of Qin Hao's demise had spread the previous day, sparking speculation about the culprit. It was beyond comprehension that Su Chen was the one responsible. His death was related to my father's. Did he not deserve to die? As Su Chen spoke, a rudimentary enslavement talisman materialized in his hand, catching Mu Qingxue off guard. He pressed the talisman against her forehead. He had only controlled the ice silkworm Gu, but the Violet Sandalwood Palace was a formidable demonic sect. Should they find a way to extract the Gu, his advantage would be lost. Thus, he deployed his final enslavement talisman. The startled Mu Qingxue, still reeling from the shock and the control exerted over her Gu, was easily subdued by Su Chen's final strike. Greetings, master. The enslaved Mu Qingxue bowed before Su Chen. The day had unfolded favorably. Mu Qingxue held a prominent position within the Mu family, who in turn wielded considerable influence within the Violet Sandalwood Palace. He now had an inside agent within the sect. I will instruct Bai Tianyu to relinquish a portion of his gains to you. Mu Qingxue had come to oversee him. Returning empty-handed would arouse suspicion. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, astonishment flickered across Mu Qingxue's face. Su Chen could command Bai Tianyu, implying that Bai Tianyu was also his pawn. The implications were staggering. Su Chen was manipulating numerous individuals, holding them in the palm of his hand. Her gaze intensified, her eyes gleaming with mesmerizing allure. Chapter 57. The Northern Town Protectorate's presence. The Zetan Palace, with a name that carries a hint of Buddhism, is, in reality, a genuine sect of demonic practices. Otherwise, Mu Qingxue would not have sought to implant a parasitic insect in Su Chen to control him. Given her background, Mu Qingxue holds a deep admiration for formidable figures. These 2 exquisite cold stones will be beneficial for your cultivation, Su Chen declared as he flicked his sleeve, revealing the 2 exceptional cold stones he had just acquired. Handing them to Mu Qingxue, the 9 nether cold veins within her were still in their nascent stage, limiting their aid to her personal cultivation. These stones would expedite her progress. Thank you, my lord. Mu Qingxue expressed her gratitude as she sensed the extraordinary nature of the cold stones upon receiving them, bowing deeply. Your enhancement in strength will also benefit me. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Mu Qingxue's elevation would grant her greater status and resources within the Zetan Palace. My lord, I have not cultivated my 9 nether cold veins for years because once I reach a certain level, I must marry and engage in dual cultivation with another. As a member of the Mu family in the Zetan Palace, my marriage has long been arranged with someone from the Su family, Mu Qingxue spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt an uncomfortable sensation, akin to the feeling of fat water flowing into foreign fields. My lord, I possess a method of dual cultivation rumored to yield the 9 nether cold chi. Wicked Mu Qingxue looked at Su Chen, her demeanor tinged with shyness. Dual cultivation method? Su Chen was taken aback, surprised by Mu Qingshua's possession of such a technique. This was an invitation to him, with the beauty showing interest. Why not let things unfold naturally? At that moment, Mu Qingshua's bashful appearance stirred Su Chen's heart. Leaning closer, he whispered, "The weather today is splendid. We should indeed engage in some activities." The 9 nether cold qi, as implied by its name, was extraordinary and must be obtained. Surveying the surrounding grove, which appeared quite picturesque, he mused that night would be ideal for their endeavor, as daytime was less suitable. The two exited the grove, heading towards the solitary courtyard that Su Chen had previously occupied. At midday, Mu Qingxue stepped out of Su Chen's small dwelling, her face flushed and beads of sweat adorning her forehead. After a moment of composure, her expression returned to its earlier coolness as she exited the courtyard. Su Chen emerged from within, feeling invigorated, with a surge of cold energy within him. This cold energy merged with his Ice Qilin Arm, generating an abundance of innate cold energy, and during their dual cultivation, the innate energy circulated within him. He was on the cusp of reaching the later stages of innate cultivation. With a couple more days of diligent training, I should be able to step into the later stages. The progression is remarkably swift. No wonder practitioners of demonic paths favor dual cultivation for rapid enhancement, Su Chen contemplated. Not only had his strength increased, but the system had also rewarded him with a vial of cold jade pill and 3 white lottery tickets during their dual cultivation. Su Chen decided to give the cold jade pill to Mu Qingxue. Now I possess 5 white lottery tickets. Recently, my draws have yielded mostly pills without anything noteworthy. Perhaps I should save them for later and see what the blue lottery ticket might provide, Su Chen mused. With no pressing matters at hand, he continued to cultivate in the courtyard, striving to break through to the later stages of innate cultivation. Meanwhile, within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, Yin Lao, a subordinate of Yin Shu, appeared alongside Cheng Yang, the governor of Qingqing. They were greeted by Ling Tianhe. "Lord Cheng's presence graces our humble establishment," Ling Tianhe exclaimed, inviting Cheng Yang to sit while inquiring about the elder beside him. "This is Yin Lao, a friend of mine. He has come primarily concerning the matters of the empty nether mine," Cheng Yang replied after sipping tea from the table. "The empty nether mine. Might this esteemed elder also be seeking to hasten the blood demon flower's growth?" Ling Tianhe directly inquired. "Indeed. Our young master requires the blood demon flower to enhance his aptitude. Thus, I have come to see Deputy Tower Master Ling, hoping that you could provide access to the empty nether mine. Of course, we are willing to pay a premium above the market price," Yin Lao asserted confidently. "However, many are vying for the blood demon flower. Once it matures, there may be significant competition, and you might end up facilitating another's gains," Ling Tianhe cautioned. "Considering the situation from the opposing perspective, you are correct, Deputy Tower Master, but we possess the capability to secure the blood demon flower," Yin Lao replied with assurance. "If that is the case, the empty nether mine can be accessed at any time, but the payment must be made in advance," Ling Tianhe stated. "Certainly. Here is a banknote for 50,000 taels," Yin Lao nodded, producing a note of the specified amount and placing it on the table. "Would it be possible to meet with your esteemed Tower Master?" Yin Lao continued. "The Tower Master has been immersed in cultivation these past few days, unlike myself, who handles various matters with lesser martial prowess," Ling Tianhe explained. "Then I shall not intrude. Our master wishes to collaborate with your Tower Master. Should he complete his cultivation, please relay this to him. If your Tower Master agrees to partner with us, entering the Lingnan Prefecture will not be out of reach," Yin Lao remarked. Upon hearing the prospect of entering the Lingnan Prefecture, Ling Tianhe's expression brightened. "I shall certainly convey this to the Tower Master. I believe he would be eager for such collaboration. Facilitating the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower's entry into the Lingnan Prefecture would be immensely beneficial." Bai Tianyu, the Tower Master, could not remain confined within Qingqing as it would scarcely aid Su Chen. Thus, entering the prefecture was among the tower's ambitions. Once the Tower Master completes his cultivation, I will discuss this matter with him. As for the empty nether mine, I shall personally oversee it and send someone to Qin Suishan immediately, Ling Tianhe expressed his enthusiasm. Yin Lao and Cheng Yang exchanged glances, a smile gracing their faces. "Additionally, we require Deputy Tower Master Ling's assistance with another matter. We have received word that the Cold Moon sect Zihanwei may be in Qingqing. We hope you can aid us in locating her. Here is a deposit. Should you find her, we are willing to pay double," Yin Lao announced, producing a note for 10,000 taels and placing it atop the previous one. "Zihanwei from the Cold Moon sect? If she is indeed in Qingqing, we shall certainly uncover her whereabouts," Ling Tianhe pledged. Having already learned from Su Chen that Zihanwei was indeed within the Su residence, should Su Chen agree, this information could be promptly sold. Very well. I shall await news from Deputy Tower Master Ling, Yin Lao remarked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After exchanging pleasantries, Ling Tina personally escorted the two out of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Outside, they boarded a carriage and departed slowly. Yin Lao. Does young master Yin hold an interest in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower? Cheng Yang inquired, observing the elder. Bai Tianyu's prowess is remarkable, making him a worthy partner. Yin Lao replied. Their interest lay not in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower itself, but rather in Bai Tianyu, the current tower master. As a master of the blade path at the soul refinement realm, Bai Tianyu's reputation in Ling and would only continue to flourish. Establishing a connection early on would certainly provide a favorable beginning. Chapter 58. Collaboration. Amid the storm, they were accelerating the ripening of the blood demon flower while investigating Zihanyu. It seemed that behind Yin Lao, there lay the Northtown pacification office that the master sought. Ling Tian, he pondered. Su Chen had been closely monitoring the situation surrounding the Northtown pacification office. Now that clues had surfaced, he felt compelled to ascertain the whereabouts of these individuals and report back to Su Chen swiftly. In the Su residence, within the back courtyard's pavilion, Xiao Lan addressed Zihanyu. Miss, people from the Northtown pacification office have appeared at the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. Could they have discovered us? If they had, they would have come directly to capture us, rather than heading to the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. They must be interested in Bai Tianyu, contemplating a collaboration with him, Zihanyu replied. What is the status of the blood demon flower? She inquired further. A significant shipment of Void Abyss ore has been sent to the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. Based on the ore's composition, the blood demon flower will be ripened by tomorrow dusk, Xiaolan responded. Miss, I sense this blood demon flower could be a trap, Xiaolan cautioned. It is indeed a trap, but it holds value for me, so we must acquire it, Zihanyu declared. However, this could be perilous, Xiaolan remarked. I shall not be the one to retrieve it. Thus, there is no danger involved. Where is Su Chen now? Zihanyu asked. He has been summoned by Mu Qing Shui of the Zetan Palace, likely regarding the matters of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower, Xiaolan informed her. Arrange a meeting with Ling Tianhe for me. I wish to conduct a transaction with him. A transaction with Ling Tianhe? Or rather, through him to negotiate with Bai Tianyu. If Bai Tianyu assists me, I believe we can secure the blood demon flower, Zihanyu explained. During her previous visit to Qin Shui Mountain, she had discerned that the emergence of the blood demon flower was no mere coincidence. Presently, Bai Tianyu was regarded as the most formidable martial artist in Qing City. If she could forge an alliance with him, the blood demon flower would undoubtedly be within her grasp. For the past few days, she had been searching for something that would pique Bai Tianyu's interest. She had recently come across a manual on the art of blade techniques, the 3 blades of abandon, and she was confident it would captivate him. Very well. I shall proceed to meet Ling Tianhe. Xiaolan bowed respectfully. Additionally, have you prepared the courtyard outside the city? With Su Ming by deceased, many messages in Qing City were now inaccessible to her, rendering her position within the Su residence somewhat precarious. Thus, to ensure her safety, she planned to depart from the Su residence and retreat into the shadows. All arrangements have been made. Zihanyu nodded in affirmation. Within a small courtyard, Su Chen was diligently cultivating the mountain river technique, a method he needed to master to gain some standing within the mountain river sect. In the martial arts world, mere existence does not suffice for growth. Resources must be seized and claimed to continuously advance and reach higher realms. Moreover, he sought more advanced mental cultivation manuals, particularly those of the cold attribute. While Mu Qing Shui possessed such techniques, they were of the demonic nature belonging to the Zetan Palace, suitable only for clandestine practice and not for public display. Presently, he openly practiced the Mountain River sect's methods while secretly engaging in the Long Hate Palace's arts. To garner the attention of the Mountain River sect, it was imperative to cultivate their techniques. The Mountain River sect had stood resilient in Lingnan County for many years. One should not underestimate their capabilities. Consuming the innate elixir, he began channeling the Mountain River technique. Su Chen had reached the first 4 levels of the Mountain River technique. He had completed the first level, but had yet to break through to the second. Now, as the innate energy within him flowed, he believed the transition to the second level would be effortless. His focus lay on mastering the 3rd level. The first 2 levels merely stored energy, but the 3rd level required the expansion of one's dantian. An enlarged dantian would allow for greater storage of innate energy, facilitating smoother circulation and enhancing both explosive power and endurance in battle, far surpassing that of ordinary innate martial artists. This encapsulated the essence of the mountain river technique, vast as the mountains and capable of encompassing countless peaks. If he succeeded in mastering the third level, his dantian would expand by 1/5. The fourth level promised an expansion of 1/4. As for the fifth level, Su Chen had no knowledge of its specifics. He mused upon the hierarchy within the mountain river sect, where disciples were categorized into regular inner disciples, Tier 3, Tier 2, and Tier 1 inner disciples. Beyond that lay the opportunity to apprentice with the peak masters or elders, potentially becoming true or direct disciples. However, some could directly apprentice upon entry, typically those of exceptional talent or special connections. Su Chen, possessing average aptitude and having entered the mountain river sect by paying a fee, remained merely a regular inner disciple, though he was still far superior to the ordinary outer disciples and servants. Calming his mind, he swiftly recalled the method of the mountain river technique. The innate energy within him, spurred by the technique, circulated rapidly. Soon, the energy emanated from his body, causing the windows of his room to rattle. The energy flowed, producing a sound reminiscent of a rushing river. The second level was quickly surpassed. After all, he had significantly increased his innate energy during his recent dual cultivation. It was a seamless transition, almost as if aided by divine intervention. The third level required a more measured approach, as expanding the dantian necessitated caution. As time passed, night descended gradually. Ling Tianyu, clad in black, appeared outside Su Chen's residence. With various factions emerging in Qing City, Ling Tianyu approached Su Chen with utmost caution. Su Chen sensed Ling Tianyu's arrival, swiftly retracting his energy and rising from his bed. He stepped into the courtyard. What transpired? Also, Zihanyu arranged a meeting with Lord Bai. By the time I arrived, Lord Bai had already gone to see her. Ling Tianyu replied. Has he shown himself? Keep a watchful eye. The North Town Pacification Office possesses formidable experts. Just observe. Do not probe, Su Chen instructed. Recalling from Lu Wu Mei that Lai Xin had accompanied Yin Shu, one of the three great masters of the North Town Pacification Office cannot be underestimated. The news of Zihanyu and the North Town Pacification Office can be traded. After all, the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower is a place of business. There are no ties between the North Town Pacification Office and Zihanyu. Thus, exchanging for profit is entirely permissible. Whether they cross paths is not our concern. In business, one must reap from both ends. That is the undeniable truth. Naturally, such exchanges would further exacerbate chaos within Qing City. In chaos, the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower would flourish. Furthermore, with the imminent maturation of the Blood Demon Flower, it remained uncertain which figures would emerge. Chapter 59, The Three Blades of Abandonment, The Cold Moon's Teachings, Intrigues within intrigues. Upon receiving Su Chen's command, Ling Tian has swiftly departed from the courtyard. He was quite familiar with such dealings. Moreover, seizing this opportunity to ally with the Northern Pacification Office of Lingnan Prefecture would allow the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower to expand beyond its confines in Qingqing. After Ling Tian had left, Su Chen stood alone in the courtyard, gazing at the faintly glowing stars in the night sky. He couldn't help but shake his head. The sky was no longer as it once was, nor was he the same person he used to be, though he had accepted this world. A lingering sense of melancholy still clung to him. This world felt foreign, and the unfamiliarity bred contemplation. Resolving to continue his cultivation and endeavor to break through to the later stages of the innate realm today, he sought to transform these thoughts into mere distractions and retreated indoors to practice. Meanwhile, beside a secluded lakeside, a rare sight unfolded. Zihanyu, donned in a flowing purple gown, her long, ebony hair cascading down her back to her waist, adorned with a purple ribbon at her waist, and a delicate veil covering her face, leaving only her bright eyes visible. Opposite her stood a figure exuding an aura of formidable authority, his face etched with coldness, wielding a long blade. Who are you, and what business do you have summoning me? Bai Tianyu inquired, feigning ignorance of her identity as Zihanyu of the Cold Moon sect. I have invited you here, Bai Luzhu, to propose a transaction, she replied, producing a piece of paper that floated gracefully into Bai Tianyu's hands. As he received the document, his expression shifted dramatically. The first blade technique of the three blades of abandonment, he murmured, captivated by the allure of the technique. After a moment's pause, he turned to Zihanyu. What transaction do you wish to engage in? There are 3 techniques in total. If Bai Luzhu can procure the Blood Demon Flower from Qin Suishan for me, I shall present you with the remaining 2 blade techniques, she stated. Very well. How shall I contact you after obtaining it? Bai Tianyu nodded in agreement. The 3 blades of abandonment were extraordinary, Mastering them would undoubtedly elevate his strength, propelling him into the mid-stage of soul refinement. Witnessing Bai Tianyu's unwavering consent, a smile graced Zihanyue's lips. Outside Chapter 60, Destruction and Escalation. Upon witnessing the abyssal blade in Su Chen's hand, Bai Tianyu's expression faltered momentarily. "Thank you, my lord." He accepted the blade, his consciousness instantly immersing itself within its essence. Su Chen, noticing the change in Bai Tianyu, smiled with delight. "Then I shall leave this in your capable hands. I must step out for a while." Having received intelligence regarding the presence of formidable foes around Zihanyue, Su Chen understood that circumstances had shifted. He intended to visit Lu Wumei to uncover any insights she might possess, as her knowledge far surpassed his own, enabling a more profound analysis of the situation. As night enveloped the surroundings, he arrived at the hidden passage before the courtyard of Yechen Garden. Inside the courtyard, the elder of the dry tobacco was visibly taken aback upon seeing Su Chen. "I have urgent matters to discuss with Sister Lu," Su Chen stated solemnly. The elder glanced at him, refrained from speaking, and turned to enter the room. Su Chen proceeded into the secret passage, making his way to Lu Wumei's chamber. Shortly thereafter, he emerged at the entrance of her concealed sanctum. As the door to the sanctum opened, Lu Wumei, who was already present, regarded him with a piercing gaze. Her expression tinged with caution. "Do not be alarmed. It is I," Su Chen reassured her as he stepped inside. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Lu Wumei inquired, observing him intently. "I have uncovered a few leads, but the threads remain tangled, hence my visit for your counsel. I discovered that my second mother, Shangguan Ziyun, is none other than Zihanyue of the Cold Moon sect," Su Chen divulged. "What?" Lu Wumei's complexion shifted dramatically as she sought confirmation. "Are you saying that Shangguan Ziyun is Zihanyue? Did I mishear, or did you misspeak?" "You heard correctly, and I did not err. It is merely a matter of the name Zihanyue. There is no need for such alarm," Su Chen replied, observing her unease. "Zihanyue is not only the saintess of the Cold Moon sect, but also the daughter of its leader. What do you make of that?" Lu Wumei scrutinized Su Chen, gauging his reaction. Yet, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. Su Chen possessed limited knowledge of the Cold Moon sect and was unaware of the identity of its leader. Ignorance breeds courage, he mused inwardly, unfazed by the implications. "Brother, your composure is indeed commendable," Lu Wumei remarked, taking a sip of water to steady her nerves. "Sister Lu, it seems that Zihanyue is also after the blood demon flower. Given your trepidation towards her, perhaps we should forego the pursuit of the flower." At this moment, Lu Wumei was lost in thought, paying little heed to Su Chen's suggestions. "I now comprehend. The Northern Pacification Bureau's plan is to use the blood demon flower to draw out Zihanyue. No wonder Lai Xian personally visited Qing City. It appears that Zihanyue may be in peril. Not necessarily. Zihanyue is flanked by two skilled warriors, one of whom instills a sense of dread in me. Likely surpassing even Lai Xian," Su Chen casually remarked. "Surpassing Lai Xian? If that is the case, then their presence is surely for." Lu Wumei's expression shifted as she contemplated the ramifications. Su Chen grasped her underlying concerns. Could it be that they are targeting Lai Xian? If so, who is truly orchestrating this scheme? I cannot say, but I do know that if Lai Xian were to perish in Qing City, then Yanyu would face considerable peril. Lai Xian is one of Yanyu's generals and also his sworn brother, serving as a crucial link in Yanyu's dealings with the esoteric sect. Should Lai Xian fall, Yanyu's connection with the esoteric sect would sever, jeopardizing his position as the leader of the Lingnan Pacification Bureau, Lu Wumei elaborated. "Is this a maneuver against Yanyu?" Su Chen furrowed his brow, for his Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion had only recently established contact with the Northern Pacification Bureau. He had intended to leverage their support for expansion into Lingnan Prefecture. However, if Yanyu were to fall, the prospects of entering Lingnan Prefecture would become increasingly bleak. Thus, Yanyu must remain unscathed for the time being. News has reached me that the blood demon flower will be hastened to maturity by tomorrow, and with the emergence of the Cold Moon sect's experts, it is indeed plausible that they are targeting Lai Xian. Lu Wumei spoke with a grave tone. "It seems I must navigate these murky waters to see if I can secure the blood demon flower," she added, her expression tinged with disappointment. Given that the Cold Moon sect is focused on Lai Xian, the contenders for the blood demon flower should not be excessively formidable. "We might seize the opportunity to acquire it from others," Su Chen suggested. "Let us hope for the best." Su Chen waved his hand in farewell. "Stay your hand. You must not recklessly disseminate this information. The Cold Moon sect is far from simplistic. It is best not to incur their ire," Lu Wumei cautioned. "Understood. I shall remain discreet." Do you take me for a fool? Su Chen chuckled. After Su Chen's departure, Lu Wumei fell into deep contemplation. This is the Su Chen you wish to incorporate into the fold. At that moment, a tall figure clad in a fitted black robe entered the room. Although his countenance was unremarkable, his eyes bore an enchanting depth, akin to a tranquil spring, captivating all who beheld them. His voice was hoarse yet resonant. Third senior brother. What brings you to Qing City? The master fears you may fail to secure the blood demon flower, hence he dispatched me to assist you. However, upon hearing recent developments, I believe we can forego the blood demon flower, the man in black stated solemnly. His words underscored his apprehension towards the Cold Moon sect's members. To concede before the opponent has even revealed themselves? That is not my style. Should an opportunity present itself, I shall still strive to seize it. I have lingered in Qing City for far too long, Lu Wumei sighed. Upon hearing her words, the man in black fell into contemplation. In that case, I shall accompany you tomorrow. Meanwhile, he intended to confer with Ling Tianhe on how to maximize their gains from this affair. Yin could not afford to face any setbacks, and thus Lai Xian must remain alive for the time being. Silently, he ventured to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, divulging the entirety of the situation to Ling Tianhe, urging him to devise a plan to relay the information to Lai Xian. Once the news was disseminated, a fierce confrontation between the parties was inevitable, resulting in casualties, an acceptable outcome for this vessel of existence. In Su's residence, as he departed, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Have they sensed something, or was their departure premeditated? He pondered. He gestured with his hand. Tomorrow's battle must escalate. Only through intensity could greater casualties arise. Chapter 61, Confrontation. A lone figure makes his way to the city lord's mansion. The lights blaze brightly as Ling Tianhe of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion arrives at the city lord's residence late at night. He informs Lord Qingyang that he wishes to meet the person with whom he is to negotiate. It appears that Brother Ling has discerned their identities, Qingyang remarks. It is precisely this knowledge that amplifies the gravity of the situation, Ling Tianhe replies solemnly. He intends to exchange this information for substantial gain. Brother Ling possesses formidable leads, indicating that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is poised to expand beyond Qing City. Qingyang whispers. Master Cheng, we merely seek to make a living, regardless. Qing City remains the foundation of our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. We still require your esteemed support here, Ling Tianhe stated, producing a silver note as he approached Qingyang and offering it to him. As the city lord of Qing City, Qingyang must ensure the pavilion is well managed, given their reliance on his patronage. Upon glancing at the silver note in Ling Tianhe's hand, Qingyang's pupils slightly dilate. 10,000 taels. Rest assured, Deputy Pavilion Master Ling. This is my obligation. In the future, should the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion flourish in the prefecture, it would be only right to lend a hand to the elderly. Qingyang responded softly as he accepted the note. Aligning with the Northern Pacification Division would also serve as a boon for him. In this martial world, although the city lord holds authority, if he cannot control the forces of the underworld, his reign will inevitably falter. The two engaged in casual conversation until, shortly thereafter, the elder Yu entered, dressed in a brocade robe. Deputy Pavilion Master Ling, have you come late at night to uncover the information we seek? Elder Yu inquired, scrutinizing Ling Tianhe. Indeed, we have not only uncovered details regarding Zihanwei but also an essential piece of information. I wish to meet with young Master Yin San and Lord Lai Xian, Ling Tianhe replied in a low voice. At this, Elder Yu's pupils constricted sharply. His gaze fixed intently on Ling Tianhe. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is indeed extraordinary. Follow me. Master Cheng. I shall escort Deputy Pavilion Master Ling to meet young Master Yin and the others, Elder Yu said, offering a slight bow to Qingyang. Safe travels to both of you. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the peril. It is prudent to refrain from involvement when possible. The distance was not great. Soon, Ling Tianhe arrived at the courtyard where Yin Shu and the others resided. At that moment, Lai Xian was training within a small room in the courtyard, his body radiating streams of golden energy as he practiced the esoteric technique known as the Vajraprajna skill. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the room. Uncle Lai. Ling Tianhe from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has arrived. He requests to see you. Yin Shu's voice resonated from outside. Lai Xian furrowed his brow slightly, but soon quelled his energy and rose from his bed. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is the local power in Qing City. Earlier, Elder Yu had tasked them with investigating Zihanwei, and now Ling Tianhe's late-night arrival suggests he may have uncovered something significant. He opened the door to find Yin Shu waiting outside. Let us go and see. Together, They made their way to the parlor, where Ling Tianhe immediately bowed upon seeing them. "Greetings, Lord Lai, Lord Yan. To visit us at such a late hour indicates you have news regarding Zihanyue," Lai Xian remarked, observing Ling Tianhe. "Indeed, we have gathered information about Zihanyue, as well as other details. Our pavilion master wishes to exchange this information for authorization to enter the Lingyan prefecture," Ling Tianhe stated. "You wish to enter the prefecture? Why did your pavilion master not come himself?" Lai Xian inquired. "The pavilion master is currently engrossed in a critical training session for a sword technique. Thus he sent me in his stead. We have learned that Zihanwei, under the alias Shangguan Ziyun, has been concealing herself in Qing City as the second wife of our pavilion's former master. She has since departed from the Su residence and is now untraceable. However, we have discovered that at least 2 experts at the refining spirit level have made contact with her, which is why I have come to report," Ling Tianhe revealed candidly. "This is quite the revelation. It appears you have genuine intent," Lai Xian observed. "If you do not secure permission for your pavilion's entry into the prefecture, you may find it difficult to leave Qing City." "What?" Upon hearing Ling Tianhe's words, the expressions of the other 3 shifted dramatically. They were not overly concerned about Zihanyue's alias, but were alarmed by the fact that at least 2 refining spirit-level experts had met with her. "Deputy Pavilion Master Ling, this matter is of utmost importance. Rest assured, I will take care of your pavilion's entry into the prefecture," Lai Xian assured Ling Tianhe. "Then I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Ling Tianhe understood he was being dismissed and bowed as he exited. Once Ling Tianhe had departed, Lai Xian's expression turned grave. "Uncle Lai, can we trust Ling Tianhe's words? He mentioned that Zihanwei has been hiding in the Su residence," Yin Shu remarked. "The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion holds significant sway in Qing City. At times, when we from the Pacification Division conduct investigations, we must rely on their capabilities. Do not underestimate them. Ling Tianhe has made their intentions clear. They seek entry into the prefecture. This information is likely accurate, especially since the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has undergone a change in leadership. Now is not the time for speculation, but for strategizing how to address the forthcoming developments. Based on Ling Tianhe's information, it seems they are indeed targeting me. It is probable that earlier rumors regarding Zihanyue and Qing City were disseminated by them." Lai Xian concluded solemnly. "Immediately send a message to your father to ascertain if the commander has any plans," Lai Xian instructed Yin Shu. "Should we postpone the maturation of the blood demon flower?" Elder Yu inquired. "That cannot be delayed. It would arouse suspicion. We must proceed according to plan," Lai Xian asserted. The following morning, Su Chen stepped out of his room and made his way to the dining hall. "What news do we have?" he inquired as a servant entered, carrying a letter. "Young master, someone just delivered a letter." The servant handed the letter to Su Chen. "Who sent it?" "It was a maid from Yechen Courtyard, claiming it was on the orders of Lady Lu." As Su Chen perused the letter, his brow furrowed slightly upon discovering that Lu Wumei had departed for Qin Suishan and had instructed him not to follow. Initially concerned that accompanying her would hinder his performance, he now realized that being alone would afford him far greater freedom. Qin Suishan, how could I possibly refrain from going? Chapter 62. Target Lai Xian. Lai Xian is dying in the city of Qing. At the city gate, a large carriage emerged from within. The driver, a farmer devoid of any martial prowess, was unaware of the shadows lurking nearby. As the carriage passed, a beggar crouched by the gate quietly departed, releasing a small bird from his hand before vanishing into the darkness. After the beggar's departure, a man clad in the attire of the Northern Town Protectorate appeared. Observing the bird as it took flight, his gaze sharpened, and he discreetly retreated, following the path the carriage had taken. Inside the spacious carriage, Elder Yu and Yin Shu sat composed. Suddenly, a melodious chirping echoed from outside. As the sound faded, Yin Shu remarked, "Elder Yu, it appears we are indeed being watched. The intelligence from the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower is remarkably accurate." Yin Shu had previously harbored doubts about the clues unearthed by the tower, but now he found himself convinced. The bird's song served as a unique method of communication employed by the Northern Town Protectorate. In the future, we should maintain closer ties with the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. It may prove advantageous for you, young master, Elder Yu advised. Yin Shu did not accompany Lai Xian to Qin Shui Mountain, but chose to disperse their journey. Meanwhile, outside Qing City, in a grand estate, 3 figures stood within the courtyard: the execution king of the Cold Moon sect, Zihanwei, and a man in black garb wielding a long sword. A bird swooped down from the sky, landing on Zihanwei's wrist. She unfurled a small scroll from its talon and stated, "King, Inshu has already set off towards Qin Shui Mountain. Only Lai Xian remains in Qing City. Is Lai Xian attempting to bait us? I shall personally pay him a visit and eliminate him, the Execution King declared. You two proceed to Qin Shui Mountain and seize the Blood Demon Flower. Once you have it, leave immediately. Zihanwei nodded in agreement. Though Lai Xian was a formidable expert of the Northern Town Protectorate, he was no match for her. While Su Chen and others presumed their adversary would strike at Qin Shui Mountain, the true action unfolded within the city. As noon approached, a carriage halted in front of the courtyard where Yin Shu and his companions resided. The driver, a burly man, suddenly found his horse neighing restlessly. He tightened his grip on the reins, but just then, a shadow appeared before him. Upon seeing this figure, the man's expression shifted, and he attempted to utter a sound. The approaching figure, like a wraith, blurred into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from his sight. When it reappeared, it stood directly before him, a finger poised like a diamond, piercing his throat. Another hand pressed against the horse's back, causing the agitated steed to collapse, frothing at the mouth, reduced to mere gasps for breath. The finger withdrew from the man's throat, and he clutched his neck in a futile attempt to staunch the blood flow. Yet, his eyes reflected a deep-seated unwillingness as he succumbed to the ground. The shadowy figure glanced at the courtyard door, slowly pushing it open and stepping inside. In the hall, Lai Xian was making his way towards the entrance when his gaze fell upon the figure that had just entered, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Cold Moon Sect. One of the four great kings, Lu Tianqing. I did not anticipate your presence in Qing City, he exclaimed, his tone laced with both caution and astonishment. USE Chapter 63. Encounter, Surprise Attack, Assassination. A missive in hand, Ling Tianhe was visibly shaken, his countenance one of profound desolation. Lai Xian is dead. Slain within his own courtyard? How could this be? What manner of individuals has the Cold Moon Sect dispatched? He murmured, dumbfounded. Abruptly abandoning his affairs, he stealthily departed. Within Su Chen's residence, Bai Tianyu was immersed in regulating his inner energies. Through the cultivation of the abyssal threefold blades last night, he had ascended to the mid-stage of soul refinement. He was now in the process of stabilizing his aura. Shortly thereafter, Bai Tianyu descended from his bed, intending to visit Qin Suishan. Despite having acquired the abyssal threefold blades, the journey to Qin Suishan remained essential. Upon stepping out of his chamber, the incessant emission of aerial signals furrowed his brow. Just then, Ling Tianhe materialized from beyond the courtyard's confines. What transpires? Bai Tianyu inquired. Lai Xian is dead. Fallen at the hands of an expert from the Cold Moon Sect. They bypassed Qin Suishan, opting to strike in Qincheng, Ling Tianhe disclosed. Meaning our scheme to infiltrate Ling'an Prefecture has been compromised. Where is our lord at this juncture? Bai Tianyu questioned. Our lord has just departed the south gate. We have dispatched a messenger to relay the news, Ling Tianhe responded. My lord, what are our next directives? Lai Xian's demise has disrupted our strategy, necessitating a recalibration. Upon hearing this, Bai Tianyu pondered. With the emergence of the Cold Moon Sect, Qincheng is now in disarray, save for the Vajra Monastery. The only other notable faction is the Gathering Hall. I shall assume the guise of the Cold Moon Sect and obliterate the Gathering Hall, affording our Golden Wind Drizzle Tower the opportunity to unify Qi-Qing, Bai Tianyu declared. Investigate the whereabouts of the Gathering Hall's upper echelons, compile the information, and deliver it to me swiftly. After their elimination, I shall proceed to Qin Suishan. With Lai Xian's connection severed, we shall first consolidate Qi-Cheng before expanding further. Understood. Ling Tianhe promptly set about his task. Simultaneously, beyond the city walls, Su Chen, cloaked in black and hooded, emerged from the city gates. However, the sound of signal flares echoing from within the city caused him to knit his brows. It appears events have unfolded within the city, Su Chen mused. At that moment, a merchant of unremarkable appearance brushed past Su Chen, surreptitiously placing a clandestine letter in his grasp. Su Chen retreated to a secluded spot and unfurled the missive, his pupils contracting sharply. Lai Xian is dead? Our previous efforts have been rendered futile. Cold Moon Sect, you have truly taken us by surprise. Choosing to assassinate Lai Xian within the city rather than at Qin Suishan, he was inwardly alarmed. The message revealed that Lai Xian was no match for his assailant, who departed with ease after the deed was done. This must be the individual Bai Tianyu feared. Truly formidable. By drawing attention here, they are likely alleviating pressure on Zihanwei, Su Chen surmised. Lai Xian's death. I wonder if the Bureau of Town Pacification will fall for this diversion. Su Chen pondered. At a station outside the city, he procured a steed, intending to ride to Qin Suishan. Upon entering the station, he detected a metallic scent of blood. His gaze was drawn to three figures emerging from within: an elderly man, a man bearing a crimson banner, and a youth with an icy demeanor. 3 horses were tethered behind them. Su Chen's eyes widened, his brow furrowing beneath his hood. Qin Tianan, what is he doing here? And committing murder? Su Chen was perplexed by their actions. I didn't expect to encounter trouble just as I was about to depart. Though unarmed, he decided to probe their intentions. I can sense a sinister aura emanating from you, Qin Tianhan's voice echoed, laced with menace. Simultaneously, the old man beside Qin Tianhan leaped forward, unleashing a torrent of fist energy upon Su Chen. Su Chen's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated such an event while merely seeking a horse. He retreated swiftly, evading the blow. He refrained from using the fine-range steps, relying solely on his physical prowess to reposition himself. Deploying the fine-range steps would betray his identity. Observing Su Chen's agile movements, Qin Tianhan's eyes gleamed. He had been lying in wait at the station, as Qin Suishan was a considerable distance away. Horses and carriages were essential. The one who had murdered his brother in the shadows would likely not travel by carriage, so he had waited at the station, scrutinizing each arrival, seeking the culprit. Those who had been tested had not survived. Just as he was about to depart, Su Chen had entered the station. The old man, having missed his initial strike, fixed his gaze upon Su Chen. Your swift movements and raw physical power, devoid of any innate qi. Perhaps you are the one we seek, the old man uttered coldly. Who are you? Why do you assault me? Su Chen's voice was equally frigid, resentment burning within him. Qin Hao, I wonder if the name rings a bell. I am Qin Hao's elder brother, Qin Tianhan. You murdered my brother. It is only natural that we avenge him, Qin Tianhan declared, though he said the same to everyone. I know nothing of what you speak, but I know that those who strike against me must die. As Su Chen spoke, his body erupted with energy. The Vajra primordial force coursed through his veins, and the Vajra demon splitter was instantly activated. His hands clenched together, then slammed down upon the approaching old man. Swift, powerful, and destructive. The air distorted under the force of his attack. If they sought his life, he would take theirs first. The old man saw only Su Chen's clenched fists descending like a berserk ape. He heard only the sound of air exploding. He attempted to evade, but Su Chen's attack was already upon him. In a flash of instinct, the old man tilted his head slightly, but his chest remained exposed. Bang! Su Chen's fists connected with the old man's torso. A cataclysmic force surged into his body. Crack, splurt. His ribs shattered. Were it not for the desperate activation of his qi to protect himself, his chest would have been pulverized. As it was, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his mind reeling. As he attempted to cry out, Su Chen separated his hands, seizing one of the old man's shoulders. With a mighty heave, he hurled the body towards Qin Tianhan, using the corpse and its blood to obscure Qin Tianhan's vision. He then bolted from the station, melting into the crowd. Qin Tianhan wielded a weapon of the artifact class. Until he could gauge his opponent's strength, engagement was unwise. The elimination of the old man was a feat achieved through surprise, close-quarters combat, and raw power. Otherwise, slaying him would not have been so straightforward. Chapter 64. The clash of flesh and steel. Blades flashing. Su Chen's movements were fluid and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Qin Tianhan seized the body of old Lu, examining his condition, only to discover that old Lu's internal organs had been shattered. He was breathing shallowly and had no hope of survival. After laying old Lu down, his gaze shifted towards the direction in which Su Chen had departed. By then, Su Chen's figure had long vanished from sight. Clenching his fist, the sound of creaking echoed. It must be you. Now that I have found you, there is no escape. Qin Tianhan said darkly, you go and bury old Lu's body, and I shall head to Qin Suishan. We will meet there. Upon finishing, he grasped the flag held by the man beside him, turned, and mounted his horse, galloping towards Qin Suishan. Outside the relay station, Su Chen concealed himself in the shadows, observing Qin Tianhan's hasty departure on horseback, his expression turning cold. Should he go alone? He glanced back at the man left to deal with the corpse. This man was the one who had held the flag for Qin Tianhan, and he must possess knowledge of the blood flag's significance. Capturing him might unveil some secrets about the blood flag, thereby facilitating Su Chen's confrontation with Qin Tianhan. Su Chen trailed the man as he carried old Lu's body into a nearby grove. However, once they entered the woods, the man abruptly halted, discarding old Lu's corpse, pivoting sharply and launching himself off the ground. He clenched his fist, delivering a powerful blow that ripped through the air, appearing before Su Chen in an instant. Su Chen was taken aback, letting out a low shout as his internal energy surged, his bones cracking with potency, raising his own fist in response. With a fierce punch, a terrifying force emanated from his fist, creating shockwaves that rippled through the air. The two fists collided with a resounding boom, both men staggering back, crashing into the trees behind them, splintering the wood. Impressive. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He hadn't anticipated this opponent to match his strength. His demeanor became serious. Did you truly believe that my master left me here merely to handle the corpse? The man remarked coldly, as energy surged around him, a crimson glow enveloping his form. His eyes turning blood red. Demon ape transformation. He roared, his body swelling as his clothes tore apart, muscles bulging like a ferocious beast. With a thunderous stomp, he propelled himself. Chapter 65. Convergence. Infusion of the blade. Momentum of the blade. The two corpses were unceremoniously cast into a pit, followed by a powerful punch that drove the earth to cover them. Now, only Qin Tianhan remained. He retrieved an ordinary long knife from his spatial ring, cradling it in his arms. A swordsman, a blade master with years of experience. Though the rain blade had been enhanced, those familiar with it could easily discern its origins, inevitably linking it to his identity. Such a weapon of high caliber would attract prying eyes. The reason for not acting overtly was primarily due to the previous owner of this body being utterly inept. A sudden outburst of formidable strength would lead many to speculate about extraordinary fortuitous encounters. Wealth stirs desire, especially when accompanied by abrupt enhancement. Perhaps this time, this body would earn a name throughout Lingnan County with a single stroke. Su Chen pondered. Meanwhile, in another location, Yin Shu, the old man, and personnel from the northern garrison appeared in the valley, now aware of the imminent arrival of the Cold Moon sect. They ceased to conceal their presence and took over the blood demon flower, establishing a stronghold in the valley to hasten its maturation. The blood demon flower, resembling a lotus, was currently absorbing the dark waters of a black pool, drawing forth the essence of the void mine and a trace of bloodthirsty energy. The void mine exuded a chilling aura, while the blood energy was fierce and violent. Normally, the medicinal herb would manifest a potent blend of these ominous energies. But at this moment, the blood demon flower radiated a gentle aura. However, as time progressed, faint red threads began to emerge from its roots. Before maturity, the blood demon flower resembled a fifth-grade lotus, yet upon blooming, it transformed into a sanguine hue. The appearance of a hint of red quickly proliferated within the roots of the flower. Master, the blood demon flower will fully mature in less than half an hour. Elder Yu remarked beside Yin Shu. Once it matures, we must collect it immediately and ensure its swift departure. We shall leave behind forces to contend with the Cold Moon sect, Yin Shu instructed. Elder Yu, please inquire about the whereabouts of Uncle Lai and the others. Understood. Elder Yu departed to seek out the others. What? Yin Shu's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Elder Yu. The elder, casting a glance at the blood demon flower not far away, saw Yin Shu's expression darken. We cannot leave. Doing so would signify a total defeat for us. If the Cold Moon sect is indeed present in Qingcheng, it implies that there are no exceptionally strong experts here, and we stand a chance to secure the blood demon flower. If I offer sufficient benefits, I believe there will be those willing to assist us. After all, I am still the son of the northern garrison's commander in Lingnan County, Yin Shu stated. Upon hearing Yin Shu's words, Elder Yu contemplated for a moment before nodding. The strategy was indeed plausible. At that moment, outside the valley, three figures approached. Leading them was the veiled Zihanyu, followed closely by a black-clad man wielding a long sword and a maid named Xiaolan in a purple gown. Miss. News from Qiqing indicates that Lai Xian was slain by the Law King, and the experts he summoned were lured away by the Law King. Now, if we obtain the blood demon flower, Yin Shu will face utter defeat. Xiaolan reported. Do not underestimate them. Although the Law King has drawn away the experts, there are more than just the northern garrison present. Zihanyue's gaze drifted to another direction. Lu Wumei and a man in a black robe were making their way toward them. Lu Wumei, Nye Yunshin, it appears your master has not abandoned you. Zihanyue remarked as she observed the two approaching figures. It seems you have grand plans in Lingnan County. Lu Wumei responded. While I may not be privy to the Cold Moon sect schemes, such elaborate plotting surely harbors ulterior motives. Coupled with Zihanyue's long-standing presence in Lingnan County, it suggests significant undertakings. Upon hearing Lu Wumei's words, Zihanwei maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no change in expression, though internally she felt a jolt. It seems you have long known my identity. Su Chen must have informed you. She regarded Lu Wumei, suspecting that his close association with Su Chen had led to some revelations. Everything that needed to be said has been articulated, and what should remain unsaid has also been disclosed, Lu Wumei replied softly. Su Chen. Just as Lu Wumei finished speaking, a deep voice resonated from a distance. Qin Tianhan, bearing the blood banner, was advancing toward them. Su Chen, once a suspect, had been dismissed due to the emergence of high-caliber weapons, yet now, hearing Su Chen's name from Lu Wumei and the Cold Moon sect ignited a sense of foreboding within him. Perhaps Su Chen had been overlooked and was indeed connected to his brother's demise. Qin Tianhan, you dare to come alone, believing your blood banner can suppress us? Lu Wumei challenged, fixing her gaze on him. I have no interest in the blood demon flower. I am here to avenge my brother. You mentioned Su Chen, and I am intrigued. Might you elaborate? Qin Tianhan inquired. However, no one responded, instead proceeding straight into the valley. Despite the rumors surrounding the blood demon flower, the number of arrivals appeared limited. In truth, it was not a lack of interest, but rather that those with weaker skills had been dispatched by the northern garrison and discarded into the valley, serving as nourishment for the blood demon flower. As Qin Tianhan observed the two groups entering the valley, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. This time, I may need to unleash my full power, he murmured, stroking the blood banner in his hand before stepping forward. Shortly after their entry, a figure clad in black robes, a conical hat atop his head, and a long knife at his waist, emerged in the valley. Su Chen exuded an aura of blade intent, imbued with a chilling presence. The blade infusion technique allowed his blade's essence to coalesce, palpable yet terrifying, instilling a sense of dread in those who faced a practitioner of the blade. As Su Chen entered the valley, everyone present felt the weight of his oppressive momentum, their gazes instinctively drawn to the valley's entrance. Chapter 66. Intrigue, Confrontation. In the maturation of the blood demon flower within the valley, the long knives held by the officers of the northern town patrol subtly quivered, compelling them to tighten their grips as their gazes shifted toward the valley's entrance. A master of the blade, Yin Shu exchanged a glance with the elder Yu and stepped outside. In the heart of the valley, Zihanyu, Lu Wumei, and others turned their attention towards the approaching figure of Su Chen. Dressed in black and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, he walked slowly, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Yet, an unmistakable aura of power coalesced around him. The essence blade technique. At least 2 decades of mastery. Besides Zihanyu, a man in a black robe, clutching a long sword, spoke with a grave expression. 2 decades of essence blade technique. Upon hearing this, many were taken aback, especially Lu Wumei. Initially, she had thought the figure was Su Chen, but the mention of 2 decades of mastery dispelled that notion. Su Chen was still so young. How could he possibly wield such experience? To refrain from drawing one sword for 20 years and then to unleash it would surely result in a terrifying display of power. No one here wished to face such a blade. How did such a person suddenly appear? Some pondered. This 2-decade mastery was indeed extraordinary, to the point of unsettling them all. As Su Chen approached, he had infused the essence of 2 decades into his long knife for just such an effect. Sometimes, it suffices to exude a threat without direct confrontation. Unperturbed by the gazes directed at him, Su Chen strode deeper into the valley. He glanced at the now unraveled formation revealing a solitary blood demon flower. Standing gracefully like a lotus in a pool, he felt a sense of wonder. The peculiarities of the world never ceased to amaze him. The appearance of the blood demon flower bore a striking resemblance to a 5th-grade lotus platform, emanating a serene aura. However, he noted the increasing number of crimson threads at the flower's roots, indicating that it would not be long before the entire 5th-grade lotus platform transformed into a genuine blood demon flower. Yin Shu furrowed his brow as he observed the gathering crowd. While he could manage to fend off one faction, facing 2 would force him to retreat. His gaze fell upon Lu Wumei, a member of the Chanhen Palace and a noblewoman of the court, contemplating how to utilize her potential. If we unite to slay Zihanyu of the Cold Moon sect, I am willing to offer the blood demon flower, Yin Shu proposed. Although he spoke thus, he had no intention of relinquishing the flower. I would very much like to collaborate with you, young Master Yin, but my strength is lacking, Lu Wumei replied, neither agreeing nor declining. The swordsman beside Zihanyu possessed formidable prowess, and engaging him could result in injury. Hearing this, Yin Shu turned to Qin Tianhan. Qin Tianhan, if you assist me in subduing Zihanyu, I shall grant you half of my tavern. Despite Qin Tianhan being in the initial stages of refining his spirit, the power he wielded through the blood banner was remarkable. He needed to secure allies. Very well, Qin Tianhan nodded. He had not come to compete for the blood demon flower, but was awaiting someone. However, as that person had yet to appear, he could not leave empty-handed, thus accepting Yin Shu's proposal. Finally, Yin Shu's gaze shifted to Su Chen. Esteemed elder, while the blood demon flower holds significant value, it may not serve much purpose for a swordsman of your caliber. Should you forego the flower and join forces with us against the Cold Moon sect, I would be willing to offer you 30,000 taels of silver, along with a secret manuscript titled Heavenly Illusion Demon Blade Technique. Yin Shu's rapid maneuvering suggested he sought to control the valley's situation. Su Chen mused inwardly, recognizing the complexity of Yin Shu's strategy. Agreed, but I require a down payment, he replied. While he could not draw his sword just yet, he needed to secure something in return. After all, with only one strike at his disposal, his blade's intent would dissipate afterward, risking exposure of his identity, which would prompt Qin Tianhan to act against him. In truth, that strike was meant for Qin Tianhan. The conversation between Lu Wumei and Zi Hanyue had sown doubt in Qin Tianhan's mind regarding Su Chen as the young master of the Blood Banner sect. His relentless pursuit of Su Chen could lead to complications. Thus, it was imperative that Qin Tianhan be eliminated. At the critical moment, Su Chen would unleash his sword, and regardless of the weaponry possessed by his adversaries, fate would be sealed. Yin Shu's expression tightened upon hearing Su Chen's demand for a down payment. He had not intended to part with anything. Once the battle commenced, both sides could be left in ruin. The archers stationed by the northern town patrol would unleash a barrage of arrows, allowing him to seize the blood demon flower and retreat unscathed. Moreover, he had planted explosives underground, ready to detonate upon his departure. Who could say how many would survive? Are you unwilling to even provide a down payment? It seems there is little sincerity in this partnership. Perhaps I should consider an alliance with the Cold Moon sect instead. I believe the Saintess would be able to fulfill some of my needs. Su Chen's raspy voice echoed in the valley. At that moment, Yin Shu tossed a silver note towards Su Chen. This is 1,000 taels, he declared as the note flew through the air. Su Chen caught it deftly, placing the note into his pocket. Earlier, it was acceptable. Now you require 30,000. Su Chen retorted. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu's eyes darkened. Yet he chose not to respond, merely nodding to Elder Yu. Elder Yu produced 2 silver notes from his robe and sent them sailing towards Su Chen, each imbued with a surge of energy, testing Su Chen's capabilities. Su Chen, cloaked in the garment of concealment, had masked his presence, rendering them unable to discern his true strength, hence the probing gesture. He raised his hand, catching the notes without any indication of exertion, as if he were merely plucking a feather from the air. Indeed, the sight of Su Chen effortlessly catching the notes caused Elder Yu's eyes to narrow. The absence of any visible energy flow and the sheer precision of his wrist suggested that this individual possessed formidable strength. Once he wielded his blade, the force he could unleash would undoubtedly be formidable. Elder Yu communicated silently with Yin Shu, whose pupils slightly widened as he contemplated the unexpected presence of this individual. Yet, a surge of murderous intent began to swell within him. Once the blade was drawn, it would signal the end for his adversaries. Silence enveloped the valley. All eyes turned to Zi Hanwei, who maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Yin Shu's actions, for she understood that none among them would dare to act first. Her gaze shifted to the ripening blood demon flower, which was her true objective. The others, too, focused on the flower, despite Yin Shu's apparent advantage. The crux of the matter rested with the blood demon flower. Once it matured, a fierce battle would inevitably ensue. As all watched, the blood demon flower began to transform, enveloped in a mist of crimson, releasing a fragrant aroma that signified its impending maturation. Chapter 67. Draw the blade, shatter the blade. Confrontation as the blood demon flower matured. The atmosphere grew tense. Lu Wumei and her companion advanced forward, as did Zi Hanyu and her group. At this moment, Su Chen appeared before Qin Tianhan, tightening his grip on the blade, emanating a fierce aura that directly locked onto Qin Tianhan. This action by Su Chen intensified the gravity of the situation. Qin Tianhan looked at Su Chen, who stood in his way, his expression momentarily stunned. He could not comprehend why Su Chen obstructed him. However, the ominous intent emanating from Su Chen filled him with an intense sense of danger. Clenching the blood flag tightly, Yin Shu's pupils suddenly constricted as he glared at Su Chen, coldly demanding, "What do you mean by this?" At that moment, he felt as though he was being toyed with. This man had just accepted a deposit of 30,000 taels from him. Yet now he sought to strike down Qin Tianhan. Was this not a betrayal? I agreed to assist you against the disciples of the Cold Moon sect, but that does not prevent me from eliminating him. Someone is paid, and therefore he must die. Su Chen's voice resonated with a deep undertone. In that instant, He transformed into a merciless assassin. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a flicker of cold light sparked in Qin Tianhan's languid eyes. Kill me? You think you can do that? He unfurled the blood flag, releasing a dense aura of blood that enveloped him, creating a chilling presence. He attempted to dispel the threatening blade intent targeting him. Yet as his own aura surged, so too did the blade intent intensify. Let me see just how powerful your blade truly is. As Qin Tianhan brandished the blood flag, the thick blood aura surged forth like a rain of blades, determined to strike first and deny Su Chen the chance to draw his weapon. Seeing this offensive, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Flash. In a swift motion, he drew his long blade. A terrifying blade intent coalesced into a shaft of black light, cleaving through the blood rain, heading straight for Qin Tianhan. Having initiated the attack, Qin Tianhan felt a chill run down his spine. He attempted to evade, but the blade intent had locked onto him, leaving him with no choice but to engage. He raised the blood flag, thrusting it forward like a spear to meet the black light. Though he had cultivated his blade intent for 2 decades, the blood flag was a weapon of exceptional quality, and he believed it could withstand this strike. If he could just endure this attack, he would have a chance to counter. The clash between the blood flag and the blade intent sent a massive wave of energy surging into his arm, causing him to lose grip of the blood flag and be violently propelled backward. However, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. He had managed to withstand the blow. Shatter. At that moment, Su Chen's long blade shattered like glass, disintegrating into a flurry of sharp shards that shot towards Qin Tianhan. One of the fragments, akin to a shooting star, pierced through Qin Tianhan's throat just as he attempted to speak, while the others embedded themselves into his chest, blood gushing from the wounds. Observing Qin Tianhan clutching his throat, Su Chen intoned, "A weapon of exceptional quality can indeed withstand my strike. But drawing the blade was merely a ruse. It is this shattered blade that delivers my lethal blow." Thud. With those words, Qin Tianhan collapsed into a pool of blood. Su Chen picked up in that moment. Above the valley, a man clad in black scrutinized the scene below, a cruel smile playing on his lips. A chain dangled from his hand, culminating in a weapon composed of numerous flying sickles. Behind him lay a score of archers from the northern garrison, each marked by a fatal slash across their throats, their lifeblood staining the ground. With a leap, he descended into the valley. The brief tranquility that had settled over the valley was replaced by a palpable tension as he landed. Su Chen sensed the intense, sanguinary aura emanating from the newcomer, a man of extreme bloodlust, likely a member of the Frost Moon sect. No wonder Zi Hanwei remained so composed. She had a formidable ally. Su Chen mused inwardly. His gaze then fell upon the weapon in the man's hand, and a chill ran down his spine. Yenshu Lu Wumei and others recognized the figure, and their pupils constricted. Shui Minghuai, the bloodthirsty flying scythe, a prominent general under the Frost Moon sect's Law Executioner King. It seems the Law Executioner King was responsible for the attack on Uncle Lai in Qing City. Yenshu murmured, taking a deep breath. He had long speculated about the identity of Lai Xian's killer, and now, seeing this man, he knew the truth. It seems Yin Sanxiao is correct. Does anyone else wish to contend for the Bloodfiend flower? The black-clad man inquired, casting a glance at Yin Shu and the others. Holy Maiden, no one is contesting the Bloodfiend flower. You may proceed to harvest it, the black-clad man said, turning to Zi Hanwei. Once the Bloodfiend flower was in hand, he planned to eliminate those within the valley. Withdraw. Yu Lao and the black-robed man brought by Lu Wumei shouted in unison. One charged towards the newly arrived Shui Minghuai, while the other attacked the sword-wielding man. Sensing the imminent threat, they took the initiative, attempting to create an opening for their allies to escape. Yu Lao soared into the air, launching a fist at Shui Minghuai. The force of his punch stirred the surrounding air. Shui Minghuai's eyes narrowed as he retreated, evading the blow. With a flick of his wrist, the flying sickle-like weapon shot forth, aiming for Yu Lao's head. Yu Lao's expression hardened as he met the attack with a series of palm strikes, creating a vortex of energy to suppress the oncoming flying scythe. Shui Minghuai responded by shaking his right hand, causing blades of energy to erupt from the flying sickle, shattering the vortex. The weapon continued its assault on Yu Lao with relentless speed. Before Yu Lao could mount a defense, the flying sickle struck. Bang! The force of the impact sent Yu Lao reeling backward, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips. Thud! Yu Lao collapsed to the ground, his head rolling to the side, a fountain of blood gushing from the wound on his neck. That weapon is terrifying, Su Chen thought to himself. His gaze shifted to the other battle, where the black-clad man and the sword-wielding figure exchanged a flurry of blows, their movements generating violent gusts of energy. Yin Shu, upon hearing the old man's warning, hesitated, only to witness Yu Lao's demise. Fear gripped him, and he turned to flee, but he found himself targeted by Xue Minghuai, who would undoubtedly strike if he moved. You still have some use, Xue Minghuai remarked, eyeing Yin Shu. Meanwhile, Zihanwei made her way towards the Blood Fiend flower. With the battle overwhelmingly in her favor, she could seize the flower and make a swift departure. Suddenly, a surge of violent saber energy swept from outside the valley, its force pressing down on Zihanwei, halting her outstretched hand. She turned her gaze towards the valley entrance. A figure emerged, Bai Tianyu. Having concluded his affairs in Qing City, he had hastened to the scene. The Blood Fiend flower belongs to the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion today, Bai Tianyu declared, addressing the assembly. Bai Tianyu, chief of the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. Yin Shu's face lit up at the sight of Bai Tianyu. He was counting on the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion to assist the northern garrison in entering the prefecture. Surely, they would protect him. The pressure that had weighed upon him dissipated. Pavilion Chief Bai, allow me to have the Blood Fiend flower, and our transaction will be complete. What do you say? Zihanwei inquired. Bai Tianyu replied, I have already mastered the 3 sabers of Abi, and I no longer require the other 2 saber techniques in your possession. Moreover, with Lai Xion's death, Yin of the northern garrison is likely struggling to protect himself. He will certainly not prioritize the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion. Therefore, the Golden Wind Drizzle Pavilion needs sufficient funds to expand independently. Hearing Bai Tianyu's words, Zihanue's expression darkened. She had not anticipated this turn of events. I shall see what you are capable of, Xue Minghuai exclaimed, brandishing his chain. The flying sickle hurtled towards Bai Tianyu's neck. However, as the weapon neared, an invisible force emanated from Bai Tianyu, deflecting the flying sickle. Death to those who attack me, Bai Tianyu roared, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the valley. With that, Bai Tianyu drew his saber, unleashing a blinding blade of light that soared into the air, cleaving through the air with the force of a raging river. Heading straight for Xue Minghuai, his saber technique was domineering and fierce. He followed up with a punch. Xue Minghuai attempted to block Bai Tianyu's attack. Bang! After the initial strike, Xue Minghuai was sent hurtling backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He glared at Bai Tianyu with malevolent eyes. But Bai Tianyu pressed his foot against the ground and soared into the air. With his saber in hand, he delivered another devastating blow. Boom! The air reverberated as his saber sliced through it, dividing it in 2. The domineering saber energy descended with incredible speed. Xue Minghuai, who had been about to retort, hurriedly raised his fists to defend himself. This time, he was not thrown back, but the ground beneath his feet cracked and splintered. Puffed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, laced with fragments of internal organs. Even as he spat out the blood, Bai Tianyu continued his assault, his saber tearing through the air. He gave Xue Minghuai no chance to recover. Shick. His defense was too slow. Bai Tianyu's saber cleaved him in 2. 3 moves. Bai Tianyu had slain Xue Minghuai in 3 moves. Silence descended upon the valley. Even the combatants in the earlier skirmish, the sword-wielding man and the black-clad figure, paused their battle to observe. The black-clad man was astonished, while the sword-wielding man was horrified. He had previously boasted that he was evenly matched with Bai Tianyu. However, Bai Tianyu's display of power, slaying Xue Minghuai in 3 moves, was beyond his capabilities. He realized that he would likely meet his end within 3 moves against Bai Tianyu. Does anyone else have any objections? Bai Tianyu asked, retrieving a brocade box from his robes. With a wave of his hand, he severed the Blood Fiend flower, then drew it into his palm and placed it in the box before turning to leave. He wasted no time. The scene was hushed. Zihanue's countenance darkened, displeased by the unexpected turn of events as the prize within reach slipped away. Is that so? Then let's depart. Zihanue's somber expression swiftly transformed, regaining its composure as she led her entourage away. A black-robed figure accompanying Lu Wumei remarked, Let's go. With the blood demon flower in the possession of someone like that, we cannot acquire it. Nay, he just stated it would go to the highest bidder, which implies he has no need for the blood demon flower and intends to sell it. Let's pursue them, Lu Wumei exclaimed, her beautiful eyes gleaming with excitement. The pair hastened after Bai Tianyu. She was determined to seize the advantage. Within the valley, only Su Chen and Yin Shu remained. Yin Shu's eyes darted about as he regarded Su Chen. He had been deceived by Su Chen once before, and now the terrifying blade aura that had emanated from the latter had dissipated, igniting a desire to eliminate Su Chen. He fixed Su Chen with a sinister gaze. You shouldn't have taken what wasn't yours. Su Chen remained silent, proceeding directly to Qin Tianhan's corpse. whom he had slain with a single strike. Time to loot the body. From Qin Tianhan, he retrieved 3,000 taels and silver notes, a vial of pills, and a manual titled Frost Fist. As for Xueminghua, aside from silver notes and pills, he also discovered a martial art technique, the blood ignition art, which Su Chen briefly examined. It was a method to temporarily enhance one's strength by utilizing one's own blood essence. However, under Bai Tianyu's blade, Xueminghua had not even had the opportunity to employ such a technique before being cleaved in two. Yin Shu's countenance, previously gloomy, contorted with rage as he watched Su Chen loot the corpses before him. The aura of threat that had emanated from Su Chen had vanished, leaving him with no apprehension towards the latter. It was as if Su Chen held him in utter contempt. Murderous intent intensified within his eyes, but he forcefully suppressed his anger. To kill his opponent, he needed an opportune moment. After looting Xueminghua's corpse, Su Chen approached Yu Lao's body, which lay not far from Yin Shu, and began to search it. This act pushed Yin Shu's fury and murderous intent beyond their limits. Courting death. You're courting death. Boom. In an instant, Yin Shu's aura erupted, his foot slamming into the ground, causing the rocks beneath to shatter. He shot towards Su Chen, his fist unleashing a thunderous roar. However, as his fist descended, Su Chen seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, twisting his body to evade Yin Shu's attack. Young Master Yin, are you trying to kill me? Su Chen questioned coldly, having avoided the strike. Consumed by rage, Yin Shu was determined to kill Su Chen. A savage bloodlust surged within his eyes as he took a step, appearing above Su Chen, and unleashed a punch. This time, the speed was astonishing, and the force was immense, causing the air to crackle with a piercing sound. He intended to end Su Chen with a single blow. Yet, as his fist landed, a mist of fine rain enveloped the surroundings, and a dampness filled the air. The Su Chen before him blurred, as if transforming into the rain itself, evading his punch. Boom. His fist struck the ground, the raw power shattering the rocks beneath, sending shockwaves in all directions. Missing his target, Yin Shu did not relent, continuing to attack Su Chen. His punches were ferocious, stirring up dust within the valley. However, he could not land a blow on Su Chen, who, with his misty rain steps, gracefully evaded his attacks. Is this all you rely on? Evading? Let's see how long you can evade. Yin Shu roared, halting his relentless assault. His eyes glowed with a scarlet hue. Although consumed by the desire to kill, Yin Shu remained cautious. Despite his earlier outburst, he had been observing his opponent, attempting to discern if they possessed any hidden cards. Now, he could unleash his full power. 1,000 thunder palms. Yin Shu bellowed, his palms striking out, each one crackling with lightning, transforming into a multitude of palms that enveloped Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, realizing that the palms had sealed off his escape routes. It seemed that the earlier frenzied attack had been a test. How cunning. However, he had depleted much of Yin Shu's energy, and he believed he could withstand this attack. Raising his hand, he clenched his fist and unleashed a punch. Bang! Fist collided with palm, and Su Chen was sent staggering backward, lightning coursing through his arm, causing it to tremble as if momentarily losing sensation. Yin Shu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he sent Su Chen reeling. His conjecture had been correct. Now was the time to strike him down. Yin Shu's eyes turned cold as he leaped into the air, unleashing a palm strike. A surge of lightning energy erupted from his palm, forming a ball of electricity that descended upon Su Chen. Let's see how you withstand this. Die. Witnessing the attack, Su Chen scoffed, and the misty rain blade materialized in his hand. He channeled all the energy within his body into the blade. Then, he unleashed a strike. Chi! The misty rain blade sliced through the lightning ball, transforming into a streak of white light that descended from Yin Shu's brow. Yin Shu landed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Su Chen. Who exactly are you? And what is that weapon? Who am I? Aren't you aware? Su Chen responded coldly, removing his hat. Su Chen, the misty rain steps, the misty rain blade. How is this possible? How is this possible? Yin Shu repeated in disbelief. He could not comprehend what he was witnessing. Thud. His body collapsed to the ground, a thin line of blood seeping from his forehead. You have slain Yin Shu, the instigator of the Blood Demon Flower incident. Reward, 3 white lottery tickets. Hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. Realizing that Yin Shu was the one who had initiated the affair, he examined Yin Shu's body, finding only silver notes and pills. Nothing else. After tossing the items into his spatial ring and looting Yu Lao's corpse, he discovered only some silver notes and shattered pill bottles, likely destroyed in the earlier shockwave. He placed everything into his spatial ring. Finally, his gaze fell upon the blood banner. He could channel energy into the Misty Rain blade, but not into the Blood Banner. A weapon of the weapon grade that could not be infused with energy was merely sharper than ordinary weapons. It could not cleave through energy and slay opponents as the Misty Rain blade could. This Blood Banner should be accompanied by a special martial art technique. Su Chen mused. Chapter 70. The Blue Lottery. As Su Chen donned his hat and swiftly turned to leave, a contingent from the local enforcement agency appeared in the valley. Led by a middle-aged man, they were tasked with dealing with minor factions in the periphery, akin to the group Su Chen had recently vanquished in the dilapidated temple. "My lord, it's Yin Xiao," exclaimed one of the men beside the middle-aged leader. "First, assess the injuries and investigate the situation within the valley," the leader commanded with a solemn tone. "The martial world is inherently blood-soaked, and the deaths of individuals are commonplace." The group proceeded to remove the bodies. In Qing City, at the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, Lu Wumei bypassed the Chen courtyard and headed directly to the pavilion. "Master Bai, I wish to acquire the Blood Demon Flower and am willing to offer 1,000,000 taels in exchange. I believe no one can match my sincerity," Lu Wumei declared. Beside her, a man in a black robe twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing her words. Ling Tianha, standing next to Bai Tianyu, also reacted. Lu Wumei's offer was indeed substantial. Though the Blood Demon Flower was precious, it hardly warranted a price of 1,000,000 taels. Unless, of course, it was deemed invaluable by someone in dire need. Bai Tianyu remained composed, but he could sense the shifting emotions of Ling Tianha and the black-robed man. Moreover, Su Chen had previously indicated his support for Lu Wumei's endeavor. "Very well," Bai Tianyu nodded. "Here are the 800,000 taels in banknotes. And in addition to our Changhen Palace's properties in Qing City, which will be sent over shortly, we should be able to convert those into an additional 200,000 taels." Lu Wumei extracted 8 10,000 tael banknotes from her possession. This represented her entire earnings in Qing City over the years. The properties of Changhen Palace were established after her arrival, and she had the authority to manage them. Now that the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion had unified Qing City, based on Bai Tianyu's performance in the valley that day, it was evident that he would not permit the existence of rival factions. Utilizing these assets to secure the Blood Demon Flower was the most prudent choice. Moreover, at this time, it was unlikely anyone else could present such a substantial sum of silver, not even Zahanyu. Furthermore, Bai Tianyu was likely eager to part with the Blood Demon Flower. At that moment, a servant entered the grand hall. "Master, someone from Chen courtyard has arrived with the land deed. Remarkably swift. Let them in," Bai Tianyu instructed. The servant promptly led the visitor inside. It was the madam from Chen courtyard, who handed the deed to Lu Wumei. "Please verify it," Bai Tianyu instructed Ling Tianha. Ling Tianha approached to examine the deed and the banknotes. Bai Tianyu then sent a box flying across the table to Lu Wumei. Lu Wumei opened the box to reveal the intact Blood Demon Flower inside, her face lighting up with joy. "Thank you, Master Bai. I must take my leave now. Third senior brother, let us go." The trio hastily departed. "Dispatch someone to swiftly take charge of these properties," Bai Tianyu commanded. Ling Tianha swiftly complied. His heart felt heavy. Without the rainy blade, he had little chance against Yin Xiu. He needed to continue enhancing his strength. He glanced at his white lottery tickets, having collected 10, which could be exchanged for 1 blue lottery ticket. He fused them directly and opened it. "You have obtained a character card, Bai Qiufei." Bai Qiufei, a figure hailed as a hero among heroes, seemingly bonded by brotherhood with Su Mengjin and Wang Xiaoshi. Su Mengjin was also a founding figure of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, certainly more formidable than his deceased father, Su Mengbai. After all, it is known that the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion holds dominion over 6.5 parts of the martial world, rendering the missions useless and the most malevolent power. Such a reputation attests to the pavilion's might, far surpassing that of any mere border faction. With Su Chen taking charge of the pavilion, its renown in this realm would undoubtedly expand. Upon reviewing Bai Qiufei's information, Su Chen noted that Bai Qiufei had just entered the refining spirit realm, considerably inferior to Bai Tianyu. However, the refining spirit realm did not seem as rare as he had initially believed based on recent battles. Was the leader of the Mountain River sect truly at that level? He began to doubt the memories of this body. As Su Chen pondered, he emerged from the secret chamber, where Fu Bo awaited him outside. "Fu Bo, is there something amiss?" Su Chen inquired, puzzled. "Adjust your mindset. Come, let us meet her," Fu Bo replied. Fu Bo led Su Chen to a hall where Zahanyu's face remained veiled, obscuring her true features. "I wish to speak with Su Chen privately. You may leave." Hanyu gestured for Fu Bo to withdraw. Fu Bo glanced at Su Chen, who nodded in agreement. Su Chen looked at Hanyu and said, I need you to assist me with a task. If you succeed, I will invite you to join my Hanyu sect. Hanyu regarded Su Chen, curiosity piqued. What task? If circumstances were different, I would personally seek Bai Tianyu for a transaction, Hanyu replied. To purchase the blood demon flower? Su Chen exclaimed, astonished. Do not doubt it. Bai Tianyu himself stated this. Here are 600,000 taels in banknotes. I believe this should suffice for your purchase, Hanyu said, producing 6 banknotes and placing them on the table. This task may prove difficult for me. First, even if I attempt to buy it, I cannot guarantee success. Second, should I manage to acquire it, others will presume the blood demon flower is in my possession, raising my danger level significantly. Su Chen shook his head. As long as you fulfill this request, I can ensure your safety within the Hanyu sect. If you fail to procure it, you will merely have made a trip. Hanyu regarded Su Chen warily. Your strength is not yet a match for mine. Do not compel me to resort to threats. I will inquire on your behalf. But should I procure it, how will I deliver it to you? Hanyu countered. Su Chen hastily tucked the banknotes into his robes and replied, I will follow closely behind you. Once you secure the blood demon flower outside the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, I will take possession of it. Agreed. Su Chen was en route to the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion to discuss matters with Bai Tianyu. The emergence of Bai Chofei indicated a potential for expansion, and he needed to investigate the circumstances of various martial artists further. His understanding thus far had been woefully insufficient. Chapter 71. The influence of the Jianghu power in Lingnan Prefecture in the North Town Guardian Office of Lingnan Prefecture. The esteemed leader, Yin Yu, sat gracefully in the main chair of the hall. With an appearance suggesting a scholarly demeanor, he appeared to be in his 40s. There was no hint of brutality about him, resembling a great Confucian scholar, yet his eyes bore a shadowy depth that marred his otherwise refined presence. Below him sat a young man clad in fine garments, appearing to be in his 20s and resembling Yin Yu, handsome yet with an air of intimidation. He was Yin Yu's eldest son, Yin Duanshui, a commander in the North Town Guardian Office, ranked among the top 10 martial artists of the younger generation in Lingnan. Father, my uncle Lai and third brother perished in Qiqing. The Hanyu sect has become too audacious. Allow me to go to Qiqing, Yin Duanshui implored. The one who killed your uncle Lai is El Tianxing, one of the 4 law kings of the Hanyu sect. He is ruthless. Going there would be tantamount to seeking death, Yin Yu replied solemnly. Father, it is not merely Uncle Lai. What of our third brother? Must we allow this vendetta to go unavenged? Yin Duanshui urged with desperation. I have already dispatched people to investigate this matter. I trust that results will surface soon. As for your Uncle Lai's fate, our ties with the secret sect may soon be severed. There are those within the court who covet my position and will not let this opportunity slip by. Therefore, I hope you will become a disciple of the great wisdom king at the Qinglong Temple, Yin Yu articulated. But father, if that happens, our relationship with the secret sect will be irrevocably severed, and I will be unable to join the Blade Alliance, Yin Duanshui protested. Such matters cannot be entertained now. To secure my position, I must rely on the Qinglong Temple. The great wisdom king has taken a liking to you. If you do not join, my position as the leader of the North Town Guardian Office will be in jeopardy. Without this status, our Yin family may face annihilation, Yin Yu declared. Isn't my second brother now a disciple of the Tianxia Alliance's leader? Yin Duanshui queried. The Tianxia Alliance is not inferior to the Qinglong Temple of the secret sect. The Tianxia Alliance is too distant from Lingnan. It cannot exert influence here. Yin Yu shook his head. Upon hearing this, Yin Duanshui fell silent. Indeed, the Tianxia Alliance was far removed from Lingnan and did not encompass its influence. Father, who in the court seeks to replace you? Why would anyone desire the position of the North Town Guardian at this juncture? Yin Duanshui pondered. The one who wishes to usurp my position is Lu Qianfan, a protege of Vice Commander Gu Yao, Yin Yu revealed. Gu Yao? Is he not affiliated with the court's Lady Luan? This means that Lady Luan seeks the position of the North Town Guardian of Lingnan, Yin Duanshui gasped, taking a deep breath. Indeed. Thus we have no choice but to place all our bets on the Qilong Temple, seeking their aid to secure my position as the North Town Guardian. As long as I maintain my standing, coupled with the death of Lai Xian, I will be able to invite experts from the secret sect at Qinglong Temple to hunt down the remnants of the Hanyu sect. I am equally curious about what the Hanyu sect intends to accomplish in Lingnan, Yin Yu stated coldly. Then I shall comply with your wishes, father. And follow your aura. Chapter 72. Unity of spirit and soul. The 9 trials of the celestial being. The night was slightly cool. Outside the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion, in a secluded corner of a narrow street, Zihan awaited the arrival of Su Chen. The matter concerning the blood demon flower had completely taken her by surprise. The sudden betrayal by Bai Tianyu, who seized the blood demon flower, left her at a loss. Without it, her means to enhance her power in the short term were severely limited. She was determined not to miss this opportunity for advancement, thus compelling her to send Su Chen to negotiate, a decision born of necessity. Suddenly, her veiled eyes gleamed with anticipation as she spotted Su Chen emerging from the pavilion. However, his expression betrayed a hint of disappointment, and he bore no items in his hands, which caused her brow to furrow in concern. "I am at the corner of the street to your right. Come to me." Zihan voice resonated in Su Chen's ears. Unperturbed, he made his way towards her. Observing his empty hands, a chill crossed Zihan delicate brows. "Luomiai offers 1,000,000 taels." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zihan was initially taken aback, but her expression quickly shifted to one of indignation. "Bai Tianyu Luomiai." She spat in fury. After receiving the silver note from Su Chen, she vanished like a fleeting shadow. Her voice echoed in his ears once more. Su Chen was surprised that Zihan did not unleash her wrath upon him. It was evident that had she chosen to act against him, it would have been her demise. For Bai Tianyu had discreetly followed him, and any hint of murderous intent from Zihan would have prompted Bai Tianyu to strike her down without hesitation. The events in Qiqing seemed to have come to a close, yet the murders of Ice Qilin and Yin Shu were far from resolved. Reports indicated that the Han sect had dispatched a figure of kingly caliber. The Northern Pacification Office of Lingnan Prefecture would not allow such a person to depart unchallenged. Especially with Ice Qilin being a disciple of the secret sect, the storm in Lingnan Prefecture was far from over. Just then, a carriage appeared before Su Chen, driven by an elderly man familiar to him, who held a clay pipe. "Young Master Su, please board the carriage," the old man urged. "Luomiai's carriage? Shouldn't she have left Qiqing by now?" Su Chen pondered. The blood demon flower was perilous to possess, and Luomiai ought to have departed immediately after acquiring it. Upon entering the carriage, he noticed a figure clad in black robes seated within, observing him intently. This was one of Luomiai's companions. His presence here bewildered Su Chen, who chose to remain silent and await the other's words. "Calm demeanor," the black-robed man remarked. "This is my token. Upon your arrival in Lingnan, you may visit the Changhen Palace branch, where Wu Mei will meet you." "Who are you?" Su Chen inquired, not yet accepting the token. "I am Wu Mei's third senior brother, the current master of the Lingnan branch of Changhen Palace, Lu Wuhui." He replied, "While I find nothing extraordinary about you, Wu Mei sees potential in you." The black-robed man scrutinized Su Chen. "Your innate cultivation at such a young age is commendable for a small place like Qiqing, but in the prefecture, talent is abundant. Thus, I remain skeptical. However, once Luomiai consumed the blood demon flower, her potential would be reinstated, making her the first deputy master of the Lingnan branch." Her faith in Su Chen left him with little room for rebuttal. "Thank you, Sister Lu. Master Lu, I shall take my leave now. Stop the carriage." Su Chen discerned the man's indifferent tone and preferred not to linger, prompting the clay pipe elder to halt the vehicle as he disembarked. As Su Chen departed, Lu Wuhui merely frowned slightly. The clay pipe elder remained silent, continuing to drive. Many matters were beyond the purview of a mere servant. In truth, he also held a favorable view of Su Chen, recognizing his ruthless nature and adeptness at concealment, allowing him to evade scrutiny. Given the current circumstances, it seemed this individual might emerge as the victor in this affair. After all, those who orchestrated the incident had been killed, and the identity of the perpetrator remained unknown. Outside the city, in a secluded manner, Zihan descended gracefully, traversing several corridors until she reached a temple. Beneath the statue within, a passageway emerged, leading her onward. The darkness did not hinder her speed as she swiftly approached a stone door, activating its mechanism to reveal a spacious hidden chamber. Inside the chamber, a man wielding a sword inquired, "The blood demon flower remains unacquired?" It was seized by Luomiai, who offered 1,000,000 taels, truly mad, that Luomiai. Zihan retorted, her anger palpable. 1,000,000 taels. Luomiai has truly lost her mind. Spoke a girl named Xiaolan who stood nearby. "Shall we depart Qiqing and rendezvous with King Lu?" The sword-wielding man asked. "I have just received word that after our departure, Yin Shu was murdered in the valley, likely by that black-clad figure. It is unwise to meet with King Lu at this juncture. With both Yin Shu and Ice Qilin dead in Qiqing, Yin Yu will not let this slide. A counterattack is inevitable. Furthermore, Yanyu has entrenched himself in Ling and for many years. Displacing him from his position in the Northern Pacification Office will not be easy. Let us keep a close watch on Yanyu's movements, Zihanwei advised, her voice tinged with concern. I will arrange for surveillance on my end. The sword-wielding man nodded in agreement. Xiaolan, you shall exit and ensure the completion of the map. Once done, we shall leave. Zihanwei commanded. Miss, are you not concerned about King Lu's plans regarding Ling'an? Xiaolan queried, puzzled. It is not a matter of lack of faith, but rather precaution, Zihanwei replied. Over the years, her ability to remain undetected in Ling'an stemmed from her cautious nature. Lying in her bed, she had gained insight into martial matters following her visit to the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. After refining the spirit, one would refine the soul, and after that, achieve the unity of spirit and soul, stepping into the realm of the celestial being. It was said that masters in this realm must endure 9 trials. Yet, the nature of these trials remained unknown, even to Ling Tianhe. At that moment, a figure leapt through the window, bringing with it a familiar scent that wafted into Su Chen's nostrils, prompting him to sit up. The figure entering was none other than Mu Qingxue. What brings you here so late? Su Chen inquired. We must leave Qiqing, Mu Qingxue declared. You have yet to negotiate with the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. Why the sudden departure? Su Chen questioned. The news has spread that Bai Tianyu killed one of the 4 law kings of the Hanwei sect, Lu Tianqing. Given our connections with the Hanwei sect, my third uncle fears repercussions, so we shall avoid contact with the pavilion for the time being, Mu Qingxue explained. Is that so? Su Chen was taken aback to learn of the ties between the Zitan Palace and the Hanwei sect, his heart sinking. I will inform Bai Tianyu to remain vigilant regarding the Zitan Palace. If there are any other updates, please relay them to me immediately. With such connections, the possibility of a joint effort against the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion is plausible. If the pavilion falls, it would align with the interests of the Zitan Palace. Chapter 73. Peeking outside the Yang residence, the night was quiet and desolate. Mu Qingxue had already departed. Su Chen lay in deep contemplation upon his bed, aware that it was imperative for the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion to exit Qiqing imminently. Qiqing was situated near the border, and beyond it lay the territory controlled by the formidable Zitan Palace of the demonic sections. Should the Zitan Palace harbor intentions towards the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and align with the Cold Moon sect, the pavilion would find itself in a precarious position within Qiqing. Although Bai Tianyu was commendable, he lacked the qualifications to confront the Zitan Palace. The Zitan Palace had become a significant force beyond the borders, opposing the Great Buddha Temple, and undoubtedly housed masters who had achieved the unity of spirit and soul. Naturally, there were also those at the celestial realm. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion could not insert itself into the local power dynamics. It could only seek to replace existing factions. Within Ling'an Prefecture, 3 local powers engaged in similar enterprises to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Securing even one of these would allow the pavilion to establish a foothold in the prefecture. The Hefeng Hall, Baiyun Pavilion, and Tiansu Hall. The Hefeng Hall primarily provided intelligence while also engaging in the trafficking of people, rumored to be backed by the Blood Flag sect. Baiyun Pavilion operated a brothel and taverns, also providing intelligence, yet had seen its business gradually suppressed by the incoming Changhen Palace in recent years. Covertly supported by the Yang family of the prefecture, Tiansu Hall, an established intelligence organization, had been overshadowed by the Hefeng Hall and Baiyun Pavilion over the past 2 years, lacking any significant backing. Its continued existence was due to the foundation laid in earlier times. Ling Tian has suggested that they first take control of Tiansu Hall to stabilize their influence within the prefecture, targeting the more vulnerable factions. Su Chen contemplated the necessity of making contact with Tiansu Hall. Of course, Hefeng Hall and Baiyun Pavilion also warranted attention. Hefeng Hall was backed by the Blood Flag sect, and he had just slain their young master, Qin Tianhan, taking away his Blood Flag. Both the Blood Flag sect and the Qin family would undoubtedly launch an investigation. After organizing his thoughts, he reclined on his bed to rest. Meanwhile, within a sprawling estate in Qingcheng, in a brightly lit bedroom, a young man luxuriated in a steaming wooden tub, his face reflecting comfort. Behind him stood a graceful maid dressed in purple, attending to him. Suddenly, another maid entered the room. Young Master Mu Chun. Lord Cheng has arrived and is in the living room, she whispered. Upon hearing this, the young man opened his eyes, rose, and the maid quickly assisted him in dressing. Let us meet Lord Cheng, he declared, stepping out of the bedroom. In the hall, Cheng Yang, the prefect of Qiqing, was seated, conversing with a young man, Yang Jie. who had previously appeared at the gathering of Heroes Hall. Upon the young man's entrance, everyone stood. "You may leave. I have important matters to discuss with Lord Qing." He gestured for them to exit. Yang Jie and the others swiftly departed, closing the door behind them. "Little nephew, it is good to see you, Qing Shu." The young man bowed respectfully. "No need for formalities," Mu Chen replied. "Fortunately, you did not venture to Qin Shui Mountain. Otherwise, you might have encountered danger," Chen Yang remarked. From his words, it was clear that this young man was the legitimate descendant of the Yang family, Yang Mu Chen. "Indeed, I am grateful for your warning, Qing Shu. Otherwise, I would have gone to Qin Shui Mountain. But why have you come at this late hour?" Mu Chen inquired. "It concerns the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. It is already unified, Qi Qing. If your Yang family could seize control of the pavilion and collaborate with the Zetan Palace, a substantial portion of the profits flowing from Qingqing to the border would accrue to your family," Chang Yang explained. "But Qing Shu, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has been in contact with the Northern Town Prefectural Office, has it not? Although there is a risk of Yanyu being replaced, he has established deep roots in Lingyan over the years, and those in the court wishing to deal with him may not succeed," Mu Chen countered. "That is not a concern. Lai Xin and Yin Shu have both perished. The Northern Town Prefectural Office no longer has anyone liaising with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. The pavilion has lost its backing from that quarter, and as for the Zetan Palace, they too would not offer support. Bai Tianyu slayed one of the Cold Moon Sect's 4 kings, Shuiminghua, at Qin Shui Mountain, incurring their enmity. Given the Cold Moon Sect's connection to the demonic sects, the Zetan Palace will likely avoid any dealings with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. This presents an opportunity, should your Yang family take control of the pavilion. I might advance further into Lingyan Prefecture, Cheng Yang articulated. In his endeavors, Cheng Yang undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Hearing his words, Yang Muchen nodded, "Bai Tianyu's strength, as per our investigations, is at the mid-stage of refining the spirit, which is formidable. I shall contact my father to ascertain his stance. Once I receive news, I will inform you immediately." "Excellent," Cheng Yang replied, nodding. This was indeed an opportunity, and he believed the Yang family would seize it. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yang Muchen escorted Cheng Yang out and then sat in contemplation. Yang Jie entered quietly and asked, "Young Master Muchen, what does Lord Cheng desire?" "He wishes for our Yang family to take over the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion," Muchen responded. "However, Bai Tianyu's strength is no trifling matter." Yang Jie's expression turned serious. "Yet the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion now dominates Qingqing, and there is no conflict with the Golden Temple. The temple seeks incense money and followers, meaning that the underground business in Qingqing is now under the pavilion's control. If the Yang family could master the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and leverage our resources in the prefecture to connect with the Zetan Palace, we could indeed advance further." Al Chapter 74. Dilemma. Predicament in the Lord Mayor's residence. Within the study, the third elder of the Mu family stood beside the desk, gazing at Cheng Yang, who had just entered. "Master Cheng, has Yang Muchen agreed to my proposal?" "Master Mu, we must wait for the right moment. Although Yang Muchen is of direct descent, Bai Tianyu is a formidable master in the refinement realm. Offending such a powerhouse requires a decision from the Yang family," Cheng Yang replied. "Bai Tianyu has killed Shuiminghua. Li Shenzing will not let him go. Once Li Shenzing extricates himself from the entanglements of the secret sect, he will surely take action against Bai Tianyu. Without Bai Tianyu and the Jin Feng Shiyu building, he is but a mere ant, easily crushed," the third elder of the Mu family remarked indifferently. "Indeed, Master Mu speaks the truth." Cheng Yang nodded, though inwardly he pondered, "Is he not still alive? Very well, when the time is appropriate, you may inform the Yang family of our intentions regarding the Mu family of Zetan Palace. Cooperation is the only path to greater benefit," the elder stated. In truth, after the Jin Feng Shiyu building unified the other forces in Qingqing, the mindset of the third elder had shifted. He yearned for more profit. Collaborating with Bai Tianyu at the Jin Feng Shiyu building offered limited returns, as Bai Tianyu, despite his considerable strength and control over Qingqing, lacked a foundation in Lingyan Prefecture. Even if he offered half the profits, it would still be insufficient. Therefore, why not seek a partnership with a major power in Lingyan Prefecture? This way, the Mu family could gain even more. Once a person develops desires, they become blind to what lies before them. "I will await your news," the elder concluded, before weaving his way out through the window, leaving Cheng Yang alone. Cheng Yang took a seat at the desk, lost in thought. The following day, as dawn broke, Su Chen awoke from his slumber. Instead of having breakfast at home, he exited the Su residence, eager to listen to the discussions circulating in Qingqing. Sometimes, whispers of gossip can hold kernels of truth. In the early morning, the streets bustled as tea shops and vendors set up their stalls, particularly the breakfast vendors, who were filled with laborers and small merchants rushing to market. Of course, larger tea houses and taverns also began to fill with patrons, loudly exchanging tidbits of gossip, creating a lively atmosphere. Su Chen entered a bustling tavern, ordered a few dishes, and began to eat while listening to the news being discussed. It seems Qinqing has been unified. The territories of the Shan'ang, Juxiantang, and Liang are all under the control of the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Bai Tianyu is truly formidable. It is said that he single-handedly slew Xueminghuai, a disciple of the Cold Moon sects. One individual remarked, "Will the of the Cold Moon sect not retaliate against Bai Tianyu? The Jinfeng Shiyu building only has Bai Tianyu as its strongman. If they were to eliminate him, wouldn't the control of the building change hands once more?" Another questioned, "Do you think Bai Tianyu cannot contend with the of the Cold Moon sect? His blade is exceptionally fearsome. He may not necessarily lose to the..." A voice retorted, "You are mistaken. The Cold Moon sect has 4. The one who came to Qinqing is Lishenzing, one of those 4. Do you know Lord Liexin of the Northtown Pacification Division in Lingyang Prefecture? He was slain by this Lishenzing, apparently without much effort." Another chimed in. Lord Liexin was the deputy commander of the Northtown Pacification Division, a disciple of the secret sect, and his strength was second only to that of Commander Yanyu. Bai Tianyu's power is likely comparable to that of Lord Liexin. Someone else added, "If Lishenzing is so powerful, why hasn't he taken action against Bai Tianyu?" A voice questioned, "I know this. It is said that the Northtown Pacification Division and the secret sect Qinlong Temple are currently pursuing Lishenzing. However, they are unlikely to apprehend him. Rumor has it that someone wishes to replace Yanyu as the commander of the Northtown Pacification Division. With Liexin dead, Yanyu's position is no longer secure, and the pursuit will soon end. At that point, Lishenzing will likely seek out Bai Tianyu." Another voice interjected, "Not necessarily. I heard that the second-in-command of the Northtown Pacification Division, the strategist Pei Xiangxiu, has personally left the division. Moreover, Commander Yanyu's eldest son, Yin Changhe, intends to join Qinlong Temple and apprentice under the Great Wisdom, one of the 3 leading figures in the temple. With the support of Qinlong Temple, Commander Yanyu's position in Lingnan Prefecture will be unassailable. Under such circumstances, I fear Lishenzing may indeed be finished." Another individual concluded. Upon hearing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that Yanyu's eldest son had become a disciple of the Great Wisdom. Qinlong Temple is one of the 3 foremost powers in the northern 9 prefectures. Compared to it, the Mountain River Gate is merely a minor player, insignificant. Such news being disseminated suggests that it was likely orchestrated by someone with intent. However, the Lishenzing of the Cold Moon sect is undoubtedly a troublesome figure. Capable of slaying Liexin, he can likely evade the pursuit of the secret sect and the Northtown Pacification Division for the time being, and it would be entirely reasonable for him to target Bai Tianyu. The solution to this dilemma lies in its elimination. After a brief meal, Su Chen departed, discreetly altering his appearance before entering the Jinfeng Shiyu building through a hidden passage. At that moment, Ling Tianhe was in a secret chamber. Bai Tianyu and Bai Choufei were absent. "I have seen the master. I have gathered some information regarding Lishenzing's whereabouts, and the Bai master has gone to investigate alongside others," Ling Tianhe reported. "It appears that Bai Tianyu's intentions align with my own. Are there any other matters?" he inquired. "However, my subordinates have yet to ascertain what they discussed," Ling Tianhe replied. Upon hearing this news, Su Chen's expression sharpened, and he spoke in a low voice. "The Zitan Palace has some connections with the Cold Moon sect. What is the relationship between Qing Yang and the Yang family?" The current head of the Yang family and Cheng Yang both studied under Yu Mingshan of the North Courtyard Academy. "If that is the case, master, it is possible that this Mu elder intends to abandon us and collaborate with the Yang family, allowing them to supplant our Jinfeng Shiyu building." Ling Tianhe immediately grasped the implication. "It must be so. Keep a close watch on Yang Yukin's movements and be aware of his every action." Su Chen spoke gravely. The Yang family is a prominent lineage in Lingyan Prefecture, deeply rooted in controlling substantial resources. A partnership with the Zitan Palace would yield mutual benefits for the Mu family and the Yang family, far exceeding any singular collaboration with the Jinfeng Shiyu building. As outsiders have noted, we are scarce on strong talents. Should we face a combined assault from these 2 major forces, we would undoubtedly encounter significant difficulties. "Master, I have received word that Yanyu's eldest son, Yin Changhe, has joined Qilong Temple. Yanyu's command is now solidified. If the Bai Master and the others can capture Lishenzing from the Cold Moon sect, they will be able to make direct contact with Yanyu, Ling Tianyu stated. Su Chen shook his head. Lu Shenzing cannot perish at our hands. If he does, the Cold Moon sect will turn against us. Given their influence in Lingnan Prefecture, we cannot afford to confront them directly. Su Chen had been contemplating a matter for several days. The Cold Moon sect's desire to replace Yin Yu as the commander of the North Town Pacification Division must have a purpose. What could that purpose be? Coupled with the earlier mention of secret locations by Zihanyu, Su Chen suspected they were plotting something regarding these secret places. Therefore, the Cold Moon sect's influence in Lingnan Prefecture was certainly non-trivial. The assassination of Shui Minghui would not be of great concern to them. But the death of would be an entirely different matter. Chapter 75. Schemes and Doubts. My lord, what shall we do now? Ling Tianyu inquired. Sensing the urgency of the situation, let the members of the secret sect and the Northern Town Guard deal with Lu Tianxing, Su Chen instructed. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately, Ling Tianyu replied before exiting the chamber. Left alone in the dim room, Su Chen contemplated the implications of the Cold Moon sect's maneuvers in Lingnan Prefecture, suspecting their true aim was the secret location. Now that he was aware, it was imperative they also sought a share of the spoils. If circumstances permitted, he would take control for himself. Zihanyu had lingered in Qiqing for an extended period. Could it be that the secret location truly lay in close proximity? Nevertheless, even if it was not within Qiqing, it should still be in Lingnan Prefecture. For such a grand scheme would not be laid without purpose. Su Chen mused, then resumed his cultivation within the chamber. His visit to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion was to arrange for Bai Tianyu to investigate the Tian's Hall, seeking a way to discreetly seize control. Meanwhile, at another location, the city lord's mansion, the streets surrounding the estate were devoid of pedestrians, lending an air of quietude. Yang Mukin and Yang Jie stood outside the mansion. Please inform Lord Cheng that Yang Mukin of the Yang family from Lingnan Prefecture has come to pay a visit. Yang Mukin politely addressed the guards. Upon assessing Yang Mukin's attire and demeanor, and recognizing the name of the family, the guard hastened to relay the message within. Moments later, an elderly steward approached, bowing respectfully. Greetings, young Master Yang. The Lord is awaiting you. Yang Mukin nodded and followed the steward into the mansion. Their journey was marked by silence, until they arrived at a room. Excuse me, young Master Yang Jie. Please proceed to the other hall, the steward indicated. Yang Jie glanced at Yang Mukin, who nodded in agreement. Qing Yang was a man of profound depth. He would not allow his words to escape. Thus, Yang Jie stepped into the room. The modestly sized parlor was tastefully furnished. Upon seeing Yang Mukin, Qing Yang greeted him with a smile. Nephew Mukin, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Qing Yang personally poured tea for Yang Mukin. Uncle Cheng, my father approves of the matter, but I am unsure of the Mu family's stance from Zedong Palace. Yang Mukin stated, revealing his suspicions to gauge Cheng Yang's reaction. It seems you have deduced that someone from the Mu family has sought me out, Cheng Yang replied. The third master of the Mu family wishes for greater benefits from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and seeks collaboration with the prefecture. Although Bai Tianyu possesses formidable strength, he lacks a solid foundation and resources, confining himself to Qiqing and unwilling to cede further gains. These young relatives understand. Yet a primary issue must be resolved. Bai Tianyu must perish. Once he is gone, I shall take over immediately, Yang Mukin asserted, making his intent clear. Without Bai Tianyu's demise, they would not assume control. Understood. I shall convey your family's intentions to the other party. Chen Yang nodded, having anticipated Yang family's stance. Although Qiqing could provide benefits, offending a powerful soul-refining realm expert was a perilous endeavor. After a brief exchange, Yang Mukin took his leave. As he departed, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was the third master of the Mu family. You have heard what was said. As long as Bai Tianyu lives, the Yang family will remain inactive, Cheng Yang remarked. I had thought the Yang family could dispatch a mid-level soul-refining expert to assist me in eliminating Bai Tianyu. Yet they are too cautious. Perhaps, City Lord, you might join me in this endeavor to eliminate Bai Tianyu? The third master of the Mu family proposed. Third master Mu? You jest. I am the City Lord of Qiqing. Matters of the martial world are not my concern, Cheng Yang replied. If that is your stance, we shall speak again after Bai Tianyu's demise, the third master of the Mu family declared before departing. Watching him leave, Cheng Yang coldly mused. To conspire against Bai Tianyu is a naive thought. Even if we combine forces, the toll would be severe, and death may well be the outcome. When that time comes, who shall be the one to perish? As he exited the hall, Cheng Yang waved to the elderly steward standing at a distance. The steward approached swiftly. What is your command, my lord? Has there been any news from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Ling Tianhe has already integrated the forces of several other families. Shouldn't he pay me a visit now? Cheng Yang inquired. Upon hearing this, the steward comprehended Cheng Yang's intent. To seize control of the assets of the other families was a lucrative opportunity. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion could not monopolize it and must yield a portion. Proceed with the task, Cheng Yang ordered. Both the Yang and Mu families had shown interest in the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Should it fall into their hands, Cheng Yang's share would be minimal. Thus, he needed to secure his own profits before they could act. Outside the city lord's mansion, Yang Mukin and Yang Jie strolled along the street. I tasked you with investigating the killers of Qin Hao and Qin Tianhan. What progress have you made? Yang Mukin inquired. The Qin family feared the danger of sending someone, thus requesting my discreet assistance. They have promised to approve my marriage with Qin Ya should I uncover leads on the culprits. It is imperative we discover something, Yang Mukin pressed. Qin Hao had been slain within his own residence, while Qin Tianhan was murdered in Qin Suishan. Reports from Changhen Palace indicated the assailant was a skilled swordsman. Motivated by greed. Based on the second account, I suspect it could be Su Chen, Yang Jie stated. Su Chen, that inept fellow? How could he have killed Qin Hao and Qin Tianhan? Yang Mukin shook his head. Cousin, sometimes one need not take action themselves to commit murder. Su Mingbai has managed the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion for decades, amassing considerable wealth. Su Chen may lack the strength to kill, but he could easily hire someone to do so. Initially, I did not harbor such suspicions regarding Qin Hao's death, but the death of Qin Tianhan raises doubts. It appears the swordsman was specifically targeting him. To speak frankly, while the Blood Demon Flower was orchestrated by Yin Shu, it was executed by Qin Hao. Su Mingbai's demise is linked to Qin Hao, which forms a vendetta. Others have no such grievances against him, Yang Jie analyzed. Chapter 76, by Chofei. A single finger pierces upon hearing the words. Yang Mukin fell into contemplation. Yang Jie's statement held a modicum of truth. Where could Su Chen be at this moment? I shall keep a close watch on him. The instant he departs from Qiqing, I will personally apprehend Su Chen. I am certain he will divulge everything to me then. This matter requires your personal oversight to prevent any leaks that might allow Su Chen to escape. Yang Mukin commanded. Understood, I shall take my leave immediately. Yang Jie nodded and parted ways with Yang Mukin. In the afternoon, Su Chen conveyed his speculations to the two companions. My lord, there is no need for concern. I have assessed the capabilities of Lu Tianqing. He is no match for me, though I can defend myself adequately, Bai Tianyu interjected. He was currently honing his skills in the abyssal blade, his own power steadily increasing. Should the time come for a life-and-death confrontation, Lu Tianqing would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries in the process of subduing him. He was confident that Lu Tianqing would not dare to act recklessly, for should he be wounded, escape would be impossible. By Chofei, you shall covertly escort me to Lingyang County. Bai Tianyu felt reassured knowing he could handle Lu Tianqing. Qingqing was temporarily their stronghold. They could not afford to abandon it. Deputy Master Ling, you will discreetly investigate the whereabouts of Zihanwei. I must ascertain what they have been doing in Qiqing all these years, Su Chen instructed. Only by understanding their actions could they further deduce their intentions. Rest assured, I shall uncover their purpose for coming here. Ling Tianhe promptly replied. My young master, I will prepare the horses for you. Fu Bo immediately arranged. This information also reached Yang Jie, who was monitoring outside the Su residence. Yang Mukin remarked, Indeed, the Su residence has already prepared horses for him. Very well. We shall wait for him outside the city. Yang Mukin declared. You may not be able to go. Just then, a young man clad in white appeared at the entrance of the hall. His presence exuded an air of aloofness. Who are you? Upon sighting the stranger, Yang Mukin's expression hardened, his pupils constricting sharply. He had not sensed any footsteps approaching. His strength had reached the refining spirit stage, granting him acute awareness of external sounds. Yet, the individual had approached without his notice, indicating that this person was far from ordinary. I am Bai Chofei, from the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion. The youth in white stated as he stepped into the hall. The Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion? How could a master like you be associated with it? Yang Jie beside Yang Mukin expressed his disbelief. Bai Chofei did not spare him a glance and continued forward. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Yang Jie, who had spoken moments before, constricting his throat with an almost suffocating grip. What brings you here? Yang Mukin inquired, though a sense of dread began to rise within him. Sensing an acute danger emanating from the stranger, I have come to escort you on your journey, Bai Chofei replied. His tone flat yet laced with a chilling intent to kill. The suppressed Yang Jie felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He wished to speak, but the oppressive force stifled his voice. How could a mere subordinate be denied the right to speak? Yang Mukin's heart raced. We have not offended you, nor have we wronged the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion. He hastily asserted. You have not offended me, nor the pavilion. But you have drawn the ire of the young master, Bai Tianyu stated, fixing his gaze on Yang Mukin. The young master? The young master of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion? Yang Mukin's face paled, and his expression shifted dramatically. You mean Su Chen, don't you? His eyes widened, praying that his assumption was unfounded. Indeed, Su Chen is the young master of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion and its supreme authority. Bai Tianyu willingly divulged this information. Yang Jie, feeling his throat releasing its hold, was struck with disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. Meanwhile, Yang Mukin, in shock, suddenly propelled himself forward, striking at Bai Tianyu with a fierce palm, unleashing a torrent of power. Bai Tianyu, upon hearing Su Chen's name, knew mercy was not an option. He must fight for his own survival. Interesting. Bai Tianyu observed as Yang Mukin attacked with surprising tenacity, despite the overwhelming pressure. Regardless, he was at the refining soul stage, while Yang Mukin was merely at the mid-level of the refining spirit stage. He would not hold back. With a glint in his eyes, Bai Tianyu raised his hand, and a gust of wind pierced through the chaotic energy, reaching Yang Mukin's head. Swish! A brilliant flash surged forth. Yang Mukin halted mid-attack, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his sudden assault would be met by a mere finger. A strike so swift that he could not comprehend it before it pierced his skull. Thud! His body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the hole in his forehead, mingled with fragments of white matter. Meanwhile, Yang Jie, sensing Bai Tianyu's attack, broke free from the residual pressure and turned to flee into the inner hall. With the master dead, what use is the servant? Bai Tianyu transformed into a blur, appearing B Chapter 77, Collaboration. The figures of the prefecture removed these corpses and placed them in the mortuary. Cheng Yang commanded, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. The deaths of the Qin family, the Yang family, and Yin Shu and Qingcheng left him feeling that his tenure as the Lord of Qingcheng would be brief. He had initially hoped to leverage the Yang family for further advancement, but now he felt as though he had hastened his own downfall. I cannot remain idle. Cheng Yang mused inwardly. I shall visit the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, the current ruler of the martial world in Qingqing. If I can facilitate a connection between the pavilion and the officials in the prefecture, they will become an ally, securing my position as city lord. Furthermore, Bai Tianyu, being a formidable practitioner at the spirit refinement stage, likely had connections with others of similar strength. With determination, Cheng Yang set forth towards the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Upon his arrival, Ling Tianhe was taken aback. He had received a hint from the steward of Cheng's residence to prepare for a tribute of benefits to the pavilion and was contemplating how to navigate this obligation. While he knew a tribute was necessary, the amount remained undecided. Just as he pondered this, a message arrived. Yang Mukin of the Yang family had been murdered. With a finger piercing his skull. Could it be the work of that person? Ling Tianhe's heart raced as he began to form a conjecture about the identity of the assailant. Cheng Yang had just come from that direction. Could he be involved? Ling Tianhe reflected, his keen intuition grasping the implications, a smile creeping onto his face as he stepped outside. Inside the hall, Cheng Yang sipped tea. Upon Ling Tianhe's entrance, he immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Cheng. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? I wish to meet with Pavilion Master Bai, Cheng Yang stated. Very well, I shall escort you to see the master, Ling Tianhe replied, leading Cheng Yang to Bai Tianyu's chamber. At that moment, Bai Tianyu sat cross-legged in his room, surrounded by phantoms of blades, simulating the technique of the abyssal three blades. As Ling Tianhe and Cheng Yang approached, they were enveloped by an overwhelming aura of blade intent, causing them to tremble. Bai Tianyu, sensing their arrival, swiftly dismissed the simulated attacks. Ling Tianhe regained his composure and knocked on the door. Master, Lord Cheng has arrived. Please enter, Bai Tianyu responded, rising to greet them. Ling Tianhe pushed the door open, ushering Cheng Yang into the grand hall. I did not expect Lord Cheng to also be a practitioner at the spirit refinement stage, Bai Tianyu remarked, having sensed Cheng Yang's strength when the blade intent had locked onto him. Master Bai jest, for my strength pales in comparison to your recent display. Cheng Yang replied, relieved he had not allied with Mu San. Were they to join forces, they might have met a similar fate. At this moment, Cheng Yang scrutinized Bai Tianyu. The latter exuded an extraordinary aura, one not born of seclusion in the mountains, but rather a commanding presence befitting a leader. It appeared that the earlier rumors regarding Bai Tianyu were unfounded. His identity was undoubtedly significant, potentially linked to a clandestine power. Please, have a seat, Lord Cheng. Bai Tianyu invited. I have come primarily to discuss a collaboration with you, Master Bai. Cheng Yang began once seated. At that juncture, Ling Tianhe interjected, Master. I have just received word that Yang Mukin has been killed. Lord Cheng has arrived from the Yang residence. However, this incident seems unrelated to our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Ling Tianhe added. I am well aware that this matter does not concern your pavilion. My intention in coming here is self-serving. With the Yang family, the Qin family, and the commander's son, Yin Shu, all deceased in Qiqing. My position as city lord is precarious. Hence, I seek your collaboration. Cheng Yang confessed, his earlier trepidation dissipating in the presence of Bai Tianyu. Please elaborate, Lord Cheng. Bai Tianyu replied, his tone serious. In the realms of martial arts and governance, these spheres may appear distinct, yet they are intricately intertwined. The influence of martial factions permeates the political arena, and vice versa. Cheng Yang, a lord of a mere city, had reached the spirit refinement stage. A fact that commanded Bai Tianyu's respect for the strength of the great Zhou dynasty. I have some connections with Lord Li Wei, the left vice-governor of Lingnan Prefecture, and can introduce you to him. With Lord Li's backing, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion could certainly establish itself as a force in the prefecture. However, to secure a foothold, a practitioner at the spirit refinement stage must be dispatched, Cheng Yang proposed, eager to showcase the pavilion's potential. That is agreeable. I have a friend within the prefecture who can become the head of the Lingnan branch of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Bai Tianyu replied. Bai Qiufei was an individual Bai Tianyu had encountered, one who harbored ambitions beyond the mundane, characterized by a cold demeanor and meticulous thought, making him an ideal candidate for the position. Cheng Yang's face lit up with a smile at Bai Tianyu's words. With a second practitioner at the spirit refinement stage, combined with Bai Tianyu's accomplishments, he was confident that an introduction to Lord Li would secure his safety. Rising, Cheng Yang clasped his fists in gratitude before taking his leave. Once he was gone, Bai Tianyu instructed, procure for me the information regarding left Vice-Governor Li Wei. Yes, Ling Tianhe swiftly complied, delivering the details on Li Wei to Bai Tianyu. The most influential figure in Lingnan Prefecture was the prefect, who oversaw all administrative affairs. With the left and right vice-governors serving as his deputies, Li Wei being the second most powerful, managing finances and taxes, while the right vice-governor handled population and civil affairs. As Bai Tianyu reviewed the information on Li Wei, he fell into contemplation. Having served as the left vice-governor for 40 years, Li Wei was a representative of local power in Lingnan Prefecture. If leveraged appropriately, he could indeed assist the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in establishing a presence in the prefecture. However, such development would inevitably face constraints, as entering a circle would subject them to its limitations. Those who sought to break free from such constraints often found themselves beset by opposition. Swiftly relay this information to our superiors, Bai Tianyu instructed Ling Tianhe. And what of the situation regarding the Yang family? Bai Tianyu subsequently inquired. It appears to be the work of Bai Qiufei, Ling Tianhe replied. Very well, I understand, Bai Tianyu nodded. Chapter 78, The Ambitious One. Unwilling to fade into obscurity as dusk descended, Su Chen made a halt at an inn along the official road. A nimble attendant promptly took the reins from Su Chen's hands and led the horse towards the courtyard. I would like a room, Su Chen instructed. One room. The attendant called out immediately. Another attendant stepped forward to escort Su Chen into the inn. Esteemed guest, do you require anything else? The attendant inquired. I shall have a meal downstairs shortly, Su Chen replied. The attendant bowed and exited, closing the door behind him. Just then, a figure leaped in through the window. It was Bai Qiufei, who had accompanied Su Chen. Master, Yang Mukin's faction intended to make a move against you, but I have dealt with them, Bai Qiufei reported, bowing. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression tightened slightly. Why would they wish to harm me? It appears they were commissioned by the Qin family to investigate the deaths of Qin Hao and Qin Tianan. Yang Jie, who is close to Yang Mukin, suspects you. They planned to strike when you left the city, but I have eliminated them using the God-confounding finger. I believe their focus will now shift towards the finger arts, Bai Qiufei explained. In that case, you may have exposed yourself. Su Chen replied sternly. Master, my ambition is to create a storm in the world, as it was in my previous life and is now, Bai Qiufei stated, reflecting on Bai Qiufei's words. Su Chen considered him a figure who could rival Su Mingzhen and Wang Xiaoshi, an ambitious schemer capable of stirring the winds of change. Such a person is ill-suited to remain in the shadows. It seems imperative to swiftly seize control of Tian Sitang, allowing Bai Tianyu to govern the prefecture and demonstrate his prowess. Suddenly, a bird flew in from outside, landing before Su Chen. He removed a slender bamboo slip from the bird's foot, extracting a message within. After reading its contents, Su Chen handed the note to Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu glanced at it, clenched his fist, and the note disintegrated into fragments. We shall proceed simultaneously with Tian Sitang and with Li Wei. The left Minister of Revenue, Su Chen commanded. Understood. Bai Tianyu nodded and then exited through the window, though he remained within the inn. Su Chen pushed open the door and made his way downstairs. In the common area, several merchants and warriors were already seated, the merchants predominating. You all should delay your journey to Qiqing. The situation has changed dramatically there, one merchant remarked. Changed dramatically? What has transpired? A plump man preparing to head to Qiqing inquired. Previously, there were 5 factions. Now, only 2 remain. The Jin Feng Shiyu Lu and the Jin Gangxi. The Jin Gangxi has ceased to manage affairs in Qiqing, which is now under the jurisdiction of the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu. If you intend to go, you must register at the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu first, the merchant explained. But was he the owner of the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu murdered? How can it still exist? Someone curiously questioned. The vice master, Ling Tianhe, has recruited a formidable expert to oversee the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, decisively eliminating the Zhu Xiantang and Lei Tang. The establishment has changed hands. It is no longer the same Jin Feng Shiyu Lu as before, he replied. In that case, we must first pay our respects at the dock. What are their fees for merchants? Some traders were concerned about this. This is a current phenomenon in the Dezhou dynasty. When trading in various cities, one must pay taxes to the officials and a fee to the local martial factions. I'm unsure of the exact pricing. I just sold my goods and was hoping to let others scout the way first, the man explained. Let us hope they do not increase the fees too much. Otherwise, we will be in dire straits. One remarked. In this world, merchants hold a status slightly above that of ordinary citizens. I urgently need to sell this batch of goods. I must hurry and assist you in scouting the way. Another said. At that moment, at a nearby table, a young man clad in fine garments turned to the elder beside him. Has there been any news from Yang Mukin? He asked. No news has come, the elder replied. After such a long time, Yang Mukin has found no leads and still dreams of marrying Qin Yao, his cousin. Such foolishness. The young man scoffed. Chen Bo, what do you think of us directly heading to Qiqing to collaborate with the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu? With their strength, they should be able to uncover some clues, the young man suggested. The elder, known as Chen Bo, shook his head. Young master, we are merely here to gather information. It is best not to take risks. The party responsible for the deaths of Qin Hao and Tianhan may harbor enmity towards our Qin family. If they learn of your presence, they may act against us, and we would find it difficult to escape Qingqing. The elder voiced his concerns. But waiting idly is not a viable option. The young man protested, growing impatient. Just then, an individual rushed into the inn and, upon spotting the two at the table, quickly approached and whispered urgently to the elder. The elder's expression shifted, and he waved his hand for the person to leave quickly. Young master, a calamity has struck. Yang Mukin has been slain, and none of his companions survived. The third elder and the martial elder from the Blood Flag sect are preparing to head to Qiqing. The elder said in shock. What did you say? The young man's face paled, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Although he had just mentioned entering Qiqing, he now hesitated, fearing that Yang Mukin's death was tied to the investigation of Qin Hao's demise. If the young master were to gain the attention of the martial elder and join the Blood Flag sect, it would indeed be a tremendous opportunity, Chen Bo remarked. But we know little of Qiqing, and it is impossible to draw attention without proper knowledge. The young man argued. That is no concern. We ourselves shall not enter Qiqing. But we can arrange for someone else to go in and gather information from the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, Chen Bo suggested. Upon hearing this, the young man regained some composure, nodded, and quickly finished his meal before departing from the table. At the adjacent table, Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated encountering members of the Qin family here, nor did he expect to learn that the third elder and the martial elder from the Blood Flag sect were preparing to investigate the deaths of Qin Hao and his companions. He wondered about the strength of these two individuals and whether he should eliminate them in advance. Bai Tianyu's actions left traces. Should Bai Tianyu employ the God-confounding finger again, it would inevitably lead to exposure, an eventuality that was only a matter of time. Moreover, given the animosity that had developed between the two factions, reconciliation seemed unlikely. Presently, There might be an opportunity to weaken their strength and have Bai Qiufei eliminate these two. In doing so, Bai Qiufei could establish a formidable reputation in Ling and Prefecture even before officially revealing himself, ensuring that his presence would command even greater respect thereafter.